In a humble mountain village, an ordinary boy named Wu Fan serendipitously acquired a personal space, marking the beginning of his journey along the path of cultivation. Within this mystical realm, he cultivated spiritual herbs and medicines, refined elixirs, and honed his skills as he gradually progressed toward becoming a formidable being, ultimately achieving invincibility across the three realms. Chapter 1. Departure from the village. As night fell, the summer sky shimmered with stars, and the full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the trees, as if adorning their leaves with a layer of gleaming silver. The ground beneath was similarly illuminated, appearing as though it were draped in a silvery sheen. In the lush green fields, the sounds of cicadas, frogs, and insects occasionally punctuated the tranquil night. At the foot of Hulu Mountain lay a modest village, comprised of just over 100 households. After a day of toil, the villagers had long since retired to their slumber. However, one thatched cottage remained aglow, revealing its sparse and worn furnishings. Within, a middle-aged woman sat folding clothes, while simultaneously murmuring to a young boy at her side. The boy, around 8 or 9 years old, had a somewhat dark complexion and a slender frame, yet his bright, expressive eyes radiated intelligence, presenting a pleasing visage, despite his tattered gray garments. Beside him sat a robust middle-aged man, presumably his father, whose rugged appearance was softened by a gentle disposition as he engaged in light conversation with the boy. On the wooden bed lay a little girl, sound asleep, undisturbed by the chatter around her. She appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a fair complexion and long eyelashes that enhanced her cuteness, a small trickle of drool escaping her lips. "Xiaofan, your elder brother will return tomorrow. He is coming to take you to the city. You must learn well, for he has gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for you," the mother said, her voice choked with emotion. At this, the father looked up, his eyes filled with affection as he addressed the boy. "If you encounter any troubles out there, seek your brother in our absence. He will be your guardian." After a deep sigh, the father lowered his gaze once more to, "I understand, father and mother," the boy replied, his expression tinged with melancholy, reflecting his reluctance to part from home and his beloved parents. The boy's name was Wu Fan, affectionately referred to as Xiao Fan by the villagers. From a young age, he had displayed remarkable intelligence, earning the affection of the villagers. This village, not extensive in size, was predominantly inhabited by the Wu family. Hence it was known as Wujia Village, where the residents primarily earned their livelihoods through farming. Over 500 miles away lay a grand city known as Qingshan, a bustling metropolis where the influential and powerful resided. The villagers often envied those who could live in the city, and any family with a member working there felt a sense of pride. Wu Fan's elder brother, Wu Hao, worked at a prominent blacksmith shop in the city. His visit was the result of his efforts to secure a position for Wu Fan. Upon hearing the news, their parents were elated, as both of their sons would have the opportunity to work in the city. However, the thought of sending their 80-year-old son away filled them with sorrow. Yet, in hopes of securing a better future for Wu Fan, they steeled themselves to let him venture beyond the confines of their small village, where there was no teacher to impart knowledge to him. That night, Wu Fan lay on his bed, gazing at his sister. He pondered when he might return home. Wu Fan adored his younger sister, Wu Xiaoyu, who was 5 years old. She had been inconsolable upon learning of his departure, crying and pleading for him not to leave. Wu Fan's heart was a tumult of excitement and sadness. After all, he was merely an 80-year-old boy who had never been apart from his parents. Feelings of sadness and reluctance were inevitable, yet he yearned for the life that awaited him in the grand city. As he fixated on his sister, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting his brother. As noon approached, a horse-drawn carriage appeared in the distance, carrying a robust young man of 17 or 18, whose tall stature and dark complexion were striking. With a broad smile, he looked warmly at Wu Fan. As Wu Fan recognized his brother, he dashed toward the carriage, exclaiming, "Elder brother!" Wu Hao waved enthusiastically, and soon Wu Fan reached the carriage. Wu Hao jumped down and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, saying, "Xiao Fan, you've grown considerably in the 2 years since we last met." Wu Fan looked up at his brother's sun-kissed face, replying, "Elder brother, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you to take me to the city. Is it really as beautiful as they say? Wu Hao laughed heartily indeed. In the city, people wear garments of silk and brocade, and the buildings are exquisite pavilions and towers. You will see for yourself once we arrive at Qingshan. That Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness the splendor of the bustling city and its towering structures. Lost in thought, he hardly noticed as Wu Hao lifted him effortlessly and tossed him onto the carriage. Laughing, "No more delays. In a few days, you'll be in the city, and there will be plenty for you to see." With that, the brothers laughed as they set off toward home. A quarter of an hour later, at Wu Fan's home, their mother scrutinized Wu Hao's appearance before smiling. "It has been 2 years, and my son has grown quite taller than your father now." The father chuckled heartily. "This means our son is now a man." 5-year-old Wu Xiaoyu, hidden behind their mother, hesitated to approach. Although she recognized her elder brother, the robust young man felt unfamiliar to her, as she had only been 3 during their last encounter. Their mother grasped Wu Hao's large hand, asking, "How have you fared in the city? How is your craft?" "Do not worry, mother. I am doing well. I have completed my apprenticeship and have begun forging weapons. I even earn a monthly wage." Wu Hao replied with pride, pulling out a few silver coins from his pocket and offering them to their mother. After some initial reluctance, she accepted the coins, realizing her son's insistence. Their father wore a proud smile, knowing that after years of nurturing, his son was finally able to alleviate some of their burdens. That day, laughter and joy filled their home as the family reunited, unaware of when they might gather together again. 3 days later, many villagers came to bid farewell, including several of Wu Fan's childhood friends. All reluctant to part ways, that Wu Hao held the reins of the horse and turned to their parents, saying, "Father, mother, you should return. I will take good care of Xiaofan. You need not worry." Wu Fan, with red-rimmed eyes, echoed his brother's sentiment. "Father, mother, please go back. I will visit when I can." As their parents watched the carriage grow distant, tears streamed down their mother's face. Turning to her, their father said, "My dear, let us return. The children are growing up, and it is time for them to leave this small village." With a sigh, he turned to head back home. As Wu Fan sat in the carriage, he gazed at his departing parents and sister, along with the villagers waving farewell. I could see that moment. Tears welled in his eyes, uncontrollable as they cascaded down his cheeks. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, this departure would usher in a transformative journey, leading him toward the path of cultivation. Chapter 2. Qingshan City. The Great Xia Kingdom is divided into 9 provinces, each of which contains numerous grand cities. Among them, Qingshan City stands out as a significant city within Qingshu. In a small town located 3 days away from Qingshan City, in a rather modest inn, Wu Fan was sharing some dry rations with his elder brother. As Wu Fan nibbled on the provisions, he listened attentively to his brother's earnest narration. Wu Hao, with a serious expression, was imparting vital information to his younger sibling. "Xiaofan, this time I am bringing you to the city to work as an apprentice in a pharmacy. My employer is a close friend of the pharmacy's manager, and it was through his assistance that I secured this opportunity for you. You must cherish it and commit yourself to your studies," Wu Hao said with a smile. Gazing at his brother, Wu Fan understood the rarity of this chance and nodded fervently in response. Wu Hao continued, "Although the city is bustling and the potential for earning silver is great, we common folk hold little status there. Merchants and those in positions of power regard us as insignificant. Always remember to tread carefully and avoid offending these individuals, for they can extinguish our lives with a mere flick of their fingers, and no one would dare to stand up for us. Our deaths would be in vain." Hearing these words, Wu Fan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his expression darkening. Wu Hao went on, "Within and around Qingshan City, many factions and even bandits roam freely. Xiaofan, remember to keep your distance from them whenever possible. They are all skilled in martial arts and regard human life as worthless. Even the local soldiers do not dare confront some of the more formidable figures." Wu Fan recognized that his elder brother was imparting survival wisdom for city life, and he silently absorbed every word. Since childhood, he had heard the village elders speak of martial artists capable of extraordinary feats, their inner strength so profound that a mere gust of their palm could incapacitate foes without a trace. He had long admired these warriors and often daydreamed of becoming one himself someday. Noticing the fear etched on his brother's face, Wu Hao reassured him, "Do not worry. Xiaofan, as long as you stay put and remain in the pharmacy, you will be safe. In fact, the pharmacy you will be working at is affiliated with a powerful faction known as the Yao Bang, a prominent group in Qingshan City and even in the surrounding towns. They primarily engage in the herb trade, so your safety will not be a concern while you are there. Hearing this, Wu Fan's apprehensive expression finally softened into a smile as he grasped the significance of having a faction as a safeguard for his new position. 3 days later, at noon, a carriage slowly approached along the road outside Qingshan City. Wu Fan gazed up at the towering city walls and the imposing 10-meter-high city gate, feeling both astonished and exhilarated. He had never seen such lofty gates or grand walls before. As they reached the city gate, he observed a dozen soldiers clad in armor inspecting every passing vehicle and pedestrian, allowing passage only after thorough checks. Upon entering the city and walking along the cobblestone streets, he marveled at the buildings lining the roads, the bustling crowds, and the lively cries of vendors. The vibrant scenes before him truly opened his eyes to a new world. Wu Hao, noticing his brother's wide-eyed wonder, could not help but chuckle, causing Wu Fan to blush with embarrassment. After returning the carriage to his blacksmith shop, Wu Hao reminded Wu Fan to memorize the location of the shop before treating him to a bowl of noodles on the street. Following their meal, Wu Hao led his brother eastward for about half an hour until they arrived at a 3-story building adorned with a large plaque inscribed with the golden characters Hui Chun Tang, where a steady stream of patrons flowed in and out. Upon entering the establishment, they encountered several young attendants bustling about. One of them, a lad of approximately 15 or 16, approached and said, "Brother Wu Hao, you're here. Are you looking for the manager?" Wu Hao smiled and replied, "Thank you, young brother. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager," the young attendant said before swiftly disappearing into the back of the shop. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man in his 60s emerged. He was slightly plump, with small eyes and white hair, dressed in a blue robe, and wore a naturally cheerful expression. Upon seeing the elder, Wu Hao's spirits lifted, and he quickly led Wu Fan to him. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, Lao Lu." The elder nodded with a smile, and then scrutinized Wu Fan for a moment. "Wu Hao, is this your younger brother? He certainly seems to be a fine lad," he remarked. Wu Hao, smiling, responded, "You flatter him, Lao Lu. He is still young, and I fear he may trouble you in the future." The elder laughed heartily. "Since your employer personally requested my assistance, I cannot disregard his wishes. Rest assured, I will take good care of your brother. I quite like this young fellow." Hearing this, Wu Hao exhaled a sigh of relief and called out to Wu Fan, "Xiao Fan, come over and greet Lao Lu." Wu Fan obediently approached the elder, bowed deeply, and said, "Wu Fan pays his respects to Lao Lu." Afterward, he furtively glanced up at the elder, his expression somewhat awkward. The elder, noticing Wu Fan's bashful demeanor, smiled even more broadly and said, "Rise, young one. You will follow my guidance from now on. Study diligently with me, and one day you shall achieve greatness." Wu Fan quickly bent down again and replied, "Thank you, Lao Lu. I will strive to learn well." The elder nodded approvingly and remarked, "A teachable child indeed." Turning to Wu Hao, he said, "You may return now. I will take Xiao Fan to his lodgings. You both must be weary from your journey." After bowing to the elder, Wu Hao stood up and said, "Thank you, Lao Lu." He glanced at his younger brother and added, "Big brother is leaving now. Be sure to listen to Lao Lu. He is a highly esteemed physician in Qingshan City, and you must learn well from him." Wu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand, big brother. Please visit me often when you have time." Wu Hao affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair and replied, "I will," before turning to leave. Chapter 3, Song Fei. Once Wu Hao departed, Wu Fan felt increasingly anxious. At the tender age of 8, facing this unfamiliar environment and strangers, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Lao Lu seemed to sense Wu Fan's trepidation and approached him, gently taking his small hand, his face radiating kindness. "Xiao Fan, come with me. I will show you to your lodgings," he said with a warm smile. Wu Fan nodded obediently and followed the elder outside. The pharmacy had a back entrance leading to a spacious courtyard adorned with flowers, trees, and a small stream meandering through it, where fish occasionally darted about. At the far end of the courtyard stood a row of houses, interspersed with several multi-story pavilions. The elder gestured toward the pavilions, explaining, "Those pavilions serve as storerooms and study areas, while the smaller houses here will be our living quarters." After selecting a modest room for Wu Fan, the elder pointed to it and said, "This will be your dwelling from now on." Wu Fan promptly nodded in agreement. Wu Fan gazed upon the abode where he would dwell for the foreseeable future, and the melancholy that had enveloped him since his elder brother's departure dissipated entirely. He had never resided in such an aesthetically pleasing house, with its crimson exterior and slate-gray roof, complemented by a quaint little courtyard. It far surpassed the thatched cottage of his childhood. The sight of it filled his heart with immeasurable joy. Following Lu Lao into the entrance, his eyes were immediately drawn to a round table of vibrant red, intricately carved with delicate patterns, exuding an air of sophistication. Surrounding the table were several stools, and flanking either side were 2 rows of wardrobes crafted from rosewood. Further inside lay a grand bed, with the floor elegantly paved in blue stone. "Xiaofan," the elder said, "walk out and take a right for more than 100 steps to reach the dining area. If you feel hungry, simply head there to eat. You must be weary today, so tidy up and rest well." After casting a final glance at Wu Fan, the elder turned and departed. Wu Fan hurriedly saw him to the door, bowing respectfully and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Lao. Please take care." The elder paused to affectionately pat Wu Fan's head, smiling before continuing on his way. Once inside, Wu Fan busied himself, marveling at everything he touched, each object a source of fascination. Approaching the bed, he shed his shoes and leaped onto it with exuberance. The mattress was soft and inviting. As he gazed up at the ceiling, memories of his parents bidding him farewell, his little sister's playful laughter as she twirled around him, and the familiar faces of villagers filled his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wu Fan awoke early. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall, where a sumptuous spread awaited him: congee, steamed buns, and various side dishes. In his previous home, he rarely indulged in white buns, so to find them here as commonplace fare filled him with anticipation for the life ahead. After his meal, he returned to his quarters to await Lu Lao's arrival. An hour later, Lu Lao entered at a leisurely pace, a new outfit in hand. With a smile, he addressed Wu Fan. "Xiaofan, I have prepared some new clothes for you. I hope they fit well. Try them on." "Thank you, Lu Lao," Wu Fan exclaimed, eagerly accepting the garments and quickly putting them on. The attire fit perfectly, a beautiful long gown of azure hue. Previously, his clothes were patched and mended. Now, he finally possessed something new, and a smile graced his face. In truth, Wu Fan was merely an 8-year-old child. To him, having good food, comfortable lodging, and fine clothing constituted the essence of happiness. Seeing Wu Fan clad in the new outfit, Lu Lao nodded approvingly. "Xiaofan, shortly, I will introduce you to a new companion who will join us in our studies." The elder's words sparked surprise in Wu Fan, followed by thrill. He would no longer have to learn alone. Curiosity about this soon-to-be friend bubbled within him, mingled with excitement. "Understood, Lu Lao," he replied eagerly. Lu Lao led Wu Fan outside, and after a brief walk, they arrived at a nearby house. The elder called out, "Song Fei, come out. I have someone to introduce to you." "Coming, coming." A young boy's voice echoed from within, revealing his tender age. Moments later, a boy of 7 or 8 emerged, roughly Wu Fan's age, dressed similarly in a long azure gown. He appeared sturdier than Wu Fan, with short hair and a fair complexion, his smile revealing 2 adorable dimples. The boy's eyes fixated on Wu Fan, surveying him with evident curiosity. Lu Lao smiled and introduced, "Song Fei, this is Xiaofan. You are the same age, with Xiaofan being 2 months your senior. It is important that you both get along well." Song Fei nodded, then playfully winked at Wu Fan, greeting, "Hello, Xiaofan Go." "Hello, Xiao Fei," Wu Fan responded, equally captivated by the boy's charming visage. Observing their interaction, the elder nodded approvingly before announcing, "Now, let us proceed to the study. Starting today, I shall teach you to recognize characters and read. In due time, you will learn to identify herbs and the principles of medicine. Remember, diligent study is essential." Both boys nodded obediently. Lu Lao brought them to a large building, which Wu Fan recognized as the study. It was spacious and tall, comprising 3 floors. The elder entered the first floor and sat on a stool, gesturing to the shelves brimming with books. "This floor contains foundational knowledge. You must begin your studies here. From today onward, after breakfast, come here to await my arrival. Do you understand?" Upon entering, the boys were awestruck by the sheer volume of books, so numerous they could hardly comprehend their quantity. In the center of the room stood a large round table, and as the elder posed his question, both boys respectfully bowed and replied in unison, "We understand, Lu Lao." With a satisfied hum, the elder smiled. "Today, we will begin with character recognition. Come closer." He produced a book and continued, thus commencing Wu Fan and Song Fei's enduring journey of learning. As time swiftly passed, for years flew by in the blink of an eye. The 2 boys, now 12, had both grown to approximately 1.50 meters in height. Over these years, Wu Fan and Song Fei had forged an inseparable friendship, spending their days in joyful camaraderie. They had both diligently pursued their studies under Lu Lao's devoted guidance. One morning, as Wu Fan slumbered, he was roused by Song Fei's excited calls. "Xiaofan Go. Xiaofan Go, wake up. We must hurry to breakfast. Don't forget, today Master will take us to the Sanjingu to select martial arts manuals." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan sprang from his bed, hurriedly dressing while exclaiming, "I'm coming, Xiao Fei." His heart raced with excitement. He had awaited this day for quite some time. 3 years prior, Lu Lao had recognized their intelligence and quick learning. Despite Song Fei's playful nature, he still focused on his studies. while Wu Fan earned the elder's favor for his cleverness and aptitude. Lu Lao decided to take them both as his disciples. Just yesterday, the elder had informed them. Now that you are 12, it is time to learn martial arts. Although we operate a pharmacy, martial skills are essential as we often venture into the mountains to gather herbs, where we may encounter wild beasts or even bandits. Mastering martial arts will provide you both with a measure of protection. Wu Fan felt a surge of elation. The anticipation had kept him awake the previous night. He had always admired martial artists and dreamed of becoming one himself, imagining the day he could traverse rooftops, earning the admiration of those around him. Xiaofan, go. Are you ready yet? Hurry. Song Fei's impatient voice broke through his thoughts. I'm coming. Wu Fan quickly completed his morning routine and dashed outside. The two boys exchanged gleeful glances before bursting into laughter, linking arms as they made their way to breakfast, their joy evident. An hour later, at the entrance of the Sanjinggo, Lu Lao turned to them, saying, remember, each of you may select only one internal cultivation manual. I will be here to explain the advantages and disadvantages of each. You may each choose 2 martial arts manuals. Do you understand? Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded in agreement simultaneously. The three entered the Cangjing pavilion, where an elderly gentleman approached them. He was tall, appearing to be in his 50s, with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes. The slight bulge at his temples indicated that he had attained a considerable level of internal martial arts mastery. Wu Fan recognized this elder as the guardian of the pavilion. As the elder approached, he clasped his fists and greeted Lu Lao, saying, Lu Lao, you have arrived. Lu Lao smiled in response. Zhang Lao Di, I appreciate your assistance this time. I have brought 2 disciples to select a few martial arts manuals. The elder with the thick eyebrows quickly replied, no trouble at all. Lu Lao, please come inside. Lu Lao turned to Wu Fan and Song Fei, instructing them. You 2 may choose now. The manuals for internal cultivation are on the left shelf, while the martial arts secrets are on the right. Wu Fan and Song Fei immediately cupped their fists in acknowledgement and eagerly set about selecting their own techniques. Wu Fan approached the left shelf, where only a dozen or so books were displayed. He understood the rarity of such manuals. An ordinary person might never encounter a single one in their lifetime. To find so many within a single faction as pharmacy was indeed remarkable, revealing the substantial foundation of the Yaobang. He casually picked up a book titled Jia Mu Gui Jinju. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was a protective technique similar to the Jin Zhong Zhao. The text indicated that mastering this technique would allow the practitioner to form a protective aura around themselves, akin to armor, impervious to blades and swords. Truly impressive. Returning the book to the shelf, he took down another, labeled Long Hu Shunli Gong. This manual claimed that upon reaching mastery, one could possess the strength of dragons and tigers, wielding immense power. Intrigued, Wu Fan pondered before placing it back, deciding to peruse further. The third book he retrieved was titled Han Yuan Pai Li Gong. This technique promised that at full mastery, one could unleash energy capable of shattering a great tree with a single strike. Indeed formidable. Wu Fan examined several more titles. Yunu Tiao He Gong, the Li Jing Gang Gong, Ziyang Gong, Chunyang Jing, and Hua Shui Jin Jing. After reviewing them all, he found them all remarkably powerful but was at a loss as to which to choose. Just then, his gaze drifted to the top shelf, where a book was tucked away, revealing only a corner. If not for his keen observation, he may have overlooked it entirely. Curious as to why this book was placed in such an inconspicuous spot, Wu Fan stood on tiptoe to retrieve it. The tome was composed of an unknown sturdy beast hide, thick and heavy, distinctly different from the paper-bound books. It bore the title Hua Funju. Upon opening it, he noted that this technique diverged significantly in its internal energy pathways from others. The text offered no indication of what benefits one might gain from mastering it. Only that there were 12 levels, and practitioners must consider their physical constitution. Some could cultivate it, while others could not. Finding the book peculiar, Wu Fan was about to return it to the shelf when Lu Lao approached. He glanced at the book in Wu Fan's hands and remarked, this technique has been stored here for decades. It is said to have been discovered during a raid on an enemy's Cangjing pavilion. The guardian at that time claimed it was a treasured legacy of their family, the most important technique passed down through generations. It is rumored that not everyone can cultivate it. One must have the right affinity. Wu Fan listened to Lu Lao's words, echoing what he had read in the book regarding the necessity of a suitable constitution for cultivation. Why, he wondered, must there be such distinctions among techniques? Lu Lao continued. Legend has it that centuries ago, an ancestor from that family achieved the pinnacle of martial arts through this technique, rendering the finest masters of Qingzhou unable to withstand even 3 of his moves. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was momentarily speechless, contemplating the potential power he could wield if he succeeded in mastering it. Sensing Wu Fan's thoughts, Lu Lao continued. The faction initially believed they had stumbled upon a treasure, and promptly returned the technique to the then leader, who laughed heartily upon hearing of it. However, after years of diligent practice, he ultimately failed, squandering a decade in vain. In resignation, the leader stored the manual in the pavilion for the disciples to explore, but none succeeded in mastering it. Eventually, this technique found its way into our pharmacy. Wu Fan, hearing this, glanced down at the book in his hand, his expression fluctuating. After a moment of hesitation, he firmly declared, "Master, I have decided to cultivate this technique." Lu Lao shook his head, somewhat helplessly, and replied, "Xiao Fan, are you certain? Many before you have harbored similar aspirations, believing they would succeed, only to waste their time in the end." Clutching the book tightly, Wu Fan raised his gaze with determination, saying, "Master, I am certain. I wish to give it a try." "Very well," Lu Lao conceded. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. Should you find it too difficult one day, simply return to me, and we shall select another technique." At that moment, Song Fei approached and, after bowing to Lu Lao, said, "Master, I have chosen 2 martial arts manuals and am now ready to select an internal cultivation technique." Lu Lao looked at the 2 books in Song Fei's hands and inquired, "What martial arts manuals have you chosen?" "I selected Ling Kong Buan Pai Li Zhang. I believe one focuses on agility while the other on offensive techniques. They complement each other well," Song Fei replied. Pleased, Lu Lao nodded and remarked, "Excellent choices. You must diligently practice and not become complacent." "Yes, master, I understand," Song Fei replied promptly. Wu Fan winked at Song Fei, saying, "Xiao Fei, congratulations. Have you finished selecting your internal cultivation technique, Xiao Fan?" Song Fei asked. "I have completed my selection and am now going to choose a martial arts manual," Wu Fan replied as he walked toward the martial arts shelf. The selection of books here was evidently more abundant than that of internal techniques, with over 20 titles available. This was unsurprising, as everyone knew that martial arts techniques were easier to find while internal cultivation methods were hard to come by, even if one mastered martial arts techniques. Without the support of internal energy, they would be nothing more than a averted, posing no real threat. If a person only practiced martial arts techniques without internal cultivation, even if they trained their moves to perfection, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against someone with profound internal skills. Thus, it was imperative to select a suitable internal technique, as most training time would be devoted to breathing exercises. Ultimately, internal energy is the foundation of a martial artist. Choosing a few appropriate martial arts techniques to practice diligently would suffice. Wu Fan reached for a manual titled Ta Shui Wu Hen Bu, which was evidently a lightness technique. The text claimed that mastering it would allow one to walk without leaving a trace in the snow, making it ideal for tracking or stealthy endeavors. However, Wu Fan found himself lacking interest in this particular lightness technique. Wu Fan once again picked up a book to peruse. This one was titled Tai Sha Zhang. The text elaborated on the martial arts technique, stating that upon reaching its zenith, coupled with inner strength, one could catch a blade with bare hands. Even without inner strength, it would enable one to effortlessly shatter a small tree with a single palm strike. However, mastering Tai Sha Zhang was arduous, requiring daily practice of relentless palm strikes on hot sand, demanding years of perseverance to achieve proficiency. The third book was titled Kuang Long Tue, a treatise on leg techniques. The fourth, Lai Shan Quan, was also a formidable style of boxing. Thus, Wu Fan continued to explore the tomes, which included Zhan Yu Dao Fa, Huya Shin Quan, Zui Xian Jian Fa, Ling Xiao Fu Fa, Shi Ba Shi Chang Fa, Xiangxi, and Liang Yibu Fa. After thoroughly examining the texts, he selected 2 martial arts manuals, one titled Qing Feng Jian Fa, said to be the signature skill of an unparalleled master, requiring both tenacity and exceptional lightness of foot to unleash its true potential. In battle, opponents would find it impossible to predict the next strike, leaving them perplexed regarding his position and timing, a truly ethereal swordsmanship. The second manual he chose was Fei Yin Bu, a lightness technique that complemented Qing Feng Jian Fa. Mastering Fei Yin Bu would allow one to leap several yards effortlessly, and during combat, one could maneuver with remarkable fluidity, enabling a swift escape if necessary. Thus, Wu Fan ultimately opted for this lightness technique. Having made his selections, Wu Fan turned to approach Lu Lao, just as Song Fei completed his choice of inner strength manual and approached as well. Noticing both youths, Lu Lao inquired, "Have you both made your selections?" Song Fei grinned and replied, "I have, master. I chose Long Hu Shun Li Gong for my inner strength." Lu Lao glanced at Song Fei, smiling as he said, "Excellent choice. This manual, when mastered, endows one with immense strength. Given your robust physique, it suits you well." Lu Lao then turned to Wu Fan and asked, "And you, Xiao Fan?" Wu Fan, beaming with joy, responded, "Master, I have chosen Qing Feng Jian Fan Fei Yin Bu." Upon hearing this, the elder erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, well done. You have made splendid choices." Lu Lao's repeated commendations confirmed Wu Fan's decisions were indeed astute. "Very well, since you have both finished, let us return. Remember to train diligently. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time. Let us go," Lu Lao concluded, turning to depart, with Wu Fan and Song Fei following closely behind. Chapter 6. The Forging House. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan reviewed the tomes and established a training schedule for himself. He resolved to practice swordsmanship and lightness techniques in the mornings, spend afternoons learning herbal medicine and reading with his master, and dedicate his evenings to cultivating inner strength. After glancing at the Qingfeng Jinfa, he decided to visit his elder brother, knowing he had not seen him in 2 months. It was time to ask for a sword, for without one, his sword practice would be incomplete. The forging house, where Wu Hao worked, was among the most prestigious in Qingshan City, selling wares at significantly higher prices than other blacksmith shops. While costly, the items produced were of exquisite quality. The shop exclusively offered weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, and bows, including the standard armaments supplied to government guards. Behind the forging house was a spacious forge where the wares were crafted, the rhythmic clanging of metal echoing from afar. Inside, around 30 burly men labored, each robustly built. Among them was a muscular young man in his 20s, bare-chested with dark skin, thick eyebrows, and a full beard. He wielded a heavy iron hammer, diligently striking a glowing red long blade. Perhaps fatigued, he set down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached a water barrel for a refreshing drink. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Wu Hao, your brother has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao swiftly tossed the wooden ladle back into the barrel and dashed towards the entrance, shouting, "Got it. I'm coming." During the initial 2 years, Wu Hao had visited his brother every few days, but as time passed and Wu Fan matured, developing rapport with those at the apothecary, visits became less frequent. In the courtyard of the forging house stood a small pavilion where Wu Fan conversed with a young man named Fan. "Brother Fan, you should return to your duties. I'll wait for my brother here." "Very well, Xiao Fan. I must attend to the shop. When I have time, I will come to visit you," the young man replied with a smile before departing. Just then, Wu Hao approached, laughing heartily. "Xiao Fan, what brings you here? You rarely visit me." Upon seeing his elder brother, Wu Fan's face brightened with joy as he hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "Brother, it has been 2 months since you last visited. Of course, I missed you." Hearing this, Wu Hao laughed heartily. "I've been quite busy lately. The government commissioned a batch of weapons that must be delivered within 6 months, so I haven't had the chance to come see you. Brother, I have wonderful news. Today, Master allowed me to learn martial arts." Wu Fan exclaimed excitedly. Wu Hao's face lit up with delight. "What splendid news. You are truly fortunate to be apprenticed to Lu Lao. Learning martial arts is a dream many aspire to. Even your apothecary training is not something everyone can attain. I envy your luck. It seems I am destined to remain distant from martial prowess." As he teased his brother, he felt genuine happiness for him. "I understand, brother. I will cherish this opportunity and train diligently. By the way, I chose a sword technique and would like you to gift me a sword." Wu Fan shyly smiled at Wu Hao. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao suddenly realized his brother's intent, laughing heartily. "Ah, I see now. Of course, I will ensure you receive a fine sword. Rest assured, Xiao Fan." After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Fan returned to his residence, knowing his brother promised to deliver the sword in half a month, crafted from the finest steel. Wu Fan was touched by the thoughtfulness of his brother working late to forge it. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to practice the Hor Finju, eager to determine if he could successfully cultivate it, lest he find himself as disheartened as others who had struggled for years without results. Opening the book, Wu Fan read through the first layer of the mental mantra several times before following the prescribed route of vital energy to begin his practice. 3 days later, Wu Fan stared at the book with a pale expression, disheartened to find no progress after 3 days, his body devoid of even a trace of inner strength. Just yesterday, Song Fei had proudly announced he had successfully cultivated inner strength, leaving Wu Fan feeling vexed. Had he truly been unsuitable for this technique? Yet, Wu Fan remained undeterred, resolutely intent on continuing his cultivation, unwilling to relinquish such a powerful martial art. Thus, a fortnight slipped by, and despite his efforts, Wu Fan still had not succeeded in harnessing any internal energy. On this day, Wu Hao arrived at Wu Fan's residence, wielding a longsword. Upon entering, Wu Fan was instantly captivated by the magnificent weapon in his brother's grasp. The sword measured approximately 2 feet and 6 inches in length, gleaming silver, reflecting dazzling rays of light in the sunlight. The hilt bore an intricate design resembling the head of a fantastical beast, which was truly enchanting. Observing his brother's wide-eyed admiration, Wu Hao chuckled heartily. "Little Fan, this is the longsword I crafted for you. What do you think? Do you like it?" I adore it. It's absolutely stunning. Thank you, big brother, Wu Fan exclaimed, rushing to seize the sword, which he then caressed with great fondness. Seeing his brother's joy, Wu Hao felt an indescribable happiness swell within him. He had spent all his hard-saved silver to procure this fine iron and labored tirelessly for half a month to forge the sword. Yet, witnessing the smile on his brother's face made it all worthwhile. Wu Hao remarked, "Little Fan, this sword is crafted with utmost care and the finest iron. Even the best officer's sabers cannot compare to it." Noticing the dark circles under his brother's eyes, Wu Fan felt a wave of gratitude. Understanding the sacrifices Wu Hao had made for him. "Thank you, big brother. I shall carry this sword with me always," he promised. Wu Hao, with a smile, tossed a scabbard towards him, saying, "This scabbard is also made from quality ironwood. Do you like it?" Wu Fan accepted the scabbard, inspecting it closely. It was black, adorned with intricate patterns, clearly a labor of love from his brother. After sheathing the sword, he fastened it at his waist and admired his formidable appearance. Turning to Wu Hao with a grin, "I love it. You're truly amazing, big brother." "Haha. Well then, I must return to the shop. It's quite busy. I'll visit again when I have time," Wu Hao replied, turning to leave, while Wu Fan accompanied him to the door. Once back inside, Wu Fan spent a little more time admiring the sword before resuming his training. Chapter 7. Sparring. Thus, Wu Fan dedicated his mornings to practicing the Qingfeng sword technique and Fian steps, while afternoons were spent learning alchemy and studying with his master. By night, he continued with the Huofengju. Time flew, and before long, 3 months had passed. One evening, in a fit of frustration, Wu Fan tossed the Huofengju book onto his bed, lying back to stare at the ceiling, his face a mask of despair. 3 months had passed. He had made considerable progress in swordplay and lightness techniques, yet the Huofengju remained elusive, yielding not a shred of internal energy. Doubts began to creep into Wu Fan's heart regarding his earlier resolve. Could it be that he was fated to be incompatible with this technique, just like others? Meanwhile, Song Fei had nearly completed the first level of the Leongha divine power, easily lifting a 50-pound stone with one hand, and Wu Fan couldn't help but feel envious. Lying on his soft, comfortable bed, he pondered for a long time before ultimately deciding to devote one more month to his training. If he still could not cultivate any internal energy, he would consult his master for another technique. He would not foolishly squander years on an unyielding method. His initial motivation stemmed from the technique's impressive reputation. He had hoped to try it out. If he could master it, that would be wonderful, but if not, he would decisively abandon it, unwilling to let it consume his precious time. He resolved to sleep early that night and rise at dawn to practice. After months of training at night, he was curious about morning practice, murmuring to himself. The next morning, before dawn, Wu Fan rose and began his training. Immersed in his practice, he remained oblivious to the first rays of sunlight. As the dawn broke, unseen colorful specks of energy drifted towards him, slowly penetrating his body. These specks shimmered in various hues: red, black, green, gold, and yellow, with the red being notably more abundant. Wu Fan remained unaware of this, keeping his eyes tightly shut and focusing intently on his training. It was not until nearly noon that he slowly awoke, feeling remarkably refreshed, his mind clear. After 6 or 7 hours of practice, he felt no fatigue, and he sensed a subtle increase in his strength. After 3 months, a smile finally graced Wu Fan's lips. His perseverance had borne fruit. This proved he could indeed cultivate the technique. Unbeknownst to him, his method of cultivation diverged significantly from others. While they cultivated internal energy from within, he absorbed external spiritual energy, refining it into spiritual power within his body, an entirely different paradigm. Wu Fan remained oblivious, unaware that the Huofengju was not merely an internal cultivation method, but rather a celestial cultivation practice. Thus, with the realization that he could cultivate this technique, Wu Fan intensified his dedication in the days to come. As time passed, 4 more years slipped by. Wu Fan, now 16, had diligently honed his skills during these 4 years. He had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier of the Huofengju, just a step away from the 3rd tier. His proficiency in both the Qingfeng sword technique and Fian steps had also reached a commendable level. One evening, in the courtyard, 2 figures leaped and danced through the air, exchanging blows with vigor. A youthful voice called out, "Little Fan, watch my palm." To which another voice replied, "Xiao Fei, bring it on." One of the youths was tall and robust, standing at around 6 feet, clad in a blue long robe, with striking features and a charming smile. Opposite him stood a slightly shorter youth, exuding a scholarly demeanor, with fair skin, bright eyes, and a gentle smile, his long hair tied back. Wielding a gleaming silver sword and dressed similarly in a blue robe, the robust youth shouted, "Little Fan, I'm getting serious now. Prepare yourself." He launched a powerful palm strike aimed at the other youth's head. The latter smiled, swiftly evading the attack, raising his sword with a flick of his wrist. The blade whirling like lightning, aimed directly at the robust youth's heart. Realizing his opponent had easily sidestepped his strike, the robust youth was momentarily taken aback. As the sharp sword came hurtling towards him, he quickly stepped to the right, hoping to evade the lethal thrust. However, it seemed the other youth had anticipated this move, appearing right in front of him like a phantom. Ultimately, he could not evade the strike, the sword's tip halting at his heart. The opposing youth chuckled, "Xiao Fei, you've lost again." The robust young man slumped his head and despondently sank down onto the ground. With a sense of defeat, he lamented, "Xiao Fan Go, I can no longer match you. 2 years ago, you were not even my rival, yet now I cannot withstand even 10 of your moves. I never anticipated your progress would be so remarkable. Over the past 2 years, I have failed to win against you even once." These two individuals were, of course, Wu Fan and Song Fei. For years had passed, and both had undergone significant transformations. They were no longer children. Ever since Wu Fan mastered the second level of the Huafanju, he had experienced a tremendous change. His reaction speed and strength had shown marked improvement, and even his auditory and visual senses were vastly superior to what they had been before. Wu Fan approached and pulled Song Fei up, smiling as he said, "Enough of your lamentations. Have you forgotten how you used to thrash me?" Song Fei brushed off the dust from his clothes and, gritting his teeth, replied, "Just wait. Xiao Fan Go, I will surpass you. I cannot always be bullied by you." After speaking, he playfully kicked Wu Fan in the backside. Wu Fan did not evade the kick, instead feigning injury as he fell to the ground, pointing at Song Fei and complaining, "Look, you have indeed hit me. Oh dear, my behind." After shooting Wu Fan a glare, Song Fei burst into laughter and helped him up. The two then strolled into the house, shoulders linked. In Wu Fan's room, the two sat opposite each other at the table. After placing his sword on the table, Wu Fan remarked, "Xiao Fei, Master mentioned that in a few days, we will join the herb-gathering team to venture into the mountains. How are your preparations coming along?" Song Fei poured himself a cup of water from the kettle on the table and, after gulping it down eagerly, excitedly responded, "I haven't prepared much. I have all the herbs I need ready. When it's time to set off, I'll just pack some food." After drinking a cup of water, Wu Fan added, "Make sure to bring plenty of healing potions and detox pills. I've heard there are many venomous snakes and ferocious beasts in the mountains." Nodding, Song Fei smiled and said, "Xiao Fan Go, Master said that this trip into the mountains for herb gathering will last about half a month. Just thinking about it excites me. After all these years, we can finally go out. Indeed, Master has long stated that once we reach the age of 16, we must work for the pharmacy. We are officially embarking on our journey. There is little left for Master to teach us. From now on, we must rely on ourselves to gradually accumulate experience." Wu Fan replied, equally exhilarated, "Xiao Fan Go, I heard from Brother Zhang at the pharmacy that regardless of how many herbs each person gathers, upon our return, the pharmacy will distribute 2/10 of the market price to us. The pharmacy retains the remaining 8/10. Brother Zhang said that on our trip, we could earn at least 5 taels of silver, and if luck is on our side and we encounter rare herbs or aged ones, we could make a fortune." Song Fei exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Indeed, although we have not had to worry about food and clothing over the years, earning silver for the first time is quite thrilling. Once we have money, we can buy whatever we desire. I wish to earn enough to purchase a small courtyard in Qingshan, and then I'll bring my parents to live with me, along with my adorable little sister. I wonder how much she has changed," Wu Fan said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was said that other herb-gathering teams from different pharmacies would accompany them into the mountains, and several pharmacies had jointly hired a team from a security company for protection. Rumor had it that the leader of the security team was a quasi-first-rate expert, accompanied by 3 second-rate experts and more than 20 third-rate experts to ensure their safety, Song Fei said with a grin. Wu Fan understood that in the martial world, warriors were categorized into various ranks. The most formidable were the top-tier experts. It was said that the leader of the Yao Gang was a top-tier expert, akin to a divine being, and there was only one such expert in the entire Yao Gang. The Yao Gang's influence extended throughout Qingzhou, with businesses in almost every major city. Even within a radius of several thousand miles around Qingshan, they were regarded as a first-rate gang, and few dared to challenge them, primarily because of the presence of this unparalleled expert. Below the top-tier experts were the first-rate experts, who were individuals of considerable influence, capable of causing tremors with a stomp. They were usually the pillars of small to medium-sized gangs, and often remained unseen. Just below them were the quasi-first-rate experts. The leader of their expedition was one such expert, quite formidable indeed. Such experts were typically unattainable for hire. Wu Fan's master, Lu Lao, was also a quasi-first-rate expert, but he could not venture into the mountains as he had to oversee the pharmacy. In fact, Wu Fan had never witnessed his master in action. Beneath the quasi-first-rate experts were the second-rate experts. A few years ago, When Lu Lao took Wu Fan and Song Fei to the Gu to select techniques, the elder guarding the repository was a second-rate expert. Generally, second-rate experts could be hired for a certain amount of silver. Reports suggested that a single mission could earn them 20 to 30 taels of silver, equivalent to the annual expenses of an average family in the city. Below the second-rate experts were the third-rate experts, and currently, Song Fei barely qualified as a third-rate expert. As for Wu Fan, he was uncertain of his own rank. His cultivation method was rather unique, and since advancing to the second level, he could no longer discern the extent of his strength. He only knew that the power he exhibited during his spar with Song Fei was merely 20% of his total capacity. When demonstrating his abilities in front of his master, he displayed roughly the same amount. By Wu Fan's own estimation, he should be a quasi-first-rate expert, if not a first-rate expert already. After engaging in idle chatter for a while, Song Fei eventually stood up and returned to his room to sleep. Once Song Fei departed, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, hands resting on his knees. He entered a state of meditation and breathing practice. Since reaching the second level, he discovered that no matter how fatigued he felt throughout the day, a few hours of cultivation could restore his energy. Remarkably, he no longer needed sleep. He could simply meditate daily. It was truly extraordinary. The following day, close to noon, Wu Fan concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes. His expression was somewhat gloomy, tinged with frustration. He thought to himself, I have remained at the peak of the second level for 3 months. Yet I have still not been able to break through to the third level. I wonder what the reason is. This has never happened before. It seems that mere persistence in cultivation will not aid my advancement. Having been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 months, Wu Fan was unsure of what to do next. He had previously consulted his master about it, but Lu Lao had stated that he was also unfamiliar with this particular technique and could not provide guidance, which left Wu Fan in distress. Would he be trapped at the second level indefinitely? With no other options, Wu Fan decided to set this matter aside for the moment. He needed to focus on preparing items for their journey into the mountains. First, he needed to gather more healing potions and antidotes. The mountains were rife with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. It was prudent to be well prepared, and these concoctions were easily manageable, as Wu Fan had studied under Lu Lao for many years and found it quite simple to brew medicines. Additionally, he would need to bring the sword that Wu Hao had gifted him. With the abundance of wild beasts in the mountains, it was said that some of the ferocious creatures could even overpower quasi-first-rate experts. If fortune turned against them, they might encounter bandits. Although they had hired a security team for protection, it was wise to carry a sword for self-defense. Next, he needed to pack some bandages for treating injuries, ropes for climbing steep cliffs where herbs might be gathered, a bamboo basket, a spade, flint, a water bottle, and some dry rations. If they ran low on food, they could hunt for wild game, as the mountains were plentiful with wild chickens and rabbits. Once Wu Fan had gathered all the necessary supplies, he would be ready to join the herb-gathering team on their journey into the mountains. On the morning 3 days hence, within the confines of a modest living room, a slightly rotund elder clad in a gray robe occupied the principal seat. Flanking him were 2 young men, both adorned in azure long garments, their backs burdened with bamboo baskets, intently listening to the elder imparting his wisdom. These 3 were none other than Wu Fan, Song Fei, and their master, Lu Lao. Lu Lao began, your participation in the medicinal herb gathering team is an opportunity for your growth. Once you enter the mountains, remain ever vigilant. The wilderness is fraught with ferocious beasts, some of which might pose significant challenges even to seasoned experts. Therefore, for the sake of your own lives, do not stray too far from the gathering team. In response, Wu and Song clasped their fists in respect and bowed deeply, affirming, disciple shall heed master's teachings. Lu Lao gazed at his disciples with a faint smile, reflecting on the years he had devoted to their training. As a master, he had been exemplary, imparting all his skills freely. Perhaps due to his advancing years or the absence of children of his own, he regarded his disciples as his own kin. Lifting a teacup from the table, he took a sip and continued, you may have heard that among the escort teams hired by various pharmacies, a seasoned expert leads the way. As long as you remain within his vicinity, your safety will be assured. This expert is actually a dear friend of mine, whom I persuaded to join us at the behest of another pharmacy owner. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances, realizing the significance of the master's efforts to secure their safety, and gratitude illuminated their faces. This time, Bai Yao Zhai, like our Hui Chun Tang, has dispatched around 20 individuals into the mountains, while other smaller pharmacies send varying numbers, from just a few to a dozen. Notably, Bai Yao Zhai will be accompanied by a young lady, the direct descendant of their shopkeeper. Bai Yao Zhai's strength is on par with ours, so I advise you to avoid any animosity with them. Do you both understand? Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded earnestly, replying, disciples comprehend. Lu Lao smiled, then added, as you know, each pharmacy comprises 3 systems: herb gathering, concocting and selling. Compared to concocting and selling, herb gathering is undoubtedly more perilous. Yet it offers a month of respite post-mission, and the financial rewards can be quite substantial. Since I have decided to take you on as disciples and teach you martial arts, it is imperative that I place you in the herb gathering team. Only through facing risks can you grow swiftly and aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. Wu Fan and Song Fei understood the wisdom behind Lu Lao's words. A martial artist must endure life and death battles and embrace risks to enhance their skills. After concluding his counsel, the elder rose and made his way to Wu Fan and Song Fei, instructing them, "Let us proceed. The time for our departure is nigh. We must gather at the escort agency." The two disciples promptly followed their master outside. In the courtyard of the pharmacy, around 20 robust men engaged in spirited conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. A burly man in his 40s, sporting a thick beard, jovially declared, "Brothers, let us not be outdone by those from Bai Yao Zhai on this journey. We must collaborate as we always have and return laden with rewards. Once we receive our compensation, I propose we celebrate at Bai Hua Lu." That young lady there was truly captivating. His words incited hearty laughter amongst the group. And a lean man in his 30s, fiddling with a dagger, jestingly remarked, "Hu Laoda, I reckon you lavished quite a bit of silver on that lass. What charms does she possess to keep you so smitten?" This comment elicited further laughter. "Su Laudi, you know not of her allure. When the opportunity arises, you should seek her out to discover for yourself," replied Hu Laoda, unfazed by the jest. At that moment, an elder approached, flanked by the two youths. Upon sighting them, the crowd promptly rose to greet them. Hu Laoda led the way, bowing respectfully to Lu Lao. The others quickly followed suit. Lu Lao raised his hand and said, "Rise. Are you all prepared?" In unison, they replied, "We are ready." Lu Lao then turned to exit, and the group hastily followed suit. On their way to the escort agency, the group engaged in light-hearted banter, with Hu Laoda inquiring, "Xiaofan, Xiaofei, are you afraid on your first venture into the mountains?" Hu Laoda, known as Hu Dakuai, despite his imposing stature, was fond of jesting. Those aware of his prowess held him in high regard. He was a genuine second-tier expert who had watched Wu Fan and Song Fei grow, treating them like his own nephews. Walking beside him, Wu Fan and Song Fei grasped his arms, with Wu Fan replying with a smile, "Uncle Hu, I am not afraid. I am eager to enter the mountains." Song Fei nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Su Laudi, the man addressed by Hu Laoda, approached and said, "Xiaofan, Xiaofei, we are headed to the Yindang mountain range this time. With a seasoned expert accompanying us, we will not be venturing into the smaller mountains we often visit. It is said that Yindang is perilous and few dare to enter. We will only be searching for herbs along the periphery, but even the outskirts present challenges unlike ordinary mountains. Finding herbs will still prove demanding." Su Laudi, known as Su Kuan, was also a novice second-tier expert and shared a close rapport with Wu Fan and Song Fei. He ruffled Wu Fan's hair and continued, "This outing is primarily for your training. Exercise caution and do not stray too far from us. Remember that." Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded in affirmation. Chapter 10, Entering the Mountains. At the entrance of a sprawling estate covering several acres, nearly 100 individuals gathered, their presence imposing. The Heilang Escort Agency was a formidable power near Qingshan City, reputed to house two seasoned experts. The leader of this expedition, a man named Gao Qingbin, was around 50 years old, of modest height at approximately 1.7 meters. Despite his stature, he was a well-known figure in the martial world, famed for his knife skills, having bested another seasoned expert in less than 20 exchanges. While both were of similar expertise, differences in their martial techniques could be significant. Among the throng of nearly 100, several teams were organized, with two teams being the most prominent. One team donned identical black battle robes, each adorned with a wolf's head insignia, exuding an aura of strength and valor, wielding standardized long knives. At the forefront stood a shorter man in his 50s, with a prominent beard and an imposing demeanor, emanating a sense of authority. He was Gao Qingbin, the seasoned expert of the Heilang Escort Agency. Another group of individuals was clad entirely in white robes, adorned with the characters by Yao Zhai at the cuffs. At the forefront stood an elderly man, around 60 years of age, with graying hair and a kindly visage. This elder was none other than Meng Hetong, the proprietor of Bai Yao Zhai, affectionately referred to as Meng Lao by those who knew him, and he was indeed a formidable expert in his own right. Beside him stood two young maidens, both approximately 16 or 17 years old. One of the girls was affectionately linked to the elder, revealing her deep fondness for him, while he occasionally cast a doting glance her way. This young lady was Meng Kai Dai, the granddaughter of the elder, and also the woman mentioned by Wu Fan's master. Despite her youth, Meng Kai Dai was a rare beauty, her long black hair secured by a butterfly-shaped hairpin, her delicate face, akin to white jade, was graced with a pair of enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, exuding the purity and charm of youth. At that moment, she was conversing with the girl beside her. Xiaoru, why haven't the people from Qingshan arrived yet? We've been waiting for nearly half an hour. It's truly exasperating. Meng Kaidai remarked with a hint of impatience. The girl looked up at the sky and then turned to Meng Kaidai, saying, Miss, the folks from Qingshan should be arriving shortly. The agreed-upon time is indeed this hour. Just then, a group of individuals clad in matching green robes, bearing the characters Qingshan on their cuffs, appeared at the end of the street. Upon seeing the arrival of Qingshan, nearly 100 pairs of eyes turned towards them. Lu Tianhua, you finally arrived. You're quite late, boomed Gao Qingbin from the Hei Lang Biaoju, laughing as he addressed Lu Lao. Haha, my apologies, Gao Lao Di. I had some matters to discuss with my disciples which delayed me. Lu Lao replied with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Meng Lao chimed in jovially. We have only just arrived ourselves. Lu Lao is not late at all. Lu Lao turned to Meng Hatong with a smile. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Oh, it's because my Kaidai was crying and insisting on entering the mountains. This old fool finds himself at a loss for words. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. What can I do? I can only accompany this girl. Meng Lao said with a bittersweet smile as he glanced at Meng Kaidai. All right, you two should converse on your way back. We are about to set off. So it's time for you to return. Gao Qingbin feigned impatience as he spoke. Haha, very well, I shall take my leave. These two are my disciples, and this is their first venture into the mountains. I appreciate your assistance, Gao Lao Di, Lu Lao said, pulling Wu Fan and Song Fei to his side before looking at Gao Qingbin. Rest assured, Lu Lao Gu, although the Yindang Mountains harbor dangers, I will do my utmost to protect them as long as they do not wander off, Gao Qingbin assured. Without waiting for Lu Lao's response, he bellowed, let us depart, and turned to lead the main group forward, with over 100 people following closely behind. Master, we are leaving. You should return as well. Wu Fan said to Lu Lao. Go ahead, stay safe, Lu Lao replied, patting Wu Fan and Song Fei on the shoulders. He cast a lingering glance at them before turning back towards the pharmacy. The Yindang Mountains were situated over 100 miles from Qingshan City. As the sun began to set, dozens of carriages approached the foot of the mountain. These were Wu Fan's herb-gathering team. Upon reaching the base of the mountains, Gao Qingbin instructed everyone to set up camp for the night, planning to enter the mountains early the next morning. Wu Fan gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, observing the colossal trees and dense forests, while the distant sounds of beastly roars and bird calls filled the air, instilling a sense of oppression within him. At that moment, Hu Dakue and Su Kuan approached, noting Wu Fan's mesmerized stare at the mountains. They recalled their own awe when they first beheld the primal wilderness filled with ferocious beasts. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fei, hurry and sleep. You'll need your strength for tomorrow's journey into the mountains, Hu Dakue said with a smile as he joined them. Haha, indeed, don't linger. There will be much to see once we enter the mountains, Su Kuan added. Wu Fan and Song Fei, feeling a tad embarrassed, acknowledged their friends and quickly retreated into the carriage to sleep. The next morning, at the foot of the Yindang Mountains, Gao Qingbin surveyed the crowd of over 100 individuals before calling out. The mountains are rife with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. During this expedition, you are only permitted to operate along the periphery. Do not venture deep into the mountains. There are formidable creatures within, and even I would flee upon encountering them. While you will need to split up to search for herbs, do not stray too far from one another. If you encounter danger, shout for help. Our escort will come swiftly to your aid. Furthermore, all must return here before sunset. You are not permitted to spend the night in the mountains. That is all I have to say. Let us set off. As Gao Qingbin's words echoed, the crowd surged forward, scattering as they ascended the mountain. Hu Dakue glanced back at the 20-some individuals trailing him and said, let us move out. Remember not to stray too far and avoid entering the depths of the mountains. He then led everyone onward. In a grove at the mountain's edge, a youth with a smile unearthed a 5-leaf green herb from a crevice among the stones. He murmured to himself, I never expected so many herbs to be found on the outskirts of the mountains. Having entered for less than half a day, I've already gathered 7 precious herbs. Lowering his gaze to the plant, delight sparkled in his eyes. This youth was none other than Wu Fan, who had been learning to identify herbs and study pharmacology under Lu Lao since childhood. He had acquired knowledge from numerous texts, and he recognized this as a Qing Ti Chao, known for its detoxifying properties. In a pharmacy, it could fetch 5 taels of silver and was indispensable for concocting detoxification pills. After carefully placing the herb into a bamboo basket, he continued on his way. An hour later, as Wu Fan gazed at a small tree atop a pile of rubble, his brow furrowed. The tree bore several fist-sized green fruits known as Han Su Gua, which could treat ailments associated with coldness and weakness. Wu Fan frowned because, beneath the stone pile, A multitude of speckled venomous snakes lay coiled. A bite from one of these serpents was no trifling matter. After contemplating, he retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from his bamboo basket and sprinkled it around the stone pile. A quarter of an hour later, the snakes remained eerily still, as if lifeless. Sensing the time was right, Wu Fan grinned and dashed forward, swiftly plucking all the fruits. After gathering the fruits, he did not pause but turned and left, muttering to himself, "This powder should keep the speckled snakes asleep for an hour." 5 hours later, Wu Fan stood with a long sword, facing off against a wild wolf. The beast, with its long gray-brown fur and sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva, glared menacingly at Wu Fan. Suddenly, the wolf lunged at him with a fierce leap. Wu Fan let out a cold snort, poised himself, and sprang aside to evade the wolf's attack. In a swift motion, he thrust his sword towards the wolf's head. The wolf had no time to dodge, and with a sickening sound, the sword pierced through its skull, sending a spray of red and white forth. The wolf, until its last breath, could not fathom that this youth possessed such skill, able to slay it in a single move. Wu Fan withdrew his sword from the wolf's head, wiped it casually on the grass, and turned to leave. As dusk approached with only 2 more hours to go, I should begin my return journey. Today has been fortuitous. I gathered over 20 herbs and a dozen hanshu fruits, yielding a commendable harvest. Wu Fan murmured to himself as he observed the changing sky. Thus, 5 consecutive days passed, each day marked by early morning ventures into the mountains and evening returns, with bountiful results. On yet another morning, after Wu Fan and Song Fei finished their breakfast, Song Fei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, our recent harvest has been remarkable. Although I haven't collected as many herbs as you, after deducting the shop's 80%, I estimate I can make 5 taels of silver. At this rate, I should be able to earn at least 15 taels upon our return." Wu Fan smiled in response. "Indeed, I never expected the Yinding mountain range to be so rich in herbs. I've heard from other members of our team that they too have had a splendid harvest, claiming it to be the most fruitful expedition in recent years." "Certainly," Song Fei replied. "They have only ventured into smaller mountains, which are frequently harvested, naturally resulting in fewer herbs. The Yinding range, however, remains largely untouched, save for a few skilled foragers brave enough to venture into the outskirts. Had it not been for Gao Qingbin, a near top-tier expert accompanying our team, we would not have dared to come here. Indeed, while the Yinding mountain range is abundant in herbs, it is fraught with peril. I've heard that 5 individuals from other shops have already fallen prey to ferocious beasts. And by the time the escort arrived, it was too late," Wu Fan lamented. "It serves them right. They ignored the warnings about the dangers of the deeper mountains and insisted on harvesting more herbs, despite the risks. Their fate is a consequence of their greed." Song Fei scoffed, rolling his eyes, showing no sympathy for the fallen. Wu Fan equipped himself with a bamboo basket and secured his sword at his waist, stating, "The outskirts cannot possibly yield as many herbs as the depths. Their greed has led them astray. It is said that the heart of the mountains is teeming with herbs, including rare and precious varieties." With that, Wu Fan glanced at Song Fei and began his ascent, calling out, "Let us go. Time to gather herbs." Song Fei chuckled and hurriedly strapped on his basket, following closely behind. Amidst the dense forest, Wu Fan was foraging when he heard distant roars and shouts, accompanied by the crashing of trees. Realizing that someone was in trouble, he dashed towards the sounds, knowing that those in closest proximity were likely members of their herbal shop. Upon arrival, he beheld a towering black bear, its massive frame and formidable strength evident as it swatted trees aside with ease. Just then, he saw a figure scrambling to escape from the bear's vicinity. The individual, in a panic, turned towards him. It was Chun Peng, a 30-something member of their team who shared a good rapport with Wu Fan. "Xiao Fan, run. This bear is incredibly fierce. We stand no chance against it. Even second-tier experts would struggle. Hurry, make for Gao Qingbin," Chun Peng implored, knowing Wu Fan was a prized disciple of Lu Lao and wishing to protect him from harm. As Chun Peng fled, he stumbled over a rock, and Wu Fan's heart sank as he realized Chun Peng's life was in grave danger. In a flash, Wu Fan positioned himself in front of Chun Peng, sword drawn, ready to confront the bear. The bear, perceiving Wu Fan as a mere morsel, charged with a furious roar. Wu Fan, undeterred yet aware of the bear's immense power, executed the Fian step, sidestepping to the bear's right side. He thrust his sword towards the bear's neck. But as the blade penetrated an inch, it met an unyielding resistance akin to iron. The bear howled in pain and swatted the sword away, sending Wu Fan reeling backward. Steadying himself, Wu Fan propelled off the ground like an eagle in flight and unleashed the Qing Feng's sword technique, channeling his profound inner strength into the sword. A soft white glow enveloped the blade, rendering it razor-sharp. With a swift motion, Wu Fan descended upon the bear's head, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. The blade pierced through the bear's skull, causing it to stagger before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chen Peng, witnessing the entire spectacle, stood in awe, his mouth agape as he swallowed hard in disbelief. Wu Fan withdrew his sword and approached Chen Peng, expressing concern. Are you all right, Chen Shu? I'm fine, Chen Peng stammered, still in shock. At that moment, Hu Laoda and others rushed over, with Gao Qingbin, the near top-tier expert, arriving shortly thereafter. Their tardiness was not due to slowness, but rather Wu Fan's swift handling of the bear, which had all transpired in mere moments. Xiao Fan, Chen Peng, are you both unharmed? Hu Laoda asked, regaining his composure. Chen Peng, seeing the crowd, managed to collect himself and stood, brushing off the dirt. We're fine. Thanks to Xiao Fan, my life was spared today. He shot a grateful glance at Wu Fan. The group turned their attention to Wu Fan, who felt a blush rise to his cheeks under their gaze, unsure of what to say. Gao Qingbin broke the silence. I heard the commotion from afar and rushed over. But I didn't expect the battle to conclude so swiftly. That bear is not easily dealt with. Even I would find it challenging to slay it. Its hide is tough, and its flesh is as hard as iron. Unless one possesses immense inner strength, piercing its body is no simple task. After hearing this, the group's gaze shifted back to Wu Fan, who realized he could no longer remain silent. In that critical moment, the bear lunged at Chen Shu. And in a moment of desperation, I channeled all my inner strength into my sword and aimed for its head. I didn't expect it would actually kill it. Wu Fan explained, feigning innocence. He wished to keep his true prowess hidden, fearing being viewed as a monster. Gao Qingbin leaned closer to Wu Fan and whispered, You're quite extraordinary, little one. Lu Lao has taken on a remarkable disciple. With a hearty laugh, he stepped away. All right, since all is well, let us disperse and return to our tasks, Gao Qingbin announced. Hu Laoda added, A few of you, come and help carry this bear down the mountain. He approached Wu Fan and asked, Xiao Fan, are you injured? I'm fine, Hu Shu. I'm unharmed, Wu Fan assured him. Wu Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied. Song Fei approached with a playful grin, exclaiming, Xiao Fan Go, you are truly remarkable. You dispatched such a formidable brown bear with a single stroke. I am in awe of your prowess. Wu Fan playfully punched Song Fei on the chest, chuckling, Do not be swayed by their words. That brown bear was not as fearsome as they claim. Even you could have taken it down just now. Really? Is that true? Song Fei asked, his wide eyes fixed on Wu Fan. Dismissing him with a wave, Wu Fan turned and walked away. As time passed, 5 days slipped by. On this particular day, deep within a valley, Wu Fan reached down to pluck a medicinal herb from the ground, only to glance up at a patterned leopard lying in a pool of blood a mere 2 zhang away. That was a close call. Thankfully, ever since my Hua Funju advanced to the 2nd tier, my eyesight and hearing have both reached new heights. Otherwise, I could have been in real danger. I must remain vigilant. I had grown rather careless, not realizing how swift that leopard was and how silently it approached. Wu Fan murmured to himself. He gazed ahead, deciding to venture deeper, having already gathered all the nearby herbs. Confident in his formidable martial skills, he believed that he would encounter no further mishaps. With a bamboo basket slung over his back, he proceeded forward. In the depths of the forest, 2 young maidens and a sturdy middle-aged man were making their way slowly. One maiden spoke up. Miss, perhaps we should not venture further? Grandfather specifically instructed us to gather herbs only from the periphery. The deeper regions are far too perilous. The other maiden, lively and cheerful, smiled sweetly, radiating warmth like a gentle spring breeze, and replied, What is there to fear? We have walked for so long without encountering danger. Besides, we have a 2nd-tier expert with us. After glancing back at the middle-aged man, she added, Isn't that right? Ershu. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and responded, Kai Dai, Xiao Ru is correct. The depths are too hazardous. Moreover, your purpose here is merely to gain experience. There is no need for you to collect a substantial quantity of herbs. Oh, I don't care. I want to gather herbs here. The outskirts have already been nearly depleted, and I can hardly find a few herbs in a day, Meng Kai Dai pouted. Just as the middle-aged man was about to offer further counsel, a hissing sound erupted nearby. His expression changed dramatically as he turned to face the source of the noise. Suddenly, a massive black-spotted python emerged, measuring 7 or 8 zhang in length and as thick as a barrel. The man was struck with terror. Kai Dai, run, he shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of the 2 maidens. Meng Kai Dai and the maiden named Xiao Ru spotted the enormous snake. Upon hearing the man's urgent call, their faces paled with fright, and they immediately turned to flee. Miss, hurry and escape. Don't look back. I'll aid Shu. Xiao Ru cried. You should run too. Your skills are not as formidable as mine. Shu is a 2nd-tier expert. He should be fine, Meng Kai Dai said. Though even she felt the words were hollow, given the python's immense size. No sooner had she spoken than Meng Kai Dai witnessed a scene that would haunt her forever. The middle-aged man was struck by the python's tail and sent soaring through the air, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Before his body could hit the ground, the python stretched its head forward, opened its maw wide, and swallowed him whole. This horrifying sight paralyzed Meng Kai Dai with fear, rendering her unable to move as tears streamed down her cheeks. Just then, Xiaoru shouted desperately, "Miss, run! Quickly!" But it was too late. The python was already closing in on her, its gaping maw open wide, the stench of blood wafting towards her. Xiaoru intended to leap forward to shield Meng Kai Dai, but time had run out. Aware that her life was slipping away, Meng Kai Dai felt an overwhelming sense of regret for not heeding Air Shu's warnings about venturing into the dangerous depths to gather herbs. Despair filled her eyes as tears flowed freely. At that moment, as the python's maw was but an inch from her, a flash of silver streaked past her vision, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Slowly lowering her gaze, she saw the python's head lying motionless at her feet, severed from its body and still oozing blood. Stunned, she stood there, tears still streaming down her face, until she finally regained her composure. Turning to look ahead, she noticed a young man standing a zhang away, smiling gently at her. He was strikingly handsome, wielding a long sword from which blood dripped. This scene seemed to freeze in time, indelibly etched in her memory. "Miss, are you all right?" the young man inquired. I'm fine, truly. Thank you for saving me," Meng Kai Dai replied, as if awakening from a dream. "Good to hear. You should return quickly. It is too dangerous here. Stick to the periphery for herb gathering," he advised, preparing to leave. "Wait, may I ask your name?" Meng Kai Dai called out, seeing him turn away. "Wu Fan," he replied, not pausing for her response before walking away. Meng Kai Dai stood there, entranced by the slowly disappearing figure, her body frozen in place for a long while. Eventually, Xiaoru could no longer contain herself and urged, "Miss, stop staring. He has already left. We must hurry and leave. It is too dangerous here." "All right, let us go. We must leave at once," she responded, turning back. After walking a short distance, she glanced back once more in the direction where the young man had vanished, softly murmuring his name, Wu Fan. Chapter 13. The Cave. 3 hours later. Wu Fan had gathered a few more medicinal herbs and looked up at the sky, which was thick with dark clouds. "It seems rain is imminent. I must return," he mused quietly. Just then, thunder rumbled ominously, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain pelted his face, making it difficult for him to see. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on a direction and hurriedly made his way forward. As the rain intensified, visibility diminished sharply. After walking for 2 hours, Wu Fan realized he had lost his way. The sky was overcast, obscuring the sun and leaving him unable to determine his bearings. He called out several times, hoping someone might hear him, but received no response. With no other option, he chose a direction and continued on. After another 2 hours of wandering, he stumbled upon a vast gorge, the ground beneath him a sheer cliff. Wu Fan recognized that he had taken a wrong turn since there was no such gorge on his way in. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps, he noticed a medicinal herb growing in a crevice of the cliff below. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a xianxiaaudiobooks, and judging by the number of leaves, it was at least 50 or 60 years old. This discovery thrilled Wu Fan. He had been in the mountains for 11 days and had never encountered such an old and precious herb. The value of this single xianxiaaudiobooks was equivalent to all the silver he had earned from 5 days of herb gathering. Although he was filled with joy, Wu Fan found himself unable to collect the medicinal herb, as it grew on the sheer cliffside beneath the precipice. After some contemplation, he resolved to wait until the rain ceased. 2 hours later, the rain finally began to lessen, only to be replaced by a dense fog that enveloped the area. Even with his keen eyesight, Wu Fan could barely see 5 zhang ahead, illustrating the severity of the mist. Frustrated, he decided not to wait any longer. He aimed to swiftly harvest the herb and find his way back before nightfall. He retrieved a length of rope from his bamboo basket, securing one end to a sturdy tree beside the cliff and letting the other end dangle over the edge. Gradually, he descended, and after scaling approximately 10 zhang, he finally reached the herb's location. With a gleeful hand, he plucked the herb and placed it in his bamboo basket. Just as he prepared to ascend, a sudden bird call caught his attention, and he saw a large shadow hurtling towards him. The fog was so thick that he could not discern its nature until it drew closer. To his dismay, he recognized it as a massive eagle, its gray feathers indicating its formidable size, nearly a zhang in wingspan. Realizing he was in peril, Wu Fan found himself unable to confront the eagle with one hand occupied by the rope. Time was of the essence, as the eagle approached rapidly. He swiftly unsheathed his sword with his left hand and lashed out at the bird. The blade grazed the eagle's wing, leaving a gash from which blood trickled down. In pain, the eagle veered away and took flight. Wu Fan exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself that it had fled more easily than he expected, and he deemed it safe to ascend. He sheathed his sword at his waist and prepared to climb back up, only to be startled by the rush of wind. The eagle had returned. This time, however, it was not targeting him directly, but rather aimed for the rope overhead. With a resounding crack, Wu Fan felt the rope slacken, and he began to plummet downwards. Realizing the eagle was gnawing at the rope, he had no time to ponder his next move and climbed desperately. Alas, it was too late. Another sharp snap echoed as the rope broke, sending him tumbling down the cliffside. During his descent, he attempted to grasp the jutting stones, but each effort was in vain, causing deep lacerations to his hands from the rough edges, blood seeping from the wounds. Looking down, he saw only an impenetrable fog, obscuring the depth below and any potential handholds. A chill of despair gripped Wu Fan. Was this to be his fate, to perish in this abyss? Is it not rather unworthy to lose one's life merely for the sake of collecting a medicinal herb? If he were to meet his demise at the jaws of a fierce beast, it would be somewhat forgivable, for it would attest to his lack of martial prowess and mastery of the arts, driven by reckless arrogance to venture deeper. However, he met his end at the hands of a colossal eagle, ultimately succumbing to a fatal fall. Wu Fan plummeted further, and with a resounding thud, he crashed onto a massive boulder. The pain coursed through his body, as if his bones were about to dislocate, rendering him momentarily incapable of rising. After a while, he attempted to slowly get back on his feet, stretching his limbs. Though discomfort lingered, miraculously, none of his bones were broken, which he considered fortunate. As he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he realized he had not fallen to the base of the cliff, but had instead landed on a protruding rock face. Curiously, he peered down to gauge how far he had fallen, but the thick mist obscured his view. With no alternative, he reclined once more, overwhelmed by the pain from his fall and in need of respite. An hour later, as the agony lessened, he gradually regained his footing and turned to examine the cliff wall behind him. To his astonishment, he discovered a small opening in the rock face, just large enough for a person to slip through. Drawing his sword, he cautiously approached the entrance. Upon entering, Wu Fan found himself in a breathtaking cavern, a natural wonder. He gazed upward, where stalactites adorned the ceiling, reflecting a gentle luminescence that illuminated the cave. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, its vastness became apparent, though its full extent remained unclear to him. After a brief walk, he halted, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape in an almost exaggerated expression. Moments later, the astonishment on his face transformed into sheer ecstasy, so much so that he felt an urge to shout in exhilaration. Wu Fan's eyes remained fixated ahead, convinced he must be dreaming, for before him sprawled a ground carpeted with rare medicinal herbs, some of which appeared to be centuries old. He rushed forward, elated by the sight of the abundant flora, and noted with astonishment that some herbs were entirely unfamiliar to him. Despite years spent studying herbal texts, he could not identify them, a testament to their rarity and value. Chapter 14, The Mysterious Pearl. Faced with the vast expanse of herbs, he found himself at a loss for what to do, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity, which he estimated to cover 3 to 4 acres. How could he possibly transport such an abundance? A bamboo basket would be utterly insufficient. Even if provided with 100 baskets, they would not suffice. Wu Fan murmured softly, his countenance gradually turning a shade of iron gray. The sensation of guarding a treasure, yet being unable to carry it away, was utterly excruciating. Aware that he could not take the precious herbs with him, Wu Fan resigned himself to the situation. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to first locate his way back. Once he reached the cliff summit, he would remember the location, marking the trail, with the intention of returning later with companions to harvest the herbs. With a plan firmly established in his mind, Wu Fan commenced his search for an exit from the cave. As he approached a cluster of small trees, he noticed that each bore a unique type of fruit, varying in color. Although he could not identify these fruits, they emanated an aura of vitality, glowing faintly. Nevertheless, Wu Fan refrained from plucking them, knowing that consuming unfamiliar wild fruits could prove perilous. Continuing onward, Wu Fan halted when he reached a small pond, roughly 2 zhang in size. He knelt down, leaning his head close to the water's surface, and began to drink heartily. After quenching his thirst, he proceeded to cleanse his wounds. Having fallen from the cliff, he had sustained numerous lacerations, particularly a deep gash on his right palm, a result of his futile attempts to grasp onto the rocks during his descent, leaving his hand bloodied and still weeping. Once Wu Fan finished tending to his injuries and prepared to rise, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the pond. Driven by curiosity, he plunged into the water to investigate the source of the light. As he drew closer, he discerned a small, emerald green orb resting at the bottom, about the size of a thumb, radiating a gentle luminescence. Wu Fan reached down and grasped the orb, resurfacing to the ground. Opening his palm, he examined the orb closely. noting that aside from its illumination, it possessed no remarkable features. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, from the moment he held the orb, it began to slowly siphon the blood from his hand. After toying with the orb for a short while, he resumed his quest for the way back. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. The orb suddenly radiated an intense brilliance. Wu Fan, astonished, discovered that the orb had inexplicably penetrated the wound on his palm. Almost immediately, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at his internal organs. Writhing on the ground, he emitted heart-wrenching cries. Time seemed to stretch. It felt like an hour had passed, or perhaps a whole day, before the pain gradually subsided. Struggling, Wu Fan managed to sit up, reflecting on the torment he had just endured, vowing never to experience such agony again. He opened his palm and examined the spot where the orb had entered, only to find the wound had vanished without a trace, not even a scar. He glanced at his other injuries, which had also mysteriously disappeared. However, his body was now coated in a sticky, dark substance that seemed to seep from his skin, causing great discomfort and nausea, accompanied by a foul odor. Wu Fan turned back to the pool of water to cleanse himself. After a considerable time, he emerged with his skin gleaming and crystal clear, a strange expression crossing his face as he mused. Is my skin truly this flawless? Surely, even a maiden's cannot compare. What transpired? What exactly was that orb? Where had it gone, and how had his wounds miraculously healed? Wu Fan pondered to himself, unable to comprehend the mystery. He resolved to abandon his thoughts and continue seeking an escape. Approaching the bamboo basket, he hoisted it onto his back. As he raised his gaze, he realized his vision had expanded, allowing him to see further, while his hearing had sharpened. He promptly sat cross-legged on the ground to assess his cultivation level and discovered that he had finally broken through the bottleneck that had hindered him for so long. He had now cultivated the Hua Fenju to the 3rd tier. Wu Fan beamed with joy, feeling that all his hardships had been worthwhile. He understood that the dark, viscous substance was a result of the Hua Fenju's 3rd tier, which purged impurities from within him. Closing his eyes, Wu Fan recognized that after his promotion to the 3rd tier, he could now perceive his internal meridians with clarity, witnessing the internal energy flowing steadily toward his dantian. He explored every part of his body in search of the peculiar orb, but failed to locate it. Skeptical, he wondered if it resided in his mind. Upon directing his thoughts inward, he was suddenly transported to a white expanse, where he found himself transformed into a luminous sphere of light, devoid of a physical form. Bewildered, he questioned the nature of this place. Was this truly his mind? The occurrences of the day felt exceedingly strange. Unable to decipher the situation, he chose to dismiss it. He guided the luminous sphere forward, and, not far ahead, he finally spotted the emerald orb. He swiftly propelled himself toward it, only to find the orb motionless before him. As he circled around it and moved closer, an unexpected event unfolded. The orb burst forth with a blinding radiance, and Wu Fan realized that his small sphere of light could no longer move. He attempted to escape the orb's grasp, but was rendered immobile, as if ensnared by a spell. Simultaneously, within the confines of the cave, Wu Fan remained seated in meditation. Suddenly, a white light erupted from his body. Initially faint, the light grew increasingly bright over time. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the dazzling brilliance obscured Wu Fan from view. At that moment, the white light vanished, and with it, Wu Fan disappeared, leaving only the emerald orb behind. Gradually, the orb became translucent before fading completely, as if it had concealed itself. Chapter 15. The mysterious space. Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a courtyard, momentarily stunned. Wasn't I in the cave? How did I end up here? Where's this place? Am I dreaming? He murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. On one side of the courtyard stood a massive stone tablet, approximately 3 zhang tall and 1 zhang wide, yet it bore no inscriptions. On the opposite side, there was a small well, merely 3 qi in diameter and 5 qi deep. In the courtyard, there was also a thatched cottage. Wu Fan approached the door and entered, finding himself in a spacious hall, measuring 10 zhang in size and 3 zhang in height. The room was devoid of furniture, with smooth gray-white walls, floor, and ceiling constructed from an unknown mineral. Strangely, there were no windows or lights, yet the interior was brilliantly illuminated. Even more perplexing was the contrast between the seemingly small thatched cottage he had seen from outside and the vastness of this hall, leaving Wu Fan utterly baffled. The hall featured 2 doors on each side and 1 at the front, suggesting the existence of 6 additional rooms. Wu Fan chose to enter the left room, confirming his suspicion. It too was empty, just like the others. He proceeded to check all 4 side rooms, each one identical in its barrenness. With only 2 rooms remaining, he entered one, only to be astounded by the sheer size of the space, which spanned several li in circumference and soared to heights that seemed endless. Retreating, he entered the last room, which finally differed from the others. This room was filled with numerous purple-brown wooden cabinets, reminiscent of those in Wu Fan's apothecary, adorned with countless small drawers. Approaching, he pulled open a drawer, only to find it empty. He inspected each drawer in turn, but all yielded the same result, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He contemplated leaving when he noticed a smaller cabinet tucked away in the corner, featuring fewer drawers than the others. Curious, he attempted to open one of the drawers, but it resisted his efforts. Switching to another drawer yielded the same result. After trying each one in vain, he sighed and exited the room. Back in the courtyard, he stepped outside to behold a small expanse of black earth, approximately 5 mu in size, surrounded by a grayish haze that obscured the view beyond. As he walked to the edge of the land, he touched the gray barrier and found it as solid as a wall. Drawing forth his sword, he struck the barrier, but to no avail, it remained unscathed. He repeated the action several times, each attempt yielding the same result. With no options left, Wu Fan returned to the courtyard and sat beside the well, contemplating how he might escape this enigmatic space. After much deliberation, he still could not devise a plan. WFN was engulfed by despair, pondering whether he was destined to be trapped in this space forever. Why did the events of today seem so peculiar? He took some provisions from the bamboo basket and consumed a modest amount, then leaned beside the well to drink a few sips of water. Shortly after quenching his thirst, he felt a warmth radiating through his body, only to discover a layer of dark impurities emerging from his skin, albeit in a lesser quantity than before. After moving his limbs, he felt an inexplicable lightness and comfort enveloping him. Gazing into the well, WFN speculated that the water contained some mysterious properties, akin to the impurities expelled during his prior breakthrough to the 3rd level. He surmised that the reason for the scant impurities this time was due to the reduced accumulation within his body, causing him to chuckle at the realization that the well was indeed a treasure. With nothing to occupy his time in this desolate space, WFN glanced at the bamboo basket and noted the dwindling supplies, aware that he could not survive for many more days without sustenance. To alleviate his boredom, he began to plant the herbs he had gathered in the soil outside, using water from the well to nourish the land. Once his tasks were completed, he found himself idle once more. As he lay in the courtyard, WFN reflected upon the past years, his aging parents, his beloved younger sister, the joyful visage of his elder brother, the teachings imparted by his master, and the playful banter shared with xianxiafi. Lost in these thoughts, he eventually drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the courtyard appeared unchanged, the earth remained the same, and the surrounding haze persisted. WFN realized he was not dreaming. He was indeed ensnared within this space. However, something was amiss. Observing the herbs he had planted the previous day, he was bewildered to find them flourishing vibrantly, despite their apparent decline when he had planted them. Among them was a herb known as xianxiaaudiobooks, which revealed a golden ring for each year of growth. Initially, there had been 5 golden rings, indicating a 5-year-old herb, yet now, after only a day, it bore 6 golden rings. Puzzled by this anomaly, WFN contemplated the possibility that the land or the well water possessed extraordinary properties that accelerated the growth of the herbs. Excitement surged within him at the thought that if he could return to the cave and re-enter this small space, he could transplant all the herbs from the cave into this fertile ground. Upon returning to Qingshan, he could amass a fortune, continuously cultivating herbs with the potential for rapid growth. Determined not to remain trapped, WFN resolved to devise a means of escape. He resumed searching for an exit within the small space, even revisiting the thatched hut to no avail. Feeling disheartened, he sat down and retraced his steps to understand how he had entered and how he might exit. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled that upon focusing on his consciousness the previous day, he had transformed into a small orb of light. Upon colliding with the verdant bead, he had been immobilized and transported here. He decided to attempt this again. Assuming a meditative position, he closed his eyes. As he transformed into the small orb of light once more, he noticed himself enveloped in a green glow, yet he could still move. With determination, he soared upward, breaking free from the green light, returning to the misty space. Looking down, he saw the green bead lying still, undisturbed. At that moment, outside in the cave, a brilliant white light erupted from the spot where WFN had vanished. Within the light, his silhouette flickered, and then, just as suddenly, the light vanished, leaving WFN seated in meditation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, which soon blossomed into laughter. "Haha, I am back," WFN exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 16. Returned. WFN rose to survey the cave's surroundings and gazed upon the herbs, his face alight with exhilaration. Finally free, he believed he could re-enter the other realm. If his deductions were correct, the verdant bead was an extraordinary treasure, and the space must lie within it. He resolved to gather herbs and venture inside once more to confirm his theory. Without hesitation, he began his work. He retrieved a shovel from the bamboo basket and commenced harvesting the herbs. Soon, the basket was filled, and he ventured far from the spot where he had entered the space, eager to test if the realm would follow him. Closing his eyes, he delved into his mind again. Transforming into the orb of light, he flew towards the verdant bead, colliding with it once more. The familiar scene unfolded, and he found himself immobilized, witnessing the bead emanate a radiant glow. Simultaneously, in the cave, WFN's body began to emit light, growing brighter by the moment. After a quarter of an hour, the brilliance suddenly vanished, along with WFN, leaving only the verdant bead, which too gradually faded from view. Upon reopening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and erupted into ecstatic laughter, realizing he had indeed returned to the small space. Thus, WFN embarked on a cycle of harvesting and planting, frequently transitioning between the two realms, bustling with enthusiasm. 5 days later, he had nearly depleted his provisions, yet had only transplanted a little over half of the herbs. With no other options, WFN approached several saplings, plucking a green fruit to satisfy his hunger. After a while, he found himself unharmed and decided to rest within the thatched hut of the space. When thirsty, he drank from the well. When hungry, he consumed a few fruits. However, he discovered two significant facts. First, each time he entered the space, it took approximately 15 minutes, yet exiting was almost instantaneous. Second, the well water was responsible for the rapid growth of the herbs, possessing the ability to accelerate their maturation. A mere watering of the herbs would result in a year's worth of growth after a day. Yet, the well water was limited, and after using a substantial amount in the first 2 days, he grew cautious. He had observed that the well water replenished slowly over time, nearly imperceptibly. The well's base was riddled with tiny holes, through which the water steadily flowed. After calculations, WFN concluded that to ensure a continuous supply of matured herbs, he could only accelerate the growth of around 10 herbs daily, suggesting he would need to choose the most precious varieties for cultivation. 8 days later, WFN completed the transplantation of all the herbs, leaving only 5 fruit trees. After some contemplation, he used the shovel to excavate the soil around the roots of the small trees, grasped them, and re-entered the space. He planted the fruit trees near the courtyard and, upon finishing the transplantation, began to contemplate his return. It had been nearly 10 days since WFN entered the cave, and the herb-gathering team should have returned to Qingshan about 5 or 6 days ago. Uncertain if Xiao Fei and Hu Shu are still searching for me, Wu Fan mused quietly. They must believe that I have met with misfortune. I wonder if Xiao Fei would weep for me. Exiting the cave, Wu Fan returned to the massive rock where he had fallen. With the fog now dissipated, he could finally discern his surroundings. Before him lay the vast canyon, and peering down, he estimated a height of around 50 zhang to reach the valley floor. Although he possessed lightness of foot, leaping directly down without a place to brace himself would surely lead to his demise. Observing the sheer cliffs on either side, he noticed a tree growing about 10 zhang below the right cliff, with vines hanging down approximately 20 zhang. After calculating the distance, Wu Fan felt confident that he could reach the valley floor. Since his breakthrough to the 3rd tier of the Huofenju, his strength had significantly increased. He surmised that he could now contend with top-tier masters, though the outcome of such a battle remained uncertain. Channeling his inner energy, he executed the Fei Yin Bu, springing onto the small tree, then sliding down the vines. When he was about 20 zhang from the ground, and the vines ended, he leaped recklessly into the air, using the cliff wall for one last push before finally landing safely. Dusting himself off, he set his sights in the right direction and departed. Hu Shu, do you think Xiao Fan has encountered an accident? He has been missing for 4 days. The medicinal herb gathering team is set to return tomorrow, and we have searched nearly the entire perimeter of the mountains without finding him. Song Fei asked Hu Dekui, his eyes red-rimmed. Who knows? Xiao Fan is quite skilled. He should be fine. Try not to worry, Xiao Fei. Let us take a break and continue searching, Hu Dekui replied, somewhat self-deceptively. At that moment, Su Kuan, Chen Peng, and their group approached. Su Kuan spoke. Hu Laoda, we have thoroughly searched that canyon over there, yet still no sign of Xiao Fan. With reddened eyes, Chen Peng shouted, we must keep searching, whether it takes a month or a year. I, Chen Peng, demand to see Xiao Fan alive or his remains. A short middle-aged man beside him interjected, Chen Laodi, calm down. I know you care for Xiao Fan. He saved you a few days ago. We all grew up with him and are equally concerned. However, we have scoured all the obvious places. If we want to search further, we must venture deeper. But that area is perilously dangerous. I don't care. Even if it's in the depths of the mountains, I must go find him. If you want to leave, You can, but I will go alone. I would rather die than do nothing, Chen Peng roared. Enough. Let us not argue. Fan Laodi is right. The depths are too perilous. We should consider other alternatives rather than recklessly heading to our deaths, Hu Laoda admonished, casting a stern glance at the two. Su Kuan added, the people from Gao Qingbin's escort agency are also helping in the search, but they don't seem to be trying very hard. In contrast, the people from Bai Yao Zhai are quite dedicated, especially that girl named Kai Dai. I have seen her nearly in tears as Xiao Fan saved her. All right, everyone disperse. And let us keep searching. If we cannot find him, how will we explain this to Lu Lao? Hu Laoda sighed. Just then, a few figures approached from the distance. All members of the Hui Chun Tang. One shouted, we found him. Xiao Fan is found. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned in unison to see 5 individuals approaching. One of whom appeared to be around 16 or 17, with fair skin and handsome features. Indeed, it was Wu Fan. Time rewound briefly. Since leaving the cave, Wu Fan had spent half a day navigating the canyon floor before he found a way up. Without the hindrance of heavy rain or fog, he managed to discern the general direction back. After 3 hours, he finally returned to the outer area. As he hurriedly made his way back, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from a distance. Recognizing the voice, he knew it belonged to someone from Hui Chun Tang. Wu Fan immediately ran toward the sound, shouting, I'm here. I'm here. Before long, 4 figures appeared, and upon spotting Wu Fan, they burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, haha, it's really Xiao Fan. He.S. safe. That's wonderful. As they drew closer, Wu Fan shyly inquired, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, what brings you here? His cheeks flushed as he realized his question was somewhat redundant. He simply didn't know what else to say. You little rascal, we came to find you. You've been missing for 4 days. Do you know how worried everyone has been? And you know the herb gathering team is returning tomorrow. Yet you only decide to come back now? A burly man scolded. Wu Fan was taken aback, bewildered that he had been missing for 4 days. Hadn't he been gone nearly 10? He quickly reasoned that the time flow in the mysterious space must differ from the outside world. As he calculated the time spent gathering herbs in the cave, planting in the space, and sleeping in the thatched hut, he concluded that what felt like 10 days in the mysterious realm equated to merely 1 day passing outside. Wu Fan was astonished. How extraordinary. Did this mean that if he planted herb seeds in that space, he could harvest a decade's worth of herbs after just a year in the outside world? Coupling that with the well water, acquiring high-aged herbs would be exceedingly simple. His heart raced with excitement. At this moment, another burly man remarked, Old Li, stop scolding Xiao Fan. He.S. back now, and look how quiet he.S. become from your reprimands. Wu Fan snapped back to reality and quickly said, Uncle Li, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Hearing this, the man named Uncle Li's expression softened. He replied, all right, let us hurry back. Everyone has been searching for you. You mustn't wander off again. With that, he turned and walked away. Thus, Wu Fan and the 5 others made their way back, leading to the earlier scene. Hu Laoda, Song Fei, Su Kuan, Chen Peng, and a dozen others rushed to greet the 5. Xiao Fan, where have you been? Do you know how anxious I've been these past few days? Song Fei exclaimed as he dashed over and embraced Wu Fan. Indeed. Where have you been? What happened to you? Yes, Xiao Fan, what were you doing? Why did it take so long for you to return? Xiao Fan, you've caused quite a stir. Everyone was so worried. Wu Fan felt a surge of emotion at their concerned voices, yet a bitter smile crept onto his face. All right, everyone, quiet down and let Xiao Fan speak, Hu Laodao interjected. Finally, Wu Fan had the chance to explain, addressing the group. That day, due to heavy rain, I lost my way and fell into a canyon. It was only today that I managed to return. Chen Peng approached, grasping Wu Fan's arm. It's good that you're back. I can finally breathe easy. Well, since Xiao Fan has returned, let us descend the mountain. We'll head back to the city tomorrow, Hu Laodao declared, turning to leave. Everyone followed suit, making their way down the mountain. That night, as Wu Fan lay in a cart at the foot of the mountain, reflecting on his recent experiences, it felt like a dream. Despite the hardships endured, it was all worthwhile, for he had gained access to a miraculous space. In addition to reaping a plethora of rare medicinal herbs, Wu Fan ultimately advanced the Hua Finju to its 3rd level. Reflecting on this achievement, a smile crept onto his lips. Since Wu Fan rejoined the caravan, the members of Hui Chun Tang had approached him one by one, inundating him with inquiries. After sending them away, Gao Qingbin arrived, gathered the necessary information, and then departed. A young girl named Meng Kaidai also visited, her face flushed as she asked about the situation before hastily leaving. On the following morning, the caravan made its way toward Qingshan city. During this expedition, a total of 7 lives were lost. Fortunately, Hui Chun Tang suffered no casualties. By evening, the caravan entered Qingshan city. After submitting the harvested medicinal herbs, everyone returned to their lodgings, and they were granted a month of respite. Wu Fan, feigning nonchalance, exchanged some ordinary herbs for 15 taels of silver. After a brief conversation with his master, he returned to his room, lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling. He pondered how to utilize this month of leisure. Aside from cultivating, he needed to sell some herbs from his spatial realm to acquire enough silver to purchase a house in the city, allowing him to bring his parents and sister from Wu family village. It had been many years since he last saw his parents, and he wondered how they were faring. Throughout this month, Wu Fan ventured out multiple times to sell herbs to various pharmacies, opting to do so to avoid suspicion. He sold only ordinary herbs from his spatial realm, amassing a total of 500 taels of silver, which was sufficient to buy a decent residence in the city. Subsequently, he approached his elder brother, conveying his intentions and handing over the 500 taels for Wu Hao to assist in purchasing a manor. Wu Hao, momentarily taken aback by the sum before him, ultimately accepted it, assuring his brother that he would handle the matter diligently. Wu Fan dedicated his days to cultivation, albeit within the confines of his spatial realm, where time flowed tenfold faster than in the outside world. Thus, his training was rendered more efficient. After a month, Wu Fan accompanied the herb-picking team back into the mountains. Despite his newfound wealth, he was duty-bound to fulfill the pharmacy's tasks, and the perilous beasts of the mountains provided him with ample opportunity to hone his combat skills. Time passed swiftly. Aside from gathering herbs, Wu Fan immersed himself in cultivation, and before long, a year had elapsed. One morning, as Wu Fan was deep in thought, his companion Song Fei rushed over, exclaiming that the girl Kai Dai had come looking for him. Wu Fan stepped outside and replied, "Song Fei, please convey to Kai Dai that I am preoccupied and unable to come out." Song Fei sighed, "I cannot comprehend your stubbornness. Kai Dai is quite beautiful. Why do you consistently keep her at arm's length?" Wu Fan shot him a glare and retorted, "Do you wish to be on the receiving end of my fist?" All right, I shall go," Song Fei replied hurriedly before darting away. Chapter 18, Returning to the Village. Upon returning to his room, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed and resumed his cultivation. Throughout the year, aside from gathering herbs, Wu Fan had been diligently training. However, he only ventured into the spatial realm for cultivation at night, emerging by dawn. Although this arrangement consumed time, he feared that others might discover his secret. In the realm, a night equated to 4 or 5 days passing outside, and despite the apparent inefficiency, he still managed a significant amount of cultivation time. Yet, since the Huofanju had reached its 3rd level, his progress had noticeably slowed. After a year, he had barely reached the 4th level. Nevertheless, Wu Fan was confident that even the most formidable experts would find themselves outmatched by him. Throughout the year, Meng Kaidai frequently sought him out. Wu Fan, no longer a child, was well aware of her affections but had no intentions of reciprocating, as his focus remained solely on his cultivation. Initially, he would meet with her, but as time wore on, he began to avoid her completely. 6 months prior, Wu Hao had visited him, sharing that he had finally secured a promising residence. The brothers inspected the property together, finding it satisfactory enough to make the purchase for over 400 taels of silver. Wu Fan felt it necessary to renovate, providing Wu Hao with an additional 200 taels for the endeavor. Just yesterday, Wu Hao returned to inform him that the renovations were nearly complete and that they planned to fetch their parents the following day. Wu Fan readily agreed. The next morning, Wu Fan and Wu Hao set out in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving Qingshan city behind. "Elder brother, it has been 10 years since I last returned. I wonder how our parents are faring," Wu Fan remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "I visited 2 years ago. They are well, though they have aged considerably. Our sister has grown into a young lady and has been inquiring about you," Wu Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan laughed heartily, knowing well how close he had been to his sister. A decade had passed, and he felt a deep longing for her. 10 days later, in Wu family village, the home of Wu Fan had changed. The middle-aged woman who had once been vibrant had aged significantly. Her once lustrous black hair was now a mix of gray and black. Her attire had become considerably more elegant, and she was currently preparing a sumptuous meal, an unusual feast, made possible by the silver Wu Hao brought back on his visits. The family's living conditions had improved remarkably, their clothing now far superior to that of other villagers. No longer tattered and mended. Beside her stood a girl of about 14 or 15, bouncing with energy. She was chatty, sharing her excitement with the woman, who was her mother. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a flowing white dress, her lively demeanor reminiscent of a playful sprite. Her delicate features were enhanced by long lashes that fluttered like tiny brushes, and her large, luminous eyes sparkled like black jewels. Her petite mouth, with a hint of childlike innocence, curled into a smile that seemed to tug at the heartstrings. "Mother, elder brother sent word that he and second brother will return today. I am overjoyed. It has been 10 years since I last saw second brother. I can hardly remember what he looks like," the girl exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Yes, yes. I know. You have mentioned it countless times already. Enough with the chatter. The woman shot her a weary glance. After sticking out her tongue, the girl exited the house. Outside in the courtyard, an elderly man was chopping wood. This man was none other than Wu Fan's father. He had lost the robust physique of his youth. His once straight posture now slightly curved with age. Dressed in a black long robe, his hair was also a mix of gray and black, yet it was neatly groomed. Despite his labor, a smile remained etched on his face, for he knew that his two sons were returning today, filling him with joy beyond measure. Father, stop chopping wood and hurry outside to see if elder brother and second brother have returned. The girl urged for the third time within the hour. All right, I shall go. The father relented, setting down his axe and making his way outside. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of two figures. Father, mother, little sister, we are back. Wu Fan exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, revealing the intensity of his excitement. Hearing his voice, Wu Fan's father slowly turned around. While the girl fell silent, her eyes fixed on her two brothers. Their mother emerged from the house, and upon seeing her sons, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. Wu Fan gazed at the familiar courtyard and then at his significantly aged parents before finally resting his eyes on his sister, his own eyes gradually moistening. Just returning is enough. My son has grown so much and has become quite handsome, their mother said, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed toward Wu Fan, enveloping him in an embrace and weeping openly. Wu father said nothing, merely walked over and patted Wu Fan's shoulder. However, in the fleeting moment as Wu father turned, Wu Fan distinctly noticed two streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. At that moment, Wu Fan could no longer contain his longing for his parents. Tears welled up in his eyes and cascaded down his face. Thus, after a prolonged embrace, mother and son finally parted. Xiaoyu, haven't you been clamoring to see your second brother? Why haven't you come over? Wu father turned to address the girl. Wu Fan, with reddened eyes, smiled at his younger sister in front of him, extending his hand which held a small box, saying, Your second brother has brought you a gift. Are you really my second brother? You don't look like him at all anymore. Your skin is so fair now. The girl approached shyly. Wu Fan burst into hearty laughter, shoving the wooden box into his sister's arms, exclaiming, Of course I am your second brother. The girl opened the box to reveal a butterfly hairpin, and her face lit up with joy. Stepping closer, she wrapped her arms around Wu Fan's, her big eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, saying, Thank you, second brother. At that moment, Wu Hao also approached, offering a wooden box to his sister while laughing heartily. And here is another gift from me. The girl laughed, and the parents joined in the laughter, culminating in a harmonious family moment filled with joy. Half a month later, the family arrived at Qingshan. The younger sister observed everything in the city with the same expression Wu Fan had when he first visited. As their gaze fell upon their family residence, smiles adorned their faces and did not wane. Wu Fan presented his parents with 500 taels of silver, ensuring all matters were arranged before he prepared to venture into the mountains again. Chapter 19, The Medicine Gang. 2 months later, 500 miles from Qingshan, there lay a grand city named Fanyangcheng. This city was larger and more prosperous than Qingshan. 20 miles outside the city, there stood an enormous estate, majestic and imposing. Rows of pavilions and towers soared within the estate, and in a magnificent hall adorned in gold and jade, an elderly man with white hair sat regally on the main seat. His square face and bushy white beard exuded the aura of one accustomed to authority. Below him stood a middle-aged scholar, currently bowing as he reported to the elder. Chief, the Tianlang gang is about to attack. We must prepare early. They have allied with over 10 smaller gangs, indicating their intent to eliminate our medicine gang, the scholar stated with a bow. This is outrageous. They are truly overstepping their bounds. It was the Tianlang gang that encroached upon our territory. I did not seek retribution, yet they now wish to annihilate us. Do they truly believe I, Yang Wentian, am made of clay? The elder exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. The Tianlang gang wouldn't go this far over a mere border dispute. Their large-scale mobilization suggests they have grander ambitions, the scholar added thoughtfully. Mr. Shen raises a valid point. You are the strategist of our medicine gang. What do you believe the Tianlang gang seeks? The elder inquired, pondering deeply. I am uncertain. I previously dispatched someone to investigate, but found no suspicious activity. All I know is that the leader of the Tianlang gang, Lang Dapio, has been closely allied with the leader of the Hui Yun gang, Fan Qingdong. In recent years, the scholar replied after contemplation. What did you say? Lang Dapio is closely allied with Fan Qingdong. This complicates matters. If the Tianlang gang was merely colluding with those smaller gangs, I would not fear them. However, the Hui Yun gang is also a first-rate gang. Both Fan Qingdong and Lang Dapio are exceptional masters. What shall we do? The elder lamented. At this juncture, we can only proceed cautiously. Seeking assistance from other gangs may already be too late, and at this time, others would not wish to tread in these murky waters. The middle-aged scholar said, his brow furrowed. Given the current situation, we can only proceed as we are. Mr. Shun, go relay my message to the nearby cities and all affiliated forces of the medicine gang. Those who are third-rate masters or above must swiftly come to our aid. The elder commanded, rising suddenly. Yes, I shall take care of that immediately, the scholar replied, bowing before departing. 7 days later, in Qingshan, at the Hui Chuntang pharmacy, Wu Fan was in the midst of his training when he heard Song Fei calling from outside. Xiao Fan, go, come out quickly. Master wants us to go over. Understood, I'll be right out, Wu Fan responded reluctantly, concluding his training, curious about the matter at hand. As it was not the time for mountain excursions, and Master typically would not summon him. Inside the hall, Lu Lao sat at the main seat, with Wu Fan and Song Fei standing beside him. The reason I called you here is due to an urgent matter. You must return to your residence and prepare. We are embarking on a long journey to Fanyangcheng. The specifics are pressing, and I will explain on the way. Now, go back and, once you finish packing, meet at the main gate, Lu Lao said hurriedly before turning to leave. Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances filled with confusion, pondering what could have caused Master to be in such a hurry, and quickly responded, understood, as they rushed outside. An hour later, over 50 people gathered at the main gate, including Hu Laoda, Su Kuan, Shen Peng, and others. Lu Lao shouted, let us go? Over 50 individuals mounted their horses in unison, setting off towards the city with great fervor. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the medicine gang in Fanyangcheng, over 30 individuals stood in the hall. Chief Yang Wentian occupied the main seat, observing the arguing members below with a furrowed brow, commanding, enough, cease the quarrels. Instantly, everyone fell silent, their attention directed towards the chief, and the hall was enveloped in silence. Mr. Shun, please speak. Yang Wentian turned to the middle-aged scholar. Chief, the medicine gang is currently surrounded by the Tianlang gang and over 10 allied gangs, with approximately 1,200 of their members against our 700 gathered here. The situation is dire. I implore you to make a decision, Mr. Shun reported, cupping his fists. Has the Huiyun gang sent anyone? Yang Wentian inquired, scrutinizing Mr. Shun. None have been spotted from the Huiyun gang, Mr. Shun replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Wentian felt a sense of relief wash over him, his expression lightening. As long as the Huiyun gang does not intervene, given our numbers, geographical advantages, and traps, we should be able to withstand for some time. We can only delay and wait for reinforcements, Yang Wentian sighed. It seems we have no choice, Mr. Shin stated, standing in silence. Yang Wentian cast a glance over the 30 individuals present, saying, you all should lead your subordinates to stand by. When the enemy attacks, I will personally confront the leader of the Tianlang gang. You must hold your positions and prevent the enemy from breaching our defenses. The 30 individuals simultaneously clasped their fists in agreement. An hour later, at the foot of the medicine gang headquarters, a throng of figures clad in various colored garments and wielding weapons gathered, glaring menacingly at the estate. Meanwhile, several hundred individuals stood at the estate's entrance, also armed, glaring fiercely at the crowd below. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing several figures, one of whom was Yang Wentian himself. He looked down at the crowd and shouted, Lang Dapio, what brings you here today? Haha, old Yang, you finally emerged. I have no ulterior motives. I simply have my eyes set on your territory. Might you be willing to part with it? Came the booming laughter from below, belonging to none other than Lang Dapio, the leader of the Tianlang gang. Which part of the border are you interested in? We could sit down and discuss it calmly, rather than making such a grand show, Yang Wentian inquired, his brow furrowing. Before them, the crowd parted, revealing a robust and exceptionally imposing middle-aged man. He possessed slanted eyes and a face adorned with a thick beard, marred by a 3-inch-long scar. Clutching a large blade, he raised his gaze towards Yang Wentian. Chapter 20, The Clash. The man known as Lang Dapio smirked and said, Old Yang, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? What I desire is, of course, your entire territory. You must be dreaming if you think I fear your threats. Who has given you the audacity to believe that you and your men can extinguish my Yao Bang? Our clan has thrived for centuries and cannot be so easily obliterated by you. Moreover, do you not fear that we might both suffer and leave the spoils to others? I advise you to withdraw promptly. Yang Wentian's face turned ashen with fury as he retorted, Old Yang, you need not attempt to intimidate me. I am no child easily frightened. If you fear mutual destruction, then take your men and depart from Qingzhou. I will then retreat my forces. How does that sound? Old Yang. Lang Dapio laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed, as if he had already secured victory over Yang Wentian, leaving one to ponder what cards he might still hold. This is absurd. You are exceedingly arrogant. Enough talk. Let us fight, Yang Wentian declared as he dramatically turned away. At that moment, a small leader emerged from the ranks of Yao Bang, bellowing with an imposing presence. Archers, prepare. With a swift motion, 50 to 60 archers stepped forward, their arrows aimed at the enemies below. Lang Dapio, observing the situation, grimaced and commanded, "Those who refuse to heed my call shall face dire consequences. Charge forth." As his words fell, the crowd surged upward with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the Yao Bang leader shouted, "Release the arrows." The archers swiftly loosed their arrows, and soon cries of anguish echoed as the ranks of Tianlang Bang suffered heavy casualties, forcing them to retreat momentarily. Seeing the devastation wrought by the arrows, Lang Dapio's expression soured as he barked orders to his men. "You there, send the Haishbang warriors forward with shields. Should they hesitate, show no mercy." "Yes, commander," the subordinate replied before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, over 100 shield bearers charged upward, though they too faced severe losses. Just then, the ground beneath the foremost 30 men shifted ominously, giving way to a deep pit filled with sharp steel spikes, leading to their gruesome demise. Lang Dapio, his demeanor fierce, commanded, "Send up 200 more." Thus, after Tianlang Bang suffered nearly 300 losses, they finally reached the summit, where both sides clashed with a cacophony of steel and cries, as vibrant lives were extinguished, leaving behind lifeless bodies. Meanwhile, not far from the mountain base, a group of over 50 approached, their eyes fixed on the battle above, unsure of their next move. These were Wu Fan and his companions, who had journeyed for days to arrive. Though they had hastened their pace, they were too late. Joining forces with Yao Bang was no longer feasible. Charging in now would lead to being surrounded by enemies. All eyes turned to the elder Lu, awaiting his command. "I know there is a grove on the back mountain. We can circumvent and find an opportunity to strike," Lu proposed thoughtfully. He then led the way towards the rear mountain, with the others following closely. Half an hour later, at the back of the mountain, over 20 Tianlang Bang guards stood watch. A small, wiry man with a sharp face addressed his comrades. "There's no need to be so tense. The leader stationed us here to prevent any support for Yao Bang. But consider this. Yao Bang is trapped and will soon be eradicated. Who would dare come to their aid? It's wiser to be cautious. Remember, the subordinate forces of Yao Bang have yet to arrive," another countered. Just then, a flash of sword light descended, and the wiry man, eyes wide with shock, felt himself lifted before plummeting to the ground. He recognized the figure before him, though it took a moment to register. The realization struck him as he saw his own headless body before him, blood gushing from the severed neck. Overcome with fatigue, he succumbed to darkness. Lu glanced at the head he had severed and kicked it aside, shouting, "Kill them." In an instant, over 50 warriors burst from the trees, surrounding the Tianlang Bang guards. Terrified, the guards trembled, and one cried out, "We are doomed regardless. Brothers, charge." With that, he led the way into the fray. Moments later, Wu Fan surveyed the scene of the 20 corpses before him, his stomach churning. It was his first experience with killing, and though he had slain 2, fear lingered within him. Lu approached, placing a reassuring hand on Wu Fan's shoulder. "Do not fear. The first time is always the hardest. You will grow accustomed to it." "I am fine, master. What shall we do next? Should we charge in?" Wu Fan inquired, swallowing hard. "We will assess the situation. We must carve a path forward," Lu replied. Simultaneously, the battle at the front of the mountain reached a fever pitch, with both sides blinded by fury, bodies falling into the pools of blood. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Yang Wentian, do you dare to face me in combat?" Yang Wentian looked ahead to see Lang Dapio methodically cutting down opponents as he advanced towards him. Infuriated, Yang Wentian shouted back, "What is there to fear?" and charged forward. The two men colliding in a fierce struggle. Both were exceptional masters, and no one dared approach their battlefield. Lang Dapio unleashed his inner strength, swinging his blade towards Yang Wentian, who raised his sword to parry the blow. The clash resounded, and they momentarily separated. Yang Wentian then leapt high, aiming for Lang Dapio's head, but the latter rolled away to evade before lunging back at Yang Wentian. Thus, they exchanged blows, locked in a fierce duel with no clear victor. Chapter 21, A Crisis Averted. Wu Fan and his group finally reached the Yao Bang ranks after dispatching 3 waves of enemies, joining the fray. Having adapted somewhat to the violence, Wu Fan charged through the ranks, finding few who could withstand his might. He remained close to the members of Huichun Tang, ever ready to assist, while keeping a watchful eye on Song Fei's battle, fearing for his safety. As time passed, the Tianlang Bang warriors began to retreat wherever Wu Fan appeared, despite him only employing a fraction of his true strength. As Wu Fan and his companions approached Yang Wentian, it was only upon witnessing the fierce clash between Yang Wentian and Lang Dapio that he grasped the formidable prowess of top-tier experts. Within a 10-zhang radius, no one dared to approach as the two combatants, both possessing profound internal energy, engaged in a battle that stirred up flying sand and stones. With mere sword chi capable of cleaving deep craters into the ground. Observing the fierce duel, Wu Fan began to comprehend his own capabilities. Estimating that he could defeat Lang Dapio in 3 moves, thereby recognizing the terrifying might of the 4th layer of Hua Finju. At this juncture, both sides had suffered heavy casualties, and the battle between Yang Wentian and his opponent was nearing its conclusion, with Lang Dapio gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, Lang Dapio bellowed, "Fan Xingdong, if you do not intervene now, when will you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wentian's expression darkened considerably. Fan Xingdong was yet another top-tier master. He could manage against Lang Dapio alone, but facing a second expert would spell disaster for him. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. "Ha! Wolf brother. Why the haste? I've been watching all along." A figure emerged from the crowd and landed before the 2 fighters, a man around 60 years old. Sporting small eyes and clad in a black robe, smiling as he regarded Yang Wentian and Lang Dapio. This man was none other than Fan Xingdong, the leader of the Hui Yun gang. "Fan Xingdong, I did not expect you to truly come. I bear no grudge against you. What is your intention?" Yang Wentian glared at him, demanding an explanation. "What intention? Ha ha ha. I am, of course, interested in your territory. I could not resist the offer Lang Dapio made. My apologies." "Yang Leoj," Fan Xingdong replied with a hearty laugh. Yang Wentian, with a grim countenance, retorted, "Whatever he offered, I can match. You should retreat now." "Yang Leoj, it is too late. The arrow is already on the bowstring. I cannot withdraw. Even if I did, would you grant me half of your territory?" Fan Xingdong countered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Enough with the chatter. Kill him," Lang Dapio impatiently commanded. Without hesitation, Lang Dapio charged at Yang Wentian, who met him in combat, and soon, Fan Xingdong joined the fray. Outnumbered, Yang Wentian felt the pressure mounting as he struggled against them. He realized his imminent demise would also signify the end of the Yao gang, erasing centuries of legacy. As this thought crossed his mind, tears welled in his eyes, feeling he had let down his ancestors and all the brothers of the Yao gang. At that moment of distraction, Fan Xingdong seized the opportunity and thrust his sword towards Yang Wentian's head. Yang Wentian swiftly raised his hand to block, but Lang Dapio aimed for his heart. Yang Wentian understood he could not evade this strike, and an evil smile spread across Lang Dapio's lips. Suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous impact that deflected both the sword and the knife aimed at Yang Wentian. He felt as though he had 1 foot in the grave and yet was pulled back into life. He realized he had been saved, but did not know by whom. Even a master like himself could not fend off both attacks simultaneously, let alone from 2 top-tier experts. Yet, the one who saved him had accomplished this feat. Looking up, Yang Wentian saw a young boy beside him, clad in a blue long robe with the words Hui Chun Tang embroidered on the cuffs. Lang Dapio and Fan Xingdong, their faces pale, turned their gazes towards Wu Fan. "Who are you?" Lang Dapio inquired. "I am, of course, a member of the Yao gang," Wu Fan replied, brandishing his sword. "Little brat, do you wish to die?" Fan Xingdong hissed through gritted teeth. "Of course, I do not wish to die. Hence, you should be the ones to perish," Wu Fan declared, charging at the 2 adversaries. All around, combat came to a halt as onlookers turned their attention to this unexpected turn of events. Everyone had assumed the Yao gang would soon be eradicated from the martial world. Yet no one anticipated the emergence of such a formidable youth at this critical moment. In the distance, over 50 members of Hui Chun Tang, including Lu Lao, Song Fei, Hu Lao Da, Su Kuan, and Chen Prong, stood in stunned silence. Wu Fan's sword suddenly unleashed a beam of light directed at Fan Xingdong, while he himself confronted Lang Dapio, boldly taking on 2 opponents. Fan Xingdong hastily raised his sword to block, but the sword light struck his long sword with such force that his face flushed red, and he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground after soaring several zhong, spewing blood upon impact. Lang Dapio, witnessing this, was instantly filled with dread. There was no time to ponder as Wu Fan's sword hurtled towards him. Summoning all his strength, Lang Dapio swung his weapon at the incoming sword. The clash produced a thunderous sound, and Lang Dapio, too, followed in Fan Xingdong's footsteps, blood spraying forth as he fell. Silence enveloped the crowd as they stood in disbelief. 2 top-tier masters had been wounded by a mere youth, a sight that was utterly unfathomable. Wu Fan wasted no time, pursuing Lang Dapio and piercing through his heart with a single strike. Thus, a top-tier master, the leader of the Tianlang gang, Lang Dapio, met his demise. Turning back to Fan Xingdong, who was struggling to rise, Wu Fan raised his sword, pointing it at him. "Young hero, spare me. I was misled by Lang Dapio. I realize my mistakes now. I beg for your mercy," Fan Xingdong implored, kneeling before Wu Fan. Wu Fan glanced at Yang Wentian and said, "Boss, The decision is yours. Seize Fan Qingdong and take him away. Yang Wentian snapped back to reality, issuing commands promptly. Half a day's time passed, and the enemies of the Tianlang gang either lay dead or fled. Thus, the crisis facing the Yao gang was finally averted. In the headquarters of the Yao gang, within a grand hall, 3 individuals were seated. Lu Laodi, it has been 5 years since you returned to Qingshan City. Hui Chun Tang has flourished under your stewardship. You have worked hard, Yang Wentian remarked with a smile directed at Lu Lao. It is my duty. You flatter me, boss, Lu Lao responded hastily. Ha ha ha, Lu Laodi. You have indeed trained a remarkable disciple. Had it not been for Xiao Fan, our Yao gang would have been erased from the martial realm. You deserve great credit for this, Yang Wentian laughed heartily. Before Lu Lao could respond, Yang Wentian turned to Wu Fan, saying, Xiao Fan, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Speak your desires. As long as it is within my power, I shall not deny you. You overstate it, boss. I am but a member of the Yao gang. Contributing to our cause is only natural, Wu Fan replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Good child, Yang Wentian's smile broadened. Yang Wentian then looked at Lu Lao, stating, Lu Laodi, after so many years stationed in Qingshan City, you are getting older and should not overexert yourself. I suggest you return to the headquarters to enjoy your retirement. I can send someone to take your place in Qingshan City. What do you think? Lu Lao was taken aback by this proposition, quickly realizing that the boss wished to reward him and Wu Fan for their contributions by keeping them at headquarters. He understood that if he agreed, he would no longer have to labor and could live comfortably in retirement. However, he was reluctant to leave Qingshan City. Having spent so many years there, it was impossible to say he had no attachment. Thus, Lu Lao replied, Thank you for your kindness, boss. But I am still in good health and can contribute to the gang. Furthermore, I am truly reluctant to leave Hui Chun Tang. I have invested so much effort there. I would prefer to remain in Qingshan City for my retirement. Since you, Lu Laodi, have made your decision, I shall refrain from persuading you further. However, it seems I shall be relying on you more in the future, Yang Wentian sighed as he spoke. He then turned to Wu Fan and inquired, And you, Xiao Fan, do you wish to join the headquarters? I shall devote myself to nurturing your talents and may even pass my position on to you. What do you think? Wu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the leader would utter such words. However, he held no interest in the position of the leader of the Yao Bang, nor did he wish to part from his family. Thus, he replied, Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to remain with my family. I only wish to live in Qingshan City. Very well, it is your choice. However, Xiao Fan, could you enlighten me as to how, at such a young age, your internal strength is so formidable? What kind of martial arts have you practiced? Yang Wentian asked hesitantly. In response to the leader, I have practiced the Huofanju from the Sanjing Pavilion, Wu Fan promptly replied. Huofanju? Yang Wentian was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically, and he turned to Lu Laodi. Lu Laodi, please step outside for a moment. I have something I wish to discuss privately with Xiao Fan. I shall step out to catch up with old friends. You two continue your conversation, Lu Laodi said as he rose and exited the room. Once Lu Laodi had left, Yang Wentian turned his gaze back to Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, do you know what the Huofanju entails? I do not know. My master merely mentioned that this technique is not suitable for everyone. I approached it with a mindset of trial and error, Wu Fan replied honestly. Wu Fan had assumed Yang Wentian was going to address any concerns regarding the Huofanju, but instead, he shifted topics entirely. Yang Wentian then asked, Xiao Fan, are you aware of the existence of cultivators? Cultivators? Wu Fan was taken aback. Yes, cultivators, the immortals often spoken of among the common folk. They possess the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, moving mountains and parting seas. They are capable of anything. And their lifespans are said to be infinite, living for hundreds or even thousands of years without aging, Yang Wentian said with an envious expression. Isn't that merely the tales told by the storytellers in tea houses? Wu Fan replied noncommittally. In truth, those tales are real. There truly exist immortals in this world. And our great Xia kingdom is home to such beings, Yang Wentian said solemnly as he regarded Wu Fan. Wu Fan was left speechless, feeling as though he was caught in a fantastical narrative. I understand your disbelief. I too was once a skeptic in my youth. However, during an expedition to the capital of the Xia kingdom with the previous leader of our gang, I witnessed an immortal with my own eyes. Yang Wentian recalled with a nostalgic expression. Without granting Wu Fan a chance to respond, he continued, Xiao Fan, the Huofanju you are practicing is, in fact, a technique for cultivating immortality. Wu Fan was momentarily dumbfounded by this revelation. He was astounded to learn that he had been practicing the very arts of immortals, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yang Wentian sighed and continued, within the entire Yao Bang, I am the sole individual who knows the secret of this technique. It has been passed down through the generations of leaders. I once believed I possessed the talent to master it, But I was mistaken. After 5 years of cultivation, I lost everything and, in a fit of rage, discarded the technique. Little did I know that it would be preserved by your pharmacy. At that time, the members of the Yao Bang believed it to be an unparalleled internal cultivation method with limitations, accessible only to a select few. However, I alone understand that it is indeed a technique for cultivating immortality. Yang Wentian fixed his gaze upon Wu Fan, observing the myriad expressions flitting across his face. Wu Fan's countenance reflected a tumult of emotions. He was profoundly shocked, yet the mysterious orb he had encountered lingered in his thoughts, granting him a newfound understanding of the world. During my journey to the capital with the previous leader, I witnessed a terrifying scene while passing through a village. A colossal creature, towering over 10 zhang, attacked the village. It resembled a bear, yet its size was unfathomable. One of its paws was larger than myself. I was petrified. Just then, an immortal descended from the sky, hurling a sword that grew larger until it reached a size of 20 zhang. That massive sword cleaved the creature in half. And with a mere flick of his sleeve, the immortal made the beast vanish before soaring away. Yang Wentian recounted with a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. Xiaofan, I believe you should venture forth into the world. If fortune smiles upon you and you encounter an immortal, it would be best to join their sect, thus granting you the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Yang Wentian encouraged Wu Fan with a look of hope. Wu Fan felt a stirring of aspiration within him. The thought of soaring through the heavens and achieving immortality was indeed enticing. Xiaofan, go forth and explore the world. I shall look after your family in your absence. If you truly attain immortality one day, my only request is that you lend your aid to the Yao Bang should we find ourselves in distress. That would bring me no small measure of contentment, Yang Wentian said slowly. Wu Fan pondered for a moment, resolve gradually igniting in his eyes as he declared, Leader, I shall heed your words. Yang Wentian nodded, a smile gracing his features. Chapter 23, Qiyun Mountain Range. 7 days later, outside Qingshan City, over 50 fine steeds galloped towards the city gates. Upon arrival, the riders dismounted and, after undergoing inspection, proceeded into the city. These 50 individuals were none other than the members of the Huachuntang, returning from the headquarters of the Yao Bang. They had only stayed there for 3 days before making their way back. Prior to their departure, Yang Wentian assured Wu Fan that he would look after his family and bestowed upon him a considerable sum of silver. Lu Laodi, aware of Wu Fan's imminent departure, also pledged to care for his family. Thus, Wu Fan spent a month in Qingshan City, accompanying his parents. On this particular day, the grand hall of the Wu family estate was bustling with activity as numerous guests had gathered, including nearly all members of the Huachuntang, along with Meng Hetong and Meng Kaidai from Baiyao Zhai, and Gao Qingbin from the Hailang Escort Agency. Xiaofan, I cannot bear to see you go. Once you leave, I shall be all alone. How dull that will be, Song Fei said, his eyes glistening with tears. Wu Fan and Song Fei had grown up together, studying, dining, and practicing martial arts side by side, and the thought of separation was difficult for Song Fei to accept. I am not leaving forever. Do not worry. I will visit often, Wu Fan reassured him with a playful pat on the shoulder. Xiaofan, when you are out in the world, take care of yourself. Lu Laodi said, his voice tinged with emotion as he looked at his disciple. Lu Laodi had watched Wu Fan grow up and had treated him as his own. Now, as his disciple prepared to leave, a profound sadness washed over him, perhaps a result of his advancing years. Without children of his own, he longed for his disciple's companionship in his twilight years. Wu Fan, upon seeing Lu Laodi's aged visage, felt a pang of sorrow. Aside from his parents, his master had always been the one to care for him the most. In that moment, Wu Fan suddenly knelt before Lu Laodi and uttered, Master, I am an unfilial disciple. I will not be able to care for you anymore. Lu Laodi trembled, tears streaming down his face as he quickly bent down to lift Wu Fan up, saying, It's all right. It's all right. Go forth and explore. I still have Xiao Fei. At that moment, Hu Laodi hurried over, sensing the somber atmosphere and noting the presence of many outsiders. He smiled and said, Lu Laodi, with Xiao Fan's martial prowess, who could possibly defeat him? I believe you need not worry. Indeed, with Xiao Fan's current abilities, there is no place in the world he cannot traverse. Su Kuan chimed in. Just then, Meng Kaidai approached Wu Fan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him intently. Her lips moved, hesitating for a moment. Yet no words escaped her. After a while, she finally spoke in a trembling voice, Xiao Fan, take care. With that, she turned and fled, her sobs faintly echoing in the distance. Wu Fan watched her retreating figure, letting out a quiet sigh. 2 hours later, outside the grand entrance of the Wu residence, Wu Fan mounted his horse and turned to gaze at the gathering crowd. He took in the reluctant expressions of his parents, the tear-streaked face of his younger sister, Xiao Yu, and the waving farewell of his elder brother, Wu Hao. After casting one last glance at everyone, he turned and set off, embarking on a journey to seek out the immortals. His destination was the capital of the Xia kingdom, Yunxi City, which lay tens of thousands of miles away from Qingshan City, requiring him to traverse 3 provinces. Thus, Wu Fan was truly destined for an arduous journey. Before his departure, he prepared numerous supplies, including provisions, spare clothing, and various medicinal herbs for injuries and poisons, stowing them in a small space. A year later, at the city gates of the capital, a weary young man could be seen approaching, riding a black horse and clad in a blue robe. Making his way directly to the city gates. "Halt! Dismount and submit to inspection," commanded a soldier wielding a long blade, blocking the young man's path. After complying with the inspection, the young man entered the city. This young man was none other than Wu Fan, who, after a long and arduous journey, had finally arrived in the capital a year later. Now at 18, he had shed his youthful naivety. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the Hua Finju, Wu Fan exuded an aura of inviolability, and throughout the year, few dared to trouble him because of his youth. Along the way, he had encountered several bandits and highwaymen, whom he swiftly dispatched with a few strokes of his sword before continuing on his path. During this year, Wu Fan traveled by day and practiced in his space by night. Although he had not yet reached the 5th level of Hua Finju, he had attained the pinnacle of the 4th level and was on the verge of a breakthrough. The capital was indeed the heart of the Xia kingdom, its splendor far surpassing that of the remote Qingshan city, being hundreds of times larger. Even if one wished to traverse the entire city, it would take no less than half a month to complete the journey. Upon arriving in the capital, Wu Fan casually found an inn to stay in. Each day, he frequented tea houses and taverns, sitting in the main hall for hours, listening intently to the conversations around him. One day, while dining in a tavern, he overheard a table of patrons discussing, "Brother Song, have you heard? Recently, a monstrous wolf has been terrorizing a small town outside our capital. However, a celestial being has finally come to slay the beast. Indeed, I've heard that the wolf has been preying on the townsfolk, driving them away. It was only after the celestial being's intervention that they dared to return," replied another. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan could not resist the urge to approach and took a seat opposite the 2 men, calling out to the innkeeper, "Please add the food and drink for this table to my tab, and bring me some fine wine and delicacies." "Certainly, esteemed guest," came the reply. The 2 men exchanged glances, one of them saying, "Thank you, young brother. What brings you here?" "No need for thanks. I simply adore tales of celestial beings. I couldn't help but join in when I heard you discussing them," Wu Fan replied with a smile. Realizing Wu Fan's interest, the other man nodded in understanding. "Brother, do you know where one might encounter these celestial beings?" Wu Fan inquired playfully. "Alas, we cannot say. Celestial beings appear and vanish without a trace, and mere mortals rarely behold them. Those fortunate enough may catch sight of a celestial being soaring through the skies," replied one of the men. "However," interjected the other, "I've heard that the Qian mountain range, over 1,000 miles from our capital, is a place where celestial beings are often seen. Yet, it is a perilous area. Those who enter rarely return. Previous adventurers reported that once deep within the mountains, one becomes utterly lost." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's mind was made up. He resolved to venture into the Qian mountain range. 10 days later, at the foot of the Qian mountains, Wu Fan gazed up at the majestic peaks, which towered even more grandly than the Yendang mountains. It was said that the Qian mountain range ranked among the top 5 in the entire Xia kingdom, spanning thousands of miles. Rumor had it that fierce beasts lurked deep within. Beasts differ from mere wild animals. Only celestial beings can vanquish them. Mortals stand no chance against such creatures, Wu Fan mused quietly. Some beasts are colossal, stretching dozens or even hundreds of feet long, each possessing unique powers. Some can soar through the skies, while others can conjure fire or disappear underground. Wu Fan felt a mix of trepidation and longing at the thought of encountering such a beast. With determination, he drew his long sword and, steeling himself, dashed into the mountains. 5 days later, Wu Fan stood over the corpse of a spotted tiger, wiping the blood from his sword before turning deeper into the mountains. The first 2 days had been relatively peaceful, but starting from the 3rd day, he faced increasing attacks from ferocious beasts. Today marked his 6th kill. Some of these creatures proved formidable, requiring fierce battles to defeat. Yet Wu Fan persevered and finally reached the depths of the mountains. On the 6th day, he wondered aloud, "Strange, why have I not encountered any beasts for half the day?" Sensing something amiss, he glanced ahead, realizing that his journey had been unusually smooth. Shaking his head, he pressed onward. Half a day later, Wu Fan's face turned pale as he recognized his surroundings. He had been here before. "How is this possible? I have been heading deeper into the mountains, keeping the sun as my guide. I shouldn't have returned here," he murmured in disbelief. Frustrated, he dismissed his doubts and continued deeper into the mountains, determined to press on. Another half-day passed, and Wu Fan sat on a rock, his expression grim. He had indeed circled back, realizing he was lost. As dusk approached, he decided to rest until morning. The next day at noon, Wu Fan was nearly at his breaking point. He now found himself unable to ascend the mountain, much less return, no matter which direction he took. He would inevitably end up back where he started. That day, as the sun began to set, a streak of light appeared in the distance, revealing an elderly man dressed in a white robe, seemingly in his 60s, yet radiating vitality. He stood upon a flying sword, gliding through the air. The old man muttered, "Those rascals at Yaowang Valley promised to sell me the Xianxiaaudiobooks for 5,000 spirit stones, but during the transaction, they demanded an extra 1,000. It infuriates me. If not for my urgent need for the herb, I would not tolerate their nonsense. Just wait, I will have my revenge." As the old man descended, he noticed Wu Fan, who was trapped in an illusionary array. Who is this disciple? Why is he ensnared in a maze? He has reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Why hasn't he flown out? The old man mused, descending towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan, with a grim countenance, sat on the stone, contemplating how to escape. He recalled the tavern patron's warning about the dangers of the mountain's depths, and he had dismissed it as mere superstition. Little did he know, he had become a victim of the very fate he had scoffed at. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a bright light in the distant sky, which was approaching him. Wu Fan's heart tightened as he opened his eyes wide to look. He saw the light stop 10 zhang above him, and shortly after, a voice echoed, "Which peak's disciple are you? How did you end up trapped here? What about your flying artifact?" The light gradually dimmed, revealing a figure inside, an elderly man clad in a white robe, standing atop a long sword. Wu Fan realized he had finally encountered an immortal. Seeing the young man silent, the elder furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, "Are you a disciple of King Fengman?" Wu Fan quickly bowed and clasped his fists in respect, replying, "I am not a disciple of King Fengman, but merely a mortal. I stumbled in here by accident and now cannot leave." "Immortal? You are already at the 4th level of Qi refining. How can you still be immortal? Where are you from?" The elder asked again, replying to the immortal. "I am from Qingzhou, Qingshan city," Wu Fan replied respectfully. Wu Fan felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. It was his first encounter with an immortal, and it would be strange not to feel nervous. His excitement stemmed from the fact that he had traveled thousands of miles to the Qiyun mountain range in search of immortals. "What cultivation method do you practice?" The elder inquired with a frown. Replying to the immortal, "In Qingshan city, there is a pharmacy called Huichuntang. When I was 12, I found this cultivation method there." Wu Fan recounted without hiding anything. "Oh, since you have no sect, let us do this. You shall accompany me back to King Fengman. Once the disciples ascertain your background, you may join King Fengman. Would you be willing?" The elder said with a smile. "I am willing. I am overjoyed," Wu Fan responded eagerly. "Then let us depart," the elder said. With a flick of his sleeve, Wu Fan felt a blur before him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing on the elder's flying sword, which then soared into the sky. At a height of 1,000 zhang, Wu Fan stood on the sword, looking down at the endless mountain peaks and towering trees, which appeared minuscule from his vantage point. Unbeknownst to him, his legs trembled. He had never stood so high before, and a sense of fear crept into his heart. A quarter of an hour later, the elder spoke. "Little one, we have arrived at King Fengman." Wu Fan looked around, perplexed. There was no sign of a sect, merely the ordinary mountains beneath him. He thought, could this immortal be jesting with me? At that moment, the immortal halted the flying sword, and with another flick of his sleeve, a massive transparent barrier appeared before them, stretching endlessly. Suddenly, a crack formed in the barrier, and the elder guided the sword swiftly through it. As they passed through the barrier, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Wu Fan's eyes. He gasped in awe, nearly dropping his jaw. It was simply magnificent. Was this not the abode of immortals? Towering peaks shot into the clouds. Palatial structures resembling jade towers rose majestically, and lakes shimmering like mirrors lay spread out. Wu Fan turned his gaze skyward to see immortals soaring on swords, some riding white cranes, others gliding on fluffy clouds. These immortals occasionally flew past him, leaving him in wonder. Was this the realm of the immortals? Chapter 25, Entering the Sect. The elder guided the flying sword to a mountain peak, landing on a vast platform. Before them stood a grand hall, dozens of zhang high. Wu Fan dismounted and followed the elder forward when a young man in his 20s emerged from the hall. Upon seeing the elder, he hurried over, bowing and clasping his fists. "Greetings, elderly." "Ah, Lu Shizhi, is it your turn to guard today?" The elder replied with a smile. Replying to elderly, "It is indeed my duty today. Is there anything I can assist you with?" The young man named Lu said. The elder glanced at Wu Fan and remarked, "This is a little one I just brought back. His name is Wu Fan. Please send someone to Qingzhou, Qingshan city, to investigate his background. If he is found to be of good character, allow him to remain in the outer sect of King Fengman. Whether he enters the inner sect will depend on his own abilities. Understood, elder. I will send someone to Qingzhou at once, Lu responded with a bow. The elder then turned to Wu Fan, saying, Xiaofan, come here and extend your arm. Wu Fan obediently approached and extended his arm. The elder grasped Wu Fan's arm, and he felt a warm current surge into his body, circulating before vanishing. The elder looked at Wu Fan with an odd expression and sighed softly. 5 elements mixed spiritual root. What a pity, he murmured before stepping onto his sword and soaring away. Only Wu Fan and Lu remained on the platform. Lu casually produced a piece of yellow paper, held it to his mouth, and whispered a few words before tossing it into the air, whereupon it magically flew away. He then turned to Wu Fan and said, Junior brother, my name is Lu Junwei. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at the disciplinary hall. Now, let me take you to your residence. Thank you, senior brother, Wu Fan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Lu Junhui did not respond, but took out a small green boat, which he tossed into the air. It expanded to 2 zhang in size, and he leaped onto it. Looking back at Wu Fan, come aboard, Wu Shidi. Wu Fan gazed at the green boat with envy before leaping on as well. The boat soared into the sky, carrying them swiftly forward. After about a quarter of an hour, the boat halted before a massive mountain peak. At the peak's summit lay a vast valley filled with numerous courtyards, pavilions, and even a small lake. Lu guided the boat to a platform, stating, Wu Shidi, this peak is the outer courtyard of Luoxia Peak. You shall cultivate here from now on. After a moment's thought, Lu added, by the way, Wu Shidi, I have already sent a message to a senior brother who should be en route to Qingshan City. You will have results in half a month. During this time, you must not leave your courtyard, understood? I understand. Thank you, senior brother, Wu Fan replied promptly. Well then, let us find your quarters, Lu said, leading Wu Fan toward a pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, Wu Fan saw a middle-aged man seated behind a table. The man spoke, Lu Shidi, what brings you here today? Wang Xixiao, I am here under Elder Li's orders to bring this Wu Fan Shidi. I must trouble you to find him a place to stay. If all goes well in half a month, he will become an outer sect disciple, and I will need your assistance with his entry procedures, Lu Junhui explained. It is Elder Li's command. Do not worry, Lu Shidi, I will handle everything. Wang assured him without hesitation. The 3 then walked toward the cluster of courtyards, stopping at one after a quarter of an hour. The courtyard was about an acre in size, adorned with trees, and behind it lay a small forest. In front was a picturesque lake, and the house was constructed from an unknown white stone, exuding beauty. Wu Shidi, you shall reside in this courtyard from now on. This place is coveted by many. It was previously inhabited by a fellow disciple who, during the recent outer sect competition, achieved remarkable results and was subsequently recognized by an elder, thereby becoming a disciple. He has ascended to the inner sect, leaving this courtyard vacant. Many have sought this residence from me, but I have turned them all away. Since you are acquainted with Elder Li, I shall bestow this courtyard upon you. The middle-aged man named Wang smiled as he spoke to Wu Fan. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wu Fan replied eagerly, his face lighting up with joy. He was immensely pleased with this courtyard. Its picturesque scenery was complemented by an extraordinary tranquility, devoid of neighboring residences. Here, he could cultivate without the fear of his secrets being discovered, and it would greatly facilitate his access to the small space in the future. At that moment, Lu Junhui said, I must return to the Deacon Hall now, as I am on duty today and cannot be away for too long. Lu Shidi, you may leave first. I will take care of Wu Shidi's matters, the middle-aged man named Wang interjected. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Junhui summoned his flying vessel and departed. Wu Shidi, you may also return to your courtyard to rest. My name is Wang Lei. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you need assistance. Wang smiled at Wu Fan. Thank you, brother. I may trouble you often in the future, Wu Fan replied with a respectful bow. There is no need for such formality. We are now fellow disciples. Moreover, I am from the Deacon Hall, and it is my duty to assist, Wang Lei said before turning to leave. Upon entering the courtyard, Wu Fan took a leisurely stroll around before stepping into the house. It was fully equipped, lacking nothing. He chose a room, lay on the bed, and reflected on the past few days' experiences, feeling as though he were in a dream. It had been over a year since he left Qingshan City, and after enduring so much, he had finally encountered an immortal and realized his aspiration to join a cultivation sect. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought of this. Half a month swiftly passed, and on one particular day, Lu Shidi arrived at Wu Fan's residence, calling out, Wu Shidi, are you there? Wu Fan, who was busy cultivating inside, quickly got up and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lu Shidi, he exclaimed, it is Brother Lu. Please, come inside. Haha, I want to enter. I must return after completing my errands, as the Deacon Hall is quite busy. Wu Shidi, I congratulate you. After verification, your background is clear, and you are now officially a disciple of King Fengman. Shortly, you should visit the Deacon Hall to register with Brother Wang. Lu Shidi laughed heartily. Upon hearing Lu Shidi's words, Wu Fan was filled with joy and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu. I will go find Brother Wang now." "Wait a moment, Wu Shidi, don't rush off," Lu Shidi chuckled. He then produced a white jade token, inscribed some characters upon it, and tossed it to Wu Fan, saying, "This is your identity token. Just drop a drop of blood on it, and it will be yours. You will need it when visiting the library or the alchemy hall." Wu Fan received the token and glanced at it. One side bore the characters Qingshan, while the other side displayed his name, Wu Fan. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the token. It instantly glowed brightly before returning to its original state. Lu Shidi smiled at Wu Fan and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Wu Fan respectfully sent Lu Shidi off with a bow. Lu Shidi nodded and departed in a flash of light aboard his flying vessel. Once Lu Shidi was gone, Wu Fan wasted no time and hurried to find Brother Wang, his eagerness evident as he sought to complete his entry formalities. A quarter of an hour later, Brother Wang greeted him, saying, "Wu Shidi, are you here to complete your entry formalities today?" "Yes, brother. Lu Shidi sent me over," Wu Fan replied. "Very well. I will assist you with that. Do you have your identity token with you?" Brother Wang inquired. "I have it," Wu Fan answered, extending his hand to present the jade token. Brother Wang examined it closely before returning it to Wu Fan. He then retrieved a book and began to write. After a while, Brother Wang put the book away and said with a smile, "Wu Shidi, I have officially registered you. You are now a disciple of Qingshan. Congratulations." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, he had finally become a formal disciple of a cultivation sect. He had left his home and parents, traversed a long journey to this place, all in pursuit of learning the ways of immortality, hoping to live for hundreds or even thousands of years, thus giving his life meaning. This thought filled Wu Fan with joy. Inside the room, Brother Wang observed Wu Fan's elation and smiled faintly. After a moment, Brother Wang handed Wu Fan another book, saying solemnly, "Wu Shidi, this is our sect's rules and regulations. You must read it and memorize its contents upon your return. Do not violate these rules. For breaching even one can result in severe consequences, ranging from a few years of confinement to the destruction of your physical body and the extraction of your primordial spirit." Wu Fan's expression changed at this revelation, and he resolved to review it carefully upon his return, ensuring he adhered to the rules in the future. At this time, Brother Wang added, "Let me tell you a bit about Qingshan. We are one of the 6 major cultivation sects in the Xia Kingdom. The other 5 are Yaowang Valley, Lingxiao Temple, Demonic Sect, Corpse Refining Sect, and Artifact Refining Sect. The Xia Kingdom also has some cultivation families, though not as deeply rooted as our sect. Some of the larger families should not be underestimated. Our sect was established in the Qiyun mountain range over 6,000 years ago, thus possessing a rich heritage. We are divided into inner and outer sections. You are currently in the outer sect, at the Luoxia Peak. Each peak in the inner sect is a blessed land rich in spiritual energy, allowing for significantly faster cultivation. However, only inner disciples, core disciples, and elders reside there. Gaining entry into the inner sect is no easy feat, but there are a few methods to achieve it. Firstly, possessing a rare and special constitution, such as a heavenly spiritual root, thunder spiritual root, pure Yin body, 7-star moon body, ice essence body, or sword spirit body. If the sect discovers such a constitution, they will immediately prioritize your training and allow you to enter the inner sect, where you would inevitably become a core disciple. However, these special constitutions are exceedingly rare, often appearing only once in hundreds or thousands of years. Secondly, excelling in the sect competition and being recognized by an elder can also lead to immediate ascension to the inner sect. Once you become an inner disciple, the resources and cultivation chambers provided by the sect are incomparable to those available to outer disciples. Brother Wang paused momentarily, allowing Wu Fan to absorb this information. Wu Fan finally understood that the Xia Kingdom was not exclusive to Qingshan and that there indeed existed a distinction between inner and outer sections. No wonder Elderly had mentioned that whether he could become an inner disciple depended on his own abilities. It was clear now how challenging it was to gain entry into the inner sect. As he contemplated this, Wu Fan suddenly recalled Elderly's expression when he left and the words he had spoken. He had sighed and mentioned something about the 5 elements mixed spiritual root. "Brother Wang, do you know what the 5 elements mixed spiritual root is?" Wu Fan inquired, looking towards Brother Wang. Wang Shixiang cast a peculiar glance at him, then spoke. "Let me explain the concept of spiritual roots. For practitioners like us, possessing a spiritual root is essential for cultivation. Without it, one cannot ascend to immortality. For instance, if mortals lacking spiritual roots attempt to cultivate the techniques you are currently practicing, they would never attain any magical power. Individuals with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 mortals, there may only be one with a spiritual root. Thus, the number of those capable of becoming immortals is quite limited. However, spiritual roots can be classified into different qualities. They are divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with some mutated spiritual roots, such as thunder and wind. These mutated roots arise from the original 5 elemental roots. To begin with, the heavenly spiritual root is the finest single attribute root, such as a pure metal or wood root. Those with high-quality roots can cultivate much faster than others. Next in line is the earth spiritual root, which refers to those with dual or triple roots. They possess 2 or 3 elemental attributes within them. Although not as exceptional as the heavenly roots, they still have a chance to reach the foundation establishment stage during their lifetime. Beneath the earth roots lies the mixed spiritual root, which encompasses 4 roots or a combination of the 5 elements. Cultivating with mixed roots is quite challenging due to their complexity, resulting in a slow progression, and most will likely never reach the foundation establishment stage in their lifetime. Wang Shixiang glanced at Wu Fan and asked, "Do you understand now?" Wu Fan, pale-faced, replied, "I understand." However, a myriad of emotions surged within him, for he had not anticipated that his spiritual root was of the lowest grade. He had once fantasized about diligently cultivating to become a powerful immortal, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, but now he felt as if his dreams were shattered, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Chapter 27. The Scripture Pavilion. Wang Shixiang, what exactly is the foundation establishment stage that you mentioned? Wu Fan inquired, his tone tinged with despair. Wang Shixiang observed Wu Fan's expression and perceived his disheartenment, though he concealed his concern and continued, "I see that you are currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, which places you among the novice cultivators. The cultivation path comprises the Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, and golden core stage. The Qi refinement stage is further divided into 12 levels. With each level you cultivate, your strength significantly increases. Upon reaching the 12th level of perfection, you can attempt to establish your foundation. However, this is no simple feat in our Qingfeng sect. There are over 3,000 disciples. Yet fewer than 100 elders have reached the foundation establishment stage. This illustrates the difficulty of advancing to that stage. Most individuals remain at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives. However, should you break through to the foundation establishment stage, your lifespan may extend to 300 years, and your power would undergo a dramatic transformation. In the Daxia Kingdom, as long as you do not encounter the few formidable Golden Core Elders, you would be able to navigate freely. As for the Golden Core Elders, they are truly powerful beings. These Golden Core Masters, not just in the Daxia Kingdom but across the continent, are figures of immense authority. Once one breaks through to the Golden Core stage, their lifespan can reach 700 to 800 years. Wu Fan was profoundly astonished by this revelation. The prospect of a 300-year lifespan at the foundation establishment stage and the possibility of living for 700 to 800 years at the Golden Core stage was incredibly enticing, filling him with envy. Wang Shixiang, is there nothing beyond the Golden Core stage? Wu Fan inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. The Golden Core stage is already a distant dream for me. I dare not even imagine it. If I could break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, I would be utterly satisfied. However, I have heard that there is a nascent soul stage beyond the Golden Core stage. It is said that those who reach the nascent soul stage can live for thousands of years, but whether this is true or not, I cannot say. As there are currently no nascent soul practitioners in our Daxia Kingdom, Wang Shixiang replied with a hearty laugh. Wu Fan was left speechless. The thought of living for thousands of years at the nascent soul stage was akin to becoming a true immortal. Just how powerful could they be? Wang Shixiang, at which level of Qi refinement can one fly? Wu Fan inquired, eager to learn about this matter that concerned him the most. The 4th level will suffice. By the way, you are currently at the 4th level, so you can learn the technique of flight. Shortly, you should go to the Scripture Pavilion and retrieve a comprehensive guide to spells for your cultivation. The technique of flight is merely a minor spell, useful primarily for travel. Wang Shixiang promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy. He had always envied those who could soar through the skies, and now that he learned he could soon join their ranks, he felt a surge of happiness. Wang Shixiang, I previously saw Lu Shixiang riding a flying vessel. What was that? Wu Fan, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked. Oh, that was a flying magical artifact. Once you have some spiritual stones, you can purchase one as well, Wang Shixiang explained. What are spiritual stones? Wu Fan queried, puzzled. Spiritual stones are akin to silver among mortals. They serve as our currency for transactions. They contain spiritual energy and have numerous applications, aiding cultivation, constructing formations, purchasing elixirs, magical artifacts, and materials. Virtually everything a cultivator needs can be bought with spiritual stones. As an outer sect disciple, you will receive 30 spiritual stones each month, Wang Shixiang said. revealing one stone from his hand to show Wu Fan. Junior brother Wu, behold, this is a spiritual stone. Wang Shixiang extended his hand towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan examined the spiritual stone in Wang Shixiang's hand. It was about the size of a thumb, translucent and glistening, resembling a precious jade. Wu Fan then posed numerous additional questions to Wang Shixiang, and after 2 hours had passed, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Wang Shixiang, thank you so much for today. He bowed slightly. Haha, no need to be polite. We are all fellow disciples now. Feel free to come to me anytime with questions you may have. Wang Shixiang replied with a hearty laugh. He then casually tossed a small bag to Wu Fan, saying, Junior brother, this is an item that every new disciple can claim. This bag is called a storage bag, which contains a small space for storing various items. You only need to infuse some of your spiritual energy into it to retrieve or place items. Inside, you will find 2 sets of outer sect disciple robes, 30 spiritual stones, and a flying sword artifact. With these gifts, my task is complete. Wu Fan again bowed to Wang Shixiang, expressing, Thank you, Wang Shixiang. I understand. And if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, junior brother Wu, you may return. I will not see you off, Wang Shixiang smiled. Upon returning to his courtyard, Wu Fan curiously examined the small bag in his hands. When he inverted the bag, several items tumbled out. As they flew from the bag, they instantly enlarged, revealing spiritual stones, a flying sword, and robes. He then tossed these items back into the bag. This storage bag is indeed marvelous. Although the space is limited to a length of 1 zhang, it is quite convenient, unlike my mysterious space, where I had to wait a quarter of an hour before I could bring anything inside, Wu Fan mused softly. He then took out the flying sword, which shimmered with radiant colors and exuded a faint spiritual energy. Wu Fan had tested it earlier and found that this sword was far sharper than the long sword his elder brother had given him. However, this was to be expected. As one was a flying sword meant for cultivators, while the other was an iron sword for mortals, there was simply no comparison. Wang Shixiang had previously mentioned that once he learned the flight technique, he could use this sword to soar through the skies. Subsequently, Wu Fan donned a white robe, which Wang Shixiang had described as a low-tier magical artifact. Wearing it would provide dust protection and some defensive capabilities. By infusing spiritual energy into the robe, it could withstand the blows of mortal weapons. He noticed that the robe bore the 3 golden characters of Qingfeng Men. Wu Fan meticulously placed these items into his storage bag and secured it to his waist before rising and exiting the courtyard. He was eager to visit the Qingshan pavilion to retrieve the comprehensive tome of basic spells, as he was quite impatient to commence his practice of the Yuquang technique. 2 hours later, Wu Fan arrived before a grand pavilion, where a large sign bore the gilded characters Qingshan Pavilion. Standing in the expansive square before the pavilion, he occasionally observed several individuals emerging from its depths, while others entered with purpose. After pausing for a moment, he stepped forward. Upon entering the Qingshan Pavilion, Wu Fan noticed an elderly man seated behind a desk. The old man glanced at him and said, Present your identity token. What would you like to select? Wu Fan promptly approached with respect, handing the identity token to the elder and stating, I seek the comprehensive guide to spells. 10 spirit stones. It's on the left shelf of the 2nd floor. Find it yourself, the elder replied, dismissively tossing back the identity token after a brief examination. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the need for spirit stones. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns and obediently retrieved 10 spirit stones, then ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was vast, lined with rows of shelves holding various books, though the majority contained jade slips. Senior brother Wang had informed him that cultivators typically used jade slips in place of books, as they were easier to preserve and less prone to damage. The method of use was straightforward. One needed only to place the jade slip against their forehead and access it with their divine sense. Speaking of divine sense, Wu Fan had once been oblivious to its significance, but he later learned that his ability to introspect was facilitated by his divine sense. He understood that the realm within his mind was referred to as the Sea of Divine Sense, and that the white orb he frequently manifested was, in fact, his primordial spirit. He casually picked up a jade slip, palm-sized and entirely white, resembling a jade tablet, its material unknown. Pressing it to his forehead, he began to explore its contents with his divine sense. Before him appeared rows of text, accompanied by vivid illustrations. It was a technique titled Qingmuchangqunju, a cultivation method spanning from the 1st to the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage. After setting that jade slip aside, he retrieved another, which contained a different technique called Lihua Tunin Shu, also spanning 12 levels of the Qi refinement stage. Wu Fan continued to examine each jade slip one by one. The 2nd floor of the Qingshan Pavilion was overflowing with jade slips, yet Wu Fan discovered that all were related to the Qi refinement stage. None pertained to the foundation establishment stage. He even stumbled upon the Huofanju technique he had been practicing. Time slipped away as he perused the array of jade slips, which detailed various materials for weapon forging, minor formations, and herbs used in alchemy. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient spirit stones to acquire them all. After locating the comprehensive guide to spells, he also decided to take a jade slip titled Xianxiaaudiobooks. This slip documented over 1,000 rare spiritual herbs, complete with descriptions and illustrations. Contemplating further, he then chose another jade slip, Xianxiaaudiobooks, which similarly cataloged precious materials and their uses. With 3 jade slips in hand, he returned to the elder. The old man received the slips, examined them briefly, and proceeded to imprint 3 blank jade slips. He placed each slip against his forehead, and after completing the inscriptions, he handed them back to Wu Fan, simultaneously reclaiming the slips Wu Fan had brought. "You owe me 20 spirit stones," he stated. With a heavy heart, Wu Fan surrendered the spirit stones he had just acquired, then placed the 3 newly inscribed jade slips into his storage bag and returned to his dwelling. Once back in his room, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed. He emitted a faint glow that gradually intensified, and after a quarter of an hour, the brilliant light abruptly vanished, along with Wu Fan himself. Within the small space, Wu Fan first tended to the herbs, though the well water was only sufficient for a sparse amount. However, time flowed differently. A day outside equated to 10 days within. Thus, over the past year, the unwatered herbs had aged over a decade. Unfortunately, these herbs were too ordinary, suitable only for mortals, which is why he had taken the Xianxiaaudiobooks from the pavilion. He intended to memorize the spiritual herbs and later procure seeds to cultivate in his small space. He also planned to uproot the ordinary herbs, as the land was limited, and he could not allow them to occupy valuable space. Upon entering the house, he found a hall, with 2 rooms on either side and 2 at the front. Wu Fan had devised a plan for these 6 rooms. The 2 front rooms included one vast space, measuring several miles, which he intended to use as a training room for the Yuquang technique and other spells, as a confined space would prove inadequate. The other room's purpose became clear after an incident outside. He had noticed 7 fruits on the 5 fruit trees. After picking them, he stored 6 in a drawer within that room, intending to consume the 7th later. However, he became so engrossed in his training that he forgot about it. And when he checked days later, he discovered it had spoiled. Fearing the same fate for the 6 fruits, he hurried to inspect the drawer, only to find them as fresh as when they were picked. Shocked, Wu Fan realized that the numerous drawers were designed to preserve spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits. Henceforth, he made it a habit to collect any mature herbs he found and store them in those drawers, effectively transforming that room into a storeroom. The remaining 4 rooms flanking the hall included one designated as a bedroom and another he wished to reserve for alchemy in the future. He recognized that elixirs could significantly enhance a cultivator's progress and aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Thus, he resolved to learn the art of alchemy. Upon realizing he possessed a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, he understood that to advance further on his path of cultivation, he would need to rely on elixirs. The final 2 rooms remained undecided in purpose for the time being. In the bedroom of his space, Wu Fan sat cross-legged, holding the 3 jade slips. He resolved to begin with the basic spells, picking up one slip and placing it against his forehead. This slip contained several spells, including Yuquang technique, Lingyan technique, fireball technique, waterball technique, ice spike technique, and wind blade technique. The Yuquang technique was already known to Wu Fan, being the spell he most yearned to master. The Lingyan technique was another formidable spell, easily learned by infusing one's magical energy into the eyes. Its dual functions included the ability to perceive the cultivation level of others. Though presently, Wu Fan could only discern those at the Qi refinement stage, unable to view those at the foundation establishment stage unless they concealed their true power. The second function allowed him to see through simple formations. Had he possessed the Lingyan technique when he encountered the illusion formation in the Qiyun mountain range, he would not have been ensnared. He now understood that this formation was a rudimentary trap set by the Qingfeng sect to deter mortals from trespassing. The fireball technique was an offensive spell, capable of conjuring a small fireball from his palm, a flame that could ignite anything. The waterball technique lacked offensive capabilities but proved practical for quenching thirst or performing personal hygiene tasks. Being Zhu Sh is also an offensive spell that conjures an ice spear, which possesses formidable power, albeit at a sluggish casting speed. Chapter 29, Task Selection. F-Ing-R-N-S-H, similarly an offensive spell, releases a blade of wind, while its potency is modest. Its rapid casting speed allows for multiple blades to be unleashed in quick succession. After 3 months in the external world, over 2 years have elapsed in the spatial realm. Within the training chamber, one can see WF soaring through the air on his flying sword, darting forward and ascending, executing graceful turns. After 2 hours, He gracefully descends, a smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, WFN extends his palm, summoning a fireball the size of a fist, which he thrusts forward, causing it to erupt with tremendous force upon impact. Without pause, he extends his hand again, murmuring incantations, and a massive ice spear slowly materializes in his grasp. With another push, the ice spear hurtles forward, resulting in a resounding explosion in the distance, prompting WFN to chuckle in delight. Indeed, while the ice spear's might is impressive, its slow casting speed is rather regrettable, he muses softly. In that moment, WFN flicks his sleeve, sending forth a wind blade that zips away with lightning speed. Although the wind blade lacks significant power, its rapid casting almost makes it instantaneous. WFN acknowledges with a nod to himself. He has finally mastered all 6 spells to a proficient level, requiring only diligent practice henceforth. Additionally, he has committed the details of the spiritual herbs and materials to memory. After over 2 years of seclusion in the spatial realm, WFN is finally ready to emerge. On a day 3 months later, a radiant light suddenly envelopes WFN's abode in the outer world. And as the light dissipates, his figure appears. Having successfully cultivated all spells to proficiency, he reflects that despite being at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement without breaking through, relentless training alone seems insufficient. It is imperative to promptly sell the spiritual herbs within the spatial realm to exchange for spirit stones to purchase elixirs for overcoming his bottleneck. He ponders how many spirit stones his herbs might yield, and if sufficient, he will acquire some superior magical artifacts for protection. Upon reviewing the details of the spiritual herbs, WFN enters the spatial herb field, discovering that he has over 30 plants, all of which are rather commonplace in the cultivation world, lacking in rarity. However, what sets them apart is their age, most being several hundred to over 1,000 years old. The remaining plots consist of ordinary herbs. Since mastering the Leongha technique, WFN can distinguish between spiritual herbs and regular plants. Those imbued with spiritual energy are undoubtedly spiritual herbs, while those devoid of it are mere ordinary herbs. As he observes, he notes that aside from the 30-plus spiritual herbs, 5 fruit trees exude even greater spiritual energy. Although the details of these trees are not recorded in the spiritual herb compendium, the 30-plus spiritual herbs vary in maturity, with some reaching maturity in 300 to 500 years, while the oldest barely exceed 1,000 years before ceasing growth, as noted in the compendium. WFN resolves to visit the affairs office to collect the spirit stones accrued over the past 2 months, as his previous 30 stones have already been spent, leaving him with none. Exiting the courtyard, he taps his waist storage bag, causing a long sword to soar forth. He leaps onto the flying sword, which then transforms into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Gazing down at the world below, a smile graces WFN's lips. He can finally fly. However, this low-tier flying sword is rather sluggish, matching the speed of his full-powered earthbound flight technique, and pales in comparison to Lu Shixiang's flying vessel. WFN resolves that once he acquires spirit stones, he must exchange them for a mid-tier or high-tier flying artifact. After 2 hours of aerial exploration, WFN seems to have had his fill of the sky, and he descends directly into the courtyard of the affairs office. Haha, I haven't seen you for 3 months, Shitty. You haven't come to collect your spirit stones in all this time. Greets Wang Shixiang with a laugh as WFN enters. I've been focused on cultivating the Qingshan technique, hence my absence. WFN replies with a smile. Wang Shixiang rummages through his storage bag and tosses a pouch to WFN, exclaiming, "Here, your spirit stones." Catching the pouch, WFN scans its contents with his spiritual sense, discovering 90 spirit stones within. "Thank you, Wang Shixiang," he says with a smile. Shitty. The spirit stones distributed by the sect are hardly sufficient for our daily expenses. Have you considered earning spirit stones? Wang Shixiang inquires. WFN is taken aback by the question and asks, Wang Shixiang, how should I earn spirit stones? Of course, by undertaking sect missions. For instance, watching over the herb garden for the elders, nurturing spirit beasts, collecting spiritual herbs, gathering materials, etc. These tasks can earn you spirit stones. I work at the affairs office to earn spirit stones as well. You must understand that whether for elixirs or studying techniques in the scripture pavilion, spirit stones are essential. To quickly enhance your cultivation, you need to purchase elixirs. To bolster your strength, you require high-grade artifacts. Thus, we cultivators cannot be separated from spirit stones. Wang Shixiang advises earnestly. After contemplating, WFN declares, Wang Shixiang, I wish to undertake a task for collecting spiritual herbs. He understands the necessity of accepting tasks to explain the origin of his spirit stones, relying solely on the Sect's provisions is insufficient to purchase artifacts. WFN chooses the task of collecting spiritual herbs because he can utilize his small space to cultivate some herb seeds, thereby effortlessly completing the task. Very well. I will check on that for you now, Wang Shixiang responds, retrieving a tome to peruse. After a while, he approaches WFN with the book in hand, stating, W. Shitty, I found over 20 tasks for collecting spiritual herbs. Choose which one you would like. WFN accepts the tome and begins to review it, collecting YNYCO. This herb can be found 500 miles east of QYN mountain range. A 10-year-old plant earns 5 spirit stones, 15 years earns 10, 20 years earns 30, 30 years earns 60, and 50 years earns 180 spirit stones. Collecting BIXSHN. This ginseng can be found in the valleys 400 miles from QYN mountain range. A 10-year-old plant earns 10 spirit stones, 15 years earns 20, 20 years earns 50, 30 years earns 150, and 50 years earns 400 spirit stones. Collecting JNYN. Collecting YXing. Collecting Nning SH and CO. Thus, after reviewing all the tasks, WFN selects 15 herb collection missions and stands up to bid farewell to Wang Shixiao. Chapter 30. CH Ingi Ing F and GSH. Upon exiting the affairs office, just as WFN is about to summon his flying sword, 2 streaks of light suddenly descend from the distant sky, revealing 2 young cultivators landing not far from him. ZH Shixiao. Guess how many spirit stones the Lingdan pavilion asked for the UN Ying DN I just want to buy? A young cultivator in his mid-20s inquires of the other. I previously went, and they quoted me 60 spirit stones per vial. Later, I checked in CH Ingi Ing F and GSH, and they only sell for 55 spirit stones. I will never buy elixirs from that pavilion again, the other cultivator replies indignantly. Exactly, that's why I didn't buy it. I'm planning to go to CH Ingi Ing F and GSH tomorrow. The individual who had spoken earlier expressed his indignation. The 2 were leisurely reminiscing as they approached the matter at hand when they noticed a young man gazing intently at them. As they drew closer, they halted. This unfamiliar disciple, had he just joined the sect? One of them inquired, eyeing Wu Fan. Wu Fan quickly clasped his fists in greeting, responding, Greetings, senior brother. I indeed joined the sect 3 months ago. No wonder he seemed unfamiliar. Is there something you require, junior brother? I am Bai Xiaowen. And this is senior brother Zhou Yu. The cultivator introduced himself with a smile. I have met you, Bai senior brother, and you too, Zhou senior brother. I am Wu Fan. Wu Fan replied with another respectful bow. Wu Fan added, Bai senior brother, I overheard you mention Changyang Fangshi. I am curious about its location, as I wish to visit. Ah, so you wish to go to Changyang Fangshi. That is quite convenient. I happen to be going there tomorrow. You may accompany me. Bai senior brother said without hesitation. Thank you, Bai senior brother, Wu Fan said, his heart lifting at the words, and he smiled in response. Then I shall join you tomorrow as well. I have nothing pressing and would like to see if there is anything worth purchasing at the market. Shall we meet here? Zhou senior brother suggested, also smiling. Very well, it is settled then. Wu junior brother, I must attend to some matters at the affairs office, so I will take my leave now. We shall meet here tomorrow, Bai Xiaowen said, glancing at Wu Fan. Since you both have matters to attend to, I shall not disturb you. I will arrive on time tomorrow, Wu Fan replied, clasping his fists before releasing his flying sword and soaring into the air. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan entered his small space, retrieving the spiritual herbs he intended to sell the following day, as well as an assortment of ordinary herbs. With an abundance of common herbs that served little purpose, he hoped to sell them at the market. Once everything was prepared, he began his cultivation, eagerly awaiting the visit to Changyang Fangshi the next day. On the following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the affairs office to await the 2. After about half an hour, they arrived, and upon seeing him, Bai Xiaowen laughed. Wu junior brother, you are quite early. I have only just arrived as well. Wu Fan replied with a smile. Let us not delay. We should set off, Zhou Yu chimed in. Indeed, let us depart, Bai Xiaowen said, stepping onto his flying sword and ascending into the sky. Zhou Yu and Wu Fan swiftly followed suit, and the 3 flew side by side. Wu Fan used his spiritual eye technique to observe the 2. Bai Xiaowen possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, while Zhou Yu had reached the 7th layer, leaving Wu Fan at the 4th layer. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen's voice reached them. Wu junior brother, Changyang Fangshi is over 1,000 miles away. It will take us approximately half a day to fly there. I must admit, I am only going to save 5 spiritual stones, as the elixirs and magical artifacts sold there are generally more affordable than those at our Qingfeng sect. I had the same thought after hearing your words yesterday, Wu Fan replied with a smile. Changyang Fangshi is established by several cultivation families and independent cultivators. It is quite large and sells a variety of items. You may even find elixirs and artifacts suitable for foundation-building cultivators, all at reasonable prices. Thus, many cultivators frequent xianxiafans. You need not worry about safety. There are foundation-building cultivators stationed there to maintain order, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Should anyone engage in combat and be caught, the consequences are severe, Bai Xiaowen assured Wu Fan with a smile. Upon hearing of the safety at xianxiafans, where foundation-building cultivators kept watch, Wu Fan felt a sense of relief. He planned to sell over 30 spiritual herbs and knew that only by doing so could he acquire the items he required. However, to be safe, he intended to visit several vendors at the market. Wu Fan now understood the term independent cultivators. Before joining Qingfeng's sect, he himself could have been considered one. These independent cultivators, lacking a sect to guide them, often chose self-cultivation. Yet, their path is fraught with difficulty as they lack the resources, support, and powerful techniques provided by a sect, often remaining at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives, with their strength considerably lower than that of sect disciples. This is not an absolute rule. However, some independent cultivators have indeed reached the foundation building or even the golden core stages, often due to significant opportunities that enabled their ascension. Conversely, cultivation families are generally far superior to independent cultivators. Although they cannot compare to sects, some large cultivation families are backed by golden core ancestors, and certain families have existed for thousands of years. Conversely, some declining cultivation families struggle with only a handful of foundation-building cultivators to sustain them, while others lack even a single foundation-building cultivator. After some contemplation, Wu Fan turned to Bai Xiaowen and inquired, "Senior brother, do you know if there are any formations available for purchase at the market?" "Ah, you wish to buy a formation?" "Certainly, there are formations for sale at the market, but they are quite expensive, and I cannot afford one," Bai Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. Wu Fan indeed wished to acquire a formation. He felt that frequently entering and exiting his small space was perilous. It is known that the spiritual awareness of foundation-building elders can extend far, unlike that of Qi refinement cultivators, whose awareness only reaches several dozen zhang. Should a foundation-building cultivator happen to fly over his courtyard and inadvertently notice his comings and goings, Wu Fan would be in grave danger, as his small space is his greatest secret, one he wished to keep from prying eyes. Thus, he sought to purchase a formation to place in his courtyard. As the three conversed, time slipped by swiftly. "Wu Junior brother, we are approaching Qianxiafans," Zhou Yu announced to Wu Fan. Wu Fan looked ahead and saw only a range of ordinary mountains. Using his spiritual eye technique once more, he finally discerned a vast valley ahead, filled with pavilions, where he spotted several lower-tier cultivators setting up stalls, seemingly selling various items. Once they entered the valley, they descended onto a square, and Wu Fan surveyed the surrounding crowd, listening to the shouts of vendors and the sounds of haggling, feeling an urge to explore. "Bai Junior brother, Wu Junior brother, I shall take my leave now. Let us meet here in 3 days to return to the sect together," Zhou Yu said to the two. "Very well, it is settled. We shall meet here in 3 days, Bai Xiaowen concurred. Wu Fan nodded and stepped into the throng. Chapter 31, Lingyao Zhai. An hour later, Wu Fan stood before a pavilion with the words Lingyao Zhai elegantly inscribed in gold. After a quick glance, he stepped inside. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a spacious hall lined with shelves, which were divided into several sections. Neatly arranged on these shelves were small vials containing various elixirs. Wu Fan observed that the selection was quite comprehensive, featuring elixirs that enhanced cultivation, aided in breaking through bottlenecks, detoxified, and even those that facilitated rapid recovery of spiritual energy. At that moment, an elderly man, around 60 years old, approached him. Upon noticing Wu Fan's attire, he recognized him as a disciple of Qingfeng's sect and hurried over, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friend. What may I assist you with today?" Wu Fan then looked at the old man and discerned that he was an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. He replied, "I wish to sell some spiritual herbs. Does your esteemed shop accept them?" "Certainly, we do. May I ask what type of spiritual herbs you wish to sell?" The old man responded with a smile. Wu Fan remained silent, glancing at the few cultivators purchasing elixirs in the shop. "Understood. Please follow me," the elderly man said, his expression shifting to one of realization, and he turned to lead Wu Fan to a private room. Once inside the secluded chamber, the old man gestured for Wu Fan to take a seat. "Let us discuss matters here. I assure you, no one will disturb us." Wu Fan refrained from idle chatter and directly retrieved 5 wooden boxes from his storage bag. Placing them on the table, he then seated himself and addressed the elder, saying, "Please take a look." The elder glanced at Wu Fan, casually opened one of the wooden boxes, and discovered a Lanyang Chow. This spirit herb initially seemed to be worth only a few spirit stones. But before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he became utterly dumbfounded. He examined the herb closely, then moved to the window to inspect it in the light. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting excitement. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he purchased this herb, he could auction it off for a substantial profit. Turning to Wu Fan, the elder remarked, "Forgive my initial oversight. I nearly missed it. This Lanyang Chao is 500 years old, indeed a rare find. May I inquire how many spirit stones you wish to sell it for?" Upon observing the elder's expression, Wu Fan surmised that the herb must be worth a considerable sum. In truth, he himself was uncertain of the herb's exact worth in spirit stones. Thus he redirected the question back to the elder. While it was merely an ordinary spirit herb, a 100-year-old herb was already quite rare in the realm of cultivation, let alone one that was 500 years old. The elder pondered for a moment and then proposed. "How does 5,000 spirit stones sound?" Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy at the elder's words. He had not anticipated such a generous offer. In his own estimation, the herb was worth at most around 2,000 spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, while Lanyang Chao was not particularly precious, the rarity of a 500-year-old herb was undeniable. A foundational-level cultivator typically lived for about 300 years, while a chi-refining cultivator might only last around a century. Who would wait 500 years to harvest a spirit herb? Only the major sects of cultivation would possess herbs aged hundreds or even thousands of years, due to their long lineage, making it exceedingly difficult to find such aged herbs elsewhere, save for some secluded mountains yet to be discovered by cultivators. Wu Fan, contemplating, replied, "It would be prudent to be more forthright." The elder, hearing this, awkwardly chuckled and, after a moment of determination, stated, "I can at most offer you an additional 1,000 spirit stones. Beyond that, I cannot go. I assure you, no one in the entire Qianxiafan city would provide a higher price." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was elated, unexpectedly. His casual remark had prompted the elder to add another 1,000 spirit stones. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and said, "The price you offered is quite reasonable. Please take a look at the other herbs." The elder, relieved, began to examine the other herbs. As he continued to inspect, his astonishment grew. The Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao boasted a medicinal age of 700 years. The Mu Ling San Zhen Hua had an 800-year medicinal age. The Ho Tu Ling Ji was 900 years old. The Shui Yuxing Jishen was an astonishing 1,100 years old. By the time the elder finished reviewing all the herbs, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and he appeared utterly dumbfounded, his hands trembling as he momentarily forgot that Wu Fan was still present. Wu Fan observed the elder in silence, a subtle smile gradually forming on his lips. After a brief period of stillness, when the elder remained in a daze, Wu Fan gently tapped the table with his finger. The elder snapped back to reality, reluctantly placing the box containing the Shui Yuxing Jishen on the table, and after a moment's reflection, he exclaimed, "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would encounter a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. I have only read about such herbs in books. This is my first time seeing a genuine 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Fortunately, I have a method to discern the age of spirit herbs. Otherwise, I might have thought you had employed some trickery." After further contemplation, the elder continued, "For these 5 spirit herbs, I would normally offer 55,000 spirit stones. However, given their pristine condition, which appears as though they were just unearthed, I will make an exception and offer you 60,000 spirit stones. Should you happen to acquire any more 1,000-year-old herbs in the future, I implore you to consider my spirit herb shop first. I assure you, you will be satisfied with the price." Wu Fan was quite pleased with the elder's offer of 60,000 spirit stones for the herbs, as it exceeded his expectations. He replied, "1,000-year-old spirit herbs are not easily obtained. However, if I do come across any in the future, I will certainly consider your spirit herb shop first." "Very well. It is settled then. I shall retrieve the spirit stones for you," the elder said, preparing to leave. "Please wait a moment. I still wish to purchase some items from you." Wu Fan quickly interjected. "Oh, what would you like to acquire?" the elder inquired, a smile spreading across his face. "I assure you, my spirit herb shop is well stocked with various elixirs. I am at the 4th level of chi refinement and would like to purchase 50 bottles of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, along with 5 bottles for breaking through bottlenecks. Additionally, I require some spirit herb seeds. Here are 2 lists for your consideration," Wu Fan replied, producing 2 lists from his storage bag and handing them to the elder. The elder examined the lists for a moment before responding. "I can provide most of the spirit herb seeds you requested, but for the remainder, you will need to seek other shops, as I do not have them here." "Very well, please retrieve the items for me," Wu Fan instructed. "Please wait a moment. I shall be right back," the elder replied before turning to leave. Chapter 32, Refining Pavilion. Wu Fan's 2 lists comprised one for spirit herb seeds from a task assigned by his senior, Wang, and another containing rare spirit herb seeds selected from the true understanding of spirit herbs. Wu Fan aimed to cultivate some precious herbs with long medicinal ages in his small space, ideally those that could grow for thousands of years. Half an hour later, the elder returned, presenting Wu Fan with a storage bag and stating, "All the items you requested are in this storage bag. The bag itself is a gift from our shop. Inside, you will find 1 bag of each type of spirit herb seed, 50 bottles of Yuan Yang Dan for enhancing cultivation, and 5 bottles of He Qi Dan for breaking through bottlenecks. The total comes to 11,000 spirit stones. You may simply pay me an even 10,000 spirit stones, as there are still 50,000 spirit stones remaining in the bag." Wu Fan used his spiritual sense to inspect the contents of the storage bag and confirmed that everything was as the elder had described. He then smiled and said, "Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, and I hope to see you again soon." The elder replied with a smile as he escorted Wu Fan out of the shop. Upon exiting the spirit herb shop, Wu Fan's lips curled into a smile that gradually broadened. Having casually sold 5 spirit herbs for 50,000 spirit stones, it was impossible for him not to feel elated. Thus, he continued to visit several shops, successfully selling all the spirit herbs he possessed while collecting a substantial number of spirit herb seeds. Additionally, he sold off ordinary herbs, surprised to find that the shops accepted them, although they were exceedingly cheap. In total, he received just under 10,000 spirit stones for the large quantity of high-aged ordinary herbs. At this moment, Wu Fan's storage bag now contained over 400,000 spirit stones, a significant sum indeed. For context, Qing Feng Min only distributed 30 spirit stones per month. Take by Xiao Wan, for instance. He traveled 1,000 miles to Changyangfang City just to save 5 spirit stones, illustrating how arduous it was to earn spirit stones. Wu Fan was cautious not to sell too many spirit herbs at any single shop, opting instead to visit several to avoid drawing attention. Although there were foundational level cultivators stationed in the market, he did not want to take any risks. As he assessed the time, he decided to stay at an inn for the night before returning to purchase array formations and magical artifacts the following day. Early the next morning, Wu Fan made his way directly to the largest refining pavilion. In the refining chamber, numerous cultivators traversed the space, with the walls of the first floor adorned with an array of magical artifacts, including swords, shields, spears, bows, axes, long rods, mirrors, alchemical furnaces, and various flying devices. Wu Fan's heart raced with urgency as he made a beeline for the higher-grade artifacts, fully aware that a quality magical item could significantly enhance his combat prowess. With an ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal, he was determined to procure several superior artifacts. After a brief survey, he was discontented to find that most of the items were of lower or mid-grade quality. At that moment, a young attendant approached, bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed guest, may I ask what type of magical artifact you seek?" Noting the attendant's youthful appearance and his cultivation at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Wu Fan replied, "I wish to purchase some high-quality artifacts, but it appears there is nothing to my liking here." The attendant's eyes brightened at this remark, and he clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Please follow me. I shall take you to our manager." Nodding in agreement, Wu Fan followed the attendant to the 2nd floor, where they paused at the entrance of a room. The attendant then said, "Please wait here. I will inform the manager," before stepping inside. After a brief interval, the attendant emerged, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Wu Fan was taken aback upon seeing the elder, who possessed a remarkable cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement. Wu Fan was aware that the most powerful cultivator he knew was Brother Wang, who had only reached the 9th stage. It was common knowledge that higher cultivation levels were increasingly difficult to achieve. Wu Fan himself had experienced a slowdown in his progress after reaching the 4th stage, remaining unable to break through despite the support of his exceptional treasure, the small spatial device. Given his mixed elemental roots, it was uncertain whether he would ever reach the 10th stage. The elder approached with a hearty laugh, addressing Wu Fan, "I have heard that you seek high-quality magical artifacts. May I inquire about your preferred styles? I would like to see them before making a decision." Wu Fan responded with a respectful gesture. "Very well. Let us discuss this inside," the elder replied with a smile. He then led Wu Fan into the elegantly decorated room, pouring him a cup of tea. The interior was lavishly furnished with antique tables and chairs, exuding an air of sophistication. To Wu Fan's astonishment, a precious incense burner filled the room with a gentle waft of sandalwood fragrance. "Please enjoy your tea while I summon the magical artifacts for your consideration," the elder said. Gesturing to the attendant, "Go fetch the superior artifacts for this esteemed guest." The attendant nodded and promptly departed. "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed manager," Wu Fan remarked with a smile. "Not a bother at all. Please take your time to choose," the elder replied with a hearty laugh. "I assure you these are all top-tier artifacts that will surely delight you." A quarter of an hour later, the young attendant returned with 3 maidservants, each carrying a number of wooden boxes. The elder approached, opening each box in turn, and stated, "Please examine these artifacts and see if any catch your interest. They are all of the highest quality." Wu Fan understood that artifacts were categorized into low, mid, high, and ultimate grades. Generally, cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement, like himself, primarily utilized low or mid-grade artifacts. The notion of acquiring high-tier artifacts was not only a financial strain, but also posed a challenge in wielding their full potential due to insufficient cultivation. To fully harness a high-grade artifact, one would need to channel their entire internal energy into it, which could lead to exhaustion and loss of combatability if not managed properly. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, it was prudent to avoid such an approach. As Wu Fan examined the artifacts, he discerned that they were indeed superior to those on the first floor. Among them, a crimson flying sword captured his attention, along with a green short needle that he found appealing. After some contemplation, he inquired, "What is the power of this flying sword and this short needle?" "Ah, esteemed friend, you have a discerning eye. These 2 artifacts are the finest among them. The Leongha sword is exceptionally durable and possesses innate fire attribute attacks, while the Xianxiaaudiobooks needle boasts remarkable speed and can silence its movement, making it an excellent choice for ambushes," the elder replied, pausing before continuing. "As for the price, the price is reasonable. I am prepared to purchase these 2 artifacts," Wu Fan interjected, reassuring the elder of his intent. The elder's face brightened, and he continued. "The Leongha sword is priced at 3,000 spirit stones, while the rare Xianxiaaudiobooks needle costs 5,000 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed friend?" Upon hearing that the total for the 2 artifacts amounted to 8,000 spirit stones, Wu Fan considered it quite steep. He realized that for most cultivators, acquiring such items would be nearly impossible, even if one saved every spirit stone provided by their sect each month. It would take nearly a decade to afford the Leongha sword alone. However, recognizing the superior quality of these artifacts, Wu Fan felt at ease. Yet, he also intended to purchase a few additional items, a high-grade shield and a spacious storage pouch, which were relatively inexpensive. The elder would likely think little of these purchases, perhaps assuming Wu Fan was a descendant of a foundational elder. However, the flying artifact and the formation scroll were indeed costly, and Wu Fan pondered the elder's potential reactions to such acquisitions. With his thoughts racing, Wu Fan's eyes gleamed as he declared, "The prices seem reasonable. I am ready to purchase these 2 artifacts. However, I also require 2 additional items." "What other artifacts do you seek?" the elder inquired with a smile. "I wish to acquire a higher-grade shield and a large storage pouch," Wu Fan stated. The elder nodded with a smile and replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them for you." Wu Fan's expression turned serious as he interjected, "Manager, please hold on. I have yet to finish my request. The shield and storage pouch are indeed what I seek, but I am here on the orders of my esteemed ancestor, who instructed me to procure 2 specific items, a flying artifact and a formation scroll. My ancestor insisted that these must be the finest available in your establishment." The elder was taken aback, realizing the implications of Wu Fan's words. Could this be the descendant of a golden core ancestor from the Qingfeng sect? Moreover, they specifically required the best flying artifact and formation scroll from his shop. The elder had recognized Wu Fan as a disciple of the Qingfeng sect from his attire, but had not anticipated the weight of his lineage. Understanding that the request came from a golden core ancestor, he could not afford to be negligent and promptly assured, "Rest assured, I will fetch the very best for you." He suddenly called out to the young attendant, urging him to swiftly retrieve his cherished flying artifact, along with the prized possession of the shop and a magical shield. Additionally, he requested a large spatial storage bag. A quarter of an hour later, the attendant entered with a serious expression, carefully cradling several wooden boxes, which he gently placed on the table. The old man solemnly opened each box one by one, presenting them with reverence. "Esteemed friend, behold this Hunyuan King Kong shield, an exquisite magical artifact. When unleashed in battle, I assure you that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage can breach its defenses. Even foundation establishment cultivators will find it a challenge to overcome. This shield is among the finest of magical artifacts, truly a top-tier existence," the old man declared while holding a palm-sized silver shield. Wu Fan glanced at the small shield, recognizing its exceptional quality, and felt a surge of satisfaction within. At that moment, the old man solemnly reached into another wooden box and carefully revealed a small white boat, continuing, "Esteemed friend, take a look at this Yunwu Zhou. It transcends the realm of magical artifacts, qualifying as a spiritual artifact, and is a rare flying type at that. This Yunwu Zhou not only boasts remarkable speed, but also possesses a concealment effect. When activated, it envelopes the vessel in white mist, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary cloud in the sky. Furthermore, it disrupts spiritual perception, making it invisible even to foundation establishment cultivators unless they search meticulously. Remarkably, this Yunwu Zhou requires no magical energy to operate. Within the vessel, there exists a driving formation that merely requires the addition of spirit stones for manipulation. This Yunwu Zhou is indeed the finest flying spiritual artifact in my establishment. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was profoundly astonished. The boat's concealment and ability to disrupt spiritual perception, coupled with its independence from magical energy, were invaluable. He recalled the exhausting journey to Qianxiafans, during which they had to rest thrice due to the energy drain from riding their flying swords. Wu Fan resolved to acquire this boat, regardless of the cost in spirit stones. Noticing Wu Fan's silence, the old man turned his attention to the final wooden box, refraining from revealing its contents. Instead, he gravely stated, "This is a set of Mixianduan Shenzhen, my shop's prized treasure. This formation encompasses defense, illusion, and disruption of spiritual perception. Its inner layer is a defensive formation capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators for an hour without breaking. Cultivators below the golden core stage cannot breach its defenses. The outer layer is an illusion formation that will ensnare even foundation establishment cultivators, making their escape exceedingly difficult. Additionally, it can obstruct the spiritual perception of cultivators below the golden core stage, remaining undetectable even to golden core cultivators unless they search carefully. However, this formation requires a considerable amount of spirit stones to maintain, 9 formation nodes, each consuming 10 spirit stones daily, totaling 90 spirit stones needed to sustain its operation. Should someone attempt to breach the formation, the spirit stone consumption would be even greater. This Mixianduan Shenzhen could serve as a protective formation for a cultivation family." After the old man finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Wu Fan's response. Wu Fan felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. This formation was precisely what he needed. Though the spirit stone cost was daunting, 90 spirit stones a day seemed excessive. How could anyone afford such a formation? Seeing Wu Fan lost in thought, the old man sighed. "What do you think of the Yunwu Zhou and the Mixianduan Shenzhen? Would your esteemed ancestor be interested?" Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, smiling but remaining silent. The old man's heart leaped at the prospect of a deal, and he quickly presented a golden storage bag, stating, "This bag has a spatial capacity of 10 zhang and is valued at about 1,000 spirit stones. Consider it a gift for our newfound friendship." Wu Fan examined the golden storage bag. His own only had a 1 zhang capacity, while this one was 10, sufficient for his needs. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan spoke. "Please calculate the total cost for these items. If the price is agreeable, I shall make the purchase on behalf of my ancestor." Chapter 34. The transaction concluded. The old man wasted no time, declaring, "The Liang sword is 3,000 spirit stones, the Xianyi needle is 5,000 spirit stones, and the Hunyuan King Kong shield, being an exquisite magical artifact, will be 200,000 spirit stones. As for the rare flying artifact, Yunwu Zhou, with its concealment and disruption capabilities, I shall charge you 150,000 spirit stones. Lastly, the Mixianduan Shenzhen is quite expensive. I won't part with it for less than 300,000 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 478,000 spirit stones. Knowing it is for your ancestor, I will only ask for 450,000. Essentially gifting you the Liang sword, Xianyi needle, storage bag, and Hunyuan King Kong shield. What do you think?" Wu Fan's heart sank. This was indeed a substantial sum. His entire fortune amounted to around 470,000 spirit stones, and this expenditure of 450,000 made him feel a twinge of regret, especially since he had traded all his medicinal herbs to acquire this wealth. Yet, the thought of the magical artifacts and formations he would gain made it worthwhile. Resolute, Wu Fan declared, "Very well, I will buy them," as he tossed a storage bag to the old man. The old man caught the storage bag and quickly scanned its contents with his spiritual perception, bursting into laughter and exclaiming, "You are quite generous, my friend. Let us consider our transaction complete. Please gather your artifacts." Wu Fan nodded with a smile, promptly collecting all the magical items before clasping his hands in gratitude. "With our transaction concluded, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, esteemed friend. Should you require anything else in the future, do not hesitate to return." The old man called out cheerfully as Wu Fan departed. Once outside the crafting pavilion, the old man murmured to himself, "I never expected this young man to be a descendant of a golden core ancestor. Yet, it matters not. I have not asked for much in spirit stones from him. Surely, that golden core ancestor will not object." The shopkeeper could never have imagined that this fictitious golden core ancestor was merely a ruse spun by Wu Fan. However, it was understandable why he would believe it, considering the sheer volume of spirit stones Wu Fan had just spent. Such an amount would be unattainable even for foundation establishment cultivators. Yet Wu Fan had produced it with ease, affirming the truth of his claims. Though he had taken a considerable risk, he had minimized danger, and acquiring the formation was worth it for future safety. With this formation, entering and exiting small spaces would now be secure. As Wu Fan left the crafting pavilion, he fondled the golden storage bag at his waist, sensing the magical artifacts within and feeling a surge of excitement. He then purchased several potions for rapid magical energy recovery and some bigodan, which could sustain him without food for a month at a low cost. He procured enough for 5 years. Finally, he approached a talisman shop, contemplated for a moment, and then stepped inside. As Wu Fan emerged from the Fu Lu Gu, his storage bag had accumulated several talismans, including 5 mid-tier concealment talismans capable of rendering the user invisible, albeit not undetectable by the spiritual sight of foundation-building cultivators. He also possessed 5 low-tier burrowing talismans, which allowed for underground movement, alongside a collection of auxiliary and offensive talismans such as the Prison Talisman, Ice Spear Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, Immobilization Talisman, and Fire Arrow Talisman. The distinctive feature of these talismans lies in their rapid casting speed and formidable power. For instance, if Wu Fan were to cast the Ice Spear technique, it would be a slow process, consuming considerable amounts of his internal mana. In contrast, talismans inscribe spells onto paper, requiring only a minimal infusion of mana to unleash instantaneous effects, thus proving invaluable in certain combat scenarios. After completing his purchases, Wu Fan found his storage bag contained merely 15,000 spirit stones. With a day remaining before he and his companions departed from the Fengshi, Wu Fan, seeking diversion, decided to stroll through the square. The square was bustling with vendors, yet offered little of value. He intended to browse casually, having already acquired everything he needed. Upon arriving at the square, it felt akin to entering a marketplace in a mortal city. As he mingled with the crowd, he observed that most of the visitors were cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, particularly those below the 6th layer. Standing at the edge of the square, he listened to the cacophony of bargaining voices and noted that some were purchasing medicinal pills not by the bottle, but by the individual piece, a clear indication of the hardships faced by lower-tier cultivators. As Wu Fan stepped further into the square, glancing at the various stalls, he found little to capture his interest. However, he soon halted in front of a particular stall. There were no valuable items on display, only an assortment of low-tier refining materials and a few ordinary spiritual herbs aged around 10 years. At the stall stood a young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, clad in a flowing white dress, her sweet visage marred by tears as she softly sobbed. Before her stall, several individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter. One robust man at the 4th layer of Qi refinement chuckled and remarked, "I say, Miss Meng Yao, you should cease your attempts to deceive us. You carry that tattered book daily, claiming it contains the secret techniques of the Qianhuan old ancestor, yet it is merely a half-damaged volume. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a steep price? Moreover, who could afford it? I am not deceiving anyone. This truly is the secret technique of the Qianhuan old ancestor, as told to me directly by my grandfather. If not for my grandfather being poisoned and needing the Bing Xian Dan for treatment, I would not sell it. However, the Bing Xian Dan costs 900 spirit stones, leaving me no choice but to sell this technique for that amount. I won't accept less. Although it is only a half volume and the cultivation method is missing, the secret techniques within remain intact. For anyone capable of mastering them, 900 spirit stones would be an incredible bargain," the girl named Meng Yao explained through her tears. "Ha ha ha, how absurd. Tell everyone, can this secret technique even be cultivated?" Another person interjected, his tone laced with derision. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao lowered her head in silence, seemingly struck by the man's words. The first man scoffed again. "Indeed, this technique is impossible to cultivate. I examined it a few days ago, and it requires a 1,000-year spirit herb for cultivation, not just 1 or 2. Are you jesting? Regardless of whether the technique is genuine, who can provide a 1,000-year spirit herb?" The onlookers surrounding the stall shook their heads in amusement and walked away. Chapter 35, Su Mengyao. The young girl realized that selling this half-volume book was futile, yet she desperately needed spirit stones for her grandfather's treatment. A look of helplessness clouded her eyes as she slowly crouched down, burying her head between her knees and embracing her head in despair. She could no longer suppress her emotions, crying out loud as the urgency of her situation overwhelmed her. If she could not procure the medicinal pills to save her grandfather, she would lose a beloved family member forever. She had already exhausted her family's most treasured possessions, yet nothing had sold. Witnessing the young girl's distress, many felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately, they shook their heads and departed. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice. "Excuse me, may I take a look at that book?" The girl gradually halted her sobs, lifting her head to meet the gaze of the speaker. It was a handsome young man, only slightly older than herself, who regarded her with a warm smile. She quickly composed herself, wiping her tears, and replied, "Yes, of course, please take a look." She handed the book to the young man. This young man was, of course, Wu Fan. He had merely been observing from a distance until curiosity about the mention of the 1,000-year spirit herb led him closer. Wu Fan accepted the half-volume book and inquired, "Could you elaborate on this secret technique?" The girl, hearing his question, managed a strained smile and replied, "My name is Su Mengyao. My family was once a prominent cultivation clan, but we have since fallen into decline, leaving only my grandfather and me. This half-volume was obtained by my ancestors long ago, said to contain the secret techniques of the Qianxian old ancestor. Thousands of years ago, he was known as the Qianxian old demon, who wielded immense power in the cultivation world, causing chaos. Many ancestors attempted to unite against him, but never succeeded. He evaded numerous attempts on his life through this technique. If mastered, it allows one to alter their appearance and aura at will, far surpassing ordinary concealment techniques. Unfortunately, the cultivation method has been lost, leaving only this half-volume of secret techniques. Rest assured, the techniques themselves are intact. I do not deceive you. Everything I say is true." Fearing that Wu Fan might doubt her words, she added a few more sentences. Wu Fan regarded the girl and then asked, "What is this about needing a 1,000-year spirit herb?" Upon hearing this, her face flushed and she shyly responded, "The difficulty in cultivating this technique lies here. To master it, one must use the 1,000-year guai grass. While this grass is relatively easy to procure, a 1,000-year-age specimen is virtually extinct in the cultivation world, making it impossible to find." Having grasped the underlying reasons, Wu Fan resolved to purchase the secret technique. Regardless of whether the girl was deceiving him, he chose to buy it. If the technique was genuine, his ability to hasten the growth of herbs would allow him to cultivate. If it were false, he would consider it an act of kindness towards the girl, who reminded him of his own sister. Unable to bear her anxious tears, he declared, "I will buy this secret technique." He then retrieved a large bag from his storage and handed it to the girl. She accepted the bag in a daze, her face reflecting disbelief, and hurriedly began to inspect the spirit stones within. Upon confirming the contents, her expression transformed into one of joy as she smiled radiantly. "Thank you. Truly thank you. Thank you for believing in me and for your help." The girl, cradling the bag of spirit stones, bowed deeply in gratitude. Wu Fan returned her smile and said, "You should hurry and purchase the medicinal pills to save your grandfather. It may not be safe to carry so many spirit stones." Nodding in agreement, the girl expressed her gratitude once more with a bow and hurriedly began to pack her stall. After casting a grateful glance at Wu Fan, she disappeared into the crowd. Wu Fan placed the book into his storage bag and exited the square, first acquiring some guai grass seeds before returning to the inn. 3 days later, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Shaowen departed in succession. Upon returning to his sect's residence, Wu Fan took out the Mi Tian Duan Shin formation. Holding the vibrant 9 flags of the formation in his hands, a relieved smile spread across his face. With this array, he no longer feared that his secrets would be discovered. Although the formation required a significant amount of spirit stones, Wu Fan deemed it a worthwhile investment. His immediate priority was to quickly refine this formation. Once it was successfully refined, it would be ready for use. The refinement of magical tools was a straightforward process. One simply needed to imprint their consciousness onto the tool and then gradually refine it. Upon completion, the tool would belong solely to the individual, rendering it unusable by others unless they removed the original owner's consciousness imprint through refinement. 3 days later, in the courtyard, Wu Fan finally completed the refinement of the 9 formation flags. He gazed at the flags in his hands and then tossed them into the sky. The 9 flags soared to different locations within the courtyard, ultimately taking root in the ground. Suddenly, a dense white mist enveloped the entire courtyard. After a brief moment, the mist dissipated, leaving the courtyard appearing unchanged to an outside observer. However, for any cultivator below the Jindan stage who entered the courtyard, exiting would prove to be a challenge unless Wu Fan chose to release them. Subsequently, Wu Fan emptied his storage bag of all spirit stones. After a moment's thought, he returned 1,000 spirit stones to the bag and placed the remaining 10,000 stones into the 9 formation nodes. This amount was sufficient to sustain the array for over 3 months. Wu Fan then entered his small space. After 5 days in the small space, Wu Fan successfully planted all the spirit herb seeds. Half a month later, he completed the refinement of all his magical tools. In the practice room, within the expansive space, Wu Fan controlled a fiery red flying sword soaring high in the air. After a quarter of an hour, he retracted the sword and then casually threw out a green needle. The needle darted forward like lightning, producing no sound. Moments later, Wu Fan retrieved the flying needle as well. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized silver shield appeared in his grasp. He tossed the small shield before him, and it instantly transformed into a giant shield, measuring 10 feet across, blocking his path. Wu Fan circled the shield, nodding in satisfaction before storing it away. At that moment, Wu Fan clapped his hand against his storage bag and a small white boat emerged. The boat swayed and suddenly grew into a three-zhang, approximately 10 feet, flying vessel before him. Wu Fan, delighted, touched the boat and walked around it. Abruptly, he leaped onto the vessel, noticing a recess inside. He placed some spirit stones into it, then steered the boat with a swift motion, shooting forward with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 zhang away. The vessel then enveloped itself in layers of white mist, appearing like a cloud drifting through the sky from a distance. 2 hours later, Wu Fan sat cross-legged in his space bedroom, holding a bottle of elixirs. After pouring one pill into his mouth, he immediately felt a surge of immense spiritual energy rushing into his body. Without hesitation, he guided this energy through his meridians, gradually converting it into magical power that returned to his dantian, where it began to break through the long-standing bottleneck. After 1 hour, a resounding bang echoed from within Wu Fan, and he felt a significant increase in his energy. Simultaneously, the magical power in his dantian surged considerably, marking his successful breakthrough to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. The following day, Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He mused to himself, marveling at how effective the He Qi Dan was for breaking through bottlenecks, as he had managed to do so with just a single pill. After a moment, he closed his eyes again, embarking on his lengthy cultivation journey. Since breaking through the bottleneck, Wu Fan had relied on Yuan Yang Dan to elevate his cultivation. He had never used elixirs for cultivation before, but now he understood their immense importance. He felt the abundant spiritual energy within him from the elixirs, which accelerated his progress significantly compared to his usual training. Thus, Wu Fan consumed elixirs daily as if they were mere candies, a sight that would astonish any onlooking cultivator. Time passed swiftly, and after 2.5 years in the small space, Wu Fan gradually opened his eyes. Throughout this period, he had continuously taken elixirs and had finally made another advancement 3 days prior, entering the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. Wu Fan felt elated, fully aware that the later stages of cultivation become increasingly challenging. Without the aid of elixirs, given his mixed elemental roots, he would hardly have broken through to the 6th layer even in 10 years. At that moment, his elixirs were completely consumed, and it was time to conclude his retreat and venture out. During this period, he had also accelerated the growth of 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He planned to visit Qianxiafan city once more, as the spirit stones necessary to maintain the Mi-Tian Duan Shin formation were nearly depleted, and his stock of elixirs was running low. He decided to sell the 10 spirit herbs to acquire more spirit stones. In the outside world, Wu Fan emerged from his courtyard, casually releasing the flying sword provided by the sect. He then stepped onto the sword, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. Wu Fan was still hesitant to use the Yunwu Zhou for travel, as anyone with keen eyes would recognize its immense value as a spiritual artifact. If someone from the sect with ulterior motives discovered it and pursued him, he would find it difficult to explain. He also refrained from using the Liang sword, as it was not only precious but also beyond his current capabilities to wield for extended flights, especially right after his breakthrough to the 6th layer. At the very least, he needed to reach the 7th layer before doing so. The qi refining stage consists of 12 layers, divided into 3 stages. From the 1st to the 3rd layer, one may utilize low-grade magical tools and manipulate them with ease. From the 4th to the 6th layer, one can wield mid-grade magical tools with the same proficiency. Upon reaching the 7th to 9th layers, high-grade magical tools become accessible, and only upon achieving the 10th to 12th layers can one master supreme magical artifacts. Within the cultivation process, the qi refining stage also presents 3 significant hurdles. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer is relatively easy, while breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer is considerably more challenging, causing many cultivators to be stuck at this juncture for years. The leap from the 9th to the 10th layer is a formidable barrier, with numerous qi refining cultivators finding themselves unable to progress beyond this point throughout their lives. Wu Fan had witnessed many cultivators below the 9th layer, but he had encountered no more than 10 cultivators above the 10th layer, most of whom he had seen in Qianxiafan city, including the shopkeeper of the refining pavilion. In Qingfengmen, cultivators above the 10th layer were typically inner sect disciples or core disciples, rarely seen in the outer sect, resulting in their absence from public view. These individuals received focused training from the sect, which further contributed to their continuous seclusion in intense cultivation. 3 days later, Wu Fan returned to the sect after successfully selling the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs for nearly 300,000 spirit stones. These herbs were all over 1,000 years old and of considerable rarity. He then purchased an ample supply of elixirs before returning. After his return, Wu Fan visited the Songjinggu to select some secret techniques and spells he had previously desired but could not afford, including the beast control technique, soul searching technique, concealment technique, freezing technique, quicksand technique, sound transmission technique, binding technique, object control technique, and light body technique, among various mid to high-tier spells. He collected several jade slips within the Sanjingu that he deemed immensely useful. Among them were low-tier alchemical formulas, descriptions of demonic beasts, and various jade slips pertaining to the realm of cultivation, such as fundamental knowledge of cultivation and a map of the Xian nation, which would spare Wu Fan from wandering aimlessly in the future. Subsequently, after placing a sufficient number of spirit stones at the core of the MTN formation, he entered the small space once more. During this secluded retreat, in addition to training, he aimed to master all these spells. Most crucially, he needed to practice the secret technique he had acquired from Su Mingyao. As he sensed danger during his previous visit to the Changyangfang market while selling several millennium spirit herbs, he noticed that a few shopkeepers regarded him with ill intent, which was understandable, given that this was his second attempt to sell millennium spirit herbs. In his first venture, they might have thought he had merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, but upon his return, their suspicions would surely grow. Therefore, Wu Fan resolved not to sell spirit herbs again until he mastered the secret technique, which would enable him to alter his appearance, physique, and aura. This transformation would provide him with much greater safety when selling spirit herbs. The secret technique he had previously perused comprised two methods: the Tian Guli NQ technique, which allowed one to conceal one's aura and even disguise one's cultivation level, and the Qian Hu En Su Ji technique, which enabled one to change appearance and form at will. However, mastering these techniques required more than just the incantations. It necessitated the rare millennium Gu In grass. The process was relatively straightforward. One needed to refine the Gu In grass into a medicinal liquid and then bathe in it daily, complemented by reciting the incantations. While this may seem simple, throughout thousands of years in the realm of cultivation, only the Qian Hu In Lom had successfully mastered it. Due to the rarity of the Gu In grass, even if one were fortunate enough to find a single stalk, success was not guaranteed. Thus, Wu Fan planned to cultivate more Gu In grass in the coming years. Chapter 37. Refining Qi to the 7th layer. Wu Fan then immersed himself in an extensive period of cultivation. In the external world, 2 years passed, and he turned 21. Although 20 years elapsed within the small space, his appearance showed little change, merely exhibiting a hint of maturity. Wu Fan understood that his lifespan was measured by the passage of time in the outside world. During the initial 6 or 7 years in the space, he diligently practiced the Hu F in Ju. It was only now that he comprehended the challenges posed by a mixed elemental root. He had previously heard that those with a mixed elemental root found it exceedingly difficult to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, often remaining stuck at the 6th layer throughout their lives. Initially, he dismissed these claims, but upon truly attempting to cultivate the 6th layer, he discovered the arduous nature of the endeavor. He consumed pills like candies, yet spent 7 years achieving great perfection in the 6th layer. However, when he sought to break through to the 7th layer, he encountered insurmountable obstacles. Despite consuming an entire bottle of He Qi Dan, he could not surpass the bottleneck. Realizing he had become overly impatient, he acknowledged the significance of the transition from the 6th to the 7th layer and reluctantly concluded his training. He then commenced his studies of spells, having brought back numerous spell manuals from the Sanjingu. Thus, another 5 years elapsed as Wu Fan practiced each spell, even mastering the foundational spell compendium. 12 years later, he had cultivated a substantial quantity of Gu In grass, including over a dozen specimens aged 2 to 3,000 years. Following this, he began practicing the Tian Guli NQ and Qian Hu In Su Ji techniques. It took him a full 6 years to reach a minor level of mastery, allowing him to initially alter his aura and appearance. Wu Fan was confident that if he changed his visage and aura, even a foundation-building cultivator using spiritual sight would find it utterly ineffective in discerning his true identity. However, the journey of mastering these techniques was fraught with suffering. He had not anticipated the excruciating pain associated with bathing in the medicinal liquid derived from Gu In grass, akin to being gnawed at by a multitude of ants. Nonetheless, he deemed the painful exchange for future safety outside worth the price. Once he completed his necessary training, Wu Fan prepared to break through the bottleneck. A year later, his perseverance bore fruit as he finally transcended the barrier, achieving the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Following a year of consolidating his cultivation, Wu Fan was ready to emerge from seclusion. At that moment, he gazed toward the small space's exterior, observing several acres of thriving spirit herbs, which were indeed a sight to behold. These herbs, each boasting over 20 years of age, promised a significant fortune in spirit stones if sold. However, Wu Fan had never intended to part with them. Firstly, he lacked for spirit stones. Secondly, he planned to learn alchemy in the future, and these herbs would prove invaluable. He understood that learning alchemy was notoriously challenging. The loss of spirit herbs during the refining process was commonplace, even for seasoned alchemists. Hence, he intended to continue cultivating these herbs for his future alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, Wu Fan felt a shift within him, and his body elongated, muscles swelling as his facial features morphed. In no time, he transformed into the tall and robust figure of Song Fei. With a swift motion of his arm, a water mirror appeared before him. Gazing at his reflection, he burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, he began to change again, this time adopting the appearance of his master, Lu Lao. Thus, he shifted between the forms of Wu Laoda and Wang Shixiao, and after 2 hours of playful transformations, he returned to his own likeness. 2 years later, Wu Fan exited the small space, re-entering the outside world. He stepped out of the courtyard and paused in contemplation. After a moment, he activated the Tien Gu Li NQ technique, suppressing his 7th layer cultivation to the 5th layer before unleashing his flying sword, soaring into the sky. Although he had spent over 20 years in the small space, only a little over 2 years had passed outside. Should others learn that he had ascended from the 4th to the 7th layer in such a brief span, he would surely be regarded as a monster. His rate of cultivation rivaled those with heavenly roots, which prompted Wu Fan to keep his cultivation level concealed at the 5th layer. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the affairs office, stepping inside to find Wang Shixiao. Upon seeing Wu Fan, Wang Shixiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Wu Shitty, it has been over 2 years since we last met. What have you been up to during this time?" "Haha, it's been a while, Wang Shixiao. In these 2 years, aside from cultivating, I have been out on missions, which is why I haven't come by," Wu Fan replied with a smile, bowing slightly. Wang Shixiao scrutinized Wu Fan closely before exclaiming, "Haha, congratulations on breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Wu Shitty, did you complete the task you accepted 2 years ago?" Wu Fan remained silent, merely smiling as he retrieved over 30 wooden boxes from his storage bag and placed them on the table. Wang Shixiao approached, opening each box to inspect its contents, and remarked, "Wu Shitty, you've had good fortune. These spirit herbs are exceedingly rare, and such tasks are seldom undertaken. Please wait a moment while I calculate their total worth in spirit stones." Feeling a bit shy, Wu Fan chuckled and replied, "I too exerted tremendous effort to gather these spirit herbs." Laughter erupted, for the completion of the task was indeed a commendable feat in this way. "You have also acquired a wealth of spirit stones. Just a moment ago, I calculated that your spiritual herbs could be exchanged for 1,850 spirit stones. And with the 810 spirit stones distributed by our sect over the past 2 years, that totals 2,650 spirit stones. Wait a moment, my junior brother, I shall retrieve the spirit stones for you." Having spoken, Wang Shixiao turned and made his way into the room. After a brief interval, Wang Shixiao returned, extending a large bag towards Wu Fan. "Here, junior brother, your spirit stones," he declared. "Thank you, Shixiao," Wu Fan replied, accepting the bag. He then extracted 200 spirit stones from within and placed them into a smaller pouch, subsequently storing the large bag within his storage pouch. He unexpectedly thrust the small pouch into Wang Shixiao's embrace. "Wu Shitty, this is rather inappropriate, is it not?" Wang Shixiao exclaimed, startled. He quickly glanced around, ensuring no other cultivators were observing before releasing a long sigh of relief. "Please accept it, Shixiao. Over the years, I have troubled you more than once. In the past, I was rather impoverished and failed to express my gratitude. Let us not mention anything else. The residence you arranged for me back then was exceedingly comfortable," Wu Fan said, his face reflecting sincere appreciation. "Very well then, I shall shamelessly accept it. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you I will handle it with utmost diligence," Wang Shixiao responded, patting his chest with a resolute air. "Haha, Shixiao is being too modest. By the way, I would like to inquire about any available tasks. I wish to undertake another," Wu Fan said with a smile, shifting the conversation towards tasks. "Certainly. I shall find you a task that is both lucrative and easily completed," Wang Shixiao replied, turning towards the back room. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with several booklets in hand. "Wu Shitty, these are carefully selected tasks. Peruse them and see if any pique your interest." Wang Shixiao's tone was markedly more amiable than before, seemingly showing genuine concern for Wu Fan's welfare. "Thank you, Shixiao." Wu Fan took the booklets and seated himself on a nearby chair, beginning to browse through them leisurely. After thoroughly examining all the booklets, he stood up and declared, "Wang Shixiao, I wish to select this demon-slaying task." Wang Shixiao glanced at the booklet containing Wu Fan's chosen task, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Wu Shitty, though this demon wolf is classified as a first-tier beast, it possesses strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. You are currently only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. I believe this task to be excessively perilous. I advise you to consider a different task, he urged earnestly, clearly concerned for Wu Fan's safety. Wu Fan understood the classification of cultivation levels. The 1st to 3rd levels were considered early stage, the 4th to 6th levels mid-stage, the 7th to 9th levels late stage, with the 10th to 11th levels representing the peak, and the 12th level signifying complete mastery of Qi refinement. At the 12th level, one could attempt to establish a foundation. Although the demon wolf was a first-tier beast, its power was akin to that of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. In contrast, a second-tier beast would equate to a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator or even one who had achieved complete mastery. Third-tier beasts were formidable, capable of human speech, and their strength rivaled that of early or mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Fourth-tier beasts matched the strength of late-stage or fully realized foundation cultivators, and only a golden core ancestor could hope to defeat them. Fifth-tier beasts were equivalent to golden core ancestors in terms of power, truly representing a great demon capable of wielding nature itself and possessing intelligence on par with that of human cultivators. The task Wu Fan selected involved slaying a demon wolf located over 20,000 miles from Qingshan in a small town that fell within its jurisdiction. 2 months prior, a demon wolf had suddenly appeared in that town, having already devoured over 50 individuals. The townsfolk lived in constant fear of being its next meal. Given the circumstances, Qingshan was obliged to intervene, hence the task Wu Fan opted for, which offered a reward of 300 spirit stones. However, Wu Fan was unconcerned about the reward. He intended to undertake this task merely as a convenient detour, for not far from the small town lay the Highling mountain range, a sprawling expanse stretching for thousands of miles. Viewed from above, the mountains resembled a black dragon, thus earning the name Highling mountain range. While reviewing the tasks, Wu Fan noted another task involving the collection of a spiritual herb known as Leongha, an auxiliary herb for concocting foundation establishment elixirs. This herb thrived deep within the Highling mountain range. It was exceedingly rare, absent from Wu Fan's spatial herb field, which prompted him to consider a journey to the mountains in hopes of finding the herb while simultaneously completing this task. Currently at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was no longer merely at the 5th level. His cultivation had merely been suppressed by the Tiangui Lianqi technique. Hence, Wang Shixiang's concerns regarding the demon wolf were unwarranted. Wu Fan did not believe he would be incapable of defeating a mere first-tier demon wolf, especially with several high-grade magical artifacts at his disposal. He even suspected the demon wolf had emerged from the Highling mountain range. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Fan turned to Wang Shixiang and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I am determined to give it a try. I believe that even if I cannot defeat the demon wolf, I can certainly escape if I desire." "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion." Wang Shixiang resignedly shook his head, proceeding to register Wu Fan's chosen task. "Wang Shixiang, unless there is anything further, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Shitty." Upon exiting the affairs office, Wu Fan swiftly mounted his flying sword and returned to his courtyard. After stowing away the Mixianduan Shenzhen formation and surveying his surroundings, he transformed into a streak of light and soared out of Qingshan. The Highling mountain range lay over 20,000 miles from Qingshan. If Wu Fan were to fly using his sword, it would take approximately half a month to reach. However, after flying several hundred miles, he opted to board a Yunwu boat to continue his journey. Wu Fan was reluctant to expend his spiritual power on travel. The Yunwu boat was exceedingly swift, allowing him to reach the small town in just 5 days, even without utilizing its maximum speed. This demonstrated the rapidity of the flying spiritual artifact. Nevertheless, the Yunwu boat consumed an exorbitant amount of spirit stones, costing a total of 500 stones over those 5 days, which was more than his earnings from the task. However, Wu Fan, now quite affluent, was unconcerned about such a trifling sum. On this day, 500 miles from the edge of the Highling mountain range, there lay a small town named Lingshan. Perched upon a nearby peak was a modest courtyard, within which stood an elderly man, appearing to be around 70 years of age, with graying hair and a weathered face. Dressed in a gray robe, he anxiously awaited something, casting his gaze towards the town below and muttering, "Why has the sect not yet sent anyone? The demon wolf has already claimed over 50 lives. If assistance does not arrive soon, I fear this town may not be saved." At that moment, a streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, hovering above the courtyard, revealing a young man garbed in a white robe. Upon noticing the young man's attire, the elder's eyes brightened, and he hurried to greet him, clasping his hands in reverence. "I am Huang Tsang, and I have finally awaited your esteemed arrival. Is it you who reported the demon wolf's attack on the village?" the young man inquired, observing the elder intently. This young man was none other than Wu Fan himself, who, after 5 days of travel, had finally arrived at Lingshan. Indeed, I reported it to the sect, for the demon wolf is exceedingly formidable, and I am unable to confront it myself. I could only inform the sect, the elder responded, his face etched with concern. Do you know where the demon wolf is currently located? Wu Fan promptly asked. I am unable to soar through the skies, nor dare I pursue that demonic wolf. Thus I remain ignorant of its whereabouts, the elder lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Fan, noting that the elder had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, understood the truth of his words. To master the art of flight, one must attain at least the 4th level, implying that only those in the mid-stage of qi refinement can traverse the skies. The elder then spoke again. However, that demonic wolf attacks the village every evening. Master merely needs to wait a few hours to encounter it. This elder, known as Huang Tsang, had once been a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. However, due to sect regulations, if a cultivator did not reach the mid-stage of qi refinement by the age of 20, they were compelled to leave the sect and were assigned to guard various locations, losing all benefits within the sect. Chapter 39, Slaying the Demonic Wolf. Very well, let us wait a few hours then. Wu Fan decided to bide his time, resolving to eliminate the demonic wolf before embarking on his journey to the Heilong mountain range. Upon hearing Wu Fan's willingness to wait, the elder hurriedly bowed and said, If master would not mind, please rest at my humble abode for a while. It is truly exhausting for you to travel such a distance. Wu Fan nodded and descended to the ground, following the elder into his modest home. Linshan town was not large, comprising merely 500 to 600 households. The villagers lived in constant fear, terrorized by the demonic wolf, anxious that they too might be devoured one day. As dusk approached each day, the villagers would retreat into their cellars to hide. This ordeal had persisted for over 2 months, with no end in sight, casting a shadow of dread over their lives. On this particular day, as the villagers labored as usual, they noticed the sun nearing the horizon and promptly set aside their tasks, hurrying home. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, causing their faces to drain of color. They were baffled as to why the demonic wolf had arrived earlier than expected. In a panic, they raced home, fearing that they would be consumed if they lagged behind. As they fled in terror, a scream pierced the air. Turning their heads, they beheld a monstrous black wolf, over 3 meters long, sinking its teeth into a middle-aged man's skull. With a swift motion, the wolf lifted its head, swallowing the man's entire body, followed by the chilling sound of crunching bones. The wolf sat on the ground, blood dripping from its maw, its eyes half closed, relishing the gruesome feast. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the villagers were paralyzed with fear, crying out as they ran homeward. At that moment, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky, halting above the demonic wolf. A voice rang out, You audacious demonic wolf, how dare you devour humans? Come forth and face your demise. Upon hearing this declaration, the fleeing villagers halted, looking skyward. Tears of joy welled in their eyes as they beheld the figure suspended in the air. Look, a celestial being. It truly is a celestial being. Hooray, salvation has arrived. The townsfolk quickly knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. The figure in the sky was none other than Wu Fan. Upon discovering the demonic wolf, he had soared over on his sword, though regrettably, he had arrived too late, witnessing the wolf consume a villager. Filled with fury, Wu Fan, who had once been an ordinary mortal, glared at the beast. The wolf, having heard his voice, turned to face him, letting out an angry roar. But there was a flicker of human-like fear in its eyes, sensing that this figure was stronger than itself. In response, Wu Fan retrieved his high-tier magical artifact, the Leongha sword, which transformed into a beam of light, hurtling toward the demonic wolf. Knowing the sword's might, the wolf opened its jaws wide and unleashed a barrage of wind blades. The ensuing clash between the flying sword and the wind blades echoed through the air, showcasing the wolf's formidable prowess as it successfully deflected Wu Fan's attack. It was impressive that the low-tier demonic beast could withstand the assault of a high-tier artifact wielded by a 7th-level qi refinement practitioner. Wu Fan was taken aback that his strike had been thwarted, yet he understood that the wolf could not sustain such attacks for long. As it was merely a first-tier demonic beast with limited power, his assumption proved correct. The wolf could only produce a few more wind blades. With a cold snort, Wu Fan commanded his sword to strike again. The wolf, sensing the impending danger, unleashed another set of wind blades before turning to flee. The sword was once more repelled, while the wolf dashed toward the town's outskirts with lightning speed. Wu Fan recognized that this demonic wolf was known as the Liphone Wolf, capable of emitting wind blades and renowned for its swiftness, categorizing it as a low-tier demonic beast. Realizing that he could not afford to delay any longer, Wu Fan directed his sword to pursue the fleeing creature. The wolf, resigned, turned back to unleash a few more wind blades. The sounds of impact echoed again. But as the wolf prepared to escape, a faint green light shot toward it. The wolf, caught off guard, found the green light piercing through its skull before it could react. The green light, after passing through the wolf's head, returned to Wu Fan's hand, revealing itself to be a slender, emerald-hued needle, the Xianxiaaudiobooks needle, another of Wu Fan's high-tier artifacts. With the needle having penetrated its skull, the wolf staggered, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Upon witnessing the demise of the demonic wolf at the hands of the celestial being, the townsfolk erupted in joyous cheers. Their long wait for this day had finally ended, and they could now live without the fear of being devoured. They bowed deeply to Wu Fan, expressing their gratitude. Wu Fan, with a smile playing on his lips, felt a sense of fulfillment in aiding these mortals. With a wave of his arm, the wolf's carcass soared toward him before shrinking and entering his storage bag. Wu Fan then soared away on his sword. The wolf's body could fetch several hundred spirit stones. He would not leave it behind. After departing, Wu Fan returned to the abode of the elder Huang Tsang. Master, your might is unparalleled. I felt my blood surge with excitement as I witnessed your power. Thank you for saving these mortals, the elder exclaimed, rushing to greet Wu Fan with praises. I have merely fulfilled my sect's task. There is no need for gratitude. I have completed my business here and am ready to depart. Please report this matter to the sect, Wu Fan replied before ascending on his sword. Rest assured, I will promptly inform the sect, the elder called out as Wu Fan's figure receded into the distance. Chapter 40, Heilong Mountain Range. After leaving Linshan town, Wu Fan flew unceasingly towards the Heilong Mountain Range. By the time he reached the mountains, the sky had turned ominously dark. Nevertheless, Wu Fan showed no intention of pausing. He directly entered the heart of the mountain range. Since mastering the Lingyan technique, even in the darkness, the world appeared as bright as day to him. The Highland Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, and within its depths, various demonic beasts were as numerous as the stars. After crossing the mountain's periphery, Wu Fan descended from his swift flight, gradually making his way deeper into the mountains. He dared not traverse boldly into the depths, for encountering a third-tier demonic beast would spell great trouble for him, possibly leading to his demise. Once deep within the mountains, Wu Fan employed the Tiangui Lianqi technique to obscure his presence, allowing him to proceed with greater confidence. As night turned to dawn, his mood soured. For despite searching tirelessly throughout the night, he had failed to locate the Longxin Jiayi. This rare herb was not available in the markets, and he had been unable to procure its seeds. Wu Fan coveted this spiritual herb, as it was a crucial ingredient in the crafting of foundational elixirs. The Zhiji Dan was remarkable. Once cultivators reached the 12th level of qi refinement, they were required to consume this elixir to break through their bottlenecks. Successfully taking the Zhiji Dan would elevate them from the realm of mortals, embarking on the path of cultivation and extending their lifespan to 300 years, thereby attaining the status of an elder within their sect. To establish a solid foundation, the Zhiji Dan was indispensable. Yet even major sects found it to be exceedingly rare, as some vital herbs for its concoction were on the brink of extinction. Many cultivators found themselves unable to advance due to the lack of this elixir. Wu Fan understood his own constitution. Even if he were to obtain a Zhiji Dan from a sect in the future, he doubted his ability to successfully establish a foundation. He knew that while some cultivators could succeed with just one Zhiji Dan, this was a rarity. The majority required 2 or even 3 to achieve the same result. Given the scarcity of the elixir, many cultivators were left regretting their inability to break throughout their lives. Determined to prepare in advance, Wu Fan aimed to gather enough herbs for crafting the Zhiji Dan before reaching the 12th level of qi refinement, intending to cultivate them in a small space and ultimately concoct a sufficient quantity of the elixir himself. This journey to the Highland Mountain Range was thus undertaken. After searching for 7 days within the mountains, although he had not found the Longxin Jiayi, he had discovered over a dozen herbs previously unknown to him, which brought a smile to his face. As Wu Fan ventured deeper into the mountains, he encountered several first- and second-tier demonic beasts. However, due to his mastery of the Tiangui Lianqi technique, he was able to evade detection. Upon arriving at a valley, he spotted a spiritual herb by a pond. After ensuring no beasts were present, he cautiously approached the herb. Just as he was about to harvest it, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the pond. Wu Fan swiftly retreated, only to see a colossal black spider emerge from the water, its size measuring 2 zhang, equipped with 8 eyes and 8 monstrous legs. Fixating its gaze upon him, it was a second-tier demonic beast, the bloodthirsty spider, and trouble was brewing, for it had already detected his presence. Wu Fan's expression darkened. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle with this creature. He realized that releasing his cloud boat to escape would be futile, as the spider would not grant him the opportunity to flee. With this in mind, he summoned his flying sword, preparing for combat. The spider's eyes glinted ominously, as if it too was ready to strike. In that moment, Wu Fan leaped into the air, landing upon his flying sword, and prepared to retreat. As expected, the bloodthirsty spider did not allow him to escape. The moment Wu Fan jumped onto his sword, the spider launched its attack, spewing forth a web of white silk directly at him. Wu Fan, finding no alternative, abandoned his escape plan. Since retreat was no longer an option, he resolved to fight. He murmured incantations, and a fireball materialized in his hand. With a thrust of his palm, he sent the fireball racing toward the web, incinerating it in an instant. At that moment, the bloodthirsty spider lunged at him with its 8 legs, moving with lightning speed. Wu Fan, refusing to be idle, directed his Leongha sword towards the beast. However, the spider deftly swatted his sword aside, sending it flying, while only leaving a few cracks on its own leg. Wu Fan was taken aback. It was difficult to believe that a high-grade magic weapon like his flying sword had been repelled so easily, highlighting the spider's formidable toughness. In pain, the spider let out a piercing hiss, then lunged at Wu Fan with another of its massive legs, the sharp tip glinting ominously. If struck, the blow would surely pierce him through. With his sword far from reach, Wu Fan had no time to wait for its return. He quickly retrieved a silver shield from his storage bag, which expanded in size to become a massive barrier before him. The impact was thunderous as the spider recoiled. Seizing the moment, Wu Fan summoned his Leongha sword back to him and again attacked the spider. This time, the spider could only defend with its front leg, resulting in another loud collision that caused it to stagger backward. In that instant, a green needle flew silently through the air, piercing the spider's eye. The creature thrashed violently on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust before falling still. Exhausted, Wu Fan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His magical energy had been nearly depleted, although he had broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. The exertion of controlling 2 high-grade magic weapons and 1 top-tier weapon had drained him significantly. After a brief respite, Wu Fan rose to his feet and approached the lifeless form of the bloodthirsty spider. He recalled having studied several jade slips in the scripture pavilion, some of which detailed various demonic beasts. The bloodthirsty spider was noted for its tough body, immense strength, and ability to spit webs. Its 8 legs were considered high-quality materials for crafting magic weapons. This was Wu Fan's first time defeating a second-tier beast, and he was surprised to have succeeded. After collecting the spider's corpse, Wu Fan returned to the pond to gather the spiritual herb, then continued deeper into the mountain range. Chapter 41, The Little White Fox. Wu Fan journeyed further into the mountains for another 5 days, where the presence of demonic beasts became noticeably more abundant. After engaging in 6 battles, he had slain 6 beasts, 4 first-tier and 2 second-tier. His combat experience was clearly on the rise. However, he faced considerable difficulty when defeating a second-tier black iron bull, sustaining some minor injuries in the process. The black iron bull was far more formidable than the bloodthirsty spider, possessing the cultivation level of a top-tier Qi refinement practitioner, with skin as tough as iron. During Wu Fan's battle with this ferocious beast, he exerted every ounce of his strength, employing all his magical artifacts and expending several high-tier attack talismans. Ultimately, he was still struck by the dying charge of the ferocious bull, feeling as if his entire skeletal structure was about to shatter, leaving him in agony on the ground for an extended period before he could rise again. Fortunately, he possessed the exquisite artifact, the Hun Yuan Jin Gang shield. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the manner of his demise. One day, Wu Fan ascended a modest mountain peak, concealing himself behind a massive boulder while observing the battle below. 2 beasts were engaged in a relentless chase, one of which was a formidable 3rd-tier beast, the Bai Jing Kuang Shi. This beast stood 2 zhang in height, clad in a coat of yellow-brown fur, with enormous emerald eyes indicative of its strength, comparable to that of a mid-stage foundational cultivator. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon sighting this creature, for it was his first encounter with a 3rd-tier beast, and to claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. The other beast was a small fox, its fur a pristine white and measuring merely 3 feet in length. Its ruby-red eyes sparkled like exquisite gemstones, complemented by a tiny black nose, rendering it irresistibly adorable. This little white fox was merely a second-tier beast, currently in a rather precarious situation. Thankfully, its speed was exceptional, allowing it to nimbly evade the onslaught of the Bai Jing Kuang Shi. However, it was apparent that the little fox was gradually succumbing to exhaustion, and it seemed only a matter of time before it would be devoured by the Bai Jing Kuang. Wu Fan yearned to escape quickly, yet he dared not move for fear of being detected by the beasts below. He also refrained from summoning his Yun Wu Zhou to flee, knowing that the energy fluctuations would alert the beasts. Even if he ascended into the sky, he would become a target for other beasts, lacking the time to activate the concealment function of his vessel. In a moment of desperation, Wu Fan retrieved 9 formation flags from his storage pouch and began to slowly set up a formation atop the mountain. specifically his MTN do in SHN formation. Once he completed the arrangement, he placed numerous spirit stones at the 9 formation nodes. With everything in place, he felt secure enough to watch the conflict below. The two beasts continued their relentless pursuit, and perhaps growing impatient. The Bai Jing Quangshi let out a furious roar before lunging towards the little white fox, its massive jaws revealing sharp fangs, clearly intent on devouring it. At this moment, the little fox appeared to be nearing its limit, its movements noticeably slowing. Just as it seemed poised to be captured, a sudden brightness ignited in its eyes, and it fixed its gaze upon the Bai Jing Quangshi. A miraculous scene unfolded as the Bai Jing Quangshi abruptly halted, its eyes growing unfocused and momentarily ceasing its attack. Seizing this opportunity, the little fox darted away, moving so swiftly that it left a trail of afterimages in its wake. It turned out that the little fox's earlier display of fatigue was merely a ruse, intended to lure the Bai Jing Quangshi closer to unleash its ocular technique. Clearly, the little white fox was quite astute. As the little fox raced in Wu Fan's direction, he felt a surge of dismay. What was happening? Why was this little fox bringing trouble to him? Despite his frustration, he realized he had no choice. Fortunately, he had already prepared the MTN do in SHN formation. Just as the little fox was about to enter the formation, the Bai Jing Quangshi regained its clarity and, upon noticing the little fox fleeing uphill, let out an enraged roar before pursuing it up the mountain. Wu Fan's heart sank as he acknowledged that trouble was indeed upon him, and he could only proceed with caution. The little white fox dashed into the formation, closely followed by the Bai Jing Quangshi. Upon entering the formation, the little fox was met with a dense fog. Perplexed by the sudden change from what it had perceived as an ordinary mountain, attempting to retreat, it found itself unable to navigate back, as the fog obscured all visibility, rendering any direction it chose futile. The Bai Jing Quangshi faced a similar fate, unable to escape the enveloping mist. Observing the two beasts floundering within his formation, Wu Fan found a tinge of amusement. However, this formation served merely as a defensive and confining structure, lacking offensive capabilities. Should he wish to eliminate them, he would need to rely on his own prowess. With this thought, Wu Fan resolved to allow the two beasts to exhaust their energy within the formation, planning to strike once they had depleted their strength. The corpses of these beasts would fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones, particularly that of the formidable third-tier Bai Jing Quangshi, equivalent to a formidable foundational cultivator. Without this formation, Wu Fan would never have dared to confront the third-tier beast directly. A face-to-face encounter would surely spell his doom. However, now that the Bai Jing Quangshi had entered his formation, he found an opportunity to slay it. Aware of the formation's might, he knew that not only third-tier beasts but even fourth-tier ones would find themselves at its mercy, left to endure his assault. With this in mind, Wu Fan settled into a meditative posture atop the mountain, patiently awaiting the exhaustion of the two beasts. Having studied various texts on beasts, he understood that only fifth-tier beasts possessed intelligence akin to that of humans, and given the current intellect of these beasts, he had no concerns about them resting. He surmised they would continuously seek an exit from the enveloping fog. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Wu Fan diligently monitored the two beasts. By now, the Bai Jing Quangshi lay exhausted on the ground, unable to rise, presenting Wu Fan with an opportunity to strike. However, as he observed the little white fox, a peculiar expression crossed his face, for it exhibited far greater intelligence than the Bai Jing Quangshi. During these 3 days, whenever the little white fox felt fatigued, it would pause to rest, resuming its search for an escape only after recuperating. Wu Fan found himself somewhat reluctant to harm such an adorable creature. Deciding against further delay, Wu Fan resolved to eliminate the Bai Jing Quangshi first. With a swift motion, he summoned his Leongha, which shot forth in a blur towards the third-tier beast. The Bai Jing Quangshi, blinded by the formation, failed to perceive the approach of the flying sword but heard the sound of slicing air, prompting it to leap up in a defensive stance. Just then, the Leongha reached its proximity. The beast, with a sudden leap, evaded the lethal strike, but the sword executed a graceful maneuver, returning to strike again. This time, the Bai Jing Quangshi could not evade, receiving a deep gash that caused blood to spurt forth. In pain, the beast let out a furious roar and fled, the flying sword in relentless pursuit. Half an hour later, with the aid of the Leongha and Su Nyan, Wu Fan finally vanquished the Bai Jing Quangshi. He approached the fallen beast and collected its corpse. Wu Fan stood still, gazing in the direction of the little white fox. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. With a gentle sigh, he remarked to himself that it was best to let it be, for he could not bear to harm such an adorable and clever creature. After some reflection, Wu Fan resolved to see if he could take the little white fox as his spirit pet. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners possessed spirit pets, which offered numerous advantages. They could assist in battles, some avian spirit pets could even carry their masters aloft, and they could guard homes and protect their sanctuaries. In the larger sects of cultivation, there were formidable guardian beasts as well. Having witnessed the little white fox's abilities, Wu Fan felt a strong attraction towards it. Not only was the fox incredibly swift, but its capacity to cast illusions upon its foes was also impressive. He had personally seen the little white fox ensnare a Baijing beast with a mere glance, rendering it immobile. It was well known that in the heat of battle, even a moment of distraction could lead to one's demise. With this in mind, Wu Fan decided to give it a try. However, he refrained from attempting to subdue the earlier third-tier beast, as he understood that the creature's rank was far too high for him to handle. The risk of a counterattack during the subjugation process could lead to a most unjust demise. At this moment, Wu Fan began to approach the little white fox. Unbeknownst to the fox, which was resting on the ground with a pitiable demeanor, it occasionally glanced around with its beautiful eyes. But all it could see was a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Little white fox, do you wish to leave this place? If you agree to become my spirit pet, I shall set you free." Startled by the voice, the little white fox sprang to its feet. Turning towards the source of the sound, its eyes darted around, clearly understanding the meaning of the words. Having been trapped for 3 days, the fox was eager to escape. Yet the thought of becoming someone else's spirit pet filled it with resistance, for doing so would strip it of its freedom. Seeing that the little white fox remained unresponsive, Wu Fan assumed it had not comprehended his words or simply did not wish to be a spirit pet. Frowning slightly, he let out a huff and retrieved the corpse of the Baijing beast from his storage bag, tossing it before the little white fox. Upon seeing the carcass, the fox trembled in fear. The voice echoed again, "Will you become my spirit pet or not?" The little white fox, displaying a remarkably human-like demeanor, sat down and nodded pitifully. A smile finally graced Wu Fan's face as he instructed, "Stay still and open your mind. Do not resist." The little white fox obediently nodded again. Just as Wu Fan was about to step closer, he felt a twinge of unease. He took out the Hunyuan Jinggang shield and, after a moment's thought, also retrieved the Xianxiaaudiobooks needle, feeling more secure to approach the fox. When he reached the little white fox, it remained still, as if entrusting its fate to him. Wu Fan placed his palm on the fox's head and began to perform the beast-taming technique. This technique, discovered in the Songjing pavilion, allowed the practitioner to subdue beasts and forge a master-servant contract with them, though it came with many restrictions. It could only be employed if the beast consented and did not resist. As Wu Fan exerted himself to the fullest, he noticed a look of anguish on the little white fox's face. After a brief moment, a drop of soul blood suddenly emerged from the fox's forehead, soaring into Wu Fan's body and settling within his sea of consciousness, motionless. At that moment, he had finally subdued the little white fox. From now on, it would be bound to obey him, for if it were to defy him, a mere thought from Wu Fan could lead to its demise. Realizing that it had become a spirit pet, the little white fox resigned itself and settled at Wu Fan's feet. After stowing away the magical tools and the beast's corpse, Wu Fan crouched down to observe the little white fox. His heart swelled with joy. It was his first spirit beast, and a second-tier one at that. Adding to his arsenal, in the world of cultivation, wild, untamed creatures were known as demon beasts. They could absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, converting it into demonic power, or they could consume the essence of human cultivators to enhance their bloodline strength, ultimately evolving into higher-tier demon beasts. Once tamed by practitioners, they became spirit beasts, destined to obey their masters, gradually shedding their wild nature and integrating into the lives of human cultivators. They would no longer harbor unwarranted animosity towards humans, but should their masters command them to slay, they would not show mercy. With a smile on his face, Wu Fan gazed at the little white fox, noticing the wounds inflicted by the Baijing beast. He gently stroked its pristine fur and retrieved a bottle of healing elixirs from his storage bag. Pouring a pill into his palm, he held it near the little fox's mouth. The fox sniffed the air delicately with its charming nose, its eyes sparkling with delight before it eagerly swallowed the pill. "Little white fox, do not worry. You shall not suffer while by my side. I will provide you with many elixirs to aid your cultivation," Wu Fan reassured it softly. Understanding her master's intentions, the little white fox stood up, let out a couple of joyful barks, and began to frolic around Wu Fan, eventually leaping into his embrace, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Thus, Wu Fan tended to the little white fox's injuries for 2 days. Once it had fully healed, he dismantled the formation and departed with the fox. A day later, Wu Fan called out, "Little white fox, slow down. Where are you taking me? Wait for me. I can hardly keep up." Upon hearing his voice, the little white fox halted and turned back, barking as if to say, "Master, you are too slow." Its beautiful eyes gazed at Wu Fan, and as he caught up, it dashed ahead once more. Wu Fan, with no choice but to pursue, felt certain that the little fox had a destination in mind. Thus, the pair, one human and one beast, ran and chased for another day. On this day, the little white fox led Wu Fan to a towering mountain peak, where it came to a stop. It turned back, barking a few times at Wu Fan before glancing up at the summit and scampering upwards. When they reached the mountainside, the little white fox approached a particularly concealed crevice in the rocks. After glancing back at Wu Fan, it squeezed through. Wu Fan, however, found the opening too small to fit. With a swift thought, he shrank his body and followed suit. Such minor obstacles posed no challenge for him, and employing the xianxiaaudiobooks, he effortlessly navigated through. After crawling for some time, he emerged into a vast cavern, where the little white fox awaited him. Upon seeing her master, the fox joyfully yipped a few times before bounding ahead. As Wu Fan followed her through the cavern, they eventually arrived at a stone door, where the little white fox halted, no longer moving. Wu Fan understood that they had finally reached their destination, for the little white fox had evidently brought him to this stone door. He approached it slowly, pushing it open to reveal a smaller cave filled with medicinal fields and housing. Wu Fan recognized it instantly as a dwelling. He stepped into the cave and gazed towards the medicinal field. In this field, there was not a single herb, only a small tree that emitted a faint golden glow. Clearly a precious spiritual tree. Wu Fan was filled with curiosity, as he did not recognize the name of this small tree. Among all the jade slips he had perused, there was no mention of this particular tree. As Wu Fan approached the small tree, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He suddenly felt a heaviness, as if a massive stone were pressing down upon him, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Wu Fan quickly retreated, and at that moment, the oppressive sensation vanished. He let out a soft gasp, finding it incredible that proximity to this small tree could invoke such gravitational force. Unconvinced, he took another step forward, only to experience the same phenomenon once more. His entire body felt burdened, as if it could be pinned down at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he persevered and took another step forward. With a resounding thud, Wu Fan found himself flattened against the ground, unable to rise. After taking that second step, the weight intensified. He felt as though his bones might shatter, and with great effort, he crawled backward, finally managing to escape the tree's influence through sheer determination. With lingering trepidation, Wu Fan stood up, and his gaze towards the small tree grew solemn. He now understood that this small tree was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. He circled around it, attempting several times to approach, but the result remained the same. Feeling helpless, he pondered for a moment before striding towards the stone house, where the small white fox awaited him at the door. Wu Fan pushed open the door and entered. The room was modest, apart from a mat and a stone table. There was little else. However, upon closer inspection of the stone table, he discovered two items resting upon it, a jade slip and a stone box. Wu Fan reached for the jade slip and placed it against his forehead to examine its contents. The slip revealed, "I am Luo Yangzi from the Zhongtian continent. I do not know who you are, but if you are reading this slip, it signifies that I may have perished beneath the heavenly tribulation. In my prime, I traversed the immortal realm for thousands of years, only to meet a tragic end. I stumbled through a spatial rift to arrive here, but alas, I can never return. The heavenly tribulation looms, and I am grievously wounded. My chances of survival are slim. I have left behind some opportunities for the fated one. As these two items were the foundation of my journey through the immortal realm, it is better to leave them for you than to have them perish with me in the heavenly tribulation. For the fated one, these two items are." Wu Fan spent nearly an hour absorbing the jade slip's contents, gradually understanding the situation. The elder, Luo Yangzi, was a practitioner from Zhongtian continent. Though his precise cultivation level was not disclosed, he had been ambushed by several demonic cultivators and inadvertently entered a spatial rift, landing in Wu Fan's domain. The elder, having sustained severe injuries from the attackers, faced the imminent heavenly tribulation, believing he would not survive. He lamented that it would be a waste for the items he cherished to be destroyed alongside him, thus leaving them behind. The first item was the small tree outside, known as Jin Yuan Ling Mu, a rare treasure, the only one of its kind in the entire immortal realm. This Jin Yuan Ling Mu could be used to cultivate a supernatural ability called Jin Yuan Chongguang. If cultivated to a minor success, it would create a gravitational field that would exert similar pressure on enemies entering its radius, although intangible entities such as flames, lightning, and toxins would remain unaffected. However, mastering this ability was arduous, requiring a lengthy period of time, as one must absorb the gravitational essence from the Jin Yuan Ling Mu. Once the essence was depleted, it would take a millennium for the tree to recover, necessitating a long wait to continue cultivating. Wu Fan was elated, for he had no fear. He could expedite the growth of the small tree, allowing it to rejuvenate swiftly. The second item was the stone box on the table, which contained a flame known as Tian Luo Jihua. It was said that a significant portion of Luo Yangzi's accomplishments stemmed from this fire, renowned for its immense power, capable of igniting anything. Unfortunately, the fire had been weakened during the tumultuous battle of the past, and now existed merely as a small ember. To restore its former might, it would require nurturing within one's body and the absorption of potent flames. The jade slip concluded with instructions on refining Tian Luo Jihua and cultivating Jin Yuan Chongguang. After finishing the jade slip, Wu Fan was left utterly astonished. Who exactly was Luo Yangzi? What was a spatial rift? What was the heavenly tribulation? Wasn't the immortal realm primarily inhabited by demonic cultivators? Why did he refer to them as demonic beings? Moreover, what was his cultivation realm? Legends suggested that even those in the Yuaning stage lived a mere 1 to 2,000 years. How could he have lived for 10,000 years? Wu Fan was overwhelmed with confusion and astonishment. Aware that his current level of cultivation was insufficient to comprehend such high matters, he refrained from dwelling on them further. Wu Fan opened the lid of the stone box and beheld a flickering, pale yellow flame, no larger than a pinky finger, appearing as if it might extinguish at any moment. He recognized this as the weakened Tian Luo Jihua. Observing the frail flame, disappointment washed over him. He had not anticipated that such a formidable fire could be reduced to such a fragile ember. He closed the lid and tossed the box into his storage bag, then turned to exit the stone house. Upon returning to the small tree, excitement gleamed in his eyes. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Should he successfully cultivate Jin Yuan Chongguang, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. Thank you immensely, Xiao Baihu, for bringing me here. These 2 treasures are invaluable to me, he expressed to the small white fox, presenting it with 5 vials of elixirs to enhance its spiritual power as a reward. The small white fox, upon seeing the elixirs, emitted joyful cries and affectionately nudged Wu Fan's thigh, clearly elated. Wu Fan chuckled at its adorable demeanor. Without further delay, Wu Fan settled cross-legged on the ground and retrieved the jade slip once more, immersing himself in its contents for 3 consecutive days. Afterward, he rose and approached the small tree. As he took his first step, he quickly sat down again, enduring the gravitational force while silently reciting the incantation. Before long, a strand of golden light emerged from the direction of the tree, gradually entering his body. Thus, with each passing moment, Wu Fan drew forth a strand of golden light, allowing it to penetrate within him. 3 days passed, and Wu Fan finally rose to his feet. He then took a step forward, and once again, the scene from 3 days prior unfolded before him. He sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting the incantation, summoning golden light into his body. Thus, every 3 days, he would advance a step, and after 3 months, Wu Fan gazed at the small tree that was now within reach, a smile gracing his face. He began to use his flying sword to excavate the soil surrounding the small tree. After a short while, Wu Fan cradled the tree in his arms, and his body began to emit a faint glow. A quarter of an hour later, both he and the small tree vanished simultaneously. Upon entering the small space, Wu Fan planted the tree not far from the entrance of his courtyard, creating a little clearing just for it. Once this was accomplished, he exited the small space, accompanied by the little white fox as they left the cave. 3 days later, in a mountain forest, Wu Fan was laughing heartily, holding a peculiar herb in his hand. This herb resembled a type of lingji, but had 9 leaves. Indeed, Wu Fan had finally discovered the Longxin Juyezi. Thus, his purpose for coming to the Heilong mountain range was fulfilled. Subsequently, Wu Fan returned to Qingfengmen with the little white fox. After completing the task handover at Qingfengmen, he departed once more, intending to first visit Changyang Fengshe to purchase some items and sell the carcasses of the demon beasts. As he was nearing Changyang Fengshe, Wu Fan landed his flying sword in a safe location, placing the little white fox into the small space. Inside the thatched cottage, there were 2 additional rooms that Wu Fan had yet to decide their purpose. Now, he resolved to allocate one for the little white fox and chose a room for it. After giving it a few instructions, he cautioned it not to venture outside to consume the herbs. Following this, Wu Fan exited the small space. In the outside world, Wu Fan stood atop a large rock, and suddenly, his face began to contort, his body swelling. Moments later, he transformed into a robust middle-aged man. He changed his attire and then took to the skies on his flying sword, vanishing into the distance. Upon arriving at Changyang Fengshe, Wu Fan surveyed the familiar surroundings and strode purposefully towards a loft. A quarter of an hour later, a young servant approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what would you like to purchase? Our shop boasts a comprehensive array of items that are sure to satisfy you." At that moment, a deep, Powerful voice resonated from the entrance. I wish to sell demon beast materials. Go fetch your shopkeeper. The middle-aged man was direct, stating his purpose without hesitation. The young servant was momentarily taken aback. Having worked in the shop for 5 or 6 years, he rarely encountered someone selling demon beast materials, as they were notoriously difficult to kill. Only those at the 10th level of Qi refinement or in the foundation establishment stage would hunt such beasts, while those below the 9th level typically would not, as encountering a second-tier beast could easily lead to their demise. The servant glanced at the middle-aged man and noticed he was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that this individual had hidden his true cultivation? It seemed implausible that he was just a 7th-level cultivator, or perhaps he was only selling first-tier beast materials. The servant's expression fluctuated as he grappled with his dilemma, recalling the shopkeeper's explicit instruction that morning. If there was no significant matter, he should not be disturbed. What should he do? At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke again, his tone evidently impatient. Are you going to fetch the shopkeeper or not? Are you still in business? If not, I shall take my leave. Esteemed guest, please do not be angry. May I ask what tier of demon beast materials you are selling? The servant, after some contemplation, decided that if the middle-aged man was selling only first-tier common beast materials, he would not bother the shopkeeper. Both first and second tiers. The man replied, his impatience evident. Upon hearing that there were second-tier beast materials, the servant's eyes lit up. Very well, esteemed guest, please wait. I shall fetch the shopkeeper at once. With that, he dashed away. This middle-aged man was, of course, Wu Fan in disguise. Chapter 45. An ambush. Wu Fan did not have to wait long. Shortly after, the young servant returned with an elderly man in haste. The elder scrutinized Wu Fan and said, esteemed friend, I apologize for the wait. I hear you have demon beast materials to sell? Yes, I wish to sell demon beast materials. Please take me to the courtyard, as this room cannot accommodate my materials. Upon seeing the elder, Wu Fan recognized him as the shopkeeper. He had visited several times before, but this time, his altered appearance meant the shopkeeper did not recognize him. The elder's eyes brightened at Wu Fan's words, thinking to himself, this sturdy man seems to have brought quite a collection of demon beast materials. If he indeed possesses second-tier beasts, this could be a substantial transaction. Very well, esteemed friend, please follow me. The elder turned and led the way to the back door, with Wu Fan following closely behind. They passed through the back of the shop and arrived at a clearing in the courtyard. Wu Fan assessed the space and deemed it barely sufficient to hold the corpses of his demon beasts. Esteemed friend, do you find this suitable? The elder inquired as he glanced back at Wu Fan. It's barely acceptable, Wu Fan replied, and without further ado, he opened several storage pouches at his waist. In an instant, over 10 demon beast carcasses flew forth, some measuring 2 to 3 zhang in length, while the largest reached 7 to 8 zhang. This spectacle startled the elder, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the array of demon beast corpses. First-tier Liwind Wolf, second-tier Bloodthirsty Spider, second-tier Black Iron Bull, and second-tier Red Poison Python. When he laid eyes on the final corpse, he nearly jumped for joy. It was a third-tier beast, the Beijing Quanxi beast. This was a formidable creature, and he wondered which senior had slain it. The elder certainly did not believe Wu Fan had the capability to kill these beasts. Hence, he assumed they had been dispatched by a senior. After scrutinizing the demon beast corpses for quite some time, he finally exhaled and asked, are you planning to sell all of these? Yes, all of them. Please quote me a price. In that case, let me calculate. For these first-tier beasts, I shall offer you 3,000 spirit stones. For the 5 second-tier beasts, I will give you 12,000 spirit stones, and for the third-tier beast, I will offer 30,000 spirit stones. What do you think? The elder began to tally after examining the corpses. Agreed, let us proceed with your quoted price. However, I also wish to purchase some items from you. Wu Fan replied noncommittally. The elder's heart soared at the prospect of such a straightforward transaction, especially since this man wished to buy items as well. What would you like to purchase? I require a quality spirit beast pouch and some elixirs. Thus, an hour later, Wu Fan exited the shop, taking to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the outskirts of Changyangfangshi. The spirit beast pouch was, of course, intended for the little white fox, for storage pouches could not contain living creatures. However, the spirit beast pouch was remarkable. Roughly the size of a storage pouch and capable of holding living beings, as it contained spiritual energy that allowed the spirit beast to cultivate within. Wu Fan found it quite inconvenient to enter and exit his small space, as each entry required a wait of a quarter of an hour, and he had to bring the little white fox along. Similarly, upon exit, he needed to enter first to retrieve the little white fox. Hence, he purchased the spirit beast pouch, which would greatly facilitate summoning the little white fox in the future. Wu Fan also acquired numerous elixirs, a significant portion of which were for the little white fox, as well as some talismans. since he had nearly exhausted the ones he had previously bought during his time in the Heilong mountain range. After attending to all matters, Wu Fan soared out of Qingshan city. Over 100 miles away from the city, he found a secluded spot and released the little white fox. Little white fox, this is the spirit beast pouch I have procured for you. From now on, when I venture out, you shall reside within this pouch, where I have also placed numerous elixirs. Wu Fan gently spoke to it. Upon hearing about the elixirs, the little white fox joyfully yipped twice and licked Wu Fan's face with its delicate pink tongue, making him chuckle heartily. After frolicking for a while, the little white fox swiftly jumped into the spirit beast pouch at his waist, eager to consume the elixirs inside. Casting a glance around, Wu Fan then rose and rode his flying sword into the sky, not heading towards Qingshan, but rather in another direction. Approximately 500 miles from Xianxiafan city, in a nearby grove, two figures were engaged in conversation. One of them sighed and said, "Alas, Brother Xiong, it has been half a month since we last had a good haul. I suggest we change locations, for there have been no cultivators passing through here." This speaker, appearing to be in his 40s, wore a scar across his face and had a bushy beard. "Brother Qi, do not be impatient. Being so close to Qingshan city, it is certain that solitary cultivators will pass by. Other routes are typically traversed by disciples from major sects or immortal families, whom we cannot afford to provoke. I believe we should wait a little longer," replied the other man, also in his 40s but possessing a formidable physique. "Brother Xiong, why don't we pull off a few more jobs and then call it quits? If we manage to intercept someone powerful, we might not even have the chance to regret it," the scarred man, referred to as Brother Qi, said with a troubled expression. What are you afraid of? You are at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while I am at the 9th. As long as we avoid robbing top-tier cultivators at the 10th level or above, who can we fear? Do not forget, I possess a high-grade magical artifact as well. Moreover, we have successfully robbed for so many years without failure," Brother Xiong scoffed nonchalantly. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, heading straight for them. Haha, finally, prey has arrived, and it's a mere 7th level Qi refinement cultivator. Judging by his attire, he is certainly not one of those major sect disciples. Brother Xiong laughed heartily, believing that after half a month of waiting, they had finally found a lamb to slaughter. Brother Qi's face mirrored a cruel smile as he chuckled incessantly. As Wu Fan flew through the sky on his sword, he suddenly noticed two escape lights shooting towards him. As the lights faded, two robust middle-aged men appeared before him. Curious, Wu Fan wondered what these two were blocking his path for, as he did not recognize them from his memories. Since entering the cultivation world, he had never been targeted by other cultivators nor engaged in combat, spending most of his time in the sect except for the occasional visits to Qingshan city. With foundation-building cultivators stationed in the market, it was relatively safe, and the sect was even more secure. No one in their right mind would dare to cause trouble at Qingshan, where internal disputes were strictly forbidden. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle. What Wu Fan did not realize was that the cultivation world was exceedingly brutal, even more so than the martial arts world of mortals, rife with murder, treasure theft, and the plundering of female cultivators. At that moment, one of the men sneered. "Hey there, kid, where do you think you're going? Hand over your storage bag, and if we are in a good mood, we might spare your life." The other man, growing impatient, interjected, "Brother Xiong, why waste time talking to him? Just kill him and be done with it before more people show up." Upon hearing their conversation, Wu Fan realized he had encountered robbers who intended to kill him and seize his treasures. He assessed their cultivation levels. One was at the 8th level and the other at the 9th, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He believed dispatching these two would be effortless. Not to mention the high-grade magical artifacts he possessed, even the little white fox, a second-tier beast, could easily handle them. With a sense of amusement, Wu Fan looked at the two men without speaking, merely smiling. "What are you laughing at, brat? Are you seeking death?" The scarred man, Brother Qi, said angrily, clearly irked by Wu Fan's laughter. Wu Fan, perceiving their unpleasantness, decided to tease them further. "Esteemed gentlemen, I have no spirit stones on me. I implore you to spare my life," he feigned fear. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men softened, believing they had regained some authority. Brother Xiong then glanced at the flying sword beneath Wu Fan's feet, his eyes widening with sudden excitement. "Is that a high-grade flying sword? It appears to be an exquisite specimen among high-grade artifacts. We have struck gold." Brother Qi, upon seeing the sword, mirrored Brother Xiong's earlier expression and exclaimed, "A high-grade flying sword? Haha, Brother Xiong, we are in for a windfall this time." Seeing them so jubilant, Wu Fan couldn't help but join in their laughter. "Since you desire my flying sword, I shall grant it to you," he said, and with a flick of his storage bag, he produced the sword bestowed by his sect. Standing upon it, he then began to chant a spell, and the blazing sun sword shot towards Brother Xiong. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't expected Wu Fan to strike after feigning submission. In a panic, he summoned a mid-grade shield to block the attack and sent out a flying sword of his own towards Wu Fan, though it was merely a mid-grade artifact. With a resounding crash, the blazing sun sword collided with the shield, producing a visible crack. Meanwhile, Wu Fan had unleashed his mixed-element golden shield, placing it before him. Another thunderous impact occurred when the sword met the shield, resulting in Brother Xiong's flying sword being deflected while Wu Fan's shield remained unscathed. Brother Qi, witnessing the clash, joined the fray by launching a flying dagger at Wu Fan. As Brother Xiong saw his sword sent flying, he was momentarily stunned before hurriedly looking at Wu Fan's shield, his eyes bulging in disbelief. A top-grade artifact? How is this possible? Brother Xiong had not anticipated that his opponent possessed such a treasure, and he wondered if Wu Fan was a person of significant standing. What kind of background could allow him to be bestowed with a top-grade artifact? Did he just poke a hornet's nest? He had no time to ponder further as Wu Fan's sword came flying towards him once again, and he hastily raised the already cracked shield to defend himself. With a thunderous roar, the shield ultimately shattered into numerous pieces, falling to the ground like shooting stars, leaving a mid-grade artifact utterly destroyed. As we turn our gaze to Wu Fan, after he successfully blocked Qi Laodi's flying dagger with the Hunyuan Jingguang shield, he swiftly retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage bag. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled these talismans towards Qi Laodi, which included fireball talismans, windblade talismans, and ice spike talismans. Such lavishness was characteristic of Wu Fan. Had it been anyone else, they would have hesitated to squander such valuable items, as these talismans were all composed of precious spirit stones. On Qi Laodi's side, upon being bombarded by these offensive talismans, the air filled with the sounds of explosive detonations and the sharp whistling of wind blades. From a distance, the scene appeared to be a riot of colors, with brilliant flashes illuminating the surroundings before ultimately dissipating into thick, swirling smoke, creating a captivating spectacle. However, within that vibrant chaos, Qi Laodi's anguished screams echoed. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Qi Laodi, his body marred by injuries, yet he clung to life. In a desperate plight, his gravely wounded form plummeted rapidly from the sky. Suddenly, a green needle shot towards him, piercing through his skull, and thus, the Qi Laodi, a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refinement, met his demise. Seeing his mid-grade magical shield shattered, and witnessing Qi Laodi's lifeless body, Xiong Laoda's eyes widened in fear. He realized he had encountered someone he should not have provoked. However, with no path of retreat available, he could only resolve to fight to the death. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Wu Fan with malice, he shouted, "You dared to kill Qi Laodi. I will have your life. Prepare to witness the might of my binding spirit rope." With that, Xiong Laoda unleashed the binding spirit rope towards Wu Fan. Observing the golden glowing rope, Wu Fan understood it to be a high-tier magical artifact and did not dare to underestimate it. He hastily summoned the Liang sword to cleave at the rope. Upon impact, a loud clang echoed, and Wu Fan's expression shifted as he realized his Liang sword had been deflected while the rope remained intact. "This rope is remarkably resilient. My Liang sword couldn't sever it," Wu Fan muttered to himself. Without further delay, he summoned the Hunyuan Jingguang shield for defense. A strange occurrence unfolded as the rope coiled around the shield, bypassing it entirely, and surged directly towards Wu Fan. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Wu Fan scrambled to throw out a talisman, retreating as he did so. After a thunderous explosion, the rope surged out of the blast zone, continuing its relentless pursuit of Wu Fan. Realizing it was too late to escape, Wu Fan felt the rope encircle him, binding him tightly. Once ensnared, Wu Fan felt his internal energy come to a standstill. He could no longer harness his power, nor could he control the flying sword beneath his feet. He plummeted towards the ground like a kite severed from its string, and should he fall from such heights, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Chapter 47. The flame volcanoes. As Wu Fan descended rapidly, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the binding spirit rope. In desperation, he sighed, "Xiao Baihu, come forth." At that moment, a white light emanated from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a white fox emerged. Upon its release, the Xiao Baihu directed its enchanting gaze towards Xiong Laoda, and its eyes flared with a radiant crimson glow. Meanwhile, Xiong Laoda, reveling in the success of his binding spirit rope, felt a surge of joy as he watched his foe descend from the heavens. He believed Wu Fan was surely doomed. The thought of acquiring a high-tier magical artifact and an exceptional artifact thrilled him, and a grin began to spread across his face, morphing into uncontrollable laughter. However, before he could revel in his triumph, his laughter abruptly halted. As he beheld the Xiao Baihu, he felt an emptiness wash over his mind, as if his cognitive faculties had been stripped away. He stood there, dazed and oblivious. Under the influence of the Xiao by Hu's illusion, Wu Fan found himself unbound as the rope lost its grip. His internal energy resumed its flow, and he quickly summoned his flying sword, soaring upwards. In contrast, Xianxiaauda, still ensnared by the illusion, found himself unable to command his own power and began to freefall. Ironically, he had once thought Wu Fan would meet his demise, only to find himself on the brink of death instead. Wu Fan glared at the falling Xianxiaauda, feeling a surge of anger for having underestimated his opponent, which nearly led to his downfall. Had it not been for the Xiao by Hu, he would have undoubtedly faced grave danger. This incident served as a stern reminder to Wu Fan, never to be careless or underestimate any adversary. As Wu Fan guided his flying sword to the ground, he cast a cold glance at Xianxiaauda's corpse, delivering a final blow with his sword before seizing his storage bag. He then moved a short distance away to collect Qilaodi's storage bag as well. Naturally, he would not overlook the binding spirit rope and the flying dagger, all of which he stowed away in his own storage bag. Standing amidst the two lifeless bodies, Wu Fan's eyes flickered as he executed a hand gesture, summoning two fireballs that hurtled towards the corpses, incinerating them into ashes. With this battle finally concluded, Wu Fan found that a substantial portion of his internal energy had been expended. Although the confrontation was brief, the depletion caused by the exquisite Hunyuan Jingguang shield was significant. Leaving him weary, he resolved to seek a place to recuperate before examining the contents of the two storage bags. With this thought in mind, he returned Xiao by Hu to the spirit beast pouch and swiftly departed. After flying approximately 100 miles, he halted his journey and descended into a secluded valley. There, he selected a suitable spot to set up the Mixianduan Shenzhen formation, then sat cross-legged to gradually restore his energy. Half a day later, Wu Fan sat on the ground, gazing at the two storage bags in his hands, disappointment evident in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "These two are exceedingly poor. Together, they barely amount to 2,000 spirit stones, along with some trivial items that are hardly worth a few spirit stones. The only item of value among them is the binding spirit rope." Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, among loose cultivators, these two were relatively affluent. They had engaged in numerous plunders over the years, and given their regular expenses, it was remarkable they had managed to retain so many spirit stones. That he would dare to express disdain for their poverty was absurd, as in the realm of cultivation, few could compare to him. Even a single sale of a millennium-old spirit herb could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones. Once Wu Fan had recovered his energy, he dismantled the Mixianduan Shenzhen formation and set off again. His destination was within the territory of the Daxia Kingdom, specifically the volcanic region known as the Lian Huashan Kun. Wu Fan intended to restore the potency of the Tianluo Jihua, which had dwindled to a mere flicker of flame. To rejuvenate it, he needed to nurture it internally or absorb some flames, preferably from the spiritual flames of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Wu Fan was unaware of where to find such flames, so he settled for seeking the earth vein flames instead. By revitalizing the Tianluo Jihua, he would gain an additional trump card. During his visit to Shuzhou, Wu Fan aimed to absorb fire while hastily advancing his Jin Yuan Chongguang cultivation to a minor success. Half a month later, in the southern region of Shuzhou, the Lian Huashan group stretches for hundreds of miles, composed of numerous volcanoes of various sizes. At this moment, Wu Fan stands at the edge of a crater, gazing downwards at the expanse of golden yellow lava below, which occasionally bubbles and splashes, creating a scene that evokes a sense of dread. The waves of heat that rise from the crater make it evident just how high the temperature must be down there. After observing for a while, Wu Fan takes flight away from the site. Half an hour later, he descends into a forest, where he sets up the Mixianduan Shenzhen formation. Following this, he retrieves a stone box from his storage bag. Upon opening the box, he gazes at the small flame within, determination gleaming in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly opens his mouth and swallows the flame. Wu Fan hastily sits cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting incantations as he envelopes the flame with his spiritual energy, gradually refining it within his body. At this moment, beads of sweat pour down his face, and his features contort, revealing the immense pain he endures. 7 days later, Wu Fan returns to the volcano's edge, a smile illuminating his face as though he has received joyous news. Indeed, he has successfully refined the Tianluo Jihua. Suddenly, he opens his mouth and releases a small flame, slightly larger than the one from 7 days prior, now exhibiting a hint of sentience. Holding the flame in his palm, he notices it quivers as if eager to escape. Bursting into laughter, he relinquishes control, and the flame eagerly darts towards the lava below, diving into the golden molten rock. After watching for a moment, Wu Fan swiftly departs and returns to the forest, entering the formation while releasing the little white fox from his spirit beast pouch. He embraces the white fox before entering his small space, deciding to engage in prolonged seclusion. Once inside, Wu Fan places the fox in its spirit beast chamber, offering it some medicinal pills and instructing it to practice diligently. He then exits the courtyard and sits beneath the Jinyuan spirit tree, entering into a prolonged period of meditation. Chapter 48. Return to the Sect. Time flies, and 20 years pass within the small space. Since entering, Wu Fan has devoted himself to cultivating the Jinyuan Chongguang. However, he finds this technique extraordinarily challenging, likely due to his insufficient cultivation level. The process proves to be laborious, and the speed at which he absorbs the light is painfully slow. After 12 years, he has barely absorbed less than 1% of the light contained within the Jinyuan spirit tree. At this rate, it would take him thousands of years to fully absorb the light. Initially, Wu Fan had felt fortunate, believing he could hasten the growth of the Jinyuan spirit tree. But now it seems unnecessary. Unbeknownst to him, only by attaining a cultivation level akin to Liangzi could one absorb the light from the Jinyuan spirit tree in a short time. Thus, the power of this technique increases significantly in its later stages. After 12 years of absorption and refinement, Wu Fan's body has reached saturation, and he can no longer absorb even the slightest hint of light. Nevertheless, he has developed this technique to a commendable level, confident that if he were to release the Jinyuan Chongguang field now, even a perfected qi refining practitioner would feel its effects. For those in the foundation establishment stage, he cannot guarantee the outcome, though there would be some impact. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, continuing to cultivate the Jinyuan Chongguang will undoubtedly amplify its power, making it exceedingly difficult for any foundation establishment practitioner to withstand its influence. 12 years later, Wu Fan returns to his chamber within the space and resumes his cultivation, which continues for another 8 years. During this time, he consumes medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation and, after 8 years, finally ascends to the 8th layer of qi refining. At last, Wu Fan prepares to emerge from seclusion. In these 20 years, the little white fox has also reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, though it shows no inclination to advance to the 3rd tier. Wu Fan understands that the cultivation of demon beasts is arduous, far slower than that of humans. However, they possess long lifespans. The rapid ascent of the little white fox to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier is attributed to its continuous consumption of medicinal pills. 2 years have passed in the outside world. Wu Fan, accompanied by the little white fox, exits the small space, dispelling the formation before making his way to the volcano's edge. Upon his arrival, it seems as though the Tianluo Jihua senses his presence, suddenly soaring from the lava towards him, ultimately landing in his palm. Gazing at the flame in his hand, Wu Fan's eyes widen in disbelief. The flame has undergone a significant transformation. It no longer resembles a mere fingertip-sized ember, but has grown to the size of a fist. Its color shifting from pale yellow to a deep golden hue, with hints of light purple swirling within. Sensing the power of the flame, Wu Fan's face breaks into a joyful grin, acutely aware that its potency now surpasses that of the fireball technique by 100-fold or more. Elated, Wu Fan hadn't anticipated that within merely 2 years, the flame would achieve such formidable strength. At present, it stands as his most powerful offensive capability, and he resolves to wield it as his ultimate weapon. Once he has settled all matters, he takes to the skies aboard his cloud mist vessel, returning to Qingfengmen. Half a month later, upon landing in the courtyard of Qingfengmen, Wu Fan spots 2 figures approaching from afar. Before they can touch down, one voice rings out, "Huh, Junior Brother Wu, you have finally returned. You've been away for 2 years. Had you delayed any longer, you would have missed the outer Sect competition." Wu Fan is momentarily taken aback, realizing that nearly 5 years have passed since he joined Qingfengmen. He recalls Brother Wang mentioning that the Sect had just concluded the outer Sect competition, which is precisely why he was able to occupy his current courtyard. The previous occupant had ascended to the inner Sect after achieving commendable results in the competition. The outer Sect competition, held every 5 years, is a momentous occasion for the Sect, featuring thousands of disciples engaging in contests of skill. Those who excel can ascend rapidly into the inner Sect, where they receive enhanced resources for cultivation and access to more potent spiritual energy. Consequently, the disciples of the outer Sect eagerly anticipate this day, hoping to leave a lasting impression and be selected by a foundation establishment elder as a disciple. Naturally, Wu Fan desires to enter the inner Sect as well, not for any other reason but to access the vast array of techniques and secrets available there. He intends to give it his all in the competition, having long coveted those powerful methods. The library of the inner Sect vastly differs from that of the outer Sect, which only offers simple or foundational spells, devoid of any foundation establishment techniques. In contrast, the inner Sect boasts formidable methods, including those exclusively available to foundation establishment cultivators. Furthermore, the alchemy skills Wu Fan has longed to learn can only be acquired within the inner Sect. The benefits of entering the inner Sect are plentiful. far beyond what the outer sect can offer, such as having a master to guide one's cultivation, among other advantages. Wu Fan glanced at the newcomers, only to find that they were his senior brothers, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. Both had made significant progress in their cultivation. Bai Xiaowen had finally ascended to the high-tier qi refining stage, reaching the 7th layer, while Zhou Yu had also advanced, achieving the 8th layer, just like Wu Fan. The one speaking was none other than Zhou Yu. Wu Fan hurriedly approached them, clasped his fists in greeting, and smiled. "What brings you two esteemed brothers here?" "I have been occupied with tasks outside lately, hence my late return." "Haha, fortunately, you made it back in time. The grand competition is just a month away. How prepared are you, junior brother?" "Oh, I see you have already reached the 6th layer of qi refining. Your progress is quite remarkable," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed with surprise. Haha, I have been busy with tasks these past few years and managed to save some spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills, which has facilitated my progress." Wu Fan replied with a hint of embarrassment. Upon his return, Wu Fan had utilized the Tian Gui Lianqi technique to suppress his cultivation to the 6th layer, leading Bai Xiaowen to mistakenly believe he was merely at that level. Had Wu Fan revealed his true cultivation of the 8th layer, the two would surely have been astounded. This FAOD allowed him to blend in with others, preventing any suspicion regarding his swift advancement. Chapter 49, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 1, Junior Brother Wu, we have visited several times without seeing you. We came not with any pressing matter, but to discuss the Outer Sect competition, as you have only recently joined the sect and may not be well acquainted with it. We are willing to assist you in any way we can, Zhou Yu explained with a warm smile. Wu Fan felt a deep sense of gratitude upon hearing this. He had few friends in Qingfeng men, aside from Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. His relationship with Wang Lei, another senior brother, was relatively close. As for Lu Junhui, who worked in the Deacon Hall, he was often busy, and their opportunities to meet were scarce due to Wu Fan's frequent seclusion. "Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou and Senior Brother Bai, for your concern. I truly am not well versed in the outer sect competition, so I appreciate your guidance." Wu Fan clasped his fists and bowed slightly, inviting them. "Shall we continue our discussion inside?" "Haha, not at all a bother. We have just finished our seclusion and have nothing pressing to do, so it's quite enjoyable to catch up with you, Junior Brother." Bai Xiaowen laughed heartily before casually walking into the house, not waiting for Wu Fan or Zhou Yu. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads with laughter before following Bai Xiaowen inside. Once seated, Zhou Yu began, "Junior Brother Wu, as far as I know, this outer sect competition is indeed a fierce contest. Although there are over 2,000 of us in the outer sect, more than 1,600 will participate in this competition, with nearly all cultivators above the 4th layer of qi refining taking part. Indeed, it is said that there are over 600 cultivators at the 7th to 9th layers." Bai Xiaowen chimed in, nodding in agreement. Zhou Yu shot Bai Xiaowen a glance, seemingly reprimanding him for interrupting. He continued, "You need not worry, Junior Brother. Although you are only at the 6th layer, you still have a chance. During the competition, the foundation-building elders will observe the disciples' overall performance. Even if you do not win, there remains the possibility of being accepted as a disciple by an elder. If you can manage to defeat someone stronger, showcasing your proficiency in spells, your talent, age, and cultivation level, especially your spiritual root quality, all these factors will be under the elder's scrutiny." Upon hearing that the elders would be assessing spiritual roots, Wu Fan's expression darkened. This was due to his exceptionally poor spiritual root quality. Zhou Yu, noticing Wu Fan's change in demeanor, assumed he was merely anxious about his cultivation level. Historically, those who rank within the top 100 in the competition gain entry to the inner sect. However, whether an elder will take you on as a disciple is uncertain. Should you place in the top 10, it would be remarkable, as long as your spiritual root quality is not too deficient. It is guaranteed that an elder will compete to take you as a disciple. The sect may even reward you with treasures such as medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and materials for refining. Wu Fan's mood worsened at this point. He did not lack medicinal pills or magical artifacts. However, he believed that even if he were to rank in the top 10, no elder would choose him as a disciple due to his mixed spiritual roots. With this thought, Wu Fan sighed inwardly. "Senior Brother Zhou, what if I place in the top 10, but still am not selected by an elder? Does that mean I will have no master?" Wu Fan asked, his expression somewhat dejected. Naturally, Wu Fan felt disheartened. Given his current strength, he believed he could enter the inner sect, and even if he ranked in the top 10, he felt capable of competing. However, he feared that even if he achieved that rank, no elder would accept him. If that were the case, it would be better to aim for the top 100, as entry into the inner sect was guaranteed regardless. The rewards for placing in the top 10 did not concern Wu Fan as much. Nevertheless, he desperately wished to enter the inner sect, particularly the Danding Peak, as the thought of being accepted by an elder there filled him with dreams of joy. Wu Fan had been a member of Qingshan for 5 years and was well aware of the inner sect's circumstances. There were 36 peaks within the inner sect, each with spiritual energy surpassing that of the outer sect, making each peak a veritable paradise. The total number of disciples in the inner sect, including core disciples and elders, was fewer than 1,000, resulting in a sparse population across each peak, with some housing merely 10 or a dozen individuals. The elders at each peak were similarly scarce, with fewer than 100 foundation-building cultivators in the entire Qingshan. Having 2 or 3 at each peak was considered fortunate. Among the 36 peaks was Danding Peak, primarily focused on alchemy, holding a prestigious position within Qingshan. All medicinal pills within the sect were refined at Danding Peak, including foundational pills. To become a disciple of Danding Peak would elevate one's status significantly within Qingshan, attracting attention from other disciples and prompting some to seek connections with you. This illustrates the desirability of being an alchemist. Cultivators aspire to befriend an alchemist, as it greatly facilitates their access to necessary medicinal pills. This is only natural, as regardless of whether one is cultivating, breaking through bottlenecks, or recovering from injuries or poisons, they cannot do without medicinal pills. While one can procure some ordinary pills in the market, acquiring rare ones often relies on luck. Now at the 8th layer of Qi refining, Wu Fan could still find some pills to enhance his cultivation in the market. However, once he advanced to the 10th layer, obtaining pills would become increasingly challenging, especially those suitable for foundation-building cultivators, which may only occasionally appear at auctions. Qingshan was a major sect, incomparable to smaller cultivation families or rogue cultivators. And Danding Peak, as its alchemical hub, possessed unparalleled refining capabilities. Wu Fan's desire to join Danding Peak was not for fame or status, but rather to learn the art of alchemy expeditiously. Only Wu Fan understood that his spiritual root quality could not be separated from the need for medicinal pills. He had developed a resistance to the pills he had frequently consumed over the years. The Yuanyang Dan he had previously taken no longer had any effect on his cultivation. Currently, he was consuming Longli Dan, which marked the 5th type of pill he had switched to. Thus, Wu Fan felt an urgent need to master alchemy. Otherwise, once he reached the 10th layer, he would have no pills to consume, rendering his pursuit of the path of cultivation futile. Chapter 50 The Outer Sect Competition, Part 2. At this moment, senior brother Zhou remarked, if one enters the inner sect but has not yet been accepted as a disciple by the elders, they can only be considered an ordinary inner sect disciple, unless you can place in the top 3 during the competition. Only those who rank in the top 3 have the privilege to choose which elder to take as their master. At this point, Bai Xiaowen interrupted Zhou Yu's words once again. Zhou Yu stared at Bai Xiaowen for a considerable time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled. The opportunity to choose a master awaited those in the top 3. The flickering flame of ambition within him ignited anew, and Wu Fan resolved to strive for a top 3 finish. Bai Xiaowen felt somewhat awkward under Zhou Yu's gaze and lowered his head. Zhou Yu then turned back to Wu Fan and continued, Junior brother Wu, let us not dwell on the top 3. Instead, allow me to explain the nature of ordinary inner sect disciples. Becoming an ordinary inner sect disciple is far beyond the reach of us outer sect disciples. They have abundant cultivation resources, superior caves, formidable techniques, and most importantly, they receive instruction from foundation establishment elders. Within the inner sect, there exists a transmission hall where these elders periodically elucidate complex cultivation issues for the disciples. Zhou Yu paused for a moment, then sighed, how I envy those disciples who can take on a master. They have a mentor to turn to whenever they encounter obstacles or uncertainties in their cultivation, who can share their insights. It is hard to say who will be fortunate enough to place in the top 3. It is truly enviable. Junior brother Wu, who do you think it could be? Bai Xiaowen responded. Of course, it must be senior brother Chen Yi, senior brother Hao Yu, and senior sister Ling Wei. I believe the top 3 will undoubtedly fall into their hands. After Bai Xiaowen spoke, he was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning to look at Zhou Yu, only to find him breathing heavily, his face pale, eyes filled with hostility, and fists tightly clenched. Upon witnessing Zhou Yu's expression, Bai Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly lowered his head once more. Wu Fan was also taken aback by this scene, slowly bringing a hand to his forehead. Bai Xiaowen truly lacked awareness. Did he not realize that frequently interrupting others was quite impolite? To ease the tension, Wu Fan quickly said, Come, senior brother Zhou, have some tea. I do not possess fine tea, but please make do with this. After Wu Fan offered, he prepared to pour tea, but Zhou Yu interjected. Junior brother Wu, I shall pass on the tea. It is getting late. I will take my leave now. I will come by another day. With that, Zhou Yu rose and walked out. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Wu Fan, offering an awkward smile before stating, Junior brother, I shall take my leave as well. I will return another day. He too stood up and made his way out. Wu Fan promptly called out to their retreating figures, "Safe travels, senior brothers." With only a month remaining until the competition, Wu Fan needed to prepare diligently to secure a place in the top 3. Only by achieving this could he gain access to Danding Peak. Therefore, Wu Fan was determined to succeed. If he failed this time, he would have to wait another 5 years, as it was said that the inner sect would also have a competition at the same interval. Wu Fan had little confidence in his ability to contend for the top 3. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had only faced off against cultivators once. Those 2 robbers. His carelessness and overconfidence nearly led to disaster, and he was fortunate to have the little white fox by his side. Otherwise, he would have been in peril. Wu Fan was uncertain about the strength of his peers, which made it difficult to gauge his chances of placing in the top 3. However, he speculated that securing a position in the top 10 should be within reach, as he possessed the Li Weiying sword, the Zhu Nyin needle, and the K and L Ing rope, all of which were advanced magical artifacts. Furthermore, with his recent achievement in cultivating J Nu Enzich Nguing, Wu Fan believed he could contend for a top 3 finish. Yet, he hesitated to utilize the H Nu Nj Njing shield and T in Lu Jehu. The former was a top-tier artifact, too conspicuous, while the latter was even more terrifying. He was certain that if he unleashed the T in Lu Jehu, any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would either be severely injured or perish. However, killing was strictly prohibited in inter-sect competitions. Moreover, he dared not let any foundation establishment elder witness the T in Lu Jehu. Should any elder recognize this fearsome flame, Wu Fan would inevitably face relentless trouble. There was a risk that a covetous elder might even attempt to seize it from him. With this in mind, Wu Fan resolved to visit Changyang Fengshe to procure some necessities. Firstly, he needed to purchase medicinal pills, as he had nearly exhausted all the ones he had obtained over the years, and the little white fox was running low on supplies as well. Secondly, he sought to acquire a defensive magical artifact, preferably of a high tier. Thirdly, he required a flying sword or flying artifact, without needing it to be of too high a tier. Although he possessed the YNWZHU, a flying spirit tool, he was reluctant to use it casually due to its high rank, reserving it for long-distance travel or emergencies. He wished to acquire a flying sword since, apart from the Li Weiying sword, he only had the low-tier flying sword issued by the Sect. During his aerial battle with the robbers, he had to rely on the Sect's provided sword for flight, as he could not wield the Li Weiying sword in that instance. As for the flying dagger he had seized, he did not favor using it. Fourthly, he intended to purchase various talismans, including attack, defense, and binding talismans. Having made his decisions, Wu Fan rose and walked outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he summoned his flying sword and transformed it into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. 2 days later, Wu Fan returned from Changyang Fengshe, sitting cross-legged on his bed, a smile gracing his face as he examined the 2 items in his possession. The first was a flying sword, entirely silver, with the sensation of a gentle breeze flowing around it. This high-tier flying sword was named JF Ngn. While it did not possess significant offensive capabilities nor the unyielding strength of the Li Weiying sword, its singular ability was remarkable speed, making it a type of flying artifact. However, in terms of speed, it could not compare to the YNWZHU. The second item was a piece of inner armor crafted from golden cicada silk, named JNCHNG, a high-tier defensive artifact. The armor was a soft, pale gold, comfortable against the skin, and quite discreet when worn underneath clothing, providing excellent protection. In the days that followed, Wu Fan refined these 2 artifacts and then entered his small space to continue his cultivation. As the competition drew closer, 3 days before the event, Wu Fan concluded his training and emerged early from his small space. In the ensuing days, he sought information regarding the competition, thereafter waiting for its commencement. Chapter 51 The Outer Sect Competition, Part 3. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, Qingfeng Sect was exceptionally lively, with numerous cultivators soaring through the sky, their various forms of escape light illuminating the air. Some traveled in groups of 2 or 3, while others flew alone, all heading toward the inner sect. Typically, outer sect disciples were not permitted to enter the inner sect freely, with the exception of the steward disciples, who could enter and exit at will with their tokens. Within the inner sect stood a towering peak known as Dozhan Peak, named so because the competition was held there every 5 years, and it was also a venue for disciples to engage in contests. Normally, fighting was strictly prohibited within the Qingfeng sect, but if conflicts arose among fellow disciples, they could come here to duel, merely needing to inform the elder on guard, who would serve as a judge to prevent any casualties. At the summit of Dozhan Peak lay a valley, above which was a vast platform adorned with 10 arenas. Surrounding the arenas were rows of seats extending in a tiered fashion into the sky. On the opposite side of the expansive platform, there were fewer than 100 seats, reserved exclusively for the Foundation establishment elders. At this moment, the several thousand seats on the platform were already filled with a considerable number of cultivators, who were engaged in lively conversations. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, although some appeared glum, occasionally letting out a sigh. This grand competition elicited a mix of joy and sorrow. Those who believed themselves to be highly skilled were eagerly awaiting the contest, while those of lower cultivation wore expressions of despair, feeling they would not have a chance to enter the inner sect again in this 5-year event. The elders' seats remained conspicuously empty, indicating that the elders had yet to arrive. At that moment, 3 streaks of light zipped through the sky, revealing themselves to be Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowan. Ha, Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Wu. I finally saved enough spirit stones to purchase a high-grade magical artifact from Changyang Fengshi. This time, I am determined to enter the inner sect. If I can catch the eye of one of the elders, that would be even better, Bai Xiaowan exclaimed gleefully to Zhou and Wu. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes and scoffed. This competition has over 600 advanced qi refinement cultivators. I doubt I can secure a spot in the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowan's flying sword wobbled beneath him, and he continued on with a dejected demeanor. Junior Brother Wu, how have you prepared? Don't feel pressured. If you don't make it into the inner sect this time, you will still have another opportunity in 5 years as long as you are under 30. You can participate in the outer sect competition, Zhou Yu advised, turning to Wu Fan. Sighing, Wu Fan replied, I lack confidence too. If I cannot enter the inner sect this time, I'll just have to wait for the next opportunity. Look, we've arrived. So many cultivators. Oh, I see senior sister Xianxian. She is as beautiful as ever. Haha. And there's senior sister Jing Yao and senior sister Zhirua. Oh my. I even see senior sister Ling Wei. I can guarantee she will definitely rank in the top 3. Senior sister Ling Wei is truly stunning. If she could be my dual cultivation partner, I would wake up smiling from my dreams, Bai Xiaowan said, his eyes glistening with admiration, wiping drool from his mouth. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged rolled eyes. Wu Fan observed that the expansive square was already populated by over 1,000 cultivators, with female cultivators noticeably fewer. Perhaps only 500 or 600. Each one resembled a celestial maiden, sitting gracefully, akin to 100 flowers blooming, each possessing their unique allure, captivating Wu Fan's attention. Wu Fan also spotted the enchanting senior sister Ling Wei, who indeed possessed extraordinary beauty, her skin as smooth as cream, her face like a peach blossom, her bright eyes staring out from a flowing pale yellow gown, resembling a colorful butterfly amidst the crowd. It seemed that senior sister Ling Wei sensed someone gazing at her, for she turned to look at Wu Fan, who blushed and hurriedly turned his gaze elsewhere. Noticing his reaction, senior sister Ling Wei furrowed her brows and also shifted her attention away. Once the trio found an empty spot on the square, Zhou Yu remarked, in another hour, the competition will begin, and the elders should be arriving soon. As time passed, more disciples gathered, filling the seats rapidly. Suddenly, streaks of light appeared in the sky. Moving swiftly, their powerful auras palpable, heading straight for the elders' seats. They landed gracefully, revealing a mix of middle-aged men, elderly men with white hair, and even a stunning young woman. Some engaged in conversation, while others closed their eyes in meditation. Indeed, these individuals were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon their arrival, the square fell silent, and the disciples became noticeably more reserved. Wu Fan felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing so many Foundation establishment elders, as he had never encountered such a formidable presence. The Daxia kingdom was vast, yet Foundation establishment cultivators were a rare sight in the realm of cultivation, often secluded in their caves, pursuing the path of immortality. Since entering the world of cultivation, Wu Fan had only seen one Foundation establishment cultivator, the Elder Li who had brought him to the mountain. He had learned that Elder Li was a powerful mid-Foundation establishment cultivator with a prestigious position within the Qingfeng sect, largely due to his prowess as an alchemist, ranking among the top in the entire Daxia cultivation community, and was one of the elders of Dandingfeng. The first time Wu Fan encountered Elder Li, he was purchasing a spirit herb, apparently preparing to concoct a crucial elixir. On the way back, he had brought Wu Fan along, making Elder Li a significant benefactor in his life. At this moment, more than half of the seats for the elders were filled. After a careful search, Wu Fan finally spotted Elder Li among the front rows, who was chatting and laughing with another elder. They occasionally glanced toward the outer sect disciples, but Elder Li did not notice Wu Fan. As time passed, the elder seats were nearly full, with around 70 Foundation establishment elders present. Suddenly, a golden streak of light appeared from the horizon, gradually hovering above the Foundation establishment elders. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s, with white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and dressed in a moon-white robe. Upon first sight, he resembled a celestial being. with a serious expression. He stood in the air, exuding an undeniable authority. As he surveyed the crowd below, all 70 Foundation establishment cultivators stood, bowing deeply in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Sect Master." In response, over 1,000 disciples also rose simultaneously, bowing to the elder and calling out, "We pay our respects to the Sect Master." Although Wu Fan had never met the Sect Master, he hurriedly bowed along with the others. The elder surveyed the crowd before saying, "You may all rise." "Thank you, Sect Master." Everyone replied in unison. The elder did not descend but turned his gaze toward the Foundation establishment cultivators, stating, "Today marks the 5-year Outer Sect competition. Elders, observe these disciples closely. Do not overlook any exceptional talents worthy of being chosen for the Inner Sect, as they will become the backbone of our Qingfeng Sect in the future. With utmost respect, we will adhere to the Sect Master's decree." All the Foundation establishment elders responded in unison. The elder then addressed the Outer Sect disciples, saying, "Today, you must perform well. Those who can enter the Inner Sect will receive the full support of the Sect, and outstanding performances will be rewarded. Let the competition begin." With that, the elder took to the skies, leaving the area. Once the Sect Master departed from Dozhan Peak, a middle-aged male cultivator, around 40 years of age, stepped forward from the Foundation establishment elder section and announced, "Disciples, I am Rue Yuan from Yuhua Peak. You may call me Elder Rue. Today is the 5-year Outer Sect competition. Before we commence, I will explain the rules. As in previous years, all participants will be divided into 10 platforms for combat, facing off in pairs until the top 100 are determined. These 100 disciples will be selected for the Inner Sect, and those who excel will be taken as disciples by the elders." The middle-aged monk paused momentarily, glancing around at the assembled crowd before continuing. In conclusion, the 100 disciples will engage in a contest to select the top 10. Those ranked among the top 10 will then participate in a round-robin battle, the specific rules of which will be detailed after the top 10 are determined. Furthermore, the top 10 disciples will receive rewards from the sect. Therefore, I hope everyone will give their utmost effort. During the competition, it is strictly prohibited to deliberately injure or kill fellow disciples. Any such behavior will be dealt with harshly. Minor offenders may face 5 years of isolation for reflection, while severe cases may result in the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from Qingfeng. This time, more than 1,600 disciples are participating. Before the competition begins, everyone will draw lots to select their respective platforms, followed by another draw to determine their opponents. For instance, if you draw number 1, you will compete against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth. Should any disciple be unclear about the competition rules, they may refer to the detailed instructions inscribed on the stone tablets at the plaza's perimeter. We will now proceed with the drawing. The official matches will commence on all 10 platforms half an hour later. Having delivered his message, the middle-aged monk turned and walked away. At that moment, all the disciples below surged towards the platforms, where wooden buckets filled with over 1,000 bamboo sticks awaited. "Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Wu, let's hurry. I wonder which platform I will draw. Heaven, please bless me. Do not let me be assigned to the platforms of those formidable cultivators," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed. Clasping his hands in prayer towards the sky, Zhou Yu and Wu Fan exchanged eye rolls at his antics. Zhou Yu then said, "Let us go as well. I just hope that the 3 of us are not assigned to the same platform." The trio shared a knowing smile before making their way to the platforms. Upon arriving, Wu Fan noticed that the bamboo sticks in the bucket were dwindling. He casually drew one and saw the number 8 inscribed upon it, indicating that he was assigned to platform 8. Proceeding towards platform 8, he observed over 100 cultivators lining up to draw lots. After a quick scan, he realized Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were not among them, clearly indicating that the 3 of them had been assigned to different platforms. Standing patiently, Wu Fan waited as the crowd thinned before taking his turn at the bucket. He extracted a stick that bore the number 86. Knowing he would soon compete against the 85th contestant, he returned to the seating area, as there were still over 80 disciples ahead of him. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen returned. Zhou Yu inquired, "Junior Brother Wu, which platform are you on?" "I am on platform 8. What about you, Senior Brother Zhou? And Senior Brother Bai?" "I am on platform 6, and Junior Brother Bai is on platform 9. Haha. I glanced at the disciples on platform 9 and did not see any of those renowned, formidable figures. I have a good chance of making it into the top 100. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, excitedly waving his bamboo stick, oblivious to the fact that he had interrupted Zhou Yu. Half an hour later, as all disciples had drawn their lots, everyone except those holding the first and second sticks descended from the platforms. The contest on the 10 platforms commenced in earnest. While conversing with Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen, Wu Fan attentively observed the battles below, keen to discern the differences in strength between his fellow disciples and himself. After watching for a while, Wu Fan felt his confidence grow. As afternoon approached, it was finally Wu Fan's turn to take the stage. He gracefully descended onto the platform on his flying sword, where an opponent, a male cultivator of similar age with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement, was already waiting. Upon noticing Wu Fan's superior cultivation, the man's expression shifted from disappointment to stubborn determination as he spoke. I am Feng Xiao. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior brother? I am Wu Fan. I welcome your guidance, junior brother, Wu Fan replied, unleashing his Liang sword. Feng Xiao responded in kind with a flying sword of medium-grade quality, and the two swords clashed with a resounding roar. As Wu Fan released his flying sword, he simultaneously formed a hand seal, conjuring a gust of wind blades that swiftly surged towards his opponent. Wu Fan's mastery of the wind blades far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, as he had diligently practiced these foundational spells for many years within a confined space, achieving consummate mastery, while others lacked the time to invest in such basics, focusing instead on elevating their cultivation levels. Feng Xiao, startled as his flying sword was deflected, hastily summoned a small shield to block the wind blades. However, as he did so, Wu Fan unleashed several more wind blades, accompanied by his flying sword, which was now hurtling towards him from behind. Realizing he was outmatched, Feng Xiao called out, I concede. As he did, Wu Fan's flying sword halted, while the wind blades were intercepted by the small shield. Feng Xiao cupped his fists in salute to Wu Fan before dejectedly exiting the platform. After the battle concluded, Wu Fan also returned to his seat. Chapter 53, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 5. Upon his return, Wu Fan noticed by Xiaowen's astonished expression. Junior brother Wu, when did you acquire such a high-grade flying sword? And how did you master your wind blade technique? It appears you have achieved consummate mastery. Bai Xiaowen exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Yu, equally astonished, turned to Wu Fan but remained silent, as he felt that Bai Xiaowen had already articulated what he wished to express. Ahem, I just practiced a little. Wu Fan replied vaguely. Just a little practice? Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. And what of the flying sword? I purchased it with the spirit stones I earned from completing tasks. What kind of tasks yield such a wealth of spirit stones? Little by little, they add up. While Wu Fan conversed with Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu, his gaze remained fixed on the ongoing battles. As night fell, a middle-aged elder finally announced the conclusion of the day's matches, stating that the competitions would resume the following morning. The trio returned to their quarters, eagerly awaiting the next day's events. Both Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had also performed exceptionally well in their matches, and Bai Xiaowen was particularly pleased with himself. On the second day, as Wu Fan stood on the platform, he faced a female cultivator who was relatively attractive, albeit somewhat short. Nevertheless, she possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. The outcome of the duel was never in doubt. Wu Fan emerged victorious. On the third day, Wu Fan finally encountered a more advanced opponent, a male cultivator of the 7th layer of qi refinement, yet the result remained unchanged, as Wu Fan effortlessly compelled him to concede using only his Liang sword and basic spells. On the fourth day, aware that it was the day to determine the top 100, Wu Fan arrived early at the Dozhan Peak, where only 200 disciples remained. Among them, some were anxious, fearing they might face a formidable opponent and lose, thus forfeiting their chance at the inner sect. Others were hopeful, confident in their abilities and eager to impress the elders, dreaming of a meteoric rise. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had also persevered thus far, indicating that their fortunes had been exceptionally favorable. Through the competitions of the past few days, only those practitioners of advanced qi refinement remained on the stage, thus Wu Fan was fully alert. On that day, the elder disciples in the foundation establishment stage also heightened their spirits, meticulously observing each disciple with their divine senses. Should they encounter a favored disciple, they would remember them, seeking ways to recruit them later, fearing that other elders might vie for the same individual. On this day, Wu Fan ceased suppressing his cultivation and revealed his prowess at the 8th level, concerned that if he truly entered the inner door, he would have to explain his cultivation situation. An hour later, Wu Fan finally took the stage, facing a male practitioner of the 8th level of qi refinement. Without a word, the man unleashed his flying sword upon seeing Wu Fan, who simultaneously activated his own sword and launched 3 fireballs toward his opponent. The man engaged in a fierce clash with the Liang sword, then suddenly produced a shield from his storage bag to protect himself, followed by a short spear aimed directly at Wu Fan. Surprised at the presence of magical artifacts, Wu Fan quickly reacted, summoning a binding rope from his storage bag that flew towards his opponent, while simultaneously unleashing 5 or 6 wind blades directed at the short spear. After a resounding impact, the short spear was obstructed by the wind blades, and the binding rope circumvented the shield, ensnaring the man. Thus, the battle concluded swiftly. Thank you for the lesson, Wu Fan declared as he retrieved the binding rope and the Liang sword. The man glared at Wu Fan with a sullen expression before haughtily departing. Meanwhile, in the area designated for the Foundation establishment elders, several were observing the duel with keen interest. This young man possesses some talent. He concluded his battle faster than anyone else on the 10 platforms. Indeed, the speed at which he casts spells indicates he has achieved great mastery. Such talent is rare. If his spiritual root is exceptional, I shall certainly take him as my disciple. Elder Huang, it seems you two are taken with this young fellow. Might you consider sharing him? Haha, Elder Zhao, are you so eager to steal him away? We shall see whom he chooses. At this moment, Elderly, who had brought Wu Fan up the mountain, also took notice of him. Upon seeing Wu Fan, he paused, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that this was the young man he had brought to the mountain. He was astonished that this boy, with a mixed 5-element spiritual root, had attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. Elderly pondered, wondering if he had perhaps misjudged the young man's potential. When Wu Fan returned to his seat, he noticed that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were regarding him with expressions akin to that of observing a curiosity. Recognizing the trouble he was in from their expressions, Wu Fan realized that his cultivation had been exposed, and knowing Bai's character, he feared a lengthy admonishment. Indeed, no sooner had he sat down than Bai Xiaowen began to speak. You. Wu Fan, please listen, I did not deliberately conceal my cultivation. I did this for convenience while outside. I know you are feeling disheartened, but this could not be avoided. I fear that if you were to see my true level of cultivation, you might react as you are now. Zhou Yu sighed. Alas, Brother Wu, to think you would hide this from us. We considered you a brother. My sincerest apologies, Brother Zhou, Wu Fan said, rising to bow to them. Thus, Wu Fan spent half an hour explaining himself until he was interrupted by Bai Xiaowen preparing for his match, bringing the discussion to a hasty conclusion. Just before Bai Xiaowen stepped onto the stage, Wu Fan discreetly slipped a talisman into his hands. After examining it, Bai looked at Wu Fan with gratitude before ascending the platform. Bai Xiaowen was fortunate. His opponent was a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement, of equal rank. After a challenging battle, he emerged victorious, albeit with some minor injuries. Yet his face shone with excitement as he finally entered the inner door. Not long after, Zhou Yu took the stage as well. Possessing the 8th level of Qi refinement and a strong foundation, he too was able to secure victory. Thus, the three of them successfully entered the inner door, and amidst their joy, previous grievances faded away. After the conclusion of all matches, the top 100 disciples, under envious gazes from other practitioners, were summoned to the stage for a new draw to determine their opponents for the next round, which would decide the top 50. Wu Fan drew number 18, placing him toward the front. 3 hours later, it was finally his turn again. This time, his opponent was a female practitioner, also at the 8th level of Qi refinement, strikingly beautiful, particularly noted for her long legs. With a beguiling expression, she playfully said, Senior brother, would you kindly let me win this match? I truly wish to succeed. I too wish to win this match. I am sorry, Senior sister, Wu Fan replied, preparing for battle. Upon hearing Wu Fan's response, the woman let out a cold huff, her demeanor darkening. Very well, then show me your true skills. With that, she unleashed a red silk ribbon, which spiraled through the air before racing toward Wu Fan. Wu Fan promptly summoned the binding rope from his storage bag, directing it to entwine with the ribbon. The two artifacts engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Wu Fan formed a hand seal, causing his Liang sword to transform into a streak of red light, swiftly launching toward the woman. Without hesitation, Wu Fan summoned a massive ice spear with a spell, sending it hurtling toward her. The woman, alarmed by Wu Fan's aggressive initial moves, reacted swiftly, producing a golden disc as a high-tier defensive artifact. With a tremendous crash, the disc was struck by the Liang sword and sent flying. At that moment, the ice spear was upon her, and in a moment of panic, she drew a talisman, crushing it in her hand. A golden light enveloped her body just as the ice spear collided, sending her sprawling to the ground, where she coughed up blood. I concede, she gasped, struggling to rise, casting a venomous glare at Wu Fan. Wu Fan performed a respectful salute before his Liang sword, and binding rope spiraled back to him. He then hurried to his seat, indifferent to the woman's expression. Senior brother Wu, you are incredible. You dispatched that beauty in a matter of moments, truly ruthless. Bai Xiaowen remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Zhou Yu interjected sternly, worry not about others. Your match is next. Focus on preparing yourself and recovering your strength. Indeed, Bai. This is a chance to enter the top 50. You must strive to succeed. Winning this match could catch the elders' attention, Wu Fan added. After considering their words, Bai Xiaowen began taking medicinal pills and settled into meditation. Wu Fan finally managed to divert the chatterbox's attention and turned to observe the ongoing battles. 2 hours later, it was Zhou Yu's turn again. This time, he was not as fortunate, facing a formidable opponent of the 9th level, ultimately suffering defeat. Seeing Zhou Yu descend the stage in a daze, Wu Fan and Bai Xiaowen could only offer words of consolation. Another hour passed, and Bai Xiaowen took the stage, facing a female cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refinement. In truth, this female cultivator was not particularly strong compared to Wu Fan, but considering Bai Xiaowen's own strength at the 7th level, he was bound to lose the match. This was not due to any reluctance on his part to strike a woman, but simply because he was truly outmatched. Observing Bai Xiaowen's distressed expression, Wu Fan felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he found himself more inclined to laugh. Throughout the contest, Wu Fan watched intently, only to see Bai Xiaowen being thoroughly beaten. Crying out in distress, within a mere quarter of an hour, he surrendered, and given his performance, it would indeed be a miracle if any elder chose him as a disciple. Upon returning to the seating area, Wu Fan could only offer him consolation, while Zhou Yu was preoccupied, still reeling from his own defeat. As dusk fell, all disciples concluded their matches, marking the end of the day's competitions. The 50 victors returned to their quarters early to recuperate and restore their spiritual energy, while Wu Fan and his companions rode their flying swords back to their lodgings. Before parting ways, both assured Wu Fan they would come to watch his match the following day, offering their support, to which Wu Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. On the following day, the arena held only the final 50 contenders. Wu Fan had previously reviewed the rules inscribed on the stone tablet and learned that the subsequent matches among the top 50 would take place on the same platform. He drew number 8, meaning only 3 matches stood between him and his turn. Wu Fan felt little need for preparation and simply returned to the seating area to await his appearance. Time flew by, and after an hour, Wu Fan ascended to the arena. Concurrently, a male cultivator approached from the opposite side. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s, short of stature, with slanted eyes and uneven teeth, presenting a rather unattractive visage. Yet, he possessed a cultivation level of the 9th tier of Qi refinement, making him the strongest opponent Wu Fan had encountered thus far. Upon stepping onto the stage, the short man greeted Wu Fan with a peculiar grin before producing 2 black curved hooks, both high-grade magical artifacts. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Having never witnessed paired magical instruments before, the male cultivator hurled the hooks towards Wu Fan, causing them to spin ominously while emanating a faint black light, their speed remarkable. Without a moment to think, Wu Fan swiftly drew the Leongha sword and the Quanling rope from his storage bag. The Leongha sword charged towards one of the hooks, while the Quanling rope aimed directly at the male cultivator. Following that, Wu Fan unleashed 3 wind blades towards the other hook, resulting in a cacophony of sounds as the hooks were simultaneously intercepted by the wind blades and the Leongha sword. Meanwhile, the Quanling rope bypassed the hooks, advancing straight for the male cultivator, who was momentarily stunned to realize that his high-grade artifacts had failed to block all of Wu Fan's attacks, leaving him vulnerable. In a panic, the male cultivator summoned a dark shield from his storage bag to shield himself. However, to his astonishment, the Quanling rope paused before the shield, then slipped around it and continued its relentless advance. Confused and dazed, the male cultivator found himself bound tightly by the rope, his spiritual energy stifled and unable to muster even a trace of power. In desperation, he exclaimed his surrender. Wu Fan, having concluded the battle, swiftly returned to his seat. Following the end of Wu Fan's fight, a stir erupted among the seated disciples, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they regarded Wu Fan. Who was this fellow disciple? Why had they never seen him before? A mere Qi refinement 9th tier cultivator had been so thoroughly dominated by him, and the match concluded so swiftly, it was truly astonishing. Observations of Wu Fan's swift victories over the past few days circulated among the onlookers, each expressing regret for not having noticed him sooner. Some recalled having encountered him in the past, only to find that his cultivation had seemingly surged from the 5th tier to the 8th in a mere 2 years, leaving them to question whether they had misremembered. His prowess seemed certain to secure him a place among the top 10, inciting envy and admiration alike. Amidst the chatter, a few gazes burned with animosity. They were none other than those who had suffered defeat at his hands. In the elder area designated for Foundation establishment, voices of contention arose. Haha, Elder Huang. This disciple is certainly mine. Humph, we shall see who claims him in the end. You too should cease your squabbling. If he places in the top 3, you may not have the opportunity to take him as your disciple. Ultimately, he will choose his own master. And we still do not know the nature of his spiritual root. Why the rush? Feeling the weight of numerous stares, Wu Fan experienced a sense of unease. He had never been the center of such attention before and found himself somewhat flustered. Thus, the day passed for Wu Fan in observation. The following day, he arrived early, settling into a meditative state to conserve his energy. Today, the audience was notably larger, as it marked the final competitive round. The remaining 25 cultivators were eager to prove themselves, For those who advanced to the top 25 were no weaklings, each determined to carve their path into the top 10. Wu Fan held no concerns about his own advancement, knowing he still possessed a trump card. As time swiftly passed, the middle-aged elder announced the commencement of the matches. The remaining 25 contestants surged onto the stage, with one disciple receiving a bye. Fortune favored anyone who drew a blank slip. Wu Fan approached the stage, casually selecting a bamboo stick, only to freeze in disbelief upon inspecting it. Could it be so fortuitous? He flipped the stick over, confirming it bore no markings. And only then did he accept that he had indeed drawn a bye. Elated, Wu Fan realized he had conserved a significant amount of spiritual energy. Marveling at his unexpected luck, with a buoyant spirit, he returned to his seat to watch the upcoming matches. Soon, 3 hours elapsed, and only 13 contenders remained on the stage, including Wu Fan. Among them were 4 female cultivators and 9 male cultivators. Of these 12, 3 particularly caught Wu Fan's attention. The first was a man in his late 20s, strikingly handsome, skilled in wielding a trio of flying swords. Wu Fan had closely monitored him, as he too had consistently triumphed within a few rounds. This man, named Chun Yi, was a peak 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, a name previously mentioned by Xiaowen. The second was another male, notably robust, wielding a massive black hammer. Wu Fan had observed him closely, recognizing him as a body cultivator, a unique path within the cultivation realm that emphasized physical strength and resilience, akin to the defenses of magical artifacts. Engaging a body cultivator in close combat could prove exceedingly troublesome. The man, known as Hao Yu, is also a peak practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, previously mentioned by Xiaowen. The final individual is senior sister Ling Wei, whose allure to Wu Fan extends beyond mere beauty. She is indeed a formidable practitioner. Also at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 10th layer. Observing her youthful visage, merely in her early 20s, one can discern that her talent is truly extraordinary. At this juncture, the middle-aged elder named Rue Yuan approached, casting a glance at the 13 individuals present before announcing, "The upcoming competition will follow a round-robin format, with the rules as follows. Each participant has one opportunity to challenge another, and the chosen practitioner cannot refuse the duel. Once a match concludes, no one else may challenge the defeated practitioner until the next round begins. Those who suffer 3 consecutive defeats will be eliminated, and rankings will be determined accordingly. The selection of challengers will be decided by drawing lots." After a brief pause, Rue Yuan surveyed the 13 once more and declared, "Let the competition commence." With that, he returned to his previous position. Upon drawing their lots, the 13 participants retreated to the edges of the arena, with Wu Fan holding the 6th lot. Presently, the male practitioner with the first lot stepped forward, surveying the crowd before pointing to a female practitioner, who was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, indicating her as his opponent. Feeling the weight of being chosen first, her delicate, fair face flushed with anger, and with a huff, she ascended the stage. The duo began their confrontation. The woman wielded 2 short blades while the man brandished a long knife. Their strengths were evenly matched, engaging in a fierce exchange. But as time progressed, the woman ultimately succumbed, losing the match. The man, panting with exhaustion, hastily retreated to the edge of the arena, settling down cross-legged to recover his energy. At this moment, the female practitioner holding the 2nd lot ascended the stage and promptly chose the man who had just finished competing. Upon realizing he was selected, his expression darkened with indignation, exclaiming in frustration. He was drained of energy and ill-prepared to continue fighting, which the woman had keenly observed, prompting her to rush forward, aiming for a swift victory. Reluctantly, he stepped onto the stage. There was no suspense. The man could not withstand the duel for even a quarter of an hour before he was defeated and shamefully exited the stage. However, he was allowed to rest. As per the rules, no one could challenge him during this round. Following 5 matches, no one dared to challenge Wu Fan, which was unsurprising. Anyone who had witnessed his combat prowess understood the extent of his strength and would not be foolish enough to provoke him. In the 6th match, Wu Fan took the stage and casually pointed to a male practitioner of the 9th layer. While his skills were commendable, Wu Fan had no choice, as the weaker participants had already been challenged by others. Having observed this man in battle, Wu Fan deemed him rather ordinary and summoned him to the stage. The moment the man recognized Wu Fan as his challenger, he was taken aback, revealing a look of despair. Yet, he had no option but to ascend the stage. Whereupon he candidly stated, "Wu Xiao, I have watched your matches and no, I am not your match. Therefore, I concede this round." After a slight bow, he exited the arena. His prompt concession was entirely justifiable. Competing while aware of an inevitable defeat and exhausting one's energy was not a wise decision. Preserving his strength for future matches was indeed prudent. After his concession, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. then shook his head with a smile before returning to the edge of the arena. With each match concluding, only 10 practitioners remained, representing the top 10 disciples. Among the eliminated 3 were 2 men and 1 woman, the latter being the first female practitioner to compete, who was ultimately the first to be ousted. The second was a male practitioner who had been challenged immediately after sitting down, and the third was a young man at the 8th layer, possessing the weakest skill among the 13. Of the final 10 practitioners, some had suffered 2 defeats, others 1, yet only 4 remained undefeated: Wu Fan, xianxiaaudiobooks, and Leongha. Meanwhile, thousands of disciples in the audience engaged in animated discussions, some expressing excitement, while others gazed enviously at the top 10. Everyone was aware that these 10 would likely be taken under the elders' wings, along with receiving rewards from the sect. And it would be disingenuous to claim that no one felt jealousy. Who would have thought Wu Shidi concealed his strength so deeply? He is indeed formidable. Having made it into the top 10, remarked Zhou Yu, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Wu Fan. He deceived us terribly in the past, and we foolishly considered him a brother. However, the stronger Wu Shidi becomes, the better. It would be ideal for him to enter the top 3. If he secures a powerful master, he would have a solid backing. With Wu Shidi around, our lives in the inner sect would surely be more comfortable. Bai Xiaowen added with a grin. In the elders area, one remarked, this lad Chun Yi shows promise. He seems poised to break through to the 10th layer soon. His adeptness with 3 flying swords indicates a formidable mental acuity. I find Ling Wei to be impressive as well. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer at such a tender age suggests her innate talents are extraordinary, another elder chimed in. Haha. I believe Fairy Lingyun is quite eager to take this girl under her wing at Miaoyin Peak, as no other elder would dare contest for her. Given that Miaoyin Peak exclusively accepts female disciples, another elder joked. The conversation continued with a bald, muscular elder asserting, I find that young man Hao Yu to be quite appealing. A true practitioner should cultivate their physical form and embrace the path of strength. Iron Man Elder. Do not presume to look down upon other practitioners simply because you are a body cultivator. The cultivation world is vast, and I have yet to see a body cultivator who claims dominion over it all. What? Do you wish to spar with me? Let us settle this then. I fear not, came the retort. Enough of this bickering. With so many elders present, do you not fear ridicule? Indeed. I believe that young man Wu Fan possesses exceptional potential. Though young, his strength is remarkable, and I foresee him breaking into the top 3. Yes, Elder Sun speaks wisely. I too find merit in this young lad. At just over 20 years of age, attaining the 8th layer of Qi refinement is no small feat in the arena. Fierce battles continued among the top 10, comprising 7 men and 3 women. The ongoing confrontation featured Chun Yi against a male practitioner, and Wu Fan observed Chun Yi's prowess with admiration. He skillfully wielded 3 flying swords, maintaining an expression of calm while executing his maneuvers with ease. His mental acuity was evidently superior, something Wu Fan recognized he could not replicate. At present, he could only manage 3 magical tools at once, and attempting to control more would be beyond his capacity. Even when managing 3 tools simultaneously, he could not maintain the composure exhibited by Chen Yi. It is said that cultivators in the foundation building stage can effortlessly manipulate 6 or 7 magical artifacts simultaneously, which is indeed a remarkable feat. The divine consciousness resides within the cultivator's sea of consciousness, whether they are maneuvering a flying sword, engaging in combat with magical artifacts, or refining elixirs. All require the support of this divine awareness. Some cultivators are born with inherently strong divine consciousness, though they are few in number. Most cultivators gradually strengthen their divine awareness as they ascend in rank. In ancient times, there were secret techniques specifically for cultivating divine consciousness, but such methods have become virtually extinct in the present realm of cultivation. At this moment, Chun Yi had rendered his opponent, a male cultivator, utterly powerless, and as expected. Within a few exchanges, Chun Yi emerged victorious. The next match pitted Hao Yu against another male cultivator. As Hao Yu stood in the arena, his tall figure exuded an overwhelming aura of valor, causing the man across from him to display visible apprehension, his eyes darting nervously. Internally, he was torn between the choice of fighting or retreating. Having observed Hao Yu's prior battles, he knew his opponents typically ended up injured, and after losing twice consecutively, he faced the prospect of elimination if he chose not to fight, relegating him to 9th place behind the previous loser. After a moment of intense internal conflict, determination shone in the man's eyes as he resolved to engage, believing that even if he were injured, it would be more dignified than surrendering outright. However, the outcome held no suspense. Within a quarter of an hour, he was severely wounded and dragged off the stage. Now, only 8 contestants remained, among whom Wu Fan was the only one at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, yet none dared to underestimate him. The ensuing competition featured senior sister Ling Wei against a male cultivator. Upon entering the arena, Ling Wei radiated an enchanting presence in her light yellow dress. Her delicate features reminiscent of a celestial being that had descended to the mortal realm. She wielded a long red silk ribbon, which danced through the air like a majestic dragon, striking at her opponent, who stood no chance of retaliation. Ling Wei remained poised, occasionally forming hand seals. Eventually, her opponent could withstand no more and was bound by the ribbon, collapsing to the ground. With his defeat, he secured the 8th position. In the subsequent match, Wu Fan faced a female cultivator named Jing Yao, who appeared to be around the same age as him, approximately 23 or 24. She was graceful and alluring, particularly with her prominent features drawing Wu Fan's gaze, causing her to blush and coyly remark, "Have you seen enough, junior brother? If so, let us commence the competition." Wu Fan, taken aback by her words and feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Please proceed, senior sister." Thus, they began their duel. Jing Yao wielded a silver flying sword, her strength sufficient to place her among the top 10, where only formidable opponents resided. However, for Wu Fan, she proved too weak, as he unleashed the blazing sun sword and binding spirit rope, complemented by ice spikes and wind blades, forcing her to concede defeat. At this juncture, the remaining contestants included Wu Fan, Chun Yi, Hao Yu, Ling Wei, and 2 others, a man named Hao Ran in black attire, and a woman named Xian Yan, dressed in white, both around 23 or 24 years old. Xian Yan, though strikingly beautiful, paled in comparison to Ling Wei. The next match saw these 2 competitors face off, their strengths quite comparable, resulting in a back-and-forth battle that lasted half an hour before Xian Yan ultimately succumbed. Following this, Chun Yi selected Hao Ran as his opponent, as Hao Ran had previously challenged Xian Yan, thus adhering to the rules. Upon realizing Chun Yi was his challenger, Hao Ran's expression dimmed. Fully aware that maintaining his 5th place was already a considerable achievement, and he stood no chance against Chun Yi. Nevertheless, he steeled himself for the fight, unwilling to concede. 15 minutes later, Hao Ran left the stage in utter defeat. The next match featured Hao Yu, who approached the stage and jovially remarked to Wu Fan, "Junior brother Wu, I have observed many of your matches and acknowledge your prowess. However, today, you are unfortunately up against me, and this match guarantees your loss. Step forward, and let me test the might of your perfected spells against my defenses. Since senior brother wishes to experience my spells, I can only comply respectfully." Wu Fan replied as he took his place on the stage, brandishing the blazing sun sword. Hao Yu then brandished a massive hammer, grinning as he warned, "I shall launch my attack now. Do not let me close the distance, or you will suffer gravely. Feel free to attack, senior brother. If I am injured, it will only prove my inferiority," Wu Fan retorted, his expression darkening at the unnecessary banter. Meanwhile, the 2,000 disciples observing were captivated, their excitement palpable, and the arena fell silent. Bai Xiao Wen and Zhou Yu clenched their fists, whispering to one another their determination to win. In the elder area, the foundation-building elders also scrutinized the duel, some offering their insights. "I wonder which of these 2 youngsters will prevail. I believe Hao Yu will win unless Wu Fan has some hidden trump card. Even if he has refined his foundational spells to a high level, he will struggle to breach Hao Yu's defenses unless he achieves perfection in these skills, which seems implausible given the time constraints. Wu Fan's accomplishment in mastering these spells is already noteworthy," remarked Elder Bai. "I concur with Elder Bai's assessment," another elder added. Meanwhile, Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain, sat silently, observing. He had not anticipated that the young lad he had casually guided would reach the top 10 and even have the potential to advance further. At this moment, Wu Fan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, shedding the nonchalance he had previously displayed in other matches. Suddenly, Hao Yu charged at him, opting for close combat rather than deploying his magical artifacts, showcasing the unique strength of body cultivators who rely on their physical prowess to overpower opponents. Realizing the imminent threat, Wu Fan summoned the blazing sun sword, which soared through the air before hurtling toward Hao Yu. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Hao Yu grinned and swung his hammer forcefully at the blazing sun sword, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. The sword was sent flying into the sky, disappearing from sight. Wu Fan, momentarily stunned, was filled with dread at the sheer force required to accomplish such a feat. The resilience of the blazing sun sword was remarkable. Had it been any other artifact, it could have been shattered with that single blow. Before he could contemplate further, Hao Yu continued his relentless advance, prompting Wu Fan to swiftly draw the binding spirit rope from his storage pouch, confident that it would ensnare Hao Yu without fail. At that moment, the KNLing had already approached HOY and was about to bind him. However, a shocking scene unfolded as HOY suddenly extended his left hand, and grasped one end of the K and L ing shing. His arm began to whirl rapidly, and with a powerful throw, the K and L ing ing soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Meeting a fate reminiscent of the Li Y ing Gn, WFN, having engaged in many battles, had never witnessed such a technique before. Though astonished, he had no time to reflect, for HOY was swiftly approaching him. At that moment, HOY let out a strange laugh, as if to convey, "Kid, you are about to be severely injured and eliminated." WFN, with a single hand forming a seal, swiftly waved his arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed 5 or 6 wind blades, feeling it insufficient. He then cast several fireballs, culminating in a massive ice spike, hoping these spells would impede his opponent's advance. Upon witnessing these spells, HOY grinned widely. Suddenly, a layer of dark light enveloped his body as he positioned his great hammer before him and began to spin it wildly, the hammer whirling like a fan. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, 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 boom. WFN focused intently, realizing that most of his spells had been deflected by the hammer, with only a few wind blades striking HOY, yet to no effect. It was astonishing, with WFN's mastery of wind blade technique. Even a massive rock could be easily shattered, yet HOY remained unscathed. With no time to ponder further, HOY was upon him. WFN, left with no choice, prepared to unleash his trump card. With a cold snort, he felt a tremor throughout his body, and suddenly, a soft golden glow radiated from him, expanding to 10 zhong in an instant. As the golden light spread, HOY, who had just reached him, halted abruptly, as if caught in a binding spell. Slowly squatting down under an invisible weight, beads of sweat forming on his brow, gritting his teeth in resistance, his eyes reflecting terror. He was no longer the arrogant figure he had been before. This was the strength of his physical cultivation. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been pressed to the ground. Yet here he was, gritting his teeth, slowly showing signs of rising. Meanwhile, WFN leisurely approached him, producing a long sword and pointing it at HOY's head. "You have lost." After declaring his victory, WFN retracted the golden radiance, stowed the JF-ing-GN into his storage pouch, and gathered the Li Y-ing-GN along with the K and L-ing-SH-ing before slowly returning to the edge of the arena. At that moment, HOY stood in a daze, unable to comprehend his defeat. This was his first loss, and more perplexing was his ignorance of how he had lost. What kind of divine ability had rendered him so helpless? Recalling the earlier events, he felt a lingering fear, having felt as though a great mountain had pressed down upon him, leaving him unable to rise and utterly defenseless. Gradually, he stood, casting a glance at WFN from a distance, devoid of bitterness or resentment, and without any sense of defeat. He acknowledged that his loss was just. The opponent was simply too powerful. He retrieved his great hammer and slowly walked back to the sidelines. At this moment, CHNY, LingWI, XNYN, JingYO, HORN, and the thousands of disciples seated in the arena all wore expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated the events would unfold this way. HOY had lost. They had all envisioned WFN being severely injured, yet he stood there unscathed, sword pointed at HOY, a stark contrast from their expectations, making it seem as though HOY had rushed to kneel before WFN in haste. Zhou Y and B, I Xiao N were equally wide-eyed, gazing at WFN, marveling at his overwhelming strength. "Brother Zhou, pinch me. I think I'm hallucinating. Did I just see HOY rush to kneel before our junior brother W?" B I Xiao N exclaimed, nudging Zhou Y, though his eyes remained fixed below. "Don't touch me. I think I might also be seeing things, just as you did." In the elders area of the Foundation establishment stage, discussions erupted. What secret technique is this boy practicing? I have never seen it. It surely isn't from our sect. It somewhat resembles the legendary domain abilities. Yet it lacks the overwhelming power of those tales. This technique might be effective against the Qi refinement stage, but would be ineffective against us. You're talking nonsense. Have you not seen this boy's current cultivation level? If he reaches the Foundation establishment stage, would you dare claim you can withstand this technique? I want this boy. Don't you dare compete with me. Huh. Elder BI, your thoughts are quite amusing. With this technique, securing a place in the top 3 is guaranteed. But do you think he would choose you as his master? Humph. As long as this boy is willing to join my sect, I will teach him well. To cultivate to the 8th layer of Qi refinement at such a young age indicates his innate potential is extraordinary. Decades from now, my CUYN peak will surely witness a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator. Elder BI, look around, many share your thoughts. Don't speak as if this boy has already pledged himself to you. Whom he chooses remains uncertain. Humph, I care not how you all vie for this boy. I have set my sights on HOY. He is most suited for my queuing seeing peaks techniques, and has no other peak to turn to for physical cultivation. I say, Elder TMN. No one is competing with you for HOY. You need not keep reminding everyone. Humph. It would be best if no one dared to contest me for HOY, or else they shall face my wrath. Since Elder TMN has spoken thus, I shall shamelessly claim JNYO and XNYN as my disciples. I say, Fairy LNYN. You have already claimed LNWI. How can you now take 2 top 10 disciples? Is my OYN peak so desperate for disciples? Oh dear. Brother Zhou, you misunderstand LNYN. These 2 sisters are being designated for my 2 junior sisters at my OYN peak. I only intend to accept LNWI as my disciple. Enough of your bickering. Let us discuss this after the competition concludes. On the arena, the next match began with LNWI selecting her opponent. She stepped onto the stage, bowed gracefully to CHNY, and spoke, Senior Brother CHN. Allow me to learn your sword techniques in this match. I hope you will go easy on me. Haha, since junior sister wishes to challenge me, I shall not hold back. With that, LNWI refrained from using any magical artifacts this time. Besides her long ribbon, she summoned a long sword. CHNY, as always, sent forth 3 flying swords aimed directly at LNWI. She skillfully produced a small shield, tossing it into the air. The shield expanded against the wind, transforming into a massive barrier above her. As CHNY's 3 flying swords approached, only one remained headed for the shield, while the other 2 were deflected by LNWI's ribbon and long sword. With a resounding crash, CHNY's last flying sword was also thwarted. Thus, the battle between the 2 was intense and fiercely contested, making it difficult to determine a victor. As time passed, LNWI gradually began to falter, ultimately succumbing and losing the match. Now, on the stage, only Wu Fan and Chun Yi remained undefeated, while Hao Yu and Ling Wei each had 1 loss. In the next match, Wu Fan would be the first to choose his opponent. As Wu Fan ascended the arena and gazed towards the 3, he recalled the rules. Chun Yi had just been challenged, making him an invalid choice, and Ling Wei, having recently fought, was currently drained of her magical energy. Wu Fan was reluctant to challenge her, as it would be akin to kicking someone when they were down. Thus, he could only turn his gaze towards Hao Yu, who unexpectedly declared, I concede. Wu Fan shook his head and returned with a sense of resignation, while Ling Wei nodded at him with a look of gratitude. And so, this match came to an end. The next match was to be initiated by Chun Yi, whose gaze darted uncertainly between his options. He could only choose between Wu Fan and Ling Wei, as Hao Yu had just been selected by Wu Fan and was thus disqualified. Unsure of whom to choose, he reflected that selecting Ling Wei would be inappropriate since they had just competed against each other, and it would be somewhat shameful to challenge her again, especially as she was a renowned female cultivator. On the other hand, challenging Wu Fan left him doubtful of his chances for victory, especially with thousands of disciples and numerous elders observing. After a moment's contemplation, he finally directed his gaze towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan, unfazed, stepped onto the arena and said, Brother Chen Yi, please. Junior brother Wu Fan is immensely powerful. I shall give my all, and I hope you won't take offense, Chen Yi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was taken aback. Could it be that Chun Yi had some hidden trump card beyond his 3 flying swords? It is only natural for you to use your full strength. There is no offense taken, Wu Fan replied, summoning the Leongha sword. As the competition unfolded, Wu Fan harbored some alternative thoughts. He wished to test whether he could defeat Chun Yi without relying on the Jin Yuan Chongguang. If that proved impossible, he would have no choice but to resort to it. With a single hand gesture, Wu Fan conjured the Leongha sword, which transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Chen Yi. Simultaneously, he unleashed the binding spirit rope, grasped the Xian Yi needle in his left hand, and began to chant incantations with a singular hand gesture. Suddenly, a massive ice spear materialized in his right hand, also aimed at Chen Yi. Seeing Wu Fan's fierce initial moves, Chun Yi was visibly taken aback. Without hesitation, he commanded his 3 flying swords to engage Wu Fan's magical artifacts, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous sounds as the swords clashed with the ice spear. Wu Fan understood his Leongha sword and binding spirit rope could only counter 2 of the flying swords. He would need to rely on spells to deal with the third. His mind raced as he pondered how to win this match without employing Jin Yuan Chongguang. Eventually, he devised a strategy to continue deploying spells to counter the remaining flying sword. With his mastery of spells at its peak, Wu Fan's casting speed was unmatched. He surmised that his spells could indeed delay the opponent's flying sword momentarily. As the tumultuous sounds of battle echoed, Wu Fan relentlessly unleashed spells, casting fireballs, wind blades, and ice spears towards the enemy's flying swords. The rapidity of his spells left the spectators in awe. The opponent's flying swords did indeed slow in their advance. And amidst the chaos of the explosive spells, Wu Fan silently released the Xian Yi needle. The success of his strategy hinged on this strike. However, as he focused intently, he was startled to see Qian Yi also fixated on him. Just as the Xian Yi needle neared him, Qian Yi flashed a smile and suddenly produced a dagger from his sleeve, revealing it to be a high-grade magical artifact. With a swift motion, he flung the dagger towards the Xian Yi needle, resulting in a thunderous collision that halted the needle in its tracks. As Qian Yi unleashed the dagger, his complexion turned pale, as though he were in great pain. Witnessing this, Wu Fan was momentarily stunned. How could Qian Yi manipulate 4 magical artifacts simultaneously? Just as he contemplated this, Wu Fan's spells faltered. The enemy's flying swords surged towards him at an alarming speed. In a flurry, Wu Fan cast several attack talismans. But the outcome remained unchanged. The flying swords surged forth. As it approached, Wu Fan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a faint golden light emanated from within him, expanding outward to a radius of 10 zhang. At that moment, the flying sword halted midair before plummeting to the ground, trembling as if yearning to rise again. But it could ascend no further. Simultaneously, at a distance of 20 zhang, Qian Yi's flying swords and dagger fell to the ground, and he himself collapsed. Thus, the match concluded. Wu Fan regarded Qian Yi with a sigh, realizing that without employing Jin Yuan Cheng Guang, he truly could not have won. Fortunately, he had mastered this formidable technique. Otherwise, he would not have made it to the top 3, at which point he would lose the right to choose his master. After retracting his powers and magical artifacts, Wu Fan stepped off the stage. Meanwhile, Qian Yi slowly rose, his expression mirroring the earlier dismay of Hao Yu. He finally understood why Hao Yu had appeared so defeated. The opponent was simply too formidable. Had the opponent unleashed this technique from the outset, he believed he would have had no means of defense. Disheartened, he returned to the sidelines, feeling a profound sense of loss. Having intended to make a stunning impression with his 4th artifact, only to suffer a crushing defeat. The more than 2,000 disciples and attendants gradually regained their composure from the shock, marveling once again at Wu Fan's display of skills. In the elders section, however, their expressions remained largely unchanged, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. The next match was to be chosen by Ling Wei, who was left with no choice but to select Hao Yu, as she could not hope to defeat Qian Yi and had just faced Wu Fan. Even if Wu Fan were an option, she lacked the confidence to confront him. Ling Wei stepped onto the stage and glanced at Hao Yu before saying, "Brother, please." Hao Yu approached slowly, eyeing the graceful Ling Wei standing before him, and remarked, "Junior sister, I cannot hold back. I will surely injure you." After glancing at Wu Fan, he added, "Except for Wu Shixiao." Ling Wei, incensed by his words, felt her face grow increasingly grim. After a moment of consideration, she reiterated, "Brother, please." With that, she summoned a long silken ribbon and a flying sword, while Hao Yu sighed and gripped his large hammer. The battle was swift. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Ling Wei succumbed. Despite Hao Yu intentionally holding back, Ling Wei sustained only minor injuries, and thus the match concluded. Ling Wei descended from the stage, despondent, realizing she would not make it to the top 3. The 3 opponents before her were beyond her capability. With this thought, she sighed softly. At present, Hao Yu has succumbed to 2 matches, both defeats at the hands of Wu Fan. In this contest, he has lost once and conceded once, while Ling Wei has also faced 2 losses, one against Chani and another against Hao Yu. Chani has suffered a single defeat, leaving only Wu Fan with an unblemished record. At this moment, the middle-aged elder, Ming, stepped forward, casting a glance at the individuals on stage, and then proclaimed, "Chani, Hao Yu, you 2 shall engage in one final duel to determine the 2nd and 3rd places." Upon finishing his statement, Elder Ryuan returned to his position. It was evident to all that there was no further necessity for the competition, as the strengths and weaknesses among the contestants had become crystal clear. Currently, only Chani and Hao Yu had yet to face each other, and thus, the 2nd and 3rd places could only be decided between these 2. The 2 contestants took their positions, with Chani displaying a look of grave concern. Having observed several of Hao Yu's battles, he recognized Hao Yu's formidable strength. Not only was his physical form indestructible, but his power was also beyond comparison. Chani could only rely on controlling his flying sword for ranged attacks, ensuring that he did not allow Hao Yu to close the distance. Only in this manner could he hope to exhaust his opponent's stamina and, ultimately, secure victory. As the battle commenced, both contestants unleashed their full capabilities. However, it was apparent to discerning observers that Chani was gradually falling behind. It would not be long before Hao Yu closed in on him, and indeed, half an hour later, the match concluded. Hao Yu proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, as Chani's attempts to control from magical artifacts failed to impede Hao Yu's advance, resulting in his eventual defeat. Chapter 60, entering the inner sect. With the conclusion of the outer sect competition, the top 100 disciples ascended the stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the elders. Anticipation flickered in their eyes, each hoping to be chosen by one of the esteemed elders. However, those ranked lower bore the weight of uncertainty. While the top 10 disciples remained unconcerned, harboring great confidence in their prospects of becoming the disciples of the elders. Among them, the 3 highest-ranked disciples enjoyed a coveted privilege, the right to select their own masters. At this moment, the over 2,000 disciples seated in the audience gazed enviously at the 100 on stage. This select group would henceforth be distinguished from the rest, not only in status, but in numerous aspects that the others could only admire. When they looked towards Wu Fan, Hao Yu, and Chani, their eyes glimmered with fervor. A longing to supplant these 3. Wu Fan, too, felt a surge of excitement. After enduring so many competitions, he had finally secured a place among the top 3, even achieving first place. He no longer had to worry about the concerns surrounding his spiritual root and physique, fearing that no elder would choose him. With this thought, he tightened his hands hidden within his sleeves. Finally, amidst the expectant gazes of the disciples, the foundation-building elders descended from their seats to stand before them. The middle-aged elder, Rui Yuan, spoke. The 7-day outer sect competition has concluded. The performance of the top 100 disciples has been commendable, and the elders present have taken note. Now, I invite each elder to select their favored disciple. As for you 3, Wu Fan, Hao Yu, Chani, you may choose your master now, or take some time to observe before making your decision. Elder Ruan paused for a moment, surveying the disciples, then continued, once the elders have made their selections, all of you shall accompany me to the ancestor hall to pay respects to the predecessors of the Qingfeng sect, where the headmaster will officiate the ceremony. After Elder Ryuan's declaration, he turned to the assembly of elders and smiled. Elders, please begin. At this moment, a burly bald man emerged from the crowd of elders. His voice boomed as he fixed his gaze on Hao Yu, declaring, Hao Yu, I am Time Man of the Qingshan Peak. Do you wish to become my disciple? Do not hastily decline. I know you have the right to choose, but you must understand that within the Qingfeng sect, only my Qingshan Peak specializes in the cultivation of physical strength. So consider carefully. I accept. Hao Yu replied without hesitation, for he had always aspired to cultivate the path of physical strength at Qingshan Peak. The bald man nodded in satisfaction, a smile breaking across his rugged face. At this moment, 3 female foundation-building cultivators stepped forward from the group of elders. Though they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, they could very well be several hundred years old. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation-building stage, their aging process slows significantly, and some female cultivators even practice techniques to maintain their youthful appearance, making it impossible to ascertain their true ages based solely on looks. One of the women turned to Lingwei and said, Lingwei, dear girl, I am Elder Lingyun of Miaoying Peak. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Elder Lingyun, appearing to be under 40, possessed a dignified and captivating beauty that instantly captured attention. I am willing, Lingwei responded, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Elder Lingyun. Very well. Lingwei, rise and take your place behind me, Lingyun said with a smile, appraising her new disciple with evident satisfaction. Another female elder addressed Xinyan, dear girl, I am also an elder of Miaoying Peak. Would you consent to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Xinyan's eyes brightened at the prospect of being chosen by an elder, and she eagerly replied, I am willing. The last female elder was more direct, approaching and stating, Jingyao, I am also an elder of Miaoying Peak. Will you not come forth? Jingyao, already strikingly beautiful, displayed a look of surprise upon hearing her name called. Her face lit up with joy, and she chuckled, her laughter enhancing her allure as she rushed towards the elder, exclaiming, I am willing. As she moved, her ample bosom swayed enticingly. At this point, Elder Ryuan chuckled. I must ask, esteemed ladies, have you not considered the spiritual roots and physiques of these disciples? Are you so eager to accept them into your ranks? Ha ha ha. What is there to evaluate? They have reached the 9th layer of qi refinement at such a young age. Their spiritual roots cannot be lacking. Elder Lingyun replied with a laugh. Suddenly, a male elder, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped forth and called out, Wu Fan, I am Elder Huang of Yunhai Peak. Do you wish to become my disciple? Wu Fan, startled by the sudden address, hesitated momentarily before preparing to respond. At that moment, another elder hurriedly approached. Wu Fan, I am Elder Bai of Xian Peak. Come to my side, and I shall ensure you receive proper guidance. In quick succession, 3 or 4 more elders emerged. Wu Fan, I am Elder Fan of Tianhen Peak. Are you interested in joining me? Wu Fan, I am Elder Zheng of Chaoxiao Peak. You should come to my side. My disciples are few, and I have ample time to mentor you. Rest assured, I will provide you with excellent instruction. Humph, Elder Zheng. Haven't you already accepted 7 or 8 disciples? How can you claim to have few? Wu Fan, join me at Guanyin Peak. I only have 3 disciples. At this moment, 5 or 6 elders stepped forward, all directing their attention towards Wu Fan. However, before they could utter a word, Elder Rin interjected, "Elders, please hold on. Wu Fan here is the first place winner of the competition. He possesses the right to choose his master. Shouldn't you first inquire which peak he desires to join?" Upon hearing Elder Ryuan's words, all the elders turned to Wu Fan, awaiting his response. Wu Fan surveyed the assembly of elders, feeling a surge of nervousness. He had never been under the scrutiny of so many foundation-building cultivators. The powerful auras emanating from them caused his legs to tremble slightly. He was not one to be easily intimidated, but the sheer force of the elders' presence was undeniably overwhelming. He had never anticipated that today would unfold in such a manner. If those elders were aware that he possessed a mixed 5-element spiritual root, what would their sentiments be? If Wu Fan were to truly become a disciple of any of them, that master would undoubtedly regret accepting him upon discovering his condition. It was even possible that they would neglect him henceforth. Chapter 61, Taking a Master. Wu Fan realized he must utter something. And so he spoke. Disciple wishes to join Danding Peak. The dozen or so foundational elders exchanged glances, then turned their attention to another elder among the crowd. This elder, clad in a moon-white robe and appearing to be around 60, with a ruddy complexion and graying hair, was none other than Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain. At this moment, Elder Li was taken aback. He had not expected this boy to seek him out at Danding Peak. However, he was aware of Wu Fan's spiritual root constitution, which was why he had refrained from following the others outside. Could it be that this boy, realizing his limitations, believed he could not break through to the foundational stage, hence sought to study alchemy with him? Or perhaps he recognized Li as the one who had brought him to the Qingfeng sect and wished to take him as a master. Initially, he intended to take in a boy named Chun Yi due to his naturally powerful spiritual consciousness, which would greatly aid in the study of alchemy. Now, however, Wu Fan wished to be his disciple, and since the sect's regulations allowed the top 3 to choose their masters, his desire to take in Chun Yi had to be abandoned. Perhaps this was the will of heaven. He and Wu Fan indeed shared a fateful connection. With a sigh, he stepped out from the crowd and addressed Wu Fan. "I am Li Ning of Danding Peak, elderly. Do you remember me, young Wu Fan?" Wu Fan replied, "I remember. If it weren't for you bringing me up the mountain, I might still be an ordinary mortal. This kindness I shall never forget." After speaking, he deeply bowed to Elder Li and remained in that position for a considerable time. Elder Li gazed at Wu Fan for a while, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He could not help but nod gently before finally uttering the words Wu Fan had long awaited. "Wu Fan, do you wish to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes brightened, and he immediately straightened, his expression filled with excitement. Disciple is willing. Elder Li looked at his newly accepted disciple, sighing inwardly, lamenting that this disciple was merely a mixed 5-elements spiritual root. Even with his assistance, it would be remarkable if this disciple could cultivate to the peak of qi refining. Alas, what a pity. "Wu Fan, come to my side." Wu Fan bowed once more to his master and obediently approached him. The other elders who wished to accept Wu Fan could only sigh in resignation and shake their heads as they departed, for they dared not vie for him against Elder Li, who held a significant position within the sect. He was not only a powerful cultivator at the mid-foundational stage, but also a highly esteemed master of alchemy. At that moment, another elder stepped forth from the crowd, a middle-aged male cultivator, who stood with an air of sharpness, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword, with a long sword slung across his back. Some disciples found it peculiar that this elder carried a sword. Why not store it in a spatial pouch? These outer disciples were unaware that this elder was a sword cultivator, who, like body cultivators, devoted his life solely to the sword path. The power of sword cultivators was exceptionally fierce and formidable, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. This man directly addressed Chen Yi, speaking succinctly. "Chen Yi, will you come to Tsangjian Peak?" Many foundational elders had contemplated accepting Chen Yi, yet upon seeing this middle-aged cultivator emerge, they swallowed their words. Chen Yi is willing. He quickly stepped forward, bowing to the middle-aged cultivator. He was undeniably thrilled, fully aware of what Tsangjian Peak represented, a place reserved for sword cultivators. He yearned to become a sword cultivator himself. In the following moments, several more elders selected their disciples, while the remaining elders refrained from making choices, likely due to a lack of suitable candidates. The Qingfeng sect boasted approximately 100 foundational cultivators, with some in seclusion and others absent. Of the remaining 70 or so elders, fewer than 30 chose disciples, and the rest departed, returning to their respective abodes. The disciples who were not chosen wore expressions of disappointment, realizing they would henceforth be mere ordinary inner disciples. At this time, Elder Rui Yuan approached, surveying the crowd before announcing, "Follow me." Master has sent word that he awaits you at the Ancestor Hall. Thus, the 100 disciples followed Elder Rui Yuan into the skies, accompanied by the fewer than 30 foundational elders. The lively Dozhan Peak, having buzzed for 7 days, finally returned to its former tranquility after everyone had departed. The Ancestor Hall was situated atop a towering peak, and looking down from its summit revealed a vast sea of clouds. At the peak stood a grand plaza, where the 100 disciples now stood. Before them loomed a great hall, above which hung a massive plaque inscribed with the words Ancestor Hall in gilded characters. At that moment, an elder in his 70s emerged from the hall. He was none other than the contemporary leader of the Qingfeng sect. The foundational elders hastened towards him, bowing respectfully. After acknowledging them with a nod, the elder stated, "All foundational elders remain outside. The other disciples may enter with me." After he spoke, he turned and re-entered, followed closely by the 100 disciples. Upon entering the grand hall, which was several hundred zhang in size and towering over 10 zhang high, the disciples felt a sense of vastness. At the forefront stood a massive offering table adorned with numerous tablets inscribed with black names, along with a large bronze cauldron, within which burned several half-consumed incense sticks, releasing wisps of smoke. Above the offering table hung an imposing portrait of an elderly man with flowing white hair, donned in a moon-white robe, holding a long sword behind him, gazing into the distance from atop a mountain. The entire hall emanated an atmosphere of solemnity. The elder led the group to the offering table and, casting a glance at the assembly, proclaimed, "You have all entered the inner sect through the grand competition and are now official disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Before you is the Ancestor Hall. The founder of our sect, Qingfeng Zhenrun, has established our lineage for over 6,000 years. The portrait before you is that of our sect's founder, and the tablets below bear the names of our esteemed predecessors. It is thanks to their protection that our sect has endured to this day. Now, each of you step forward to pay respects to the founder and the ancestors, and remember to announce your names as you offer incense." Chapter 62, Danding Peak. Thus, all disciples, including Wu Fan, stepped forward to bow and light incense for the founder and ancestors. When it was Wu Fan's turn, he approached the grand bronze cauldron, withdrew a stick of incense, ignited it, and inserted it into the cauldron. He surveyed the solemn hall, the offering table, and the imposing portrait of the founder, then caught sight of the leader's serious expression, causing a tremor in his heart. Without further thought, he moved to the mat, knelt, bowed 3 times, and proclaimed, "Disciple Wu Fan." He then rose and returned to the group of disciples. 3 hours later, after all the disciples had completed their incense offerings, the esteemed leader of Qingfengmen cast a glance at the gathered crowd and spoke, "At this moment, you have officially become inner disciples of our sect. From now on, it is imperative that you devote yourselves to rigorous cultivation, lest you squander the opportunities provided by our sect. The realm of immortality is inherently harsh, and the continuation of a sect relies upon your growth to safeguard it. Now, you may go forth in search of your masters. Those without a master should seek Elder Ruin, who will arrange your matters. As for the rewards for the top 10 disciples in the grand competition, they will be delivered to you in due course." Upon the elder's conclusion, all the disciples bowed respectfully before departing from the grand hall. When Wu Fan approached his master, Elder Li Ning, he was met with a warm smile. "Come, let us return to Danding Peak," he said. "Yes, master," Wu Fan replied respectfully. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Elder Li Ning summoned a flying sword and leapt onto it, turning back to beckon Wu Fan. "Join me." Wu Fan followed suit, ascending onto the flying sword as his master guided it directly towards Danding Peak. After a 5-year hiatus, this marked Wu Fan's second time standing upon the flying sword. Just as 5 years prior, the elder stood at the front, while Wu Fan occupied the rear, gazing around. However, he was no longer the same as before. He had now reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and had secured first place in the outer sect competition. As he looked up at his master's silhouette, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Half an hour later, they arrived at Danding Peak. Wu Fan gazed at the majestic mountain ahead, feeling the rich spiritual energy enveloping him, and a smile began to form on his lips. At last, he had arrived at the long-anticipated Danding Peak, the place where he would dedicate himself to long-term cultivation. The landscape was a tapestry of verdant hues, with cultivated medicinal fields, vast lakes, and towering ancient trees. Atop the peak rested a grand hall, and now his master was leading him swiftly towards it. In front of the hall lay a vast square, in the center of which stood a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the characters Danding Peak. Surrounding the square were 7 large cauldrons. As they approached, Wu Fan followed his master into the hall. Upon entering, Wu Fan's eyes swept across the elegantly arranged interior. Rows of seats flanked both sides, while 3 chairs occupied the foremost position. At that moment, a man stood within the hall, appearing to be around 30 years old. somewhat portly with a round face and small eyes that were nearly obscured by his chubby cheeks. As Wu Fan and his master entered, the man squinted, attempting to widen his eyes, but to no avail. He waddled over, resembling a rolling ball of flesh, and spoke in a booming voice, "Master, you have finally returned. Is this the new junior brother?" Elderly Ning's expression darkened upon seeing the rotund man, and a cold snort escaped his lips. "You, having reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, still indulge in gluttony. Can't you shed some weight? At this rate, you won't be able to fly at all." Without waiting for a response, Elderly Ning strode towards the 3 chairs, ignoring the man's presence. The man managed an awkward smile, but his small eyes appeared even narrower, raising doubts in Wu Fan's mind about his ability to see. Once seated, Elderly Ning turned his attention back to Wu Fan. "Wu Fan, from this day forth, you shall be my 6th disciple. This is your 2nd senior brother, Zhu Ming." After a brief pause, Elderly Ning glanced at Zhu Ming, then let out another cold huff, continuing, "You have 2 more senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but some are in seclusion, some are alchemists, and others are not within the sect. You will meet them in due time. Our Danding Peak has 3 elders in the foundation establishment stage. Besides myself, you have 2 uncles, one named Yen Fun, who is currently refining pills, and the other, Su Yao, who is not present at the moment. Each of them has 5 or 6 disciples, so our Danding Peak has around 20 disciples in total." Elderly Ning then regarded Wu Fan and said, "Aren't you going to pay your respects?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hurriedly approached his master, kneeling on the ground, and said, "Disciple Wu Fan pays his respects to master." He then bowed 3 times. Seeing his 6th disciple, Elderly Ning's expression softened somewhat. He often felt inexplicably frustrated upon seeing his 2nd disciple, which had contributed to his stern demeanor since entering the hall. "Rise. These 3 bottles of elixirs are a welcome gift from me. One contains superior Peiyuan pills, which rapidly restores spiritual energy. Another is Xianyuan pills, to be taken when you reach the 10th level's bottleneck, aiding you in breaking through. And the last is blood Qi pills, useful for severe injuries. These are high-quality healing elixirs, and you cannot find them in the markets." "Thank you, master." Wu Fan stood and gratefully accepted the 3 bottles, his heart swelling with joy at their preciousness, as he had never encountered such items in Changyang Market. He carefully stored the elixirs in his storage pouch. At that moment, his master produced a jade slip and handed it to Wu Fan. "This contains my insights on alchemy. Take it and study it diligently. If you master its contents, you will be able to refine foundation establishment pills. However, alchemy is quite challenging, and it will depend on your innate talent. Currently, only your senior brother is an alchemist among my disciples, while your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th senior siblings can only refine Qi refinement pills. I conduct alchemy once monthly. You may observe then and learn as much as you can based on your own abilities. Our Danding Peak has a spiritual herb garden, but you must refrain from recklessly harvesting. Once you select a cave dwelling, you may cultivate your own herb garden. While you study alchemy, I will provide you with some low-grade spiritual herbs to practice with. Once you achieve results, you can exchange your pills for spirit stones to procure spiritual herbs for alchemy. However, the initial stages of learning alchemy will deplete both spiritual herbs and stones, and the herbs I provide will not suffice for long. The remainder will depend on your resourcefulness. If you can successfully refine pills quickly, you will earn income sooner. Otherwise, you may face hardships in the future. As an inner disciple, you will receive 200 spirit stones each month, and the sutra repository will be open to you, though you may only view Qi refinement techniques, which also require spirit stones and contributions to the sect." Chapter 63, 2nd Senior Brother. Elderly Ning glanced at his 2nd disciple and added, "Xiao Fan, afterward, let your 2nd senior brother accompany you to find a cave dwelling. There are few disciples on Danding Peak, so there is ample space available. You can choose an area spanning several dozen miles to establish your cave dwelling. Once selected, it will be under your private management. If there are no further matters, you may leave. Should I require your presence, I will summon you with a sound transmission talisman." Disciple obeys. Wu Fan replied as he prepared to bow and take his leave. However, Elderly Ning looked at him and said, "Wait, Xiao Fan. What secret technique did you use during the grand competition? Where did you learn it?" Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Wu Fan's body shuddered unexpectedly, and a look of panic flickered across his face, soon followed by an expression of struggle. He was reluctant to divulge his secrets, as they encompassed far too much, such as the jade slips discovered within the cave and the Tian Luo Ji Hua, along with the Jin Yuan Ling Mu. Most importantly, if he were to disclose every detail, the secret of the small space might also be exposed, for the Jin Yuan Ling Mu currently resided within that very small space. A fact that was impossible to explain. As he pondered this, Wu Fan's face displayed a look of distress, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Upon witnessing his disciple's demeanor, Li Ning understood the situation and remarked, "Very well. The acquisition of this secret technique is your own opportunity. This technique is precious. So cultivate it diligently. You too may leave." "Thank you, master." Wu Fan bowed deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart as he exhaled a long sigh of relief. At that moment, his second senior brother, Zhu Ming, stumbled over, intending to bow to their master, but after several attempts, he gave up and stood instead, saying, "Master, I too take my leave." Li Ning cast a stern glance at his second disciple, and his expression darkened. "Hurry and get out." Zhu Ming, feeling awkward, glanced at Wu Fan and offered a sheepish smile, then said, "Junior brother Lu, let us be on our way." From the very first glance at his second senior brother, Wu Fan nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it. He had never encountered anyone so rotund. Although their master's anger was a serious matter, Wu Fan found it difficult to contain his amusement on several occasions while looking at his equally wide second senior brother. Wu Fan respectfully greeted him, "Junior brother Wu Fan. I pay my respects to second senior brother. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. From now on, we are like brothers. Come with me to my cave, where I have a unicorn. We shall roast it and enjoy it together. I also have 2 jars of fine wine. We can feast and chat. Rest assured. If you ever wish for anything, just let me know. My culinary skills are quite exceptional, and I guarantee you will savor every bite." Zhu Ming said with a wide grin, his belly jiggling as he approached Wu Fan. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. "Get lost." Upon hearing this voice, Wu Fan turned to see his master with a darkened expression, eyes bulging, and wielding a wooden staff, heading straight for Zhu Ming. Wu Fan, seeing the impending situation, hurriedly dashed out of the grand hall, sprinting far away. From the direction of the hall, he could still hear Zhu Ming's cries of distress. Wu Fan waited in the square for a full 15 minutes before Zhu Ming, bruised and battered, rolled over to him. Remarkably, despite his injuries, he laughed heartily and said, "Let us go, junior brother. To my cave we shall venture, and we will not return until we are inebriated." Wu Fan stole a glance back towards the hall, and upon confirming that his master was not in sight, he replied, "Let us go." The two then took to the skies on their flying swords. Despite Zhu Ming's hefty physique, he was indeed a formidable cultivator at the 11th level of the Qi refinement stage, and their flying speed remained swift. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at Zhu Ming's cave, which was situated on the mountainside by the edge of a lake. In Zhu Ming's own words, he had chosen this location to facilitate frequent fishing. Upon landing, they were greeted by a misty scene. With a wave of his short and stout arms, Zhu Ming dispelled the fog, revealing a vast courtyard adorned with stunning scenery, though devoid of any buildings. Instead, there was a large stone door embedded in the mountain wall. Zhu Ming led Wu Fan to the door, pushed it open, and they entered, with Wu Fan following closely behind. Zhu Ming's cave was constructed within the mountain, and upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall furnished with tables and chairs, the ceiling towering 6 to 7 meters high. The stone walls were embedded with numerous night pearls, illuminating the entire hall. This cave was replete with everything one could desire, including a bedroom, a training room, and an alchemy chamber. However, what astonished Wu Fan the most was the presence of an enormous kitchen, which was quite unexpected, considering that cultivators typically consumed very little food. Practitioners in the Qi refinement stage typically relied on pills to sustain themselves and to save time for cultivation, and it was said that upon reaching the golden core stage, they required no sustenance at all, living for 7 or 8 centuries purely on absorbed spiritual energy. Within this vast kitchen, there were over a dozen spirit beast chambers. Unlike others, Zhu Ming's spirit beast chambers were perhaps better described as food storage rooms, as the first and second tier monsters contained within were intended for his meals. "Junior brother Lu, wait here. I shall go and prepare the unicorn for our feast," Zhu Ming declared before wadding his corpulent body into the kitchen. An hour later, the two sat across from each other, yet they could hardly see one another due to the lavishly roasted unicorn glistening on the stone table between them. Wu Fan, who hadn't eaten in quite some time, felt his mouth water at the sight and aroma of the roasted beast. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly tore off a large piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, his eyes lit up. Zhu Ming was indeed no braggart. The meat was exquisitely delicious. Wu Fan had never savored anything so delectable in his life. After the first bite, he found it impossible to stop. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming's eating habits were utterly astonishing. With both hands, he stuffed his mouth with meat, alternating between his left and right hands, swallowing without chewing. The wine and conversation were forgotten as the hall resonated solely with the sound of their ravenous feasting. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the hall. Two brothers, oblivious to each other's presence, engaged in a silent yet harmonious devouring of their meal. Finally, after an hour, the two emerged from their gastronomic trance, having consumed an impressive 100 pounds of food, leaving nothing behind. Wu Fan had devoured approximately 10 pounds. Haha, junior brother Lu. How do you find my culinary skills? Zhu Ming, his eyes narrowed into slits of delight, inquired. Indeed, second senior brother. Your culinary prowess is as renowned as the rumors suggest, Wu Fan replied with a nod. Have you heard of my skills? Yes, I heard you boast of them yourself. I have heard you secured first place in the outer Sect competition today. Truly impressive. I was merely fortunate to win first place, Wu Fan modestly replied. Haha. You are too humble, junior brother. Stay here tonight, and tomorrow I shall take you to find a cave of your own, if that suits you. Then I shall impose upon you, senior brother. The next day, Wu Fan and Zhu Ming spent half a day traversing the entire Danding Peak until they discovered a location in a valley that met Wu Fan's approval. The entire small valley was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and it boasted a magnificent waterfall with a large pool beneath it. The spiritual energy in this area was also quite dense. Upon arrival, Wu Fan decided that this was where he would establish his cave. At this moment, Zhu Ming's rotund figure rolled over to the steep cliff near the waterfall and remarked, Junior brother, this place is excellent. Allow me to assist you in opening your cave. I am quite skilled at this. Without waiting for Wu Fan to respond, Zhu Ming unleashed his flying sword, which soared towards the mountain wall. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed as the sword burrowed into the mountain. Seeing his senior brother take the initiative to help him establish a cave, Wu Fan quickly shouted, Senior brother, I do not want a kitchen. As the resounding roar emanated from within the mountain, the second senior brother occasionally employed his spells to clear the debris. After half a day, the thundering finally ceased. Upon entering the cave abode, Wu Fan could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, the second senior brother was adept at establishing cave dwellings. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall, flanked by bedrooms, a spirit beast chamber, an alchemy room, a training area, and even a kitchen. Junior brother, what do you think? How does this cave dwelling I've created fare? The senior brother inquired. I have laid out the general framework. The finer details are left for you to refine. Thank you, senior brother. I am quite satisfied with this cave abode. Wu Fan replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He sincerely appreciated the warmth extended by this senior brother since he entered the realm of cultivation. Few had shown him such kindness. This reflection led him to think of Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu, wondering how they were faring. They too had entered the inner sect, but regrettably had not been taken as disciples by any elder. Junior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You can focus on refining the cave dwelling for now. In a few days, I shall bring you some spirit beast meat. The second senior brother said as he prepared to bid farewell. Senior brother, may I ask why Master became angry upon seeing you? Wu Fan finally voiced the question that had been on his mind for 2 days as the senior brother turned to depart. It is nothing worth mentioning. It is merely because I indulge in food, neglecting both my cultivation and alchemical studies, eventually leading to my current state. Thus, he is understandably upset upon seeing me. I have long grown accustomed to it. Who can blame me for my inability to restrain my appetite? The second senior brother chuckled, recounting the events with a nonchalant air. Wu Fan now understood the situation and silently admonished himself to refrain from such indulgences in the future. The next time the second senior brother invited him for a meal, he vowed to decline. After the second senior brother departed, Wu Fan dedicated 3 more days to meticulously refining the cave dwelling. He subsequently deployed his Mi Tian Duan Shin formation throughout the valley, marking it as his private territory. He also cultivated a patch of medicinal herb fields within the valley, sowing spirit herb seeds. This was merely a guise, as he possessed a plethora of spirit herbs in his spatial realm. Returning to his cave abode, Wu Fan pushed open the stone door and surveyed the empty hall. He then tapped his storage pouch, causing an array of tables and chairs to emerge and arrange themselves neatly within the hall. Next, he embedded several luminous pearls in the ceiling, completing the necessary fixtures of the cave abode. Pleased, Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction and called out, Xiao Baihu, come forth. Suddenly, a radiant white light burst forth from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, landing gracefully on the ground to reveal the true form of Xiao Baihu. Once out, Xiao Baihu curiously explored the surroundings, darting around the cave. Wu Fan chuckled, let us go. I will show you your spirit beast chamber. 2 hours later, Wu Fan led Xiao Baihu into the small space. Eager to learn alchemy, he recalled the jade slip his master had given him, containing insights on the art of alchemy. He now prepared to delve into these teachings, planning to attend his master's alchemy sessions each month for further learning. Wu Fan resolved to temporarily slow his cultivation progress, prioritizing alchemy studies instead, at least until he could successfully refine medicinal pills. He entered his spatial bedroom, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began perusing the alchemical insights. As time flew by, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye within his spatial realm. One day, Wu Fan abruptly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he muttered, who intrudes upon my formation. Having already refined the Mitian Duanshin formation, he could sense any trespassers. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a radiant white light, and he vanished from sight. More than half a month later, a blinding white light suddenly appeared within Wu Fan's cave abode. As the light dissipated, Wu Fan's figure materialized, and he rose to exit the cave. He then released his consciousness to ascertain who had breached his formation. In his mind's eye, a scene unfolded, revealing a young man, around 28 or 29 years old, clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple, anxiously searching for a way out while calling out, "Junior Brother Wu, I am here on the orders of the sect leader. Please let me in. I bring you the rewards for the grand competition." Wu Fan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he thought, "Finally, the rewards for the grand competition have arrived, though it has taken over half a month." He waved his arm, dispelling the formation. The anxious young man suddenly found his surroundings brightening. The oppressive white mist was gone. He looked up to see a young man, approximately 22 or 23 years old, approaching. He recognized this individual as Wu Fan, the victor of the Outer Sect Grand Competition and a disciple of elderly Ning. "I must say, Junior Brother Wu, your formation is quite formidable. Had you not let me in, I would have remained trapped indefinitely," the young man exclaimed. "Apologies, Senior Brother. I was engaged in cultivation, which delayed my response," Wu Fan replied with a slight bow. "No harm done, Junior Brother. I am here to deliver your rewards for the grand competition. My name is Cui Jiming," the young man said, returning the greeting. "Thank you, Senior Brother. I truly appreciate your efforts in delivering this. If you are not too busy, why not come in for a cup of tea? I shall refrain for now. I have other matters to attend to. I will visit again on another day," Cui Jiming replied, handing Wu Fan a storage pouch before taking his leave. Upon returning to his cave abode, Wu Fan examined the storage pouch, pondering what rewards the sect might have bestowed upon him for his victory. He hoped to find items of use within. The first item he retrieved was a vial of medicinal pills. Upon sniffing the contents, he realized it was a potion for enhancing cultivation. Although the quality was high, disappointment flickered across Wu Fan's face. Upon unveiling the second item, however, his expression brightened. It was a high-tier magical artifact, a moon-white ceremonial robe. The design captivated Wu Fan at first glance. Wearing it would undoubtedly draw attention. Furthermore, the robe possessed properties that repelled dust and resisted water and fire, serving as a defensive magical artifact. Wu Fan was quite satisfied with this robe. If he donned it externally while wearing the Qingshan armor beneath, he would have added protection in battle, along with his Hunyuan Jinggang shield. He had covered all bases in terms of defense. The third item was a palm-sized token. Upon inspecting it, Wu Fan's face lit up with joy. The best reward was contained within. The token indicated that he could use it to enter the library and select a secret technique at his discretion. Wu Fan had previously inquired about the techniques housed in the Inner Sect library, knowing that the most affordable ones required 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, while some demanded tens of thousands. Moreover, certain techniques could not even be exchanged for spirit stones. Only through contributions to the sect could one redeem powerful techniques based on their contribution value. It is evident how significant this token is. Previously, Wu Fan contemplated undertaking more sect missions to accumulate contribution points, which he could later exchange for those invaluable cultivation techniques and secret arts. In the long run, if Wu Fan were to ascend to the foundation establishment stage, he would undoubtedly require contribution points to acquire both techniques and secret arts. It would be unthinkable to still be utilizing basic spells upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the cultivation technique he currently practices, Hua Funju, is only viable up to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he must exchange it for a corresponding technique. There are various means to earn contribution points. The sect frequently issues tasks, and disciples can gain contribution points by completing them. Wu Fan had heard from his senior brother that disciples of Danding Peak primarily earn contribution points through alchemy for the sect. After examining the 3 items awarded by the sect, Wu Fan donned the moon-white robe and placed the pill token into his storage bag. He currently had no plans to visit the Canggu, as his primary focus remained on learning alchemy. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan rose and walked outside. Exiting his cave dwelling, he tapped his storage bag, releasing his swift wind blade, and stepped onto the flying sword, soaring into the sky. Wu Fan intended to visit Xianxiafanshire to purchase an alchemy furnace. He had nearly completed his research on the first half of the alchemy manual and planned to observe his master's alchemy techniques to grasp some skills before attempting alchemy on his own. In a few days, it would be the day when his master opens the furnace for alchemy, so it was crucial to acquire the alchemy furnace without delay. The wind blade traveled at remarkable speed, and within 3 hours, Wu Fan arrived at Xianxiafanshire. He headed straight to a pavilion and entered without hesitation. "Esteemed guest, May I inquire what magical artifacts you wish to purchase? A young attendant rushed to greet him upon his arrival. I wish to see your shopkeeper, Wu Fan stated directly. Without any preamble, the young attendant, noticing that this middle-aged man was a Qi refinement 8th layer cultivator, assumed he was there to purchase high-tier magical artifacts and promptly replied. Please wait a moment. I will summon the shopkeeper. Wu Fan was quite familiar with this artifact shop. His Liang sword, Xianyi needle, and Yunwu boat were all acquired from this establishment. It was one of the largest shops in Chanyang Fangshi, rumored to have connections with a significant sect, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Moments later, the shopkeeper emerged. Wu Fan observed the elder, who still possessed a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivation, unchanged from several years prior, though he had visibly aged compared to 5 years ago. Even a cultivator would gradually age before reaching the foundation establishment stage, ultimately turning to dust after a century. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? Are you in need of any magical artifacts? The elder inquired, cupping his hands in greeting upon seeing Wu Fan. Shopkeeper, I seek a high-grade alchemy furnace. The higher the grade, the better, Wu Fan replied, returning the gesture and stating his intent directly. At this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he scrutinized Wu Fan closely, pondering, could this middle-aged man be an alchemist? However, I have never heard of such a figure. If he is just beginning to learn alchemy, he wouldn't need a high-tier furnace. Any ordinary one would suffice. It is known that alchemy furnaces are quite different from other magical artifacts. They are akin to formations, making them expensive items. With his Qi refinement 8th layer cultivation, how many spirit stones could he possess? With this line of thought, he tentatively asked, fellow Taoist, I do have a fine alchemy furnace, but rest assured, as long as I am satisfied, you need not worry about the price, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt reassured and said, very well. Please follow me to the second floor. Thus, Wu Fan followed the elder to a room on the second floor, the same one he had visited on his first trip. Please wait a moment. I shall have my assistant fetch the alchemy furnace, the elder said, pouring Wu Fan a cup of tea. There's no rush, Wu Fan replied, sitting down on a chair and sipping his tea, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the elder. Before long, after half a cup of tea had passed, the attendant returned, carefully placing a wooden box on the table before retreating. The shopkeeper opened the lid, revealing a striking red alchemy furnace, beautifully crafted with dragon motifs, exuding a faint aura of fire attribute spiritual energy. Fellow Taoist, what do you think of this alchemy furnace? This is a top-tier artifact, the Wu Jin Panlong Lu, a rare find among alchemy furnaces. It ranks high among spirit-grade items and possesses a remarkable ability to enhance the success rate of alchemical creations. But the price? Please state the price, Wu Fan interjected after the shopkeeper's introduction of the furnace. He understood that such a furnace would not be inexpensive, yet it was indeed a superb alchemy furnace. Considering its top-tier artifact status alone, its value was evident. Wu Fan possessed only one other top-tier artifact, the Han Yuan Jin Gang Shield, and upon hearing of the furnace's ability to enhance the success rate, he resolved to acquire it without fail. The elder observed Wu Fan's expression closely, perceiving his interest in the furnace. This Wu Jin Panlong Lu is priced at 80,000 spirit stones, he stated. Wu Fan was taken aback by the shopkeeper's quote. He had not anticipated such a steep price. For comparison, his Han Yuan Jin Gang Shield had only cost 20,000 spirit stones, while this furnace demanded 80,000. The most awkward part was that Wu Fan simply did not possess that many spirit stones. He had less than 50,000 in total within his storage bag. Before arriving, he had believed this amount would suffice, but he had not expected the alchemy furnace to be so exorbitantly priced. Since entering the cultivation world, Wu Fan had sold spiritual herbs in the Chanyang Fangshi twice. The first time, he earned 470,000, of which 450,000 had been spent at this shop, exchanged for magical artifacts and formations. The second time, he sold spiritual herbs for about 300,000, but decided never to sell again after sensing danger during that transaction. Even after mastering Tian Gui Lianqi Shu and Qianhuan Suigu Shu, he had not sold anything since, only managing to sell materials from demon beasts for over 30,000 spirit stones. Though it seemed he had amassed many spirit stones, his expenditures over the years had been staggering. Just considering the pills he had bought over the years amounted to a significant sum. And the Mi Tian Duanshan formation also required spirit stones for operation, not to mention the wind blade and Qingshan armor he had purchased. With these thoughts, an awkward expression involuntarily crossed Wu Fan's face. The shopkeeper, noticing Wu Fan's discomfort, immediately darkened in countenance. His Qi refinement 10th layer aura surged forth, pressing down upon Wu Fan. Feeling the oppressive aura released by the elder, Wu Fan realized the old man was on the verge of exploding with anger. He quickly said, "Shopkeeper, please do not be angry. I genuinely lack the spirit stones at the moment. I am short by 30,000. I did not expect the furnace to be so expensive. If you trust me, I ask that you wait for 2 hours. I will return then to purchase the furnace. What do you think? Humph. Do you think I would be deceived? Do you truly believe I would trust you? The shopkeeper retorted, his expression sour. May I propose this? I shall provide you with 30,000 ling stones as a deposit. If I do not return within 2 hours, you may keep the stones. Surely, the shopkeeper would find this arrangement acceptable? Wu Fan hastily suggested. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression gradually softened. It was evident that Wu Fan was genuinely interested in purchasing the Dan furnace. Since you have spoken so sincerely, I shall take your word for it. You need not concern yourself with the 2 hours. If you can present another 50,000 ling stones today, I will certainly reserve this Dan furnace for you. Alternatively, you may select another, as I have several other affordable options, the shopkeeper replied. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. I have decided to purchase this Dan furnace, Wu Fan said, bowing slightly to the elderly man. He then tossed a storage bag onto the counter and exited the room. Once outside the shop, Wu Fan sighed softly, surprised by the high price of the Dan furnace. However, having made the decision to buy it, he resolved to sell a few ancient herbs to gather the necessary funds. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly made his way forward. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a building adorned with a sign that read Wan Bao Lu. Wu Fan stepped inside, recognizing this establishment from his previous visits, where he found their offers to be quite reasonable. Therefore, he had come directly to Wan Bao Lu this time. With his appearance altered, he felt little concern regarding any ill intentions from the shopkeeper. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with today? A young attendant approached him. Noting Wu Fan's 8th layer of qi refinement and treating him with utmost respect. I wish to sell some medicinal herbs and need to speak with your shopkeeper. Wu Fan stated plainly, lacking the time for idle conversation. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, but then cautiously inquired, might I ask about the value of these herbs? They are quite precious. You cannot make decisions regarding them, Wu Fan replied, his patience wearing thin. He was well aware of the attendant's thoughts from his previous visits. Very well, I shall escort you to our shopkeeper right away. Please follow me upstairs, the attendant said, leading the way. Wu Fan followed closely behind. An hour later, Wu Fan exited Wan Bao Lu, his storage bag now containing 500,000 ling stones. Simultaneously, in a room on the 2nd floor of the establishment, an elderly man was instructing a young attendant. Quickly inform brothers Zhou Qi and Zhou Wei to follow this individual closely. They must not lose track of him. Once he exits Xianxiafans, I do not care what methods they employ, but they must extract the source of these ancient herbs from him. Understood. The young attendant replied before hurriedly departing. The elderly man furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, after 4 years, someone has finally come to sell ancient herbs again. Although this individual is not the same as before, they are undoubtedly connected. In this era, even century-old herbs are rare. How could there be successive occurrences of someone possessing ancient herbs, especially newly unearthed ones? Such coincidences are simply implausible. This time, I must ascertain their source. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, he had attracted the attention of those with malicious intent. At that moment, he was en route to the refining pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, haha, my friend, you are indeed a person of your word. I did not expect you to gather the ling stones within the stipulated 2 hours. Thus, this Wujin Panlong furnace shall belong to you, the shopkeeper exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing Wu Fan's payment. Having made a promise to you, I shall fulfill it. Besides, I truly desire this Dan furnace. Wu Fan said joyfully as he accepted the furnace. Haha, you are indeed a straightforward person. I shall consider you a friend. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to come to me, and I shall offer you favorable terms, the shopkeeper replied, equally pleased. If I require anything in the future, I shall certainly return to your establishment. I have concluded my business here, so I bid you farewell, Wu Fan said, bowing slightly before departing. Safe travels, my friend. Exiting the refining pavilion, Wu Fan summoned his Jifeng sword and soared towards the outskirts of Qianxiafans. Little did he know, 2 individuals were trailing him closely. Chapter 67, An Ambush on the Road. In the skies over 50 miles from Qianxiafans, 2 figures were flying on swords. One of them spoke, brother. This seems like a suitable spot. We should complete our task swiftly. I fear that if we delay, his companions might come to his aid. This lad is only at the 8th layer of qi refinement, with both of us attacking simultaneously. We could capture him in an instant and then find a secure location to force him to reveal the source of the ancient herbs. Not yet. We must wait a little longer. We are too close to Qianxiafans. If a Foundation establishment cultivator detects us, it could lead to complications, the other countered. 2 hours later, Wu Fan was leisurely flying towards Qingfeng Gate, holding the Dan furnace and smiling with satisfaction. Using this Wujin Panlong furnace for alchemy will surely yield remarkable results. I did not anticipate acquiring such a fine furnace, he mused softly. Just then, he sensed a flicker of spiritual energy nearby. He abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, the air before him distorted, revealing two figures concealed by talismans. Wu Fan's eyes narrowed. He was no longer the naive individual he once was. After his previous encounter with bandits, he had come to understand the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The two individuals appeared to be in their 30s, strikingly similar in appearance. Yet Wu Fan was astonished to discover that both were at the 11th layer of Qi refinement. This was equivalent to his second senior brother, whose strength he was well aware of. It was noteworthy that during the recent outer Sect competition, Wu Fan struggled to contend with a 9th layer cultivator without utilizing Jin Yuan Chongguang. However, upon seeing these two, Wu Fan felt only surprise, devoid of fear. He was no longer the same as before. One of the assailants spoke. "Listen, we have limited time. If you willingly accompany us, we may allow you to leave once our business is concluded and even grant you some benefits. If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for resorting to force." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan recognized their ill intentions and surmised the reason behind their approach. He had refrained from selling ancient herbs for years precisely to avoid such predicaments. However, since the situation had arisen today, he resolved to fight. "Where do you wish to take me, my friends? What is the purpose of your visit?" Wu Fan inquired calmly. "That is of no concern to you. You need only come with us," the first man replied coldly. "What if I refuse to go with you?" Wu Fan's expression hardened. "Brother, why waste words on this brat? Just seize him," the other urged impatiently. The first man ceased his dialogue and commanded his companion. With a swift motion, he produced a storage bag and unleashed a massive black net, shimmering ominously as it surged toward Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the other assailant released a flying sword aimed at Wu Fan, not to strike him down, but rather to obstruct his escape. Their synchronized attack revealed their experience in partnership. Upon witnessing the fierce assault of the two individuals before him, Wu Fan stood motionless as if he had willingly surrendered. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the looming black net and then at the flying sword behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips. This unexpected demeanor left the two adversaries momentarily taken aback. Did this young man have a change of heart and wish to accompany them willingly? Nevertheless, they did not cease their attack. Just as the two magical artifacts were about to reach Wu Fan, he felt a subtle tremor in his body, and suddenly, a pale golden radiance emanated from him. As this light spread, a shocking scene unfolded. The black net and flying sword abruptly halted and began to tremble violently, as if they were about to plummet from the sky. The two individuals exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? What was this golden light emanating from him? Their eyes widened in astonishment, and without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly formed hand seals to exert control over the falling artifacts, attempting to redirect them toward Wu Fan, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. Wu Fan, taken aback by the unfolding events, had not anticipated that his opponents could maintain control over their artifacts and still direct them toward him. Truly, they were formidable practitioners at the 11th level of Qi refinement. He recalled that during the outer Sect competition, Chun Yi's flying sword had fallen to the ground without the slightest hesitation upon encountering the golden light. This stark contrast illustrated the significant disparity between mid-level and peak-level practitioners. As the two magical artifacts approached him at a sluggish pace, Wu Fan smiled once more. Upon observing their flushed faces and the beads of sweat forming on their brows, it was evident that they were straining to maintain control over their artifacts. Regrettably, Wu Fan's golden radiance could only extend to a distance of 10 zhang, beyond which it lost its effect. The two adversaries remained outside this range, completely unaffected by the golden light. As the artifacts drew nearer, Wu Fan finally made his move. He summoned his flying sword, propelling himself away from the area and charging directly toward the two individuals, intending to envelop them in the golden light. However, they quickly discerned the anomaly of the golden glow and maneuvered their flying swords to retreat. Seeing that he could not catch up to them, Wu Fan remained unfazed. He pulled out a small white boat from his storage bag, which expanded against the wind, ultimately transforming into a vessel 3 zhang long. Leaping aboard, he steered the boat with great speed toward his fleeing opponents, moving as swiftly as a flash of lightning. Realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Wu Fan release the flying boat, the two adversaries understood that it was far from a mere magical artifact. Indeed, Wu Fan's Yunwu Zhou was a genuine spirit-level instrument. As Wu Fan closed the distance between them, no matter how swiftly the two attempted to flee, he swiftly approached. And within just a few breaths, he had reached their side, enveloping them in the golden light. At that moment, as they entered the golden radiance, their bodies abruptly halted, and they struggled to maintain their altitude. Wu Fan was astonished that they could still hover in the air, for he recalled how Hao Yu, a renowned body cultivator, had knelt upon entering the heavy light, while Chun Yi had collapsed to the ground. The strength of these two was clearly formidable. Standing on the Yunwu Zhou, Wu Fan looked down at them and smiled, asking, "Why have you stopped fleeing?" Speak, what is your purpose here? Who sent you? Chapter 68, Killing the Enemy. The expressions of the two adversaries turned grim, yet a flicker of fear was evident in their eyes. When Wu Fan inquired, they remained silent. Realizing that their attempt to capture him had failed, they had not anticipated that a mere 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner could be so formidable. Even more terrifying was the golden light he had released. They had never encountered such a fearsome ability. At this moment, their thoughts had shifted solely to the desire to escape, feeling fortunate if they could manage to flee. The one referred to as the elder brother suddenly shifted his gaze and called out to his companion, "Second brother, we shall descend." Upon hearing his elder brother's words, the second brother found them reasonable and, without replying, used the gravitational pull of the golden light to descend rapidly. Simultaneously, his elder brother joined him in descending swiftly, and soon, they were out of the golden light's range. As Wu Fan observed them hastily retreating downward, he remained calm and steered his flying boat in pursuit. In no time, the three of them landed on the ground, with Wu Fan wearing a smile while the two adversaries displayed expressions of despair, as they found themselves once again enveloped in the golden light. "Shall we continue running?" Wu Fan remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. The elder brother, bowing respectfully, replied earnestly, "Esteemed friend, my brother and I have indeed mistaken you for someone else we intended to capture. Please, do not take offense." Yes. We truly confused you with another. We sincerely apologize," the second brother hastily echoed. "Oh, is that so? Are there truly others in this world who resemble me? Do you believe I am a fool?" Wu Fan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Anger surged within him. These two still refused to reveal their origins, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his authority. Suddenly, he produced the Liang sword from his storage bag, launching it toward the elder brother before him. Upon seeing the flying sword, the elder brother realized Wu Fan's wrath had been provoked. Yet, with no means of escape, he could only continue. "What do you intend to do, esteemed friend?" "What do I intend to do? You are from Wanbaolu, are you not?" Wu Fan retorted with a cold snort. In truth, Wu Fan had surmised their connection to Wanbaolu upon encountering them, as he had only visited that store to sell Millennium Spirit herbs that day. The moment the two heard Wu Fan had uncovered the truth, their hearts raced, and their expressions turned tense. Then, the elder brother bellowed, "Second brother, attack." Simultaneously, they released their flying swords toward Wu Fan, but their speed was painfully slow, and the swords trembled as they flew, clearly struggling. Wu Fan remained unfazed by their assault, showing no intention of evading. Just as the swords neared him, he suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a golden fireball the size of a fist, which contained hints of purple within. As this golden fireball shot from Wu Fan's mouth, it surged toward the two swords and collided with them in an instant. In a matter of moments, the two swords melted away before their eyes, transforming into molten iron. The two adversaries stood in shock at the sight, their expressions shifting to terror. They had never witnessed such a horrifying phenomenon. What kind of power did this fireball possess to dissolve two high-grade magical swords into liquid metal? With such might, who below the Foundation establishment realm could withstand it? What kind of extraordinary fire was this? How could a mere 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner possess such formidable treasures? After the fireball reduced the swords to molten iron, it swiftly advanced toward the elder brother, moving with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, and in less than a breath, he was reduced to ashes without so much as a scream, leaving this world forever. Do not say that this man, referred to as Big Brother, is currently enveloped in the refulgence of the golden light. Even if Wu Fan harnessed the golden light, the speed of that fireball could instantaneously catch up to him and reduce him to ashes. Upon witnessing his elder brother consumed by flames in an instant, the man known as Second Brother turned pale, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If given a second chance, he would not hesitate to distance himself from this harbinger of doom, perhaps even wishing never to lay eyes on him again. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no remedy for regret, and the two brothers could only face the consequences of their actions. Terrified, the second brother trembled uncontrollably, utterly devoid of strength to resist the golden light. His legs buckled involuntarily, and his face contorted in fear. He did not wish to die. Having cultivated to the 11th layer of Qi refining at such a young age, he held great potential to advance to the Foundation establishment stage, where he could live for another 300 years. Overwhelmed by this realization, he wept profusely, pleading for mercy. "Fellow cultivator, spare my life. I shall reveal everything. I implore you, just let me go. I do not wish to die." The fireball hovered a mere 10 feet away, its intense heat making it difficult for him to breathe, sweat pouring from his brow. Wu Fan's eyes glinted with resolve as he spoke coldly. "Any concealment on your part will lead you to the same fate as your brother. I will disclose everything. It is as follows. When you arrived at my Wanbao building today, our manager, a quarter of an hour later, the narrative unfolded. It turned out that Wanbao building was established by a senior cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. This true master of the building was an extraordinary figure, a loose cultivator of immense power who referred to himself as the Red Demon Elder. He typically operated from the shadows. The ambush orchestrated by the two brothers against the fellow cultivator was a directive from this elder, who had warned 4 years prior that should anyone attempt to sell Millennium spiritual herbs at Wanbao building, they should be dealt with accordingly. At this point, the second brother fell silent. Wu Fan grasped the intricacies of the situation, realizing that a foundation establishment cultivator was lurking behind the scenes. However, with his current cultivation level, he was not yet capable of contending with such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he marked this enmity in his heart. With a sudden fierce expression, Wu Fan commanded the golden fireball to incinerate the second brother into ashes. While deliberately controlling the golden fireball, he left the two brothers' storage bags intact. With a flick of his wrist, the bags swiftly flew into his hand. Without a glance, he tossed them into his own storage bag. He then beckoned for the golden fireball, which obediently soared into his grasp. Chapter 69, Fifth Senior Sister. Wu Fan examined the fireball in his hand, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that the Tianluo extreme fire was so formidable. Even a top-tier flying sword is reduced to nothing before it. This truly is a lethal weapon." After contemplating the Tianluo extreme fire for a moment, he opened his mouth and consumed it whole. He then stored the black net artifact and took flight towards the Qingfeng sect. 2 hours later, within Wu Fan's cave dwelling, he began to inspect the contents of the two storage bags. Together, they contained over 10,000 spiritual stones. While this sum was trivial to Wu Fan, it represented a substantial fortune for other top-tier qi refining cultivators. The bags also held numerous talismans and elixirs, several of which Wu Fan found quite satisfactory, while the remainder consisted of various inconsequential items. After securing the storage bags, Wu Fan sat in quiet contemplation, reflecting that unless absolutely necessary, he would no longer sell Millennium spiritual herbs. Through this incident, he had learned the wisdom of safeguarding wealth and decided not to hasten the maturation of Millennium herbs in the future. Given his current cultivation level, he had no need for such potent herbs in alchemy. It would be wiser to cultivate lower-tier herbs using well water, which could later serve him in his alchemical endeavors. Subsequently, Wu Fan prepared to study alchemy. He now possessed a top-tier alchemical furnace and ample spiritual herbs, along with a small space to work in. He had also comprehended much of the alchemical insights imparted by his master, and his primary focus was to observe his master's alchemical process and engage in practical application. 3 days later, a talisman suddenly flew into the Qingshan array surrounding Wu Fan's cave. Stepping outside, he waved his arm, and the talisman swiftly landed in his hand. With a squeeze of his palm, the talisman crumbled, and a voice resonated in his ears. "Today, I shall commence alchemy." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of joy. After instructing the little white fox to guard the cave, he took flight on his sword towards the distance. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan arrived not at the grand hall atop the peak, but rather in a vast valley. This valley was even larger than his cave dwelling, boasting 5 or 6 spiritual herb gardens, each filled with rare herbs. At that moment, several disciples were laboring in the gardens. He recognized them as outer sect disciples tasked with their care. He recalled that senior brother Wang from the outer sect affairs office had mentioned this task to him, but he had opted instead to venture out in search of spiritual herbs. Wu Fan had no interest in conversing with them and simply passed by, heading deeper into the valley. "Hey, look quickly. Wasn't he that Wu's senior brother who just passed by?" Indeed, that was Wu's senior brother. I saw it with my own eyes. He is truly impressive, not only winning first place in the competition, but also gaining Elder Li as his master. It's enviable. Wu's senior brother possesses genuine strength. I participated in the competition too, but was eliminated in the first round. Sigh. I truly envy those inner sect disciples with masters. They have ample cultivation resources, splendid caves, and guidance from their masters. Look, ISNT Wu's senior brother here to learn alchemy from his master. What good is envy? We must strive harder, complete more tasks to earn spiritual stones, and purchase elixirs to enhance our cultivation. We'll have our chance in 5 years. After all, I'm only 22 this year. Enough chatter, let us get back to work. As Wu Fan traversed through the herb garden, he soon came upon a courtyard spanning approximately 10 acres. Within, there was a modestly built house, not overly luxurious, yet exuding a comforting aura reminiscent of a humble mortal farmhouse. As Wu Fan approached, he noticed a large, rotund figure outside the gate. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his second senior brother, and he called out, "Second senior brother, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me?" The large figure turned, dejectedly responding, "Ah, it seems I have indeed been waiting for you." "Why say seems? What do you mean by that, second senior brother?" Wu Fan inquired, puzzled. It's simply because your fifth senior sister has emerged from seclusion. She is currently inside the house, the second senior brother sighed. Wu Fan was taken aback by this revelation. Fifth senior sister? He was aware he had 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. But why did the mention of fifth senior sister elicit such a reaction from second senior brother? If fifth senior sister is in the house, why don't you go inside? Sixth junior brother, you will understand in due time. The large figure swayed his body and sighed. Wu Fan, even more bewildered by this statement, decided not to dwell on it further. He resolved to proceed to observe his master's alchemy. With this thought, he stepped into the courtyard, followed closely by second senior brother. As Wu Fan entered the house, before even catching sight of fifth senior sister, he heard her voice. Where has that fatso gone? I just saw him. Humph, that glutton dares to hide from me. He better not let me see him again. Wu Fan was momentarily stunned by the situation. What had second senior brother done to offend fifth senior sister? The very mention of her voice caused second senior brother to tremble in fear. Upon entering the doorway, one finds themselves in a hall, and as they proceed deeper into the space, they arrive at the alchemical chamber. When Wu Fan and his companion reached the entrance of the alchemical room, they finally laid eyes on the formidable fifth senior sister, who instilled fear in the heart of the second senior brother. The fifth senior sister appeared to be of a similar age to Wu Fan, yet she possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. She was strikingly beautiful, with a round, cherubic face and large, sparkling eyes that radiated a hint of vitality. Her delicate lips were currently pursed in an expression of annoyance, and on either side of her mouth were charming dimples that accentuated her allure even further. Dressed in a fiery red dress, she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring ahead. Upon spotting the second senior brother, her eyes lit up, and she dashed towards him, seizing his ear with her fair hand while exclaiming, "You fat lump! Where have you been? What do you mean by hiding from me? Do you dare to believe I won't go to your cave and set your spirit beasts ablaze? Do you think I won't speak ill of you to master? You have quite the audacity to evade me." The fifth senior sister's words flowed like a torrent, leaving Wu Fan utterly astonished. How incredibly bold she was. No wonder the second senior brother was so intimidated by her. She truly resembled a female tyrant. What should I do now? Should I assist the second senior brother? Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and after some contemplation, he resolved to let it be. The second senior brother could fend for himself, and this scene had already frightened Wu Fan enough to take a step back. So how could he possibly consider helping? Thankfully, the second senior brother's ample physique shielded Wu Fan sufficiently, and at present, the fifth senior sister had not noticed him. Careful, senior sister. My ear is about to fall off, and sixth junior brother is right here. Could you spare some dignity for your senior brother? The second senior brother finally could no longer endure it and cried out. Sixth junior brother? Where? The fifth senior sister, with a swift kick, sent the second senior brother flying, finally catching sight of Wu Fan. Wu Fan, observing how easily the fifth senior sister had dispatched such a large figure, wondered if she had truly harnessed her internal power or if she was adept in body cultivation. You must be my sixth junior brother? A glimmer of curiosity shone in her eyes as they fixated on Wu Fan. Wu Fan, at your service, fifth senior sister. Wu Fan quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Haha, I am no longer the youngest. I now have a junior brother. How delightful. Sixth junior brother. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek out your senior sister. With me around, no disciple from Danding Peak would dare to bully you. It was evident that the fifth senior sister was genuinely pleased, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. Thank you, senior sister, Wu Fan replied with another bow. Are you here to learn alchemy from master? The fifth senior sister inquired earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the triviality of her question. Indeed. Today marks my first day observing master's alchemy, and I am uncertain if he has begun yet. Wu Fan intended to subtly hint to the fifth senior sister that he wished to avoid wasting time, fearing he might miss the opportunity to witness master's alchemy. Oh, master has yet to commence. He has been waiting for the two of you, she responded. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Ru Shui. The fifth senior sister winked at Wu Fan. At that moment, the second senior brother rolled over and said, let us hurry inside. Master might become upset soon. Humph, fatty. I'll let you off the hook today because of my little junior brother, the fifth senior sister remarked, instantly referring to Wu Fan as little junior brother. Yes. Thank you, senior sister. Shall we go in now? The second senior brother asked tentatively. Very well, let us proceed. Little junior brother, come with me. The fifth senior sister beckoned to Wu Fan. With no other choice, Wu Fan walked to her side, and together they made their way to the alchemical chamber. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was an enormous alchemical furnace, approximately 10 feet in size, beside which their master sat cross-legged. As Wu Fan and the others entered, master opened his eyes and looked their way, saying, have you all had your fun? If you're done, hurry and take your seats over there. The fifth senior sister stuck out her tongue and quickly moved to the back, tugging at Wu Fan's sleeve to indicate he should follow. The second senior brother also hurriedly rolled to the back. After a moment's thought, Wu Fan decided to first bow deeply to Master and utter Master, before following the other two. Zhu Ming, is your third junior brother and fourth junior sister still in seclusion? Master inquired of the second senior brother. Yes, Master. It appears the third junior brother is engaged in alchemy, while the fourth junior sister has been in seclusion and should be on the verge of breaking through to the 11th layer of qi refinement. The second senior brother replied in a rumbling voice. Very well, you three may observe me as I practice alchemy, Master Li Ning stated, and began to retrieve wooden boxes from his storage bag, opening them to reveal various spiritual herbs. He then performed hand seals, pointing to the ground beneath the furnace, causing a circular iron cover underneath to slide aside, revealing an opening. At that moment, a pillar of fire erupted from the opening, shooting directly towards the base of the furnace. Master then executed another hand seal and pointed to the furnace cover, which responded by opening. Periodically, he tossed spiritual herbs into the furnace until all were added, sealing the furnace once more. For the ensuing duration, Master remained intensely focused on the furnace, occasionally casting spells into it. After 3 hours, he finally ceased his incantations and opened the furnace lid, from which 7 thumb-sized pills suddenly soared out, accompanied by a rich aroma of elixirs. Throughout these 3 hours, Wu Fan was completely engrossed in watching his master refine pills. He had studied the alchemical insights provided by his master for several months and was familiar with some of the steps and precautions in alchemy. However, witnessing his master's personal practice was profoundly enlightening. Wu Fan had not anticipated that beneath the alchemical chamber lay a vein of earthly fire. No wonder Master chose to construct the room here. The assistance of this earthly fire greatly facilitated the alchemical process. Wu Fan had visited the second senior brother's alchemical chamber, which lacked an earthly fire. However, the second senior brother utilized a fire-gathering formation, a relatively minor formation that required only a small amount of spirit stones to maintain. Thus, it was quite convenient. Some alchemical apprentices, constrained by their finances, could only resort to using fireball techniques for alchemy, which proved to be exhausting and depleting of both spirit and energy. They often emerged from refining a batch of pills utterly exhausted. Wu Fan, however, was unconcerned, as he wielded flames far superior to earthly fire, namely, Tian Luo Ji Hua, a flame he had refined himself, allowing for greater control and efficiency in alchemical endeavors. Moreover, timing the intervals for adding spiritual herbs into the furnace was of great significance. It was not a matter to be taken lightly. The timing of each addition was critical, as premature or delayed additions could ruin the process. Each type of elixir required a specific formula, painstakingly refined over millennia by predecessors. Should a particular herb become extinct in the cultivation world, alchemists would seek substitutes, often needing hundreds or thousands of attempts to refine and adapt before achieving success. Thus, alchemical formulas were incredibly precious, and it was not uncommon for alchemists to risk everything to obtain a rare formula. Only well-established cultivation sects or prominent families, with their accumulated knowledge and resources over millennia, could amass a substantial collection of formulas that have been passed down. Alchemy also necessitated constant vigilance regarding various factors, such as controlling the size of the flames and the application of alchemical techniques, both of which tested an alchemist's experience and proficiency. Becoming a master alchemist is indeed no simple feat. Just consider the precious spiritual herbs wasted during the initial stages of learning alchemy. The cost in spiritual stones is substantial. Only the prominent sects of cultivation can afford to nurture such alchemists. At that moment, their master took the 7 pills, scrutinizing them closely before lamenting, alas. This batch yielded merely 7 pills, and they are nothing more than ordinary protective pills. What a pity. Without pause, he resumed the alchemical process for the second batch. As dusk fell, Wu Fan and his companions exited their master's alchemy chamber. Throughout the day, their master had imparted much wisdom regarding alchemical practices. While Wu Fan felt enlightened and gained considerable insight from observing his master's work, he wondered how his second senior brother and fifth senior sister fared in their studies. Fatty, later I shall take the junior brother to your cave, and you will roast a spirit beast for us. Furthermore, bring out your finest wine. I wish to treat the junior brother, fifth senior sister Ru Shui exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she addressed her second senior brother. Why must you use my wine to treat the junior brother? Second senior brother Zhu Ming retorted casually, only to receive a sharp response. Is it not acceptable to use my wine? Do not be so unreasonable, junior sister. Wu Fan observed the banter between the two, eventually placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the cave of the second senior brother. Noticing his slightly perturbed expression, Wu Fan inquired through telepathy, second senior brother, Why do you seem so fearful of fifth senior sister? Zhu Ming glanced back at Wu Fan and replied telepathically. Little junior brother, you may not be aware, but fifth junior sister is greatly favored by our master. I dare not offend her. In the past, I did resist, but she reported my misdeeds to our master, and I endured several strikes from the wooden rod. However, before you arrived, fifth junior sister was the youngest among us, and we, her senior brothers, showered her with affection, choosing not to hold her accountable. Among the disciples on Danding Peak, including those under the tutelage of our two uncles, none dare provoke her, for everyone knows she has our master's backing. Yet, there is one exception. Fifth junior sister fears only your fourth senior sister, for only she can keep her in check. You will understand this better in time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan finally grasped the reason behind Zhu Ming's trepidation towards fifth senior sister, and he also understood why their master carried a wooden rod in his storage bag. Initially puzzled as to why a foundational stage cultivator would need a mere wooden rod, he now comprehended the necessity. It was indeed Zhu Ming's own fault. Despite possessing excellent aptitude, he refused to diligently cultivate. Presently, he had only reached the 11th layer of qi refinement and showed little ambition in alchemy. If Wu Fan were in his master's position, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Through Zhu Ming's words, Wu Fan could sense the deep bond among his senior brothers and sisters. He learned of the fourth senior sister's breakthroughs and the third senior brother's alchemical endeavors, yet he had heard naught of the eldest senior brother's whereabouts. Today, their master had not mentioned his name, which piqued Wu Fan's curiosity. After pondering, he asked Zhu Ming, "Why have I not heard you speak of the eldest senior brother? Where is he now?" Zhu Ming was taken aback by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. The eldest senior brother left the sect 5 years ago, and no one knows his current whereabouts. He was ambushed by the Earth Demon sect 6 years ago and was poisoned with a rare toxin. Our master has been deeply troubled, often refining pills to cure him, yet the poison is exceptionally potent. Despite our master's efforts, he could only suppress its resurgence. That year, our master traveled extensively to gather spiritual herbs for alchemy, but the eldest senior brother, for reasons unknown, stealthily left the sect, and since then, there has been no word from him. Perhaps he wished to spare our master from worry. It was also around the time you first entered the sect that he departed. With this revelation, Wu Fan understood the circumstances surrounding their master's journey to seek herbs. It was indeed to concoct pills for the eldest senior brother's detoxification. This led to their fateful meeting, where the master brought Wu Fan into the sect. Wu Fan felt a surge of gratitude towards the unseen eldest senior brother. For had it not been for their master's quest for herbs, he might never have embarked on the path of cultivation. That day, Wu Fan enjoyed another feast of roasted spirit beast at Zhu Ming's cave. Upon returning to his own dwelling, he savored the lingering aroma of the succulent meat. He also partook in spiritual wine, courtesy of fifth senior sister. Zhu Ming dared not withhold the wine, for despite her apparent antagonism towards him, fifth senior sister showed considerable affection towards Wu Fan. She had boldly declared, thumping her chest, that she would be his pillar of support, ensuring no one would bully him. Though Wu Fan felt no fear towards cultivators below the foundational stage, he was nonetheless touched by her words. Unsure if they were merely the drunken ramblings of fifth senior sister, but he took them to heart. Upon returning to his cave, he promptly entered the small space with his white fox companion. Although he could have extracted the spiritual wine without needing to sleep, he yearned for the sensation of inebriation. Perhaps influenced by the elder brother's tale, which had left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The next day in the space, Wu Fan arrived at the alchemy chamber, brimming with energy. He summoned a red alchemy furnace from his storage bag, which landed with a resounding thud. Observing the furnace, a smile crept upon his lips as he nodded slightly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and the Tian Luo extreme fire erupted forth, spiraling around the furnace before settling at its base. The flame flickered and expanded from the size of a fist to that of a head. Wu Fan then summoned over a dozen wooden boxes, which landed in front of him. With both hands forming seals, he pointed at the furnace, causing its lid to burst open. He retrieved a spiritual herb from one of the boxes and tossed it into the furnace. Thus, he continued to add herbs at intervals. Before long, a loud explosion echoed from within the furnace, and Wu Fan's expression darkened. He sighed and waved his sleeve, sending the residue flying out of the furnace. Refining pills is indeed no easy task. I have been vigilant, yet still, I have failed, he murmured to himself. Undeterred, he produced more spiritual herbs and resumed the alchemical process. Time passed, and with each attempt, he exhausted the herbs given by his master. However, he did not fret over the lack of resources. When the herbs ran low, he ventured to the garden to gather more, continuing his refining endeavors. With each failure, the time taken for each attempt lengthened, from half an hour to an hour, then to an hour and a half. After 10 days of relentless effort, Wu Fan gazed at the grayish pill in his hand, a bitter smile gracing his face. Despite the outcome being a failed pill after 10 days of toil, his spirits remained high, for this indicated he had progressed closer to success. Thus, he immersed himself in the prolonged pursuit of alchemy. With each successive attempt at alchemy, the precious herbs in the medicinal garden outside the courtyard gradually diminished. Finally, on a day 1 month later, he succeeded in refining a genuine elixir. As the elixir emerged, Wu Fan erupted into hearty laughter. His perseverance bore fruit. After numerous trials and the consumption of countless precious herbs, he had finally triumphed. Holding the golden-hued elixir and savoring its fragrant aroma, he took a long while to calm his excitement. Although this batch of elixirs was merely of the lowest grade, and he had only produced one, it represented significant progress for him. He could hardly fathom how long it would take for him to reach the level of his master, who could refine 7 or 8 elixirs in a single batch. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would achieve that in the future, for he possessed a spatial medicinal garden filled with abundant herbs to indulge in. Even if Wu Fan's talent for alchemy was not particularly high, he believed he could quickly elevate his skills. Thus, a year passed in the outside world. Throughout this time, aside from visiting his master monthly to learn alchemy, Wu Fan spent his days immersed in refining elixirs and cultivating. Occasionally, he would share drinks and roasted spirit meat with his second senior brother and fifth senior sister. However, a month ago, his second senior brother entered seclusion and ceased receiving visitors, lamenting that the precious spirit wine he had painstakingly accumulated was nearly depleted, which had caused him considerable distress. During this year, Wu Fan made remarkable advancements in alchemy. He could achieve a success rate of 60% when refining elixirs for high-level cultivators, producing 5 to 6 elixirs per batch. Throughout the year, he continuously consumed the elixirs he had refined, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement, and he anticipated breaking through to the 9th level soon. However, the herbs in his spatial medicinal garden were now nearly exhausted, a testament to the vast amount he had consumed over the year. Fortunately, he had previously gathered numerous herb seeds and had replanted the garden. One day, Wu Fan exited his cave dwelling and, as was customary, soared towards his master's courtyard. Before he could approach, he heard the lively voice of his fifth senior sister calling out, "Yilei, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Are you truly so obsessed with alchemy? After such a long retreat, can you now refine foundation-building elixirs? Oh, have you reached the 11th level of qi refinement? How clever of you, Yilei, to conceal your breakthrough from us. I knew it was impossible for you to remain in seclusion for over a year without refining elixirs. My dear fifth junior sister, during this past year, I was indeed focused on alchemy, but I unexpectedly showed signs of a breakthrough later on, which is why I halted my refining to concentrate on cultivation. Hence, I have only just emerged to visit our master. Yilei, you have no idea. A significant event has transpired at our Danding Peak during your seclusion." "Oh, what great event?" "Haha, I am no longer the youngest disciple of our master. I am now a senior sister. Impressive, right? Has our master taken on another disciple?" "Of course. Moreover, he is the champion of last year's outer sect competition." "How splendid. Our new junior brother is charming and exceptionally polite, unlike you all, especially that insufferable senior sister." "Yes, third junior brother. Our new junior brother should be arriving soon." "Oh, here he comes." Just as the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, finished speaking, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, revealing Wu Fan's figure. Upon landing in the courtyard, Wu Fan looked towards the 3 individuals before him. The round figure of the second senior brother was facing him, while the fifth senior sister turned her body to look as well. There was also a young man, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a flowing white robe. He was quite handsome, with long hair cascading freely, giving him an aura of nonchalance, embodying the essence of a gentleman. At that moment, he also turned to gaze at Wu Fan, a faint smile gracing his face. Wu Fan recognized him as his third senior brother, Yilei. After a year of apprenticeship, he finally met this senior brother. Wu Fan hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Junior disciple Wu Fan pays his respects to third senior brother." "Haha, junior disciple, I must apologize. I have just emerged from seclusion and was unaware of your news. Otherwise, I would have visited you long ago." The third senior brother exhibited warmth towards Wu Fan, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. No, third senior brother, it should be I who visits you. However, I heard you were in seclusion, so I dared not disturb you," Wu Fan replied, equally smiling. "I hear the junior disciple has claimed the title of champion in the outer sect competition. Truly impressive. Our master has quite the discerning eye," the third senior brother remarked as he scrutinized Wu Fan closely. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Wu Fan could only chuckle awkwardly. At that moment, the fifth senior sister approached Wu Fan, took his arm, and began leading him towards the house, saying, "Junior disciple, let us go. Do not linger with Yilei. Our master is waiting for us." Wu Fan turned back to exchange an awkward smile with the third senior brother, who returned a similarly resigned smile. The second senior brother, however, stood there, gazing at the three departing figures, pondering why they ignored him. Did they forget about their second senior brother? Not only did they not converse with him, but they also did not invite him to join them inside. Shaking his head, he followed them into the house. As usual, the day was spent observing their master refine elixirs, during which their master shared insights on alchemical techniques. The only difference from previous occasions was the presence of the third senior brother. As dusk approached, the four emerged from the courtyard. Suddenly, the third senior brother, Yilei, proposed, "Second senior brother, let us gather at your place today. I have yet to drink with our junior brother since my return. How about we indulge ourselves?" The second senior brother was taken aback by this suggestion and quickly responded, "Third junior brother, how about we gather at your cave instead? Why? I cannot roast spirit meat. And besides, second senior brother, you have so much fine wine. Naturally, we should gather at your place," the third senior brother replied, puzzled. "Well, I have run out of spirit wine," the second senior brother admitted, a look of distress crossing his face. "Fatty, stop making excuses. You cannot escape today. Do you intend to avoid us for an entire month?" The fifth senior sister exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Upon hearing her words, the third senior brother immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that the spirit wine had been consumed by the fifth senior sister and her companions. Realizing this, he chuckled wryly and suggested, "How about this? I will go fetch the wine, and second senior brother, you can roast the spirit meat? That sounds fair." The second senior brother wanted to mention that there were hardly any spirit beasts left, but he could not bring himself to say it, so he nodded in agreement. That day, the four of them enjoyed quite a bit of wine, and Wu Fan found a kindred spirit in the third senior brother. They engaged in delightful conversation. Chapter 73, Selecting Divine Abilities. The next day, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a token in his hand. This token was none other than the reward bestowed by the sect. It granted him the privilege of entering the Songjinggu to select secret arts and techniques. Wu Fan gazed at the token for some time before rising to exit his cave dwelling. He then mounted his flying sword and soared through the air towards the distant peak. Atop a majestic and towering summit stood a grand pavilion, with a massive plaque hanging above its entrance, inscribed with the three golden characters, Songjinggu. This was the true of the Qingfeng sect, far superior to the outer sect's repository. It was said that 3 foundation-building cultivators were stationed there year-round, and in places unseen by lower-level cultivators. Powerful defensive and offensive formations existed, safeguarding the like an impenetrable fortress. However, these formations would only activate in times of crisis. At this moment, the square in front of the Songjing Pavilion was bustling with activity, as numerous inner disciples came and went. Suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, dispersing to reveal the figure of Wu Fan. He cast a sweeping glance over the cultivators in the square, and just as he spotted a beautiful silhouette, he was momentarily taken aback. Was that not senior sister Ling Wei? What a remarkable coincidence to encounter her here. She must also be here to select cultivation techniques. Did senior sister Ling Wei possess a token as well? Wu Fan mused internally. Descending from the sword light, he landed in the square. Ignoring Ling Wei, he began to walk past her, as he was not particularly familiar with her and felt no need to initiate a conversation. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Junior brother Wu, have you come to the Songjing Pavilion to select cultivation techniques?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan realized that since senior sister Ling Wei had taken the initiative to speak to him, he had no choice but to stop. He turned to reply, It is senior sister Ling Wei. I indeed came here to select cultivation techniques. Are you also here for that purpose?" "Yes, I wish to select a technique as well. I just entered the Songjing Pavilion, but unfortunately, while the techniques here are excellent, I find myself unable to afford them." Senior sister Ling Wei shook her head, an expression of helplessness in her eyes. "Oh, what is the reason for this? Did you not receive a token, senior sister?" Wu Fan inquired. The token you mentioned is not something everyone can obtain. Only those who have made significant contributions to the sect are awarded one. However, I know you possess such a token, as the top contenders in the annual competition receive one. How enviable." Ling Wei chuckled. Wu Fan then understood that even the top 10 in the competition were not guaranteed to receive a token. He continued, "Indeed, I have received a token and am preparing to enter the Songjing Pavilion to take a look. From what you mentioned, is it because you lack sufficient spirit stones to exchange for techniques?" "Alas, that is not the case. I have saved some spirit stones over the years. What I meant by unfortunate is that after just touring the pavilion, I found that all the techniques I wish to exchange for require contribution points, and those available for spirit stones do not satisfy me." Ling Wei sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Wu Fan understood her predicament. The techniques she desired required contribution points. And given her young age and her achievement of the 9th layer of Qi refinement through years of seclusion, she lacked the time to undertake Sect missions, which resulted in her inability to acquire contribution points. Reflecting on this, Wu Fan could only offer consolation. That truly is unfortunate. However, you need not be disheartened, senior sister. You can undertake some Sect missions to earn contributions, and it would not be too late to return in exchange for techniques in the future. Alas, that is all I can do. You may go ahead, junior brother. I will take my leave. Lingwei sighed. Safe travels, senior sister. I will enter now, Wu Fan replied before turning towards the Xianxia pavilion. Upon entering the first floor of the Xianxia pavilion, he found a hall where an elder sat behind a table, engrossed in a book. As Wu Fan stepped into the hall, the elder did not even glance at him, but merely stated, "Go to the second floor and choose for yourself. Return to find me once you have made your selection." After delivering his instruction, the elder fell silent. Seemingly captivated by the contents of his book, Wu Fan was taken aback by the elder's words. He observed the elder closely and was astonished to realize he could not discern the elder's cultivation level, which likely indicated that the elder was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. To his surprise, a foundation establishment practitioner was stationed within the inner Sect's Xianxia pavilion. Not wishing to disturb the elder, Wu Fan offered a respectful bow before making his way to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by rows of wooden shelves, clearly divided into two sections, one for spirit stone exchanges and the other for contribution point exchanges. Wu Fan approached the spirit stone area and examined the various jade slips, each accompanied by descriptions such as Blood Mist Ghost Flash, 2,000 spirit stones, Purple Pattern Royal Finger, 3,000 spirit stones, Thunder Phantom Wave Technique, 5,000 spirit stones. Inner Scene Return to Sect Decision, 8,000 spirit stones. After surveying the area, he found that, as senior sister Lingwei had mentioned, the techniques were not particularly precious, although there were exceptions that required an astonishing number of spirit stones. After a thorough examination, Wu Fan moved to the contribution point area. Upon glancing at the shelves, his face lit up with excitement. The techniques available here were indeed far superior to those in the spirit stone section. He meticulously scrutinized each jade slip, becoming increasingly astonished. Every technique was formidable. Regrettably, having already cultivated the Huafanju, he could not casually switch techniques. Thus, he was left to explore the powerful secret arts available. After a moment of contemplation, he found several techniques that ignited a burning desire within him, compelling him to want to acquire them all. Alas, he only possessed one token and could select but a single technique. One particular technique, the Great Heaven Finger, required 5,000 contribution points. This set of finger techniques was immensely powerful, surpassing the Ice Spike technique by more than tenfold. However, all techniques in the contribution point area were limited to those of the Qi refinement stage, and to cultivate the Great Heaven Finger's foundation establishment version, one would need to ascend to the third floor, accessible only to foundation establishment practitioners, where the contribution points required were even greater. Another technique, the Extreme Fire Divine Palm, demanded 7,000 contribution points. This set of palm techniques was equally impressive, allowing the practitioner to unleash a giant palm print during combat that could repel even high-tier magical artifacts from a considerable distance. Had Wu Fan possessed this technique during the Outer Sect competition, he would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot without needing the Jin Yuan Chongguang. However, the most enticing options for Wu Fan were three powerful secret arts. One was a close combat fist technique, aptly named the Demon Heaven Fist, which required a staggering 15,000 contribution points. Wu Fan's interest in this technique stemmed primarily from another body refinement technique he had long admired. Akin to the formidable Hao Yu, whose physical prowess was astonishing, akin to a mighty beast. His intense desire for body refinement techniques had burgeoned following their battle, and today, he encountered a truly powerful body refinement technique known as the Heavenly Demon Beast Armor technique, far exceeding the body refinement techniques practiced by Hao Yu. Yet, this technique also demanded an outrageous contribution point requirement of 20,000. Lastly, Wu Fan's attention was captured by a technique called the Extreme Speed Phantom Movement. Upon seeing this movement technique, he was resolute in his determination to acquire it. This technique ranked among the top 10 in the contribution point area, and if mastered to perfection, it would allow him to vanish and reappear within a radius of several dozen feet, with a speed comparable to teleportation. However, this movement technique required a staggering 25,000 contribution points. Upon seeing this exorbitant number, Wu Fan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This was merely the first half of the entire technique. He could only wonder how many contribution points the latter half on the third floor would demand. Wu Fan was deeply captivated by these three techniques. If he could cultivate all three, how powerful would he become? Regrettably, he could only choose one to bring with him. Contemplating this, a look of regret similar to that of senior sister Ling Wei earlier appeared on his face. After much contemplation, Wu Fan resolved to exchange for the Jisoo Huanying Shintong manual. However, he decided to wait until he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and simultaneously cultivated this technique to a minor success before embarking on Sect missions. Once he accumulated enough contribution points, he was determined to acquire the Tian Yao Shou Ju, a body refinement technique, and to also retrieve the Mo Tian Quan. Upon arriving at the first floor, Wu Fan approached the elder, bowed respectfully, and stated, "Elder, I have made my selection." He then extended the jade slip towards the elder, who did not accept it. Instead, the elder remained engrossed in his reading, leaving Wu Fan in an awkward silence as he stood waiting. After what felt like an eternity, the elder finally set aside his book and glanced at Wu Fan. Upon seeing the jade slip, he made a soft sound of surprise and inquired, "Young man, do you know how many contribution points this technique requires? Do you possess such points?" Wu Fan did not respond verbally. Instead, he bent down to hand over his token. Upon seeing the token, the elder's expression shifted to one of realization. "I didn't expect you to possess a token. You must be the one who ranked first in the outer sect competition," the elder remarked, fixing his gaze on Wu Fan. Taken aback, Wu Fan pondered how the elder could know of his ranking, as he recalled never having encountered this elder among the others. Perhaps sensing Wu Fan's confusion, the elder continued, "This token has been scarce in circulation over the past few years, and I am aware of those who possess it. Although I was stationed at the scripture pavilion during the outer sect competition, I have records of the token's distribution. Since you hold this token, you may have the technique." The elder then made an imprint of the jade slip and carelessly tossed it to Wu Fan, returning to his book. Wu Fan bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." Noting the elder's silence, he smiled slightly before departing. Half an hour later, Wu Fan returned to his cave dwelling, where he found himself seated cross-legged on his bed, pondering deeply over the jade slip. He muttered to himself, "From now on, I shall prioritize alchemy, followed by enhancing my cultivation level, while concurrently practicing the Jisoo Huanying Shintong. I aim to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement and successfully master this technique, so I can undertake missions without delay." Having made his decision, Wu Fan entered seclusion. 1 year later, within the confines of the alchemy chamber, Wu Fan was fully focused on his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and his face darkened instantly. He muttered in frustration, "Alas. Crafting a first-tier elixir is exceedingly difficult. I have spent over a month in this space without a single success. No wonder everyone claims that advancing to an alchemist is challenging. Among my seniors, only the eldest brother has managed to become an alchemist. Perhaps my cultivation is still insufficient. I might as well conclude my seclusion for now and attempt to refine elixirs again after I reach the 10th level of Qi refinement." Wu Fan understood that only by becoming an alchemist could he refine tiered elixirs, with the sole criterion for advancement being the successful creation of a first-tier elixir. This elixir is commonly consumed by cultivators in the early stages of foundational establishment, while second-tier elixirs are for those in the mid-stages, and third-tier elixirs are reserved for those in the late stages. Successfully creating a fourth-tier elixir would signify that the alchemist had reached the level of a master. Wu Fan's master, currently a master alchemist, could refine fifth-tier elixirs and held a prestigious status within the sect. It was said that those capable of crafting seventh-tier elixirs would be regarded as legendary alchemical grandmasters, as seventh-tier elixirs were meant for cultivators in the nascent soul stage. However, within the entire Xia kingdom, no alchemical grandmaster existed, and Wu Fan could only be considered an alchemical apprentice, limited to refining low-tier elixirs. At present, Wu Fan was refining elixirs suitable for peak Qi refinement practitioners, achieving a success rate of 7 out of 10 furnaces, with a yield of over 6 elixirs per batch. Given his current alchemical prowess, he stood as the second best among his peers, only surpassed by his eldest brother. His rapid improvement could be attributed to the resources available in his spatial herb garden, which provided ample spiritual herbs for experimentation. Through numerous failures, he gradually honed his skills, a privilege not shared by others in his cohort. Throughout the past year, aside from his monthly lessons with his master, Wu Fan continued his cultivation diligently. He finally broke through the bottleneck, advancing to the 9th level of Qi refinement and achieving minor success with the Jisoo Huanying. Now, he was ready to embark on Sect missions, having long had his sights set on acquiring the body refinement technique. Ceasing his alchemical work, Wu Fan proceeded to the spirit beast chamber, cradling the little white fox in his arms before exiting the small space. Chapter 75. Fourth senior sister Wu Fan decided to inform his master before collecting a task from the inner sect office. As he approached his master's courtyard, he noticed 3 figures standing within: his master, the second senior brother, and the 5th senior sister. Puzzled, He wondered why they were gathered there on a day when his master was not scheduled to refine elixirs. At that moment, his master's voice rang out. Ah, Zhu Ming. Are you looking for trouble again? Your fifth junior sister merely requested a few spirit beasts from you. As her senior, can't you be more generous? Must you come here to complain over such trivial matters? The fifth senior sister, Ru Shui, was smirking with delight, occasionally shooting glances at the second senior brother as if to say, serves you right for being scolded. The second senior brother wore a look of grievance. Realizing his master was about to erupt in anger, he quickly took a step back and quietly protested. No, master. The junior sister has already asked me for over a dozen spirit beasts recently. I only have 5 left in my cave, which I recently caught. But the moment she opened her mouth, she demanded 3, so I refused. Master, please stand up for me. Besides, she is at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Why can't she catch the spirit beasts herself? Hearing this, Ru Shui retorted indignantly. I just reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. How could I dare to catch spirit beasts? What if I encounter a 2nd or 3rd tier demon beast? Unlike you, who has mastered various escape techniques. Moreover, I'm only looking out for your well-being. Look at how plump you've become. Master has warned you countless times against indulging in your appetite. Yet you neglect your cultivation and your alchemical studies, only thinking about catching spirit beasts to eat. Upon hearing his fifth disciple's reasonable arguments, the master's expression darkened further. He turned to the second disciple, Zhu Ming, and pulled out a wooden staff from his storage pouch, taking a step forward as if to strike. At the sight of the wooden staff, the second senior brother turned to flee but suddenly brightened when he spotted Wu Fan. Wu Fan shook his head in exasperation and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, I wish to undertake Sect missions and will be away for a while. Upon noticing Wu Fan, his master Li Ning scoffed and lowered the wooden staff, saying, Xiao Fan, you wish to complete missions to earn contribution points, I presume? Wu Fan glanced at the second senior brother, who looked at him with gratitude. He smiled and winked before responding to his master. Yes, master. I have my eye on several techniques in the scripture pavilion that I wish to exchange for. Li Ning inquired further. Has your alchemical skill improved? I am now barely capable of refining high-tier elixirs. There has been some progress. In truth, Wu Fan had already reached the ability to refine top-tier elixirs. But he refrained from disclosing this, as it would be too astonishing. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, his master's eyes lit up with surprise. It was astonishing that his disciple, who had only been training for 2 years, could already concoct advanced elixirs. Such a remarkable talent for alchemy was unexpected, especially considering Wu Fan's poor spiritual root quality. With this in mind, the master continued to inquire, why do you wish to leave the sect? You could earn contribution points through alchemy without venturing outside. Wu Fan was well aware that alchemy could yield contribution points, yet he had his own plans. Firstly, he believed that earning contribution points through alchemy was too slow. It was far more efficient to undertake various sect missions. He had confidence in his abilities and felt that as long as he did not encounter foundation-building cultivators, completing missions would be relatively straightforward. Secondly, he sought to venture outside in search of spiritual herbs needed to refine foundation-building elixirs, as well as other precious herbs. Once he advanced to the 10th level of Qi refinement, he would require even more valuable herbs. The herbs he possessed could only serve as auxiliary ingredients. The primary ones must be sought after personally. Previously, he had also requested some rare herb seeds from his master, but those were far from sufficient. Currently, he had managed to gather seeds for 2 top-tier elixirs, yet due to his physical constitution, he needed to frequently switch elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Relying on a single type could easily result in drug resistance. He had also assembled a set of first-grade elixir seeds and a set of second-grade seeds. But those were matters for another day. Contemplating all this, he found himself at a loss for words in response to his master, ultimately stating, Master, I wish to go out and experience the world. Very well, a bit of experience is indeed beneficial, but Xiao Fan, you must remember to prioritize your safety while outside. His master admonished, his expression suddenly turning somber as if reminded of some unhappy events. Wu Fan, sensing his master's feelings, replied, I will be cautious, master. At that moment, fifth senior sister approached, her face filled with reluctance as she grasped Wu Fan's arm, saying, Little junior brother, the days without you at Danding Peak will be so dull. The second senior brother, with his rotund figure, also approached, advising, Little junior brother, do ensure your safety outside and avoid overly dangerous tasks. Wu Fan smiled and replied, Understood, senior brother and senior sister, feeling a twinge of warmth in his heart. Just then, upon hearing the second senior brother's words, fifth senior sister suddenly recalled unfinished business and swiftly walked over to him, pinching his ear while exclaiming, You fatso. Are you going to give me a spiritual beast or not? The second senior brother yelped and shouted to their master, Master, look at our little junior sister. Wu Fan could only shake his head in resignation. wondering why these two always seemed to quarrel upon meeting. Just as the master was about to speak, a streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a chilling feminine voice. Humph, Rushui, you are becoming increasingly excessive. Are you not going to let go? Upon hearing this voice, fifth senior sister trembled and immediately released her grip, standing still in compliance. The second senior brother's eyes brightened with surprise at the sound. Their master also wore a faint smile. Wu Fan, taken aback by their expressions, realized this must be the fourth senior sister he had yet to meet. He turned his gaze skyward and beheld a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, gracefully standing atop a flying sword. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, her skin smooth as jade, her bright eyes sparkling, and her thin lips forming a delicate line. She was a stunning beauty, rivaling that of senior sister Ling Wei, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ancient ice, giving the impression of an ethereal being not to be trifled with. Chapter 76, The Affairs Hall. The woman descended gracefully to the ground and approached her master, stating coolly, "Master, I have emerged from seclusion." Her master examined her with a smile, replying, Quite well, you have reached the 11th level of Qi refinement. The second senior brother exclaimed joyfully, "Fourth junior sister, you have finally emerged. This is wonderful. By the way, fourth junior sister, this is our little junior brother, who has been in the sect for 2 years. Though you have not had the chance to meet him until now." Upon hearing this, the woman slowly turned around and scrutinized Wu Fan, finally allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Her smile was as enchanting as a garden in full bloom. Had she often displayed such warmth, countless suitors would undoubtedly have fallen for her. Without waiting for her to speak, Wu Fan took a step forward, bowing slightly in greeting, "Junior brother Wu Fan. It is an honor to meet you, fourth senior sister." The woman smiled briefly before reverting to her previous icy demeanor. "Little junior brother, my name is Zhu Shuang. I was in seclusion during your arrival, so I was unaware of your presence. I hope you do not hold that against me." Wu Fan quickly responded, "Fourth senior sister, you are too kind. It is I who should have visited you." Zhu Shuang nodded at Wu Fan before turning her gaze toward fifth senior sister Rushui. Her voice as cold as ever. "Rushui, what is the meaning of this?" Since Zhu Shuang's arrival, Rushui had remained silent, standing frozen with a flickering gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing fourth senior sister's inquiry, she huffed and took flight on her sword, neglecting even to bid farewell to their master. Zhu Shuang scoffed softly and muttered, "This is becoming increasingly intolerable," before addressing her master, "Master, this is your indulgence." Seeing Rushui depart, the master could only shake his head and sigh before turning to re-enter the building. The second senior brother, Zhu Ming, quickly attempted to lighten the mood. "Huh? Little junior brother, aren't you going to accept a mission? You should hurry." Fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang then turned to Wu Fan, lightly parting her lips. "Are you planning to undertake a sect mission?" "Yes, I wish to venture out for some experience and perhaps take on a few tasks," Wu Fan replied to her. Zhu Shuang's expression grew serious as she cautioned, "Little junior brother, if you are to go out for experience, you must prioritize your safety and never let your guard down. You must understand that the world of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless. In this realm, whether from righteous sects or demonic paths, all pursue the same principle of survival of the fittest. Righteous sects may advocate gradual progress and gentle methods, yet they often disguise their selfishness and engage in underhanded acts while purporting to uphold justice. Conversely, those of the demonic paths seek rapid power gains through ruthless means, often resorting to deceit. Though they claim to act according to their true natures, they may become extreme and lose their original selves as their power grows, ultimately turning bloodthirsty and violent." Zhu Shuang paused before continuing, "Remember this, little junior brother, regardless of whether they are righteous or demonic or any other cultivators. No matter how pleasant their words may sound, they adhere to the law of the jungle. We cultivators are not mere mortals. High-level cultivators regard those of lower levels as insignificant, and one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. So, little junior brother, take my words to heart. I shall not delay you further. When you return, I will visit your cave abode." Wu Fan found himself somewhat bewildered by the length of fourth senior sister's discourse, uncertain why she felt compelled to share such thoughts today. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in her words and mentally noted them. He recalled the last time he sold spiritual herbs and was ambushed by individuals from Wanbaolu. Was it not a prime example of the survival of the fittest she had described? "I am grateful for the guidance of my fourth senior sister. I will remember it." Wu Fan sincerely bowed to her. Upon hearing the words of his junior sister Zhu Shuang, the second senior brother let out a sigh and shook his head. "I shall take my leave now, second senior brother, fourth senior sister, and junior brother," Wu Fan declared, and with that, he stepped onto his flying sword. Soaring into the sky, Yuzhao Peak, though considerably smaller than the other peaks of Qingfengmen, was surrounded by an exceptionally thin aura of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it was frequented by many disciples of King Fengman, as the affairs hall of the sect was situated atop Yuzhao Peak. At this moment, on the square at the summit, numerous figures were seen making their way towards the affairs hall, while many others emerged from the grand hall, appearing exceedingly busy. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, landing in the square. Wu Fan observed the bustling hall, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed the walls adorned with numerous unfamiliar jade stones, each inscribed with a multitude of intricate golden characters. Wu Fan understood that these inscriptions represented tasks. Unlike the External Affairs Office, the Inner Affairs Hall did not record tasks in books. As he approached the wall and scrutinized the various tasks, he noted a wide array of assignments, ranging from those worth merely dozens of contribution points to others that offered thousands. Wu Fan meticulously examined them, seeking out tasks that promised high contribution values, short durations, and relatively safe conditions. After half an hour of careful consideration, his eyes brightened as he swiftly produced his identity token and waved it towards his chosen task. To his dismay, the golden characters of the task suddenly shifted to black, indicating that it had already been claimed by another. Without lingering, Wu Fan chose another task and promptly exited the hall, releasing his flying sword as he soared beyond the gates of King Fengman. An hour later, he found himself over 200 miles away from the sect. With a swift motion, he summoned his cloud mist boat from his storage bag, which swiftly expanded to 3 zhang in size. He leaped aboard, and the vessel darted forth like an arrow, a smile gracing his face. The task he had accepted promised a reward of 1,200 contribution points, requiring him to travel to the main city of Liangzhou, known as Liangcheng, situated at the boundary of King Fengman. Beyond this border lay the domain of the DMO sect. The task detailed that within Liangcheng and its surrounding villages, thousands of ordinary mortals had mysteriously vanished over the course of several months. Wu Fan's primary objective was to uncover the truth behind these disappearances and attempt to quell the situation. Should he discover any involvement from Foundation establishment cultivators in this matter, he would promptly report it to the sect, which would then dispatch cultivators to address the issue. 10 days later, in Liangzhou, 50 miles outside of Liangcheng, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, revealing a small white boat as the brilliance faded. Wu Fan glanced forward before retracting the flying vessel and making his way towards Liangcheng. As he walked, his features began to distort, and his stature gradually increased. Moments later, he transformed into a middle-aged man, his aura of cultivation becoming completely undetectable. Should a Foundation establishment cultivator pass by him now, they would perceive him as an ordinary mortal, incapable of discerning his true nature as a cultivator. An hour later, Wu Fan found himself in an alley within Liangcheng, arriving at the entrance of a courtyard where he knocked on the door. After a brief moment, an elderly man emerged. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old man's brow furrowed, confusion evident in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Fan produced a white jade token and waved it before him. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the token, and he quickly bowed, saying, "I am Bai Tu, and I pay my respects to the esteemed emissary. Rise, and lead me inside. I have questions for you," Wu Fan instructed casually. "Please, esteemed emissary, this way," the old man replied, bowing as he ushered Wu Fan inside. The old man felt a twinge of doubt. How could this esteemed emissary possess such high cultivation, yet emit no detectable aura? Perhaps he was too weak. And this emissary wielded some formidable concealment technique. The sect would not dispatch a mere Foundation establishment cultivator for such a task. Upon entering, Wu Fan quickly assessed the old man's cultivation level. He was merely a low-tier practitioner at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. After entering the room, Wu Fan spoke. "I am a disciple of the inner sect of King Fengman, and I have taken on this task. Share with me all the information you possess." The old man, hearing Wu Fan's inquiry, quickly bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed emissary, the situation is as follows. 6 months ago, individuals began to vanish mysteriously across the entirety of Liangzhou. Initially, the number of disappearances was small, and I did not notice. However, in the past 2 months, the number has surged dramatically. By the time I became aware, the count had risen to 6 or 7,000. And it continues to grow. Approximately 10,000 individuals have vanished thus far." Wu Fan fell into deep contemplation after hearing the old man's words. Moments later, he queried, "Given such a significant number of disappearances, did the authorities not notice? Even with Liangzhou's dense population, they should have detected this sooner." The old man pondered for a moment before responding, "You are correct, esteemed emissary. I thought the same initially, yet curiously, 2 months ago, I personally sensed something amiss, while the authorities remained completely oblivious. It was not until a month ago, when panic spread among the common folk, that the authorities took action. They posted notices at the city gates and dispatched soldiers to patrol day and night, yet the number of disappearances has not diminished. In fact, it has increased. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes narrowed as he continued, "Have you uncovered any leads?" The old man displayed an embarrassed expression and replied, "Alas, I am incompetent and of low cultivation. I have yet to uncover any suspicious activity." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I can assure you that cultivators must be involved in these disappearances. Ordinary mortals could not possibly abduct so many individuals. I have investigated, and among the missing persons are children, women, and the elderly. What purpose would ordinary mortals have for such individuals?" Wu Fan's eyes narrowed further as he stated, "Very well. I understand the situation. I will handle it. Should you uncover any further information, be sure to notify me promptly." The old man bowed deeply, saying, "I understand." Wu Fan then turned and made his way outside. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's departure, the old man hastily called after him, "Esteemed emissary, safe travels." As Wu Fan strolled through the streets, he muttered to himself, "This matter reeks of malevolence. Based on what I currently know, the disappearance of these individuals is undoubtedly connected to cultivators, and the authorities must also be entangled in this affair." Wu Fan entered a restaurant and casually ordered a few small dishes, perking up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversations of other diners. He resolved to take a risk that evening, curious to see if anyone would attempt to apprehend him. However, as night fell, he gleaned no useful information. Rising from his seat, he tossed a few pieces of silver onto the table and exited the establishment. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he found them deserted by midnight. Yet he detected no anomalies. He then made his way toward the city lord's manor. Half an hour later, at the massive back gate of the manor, Wu Fan tapped his storage bag, causing a concealment talisman to fly out and adhere to him. Instantly, his form became ethereal, rendering him nearly invisible. This was merely a concealment talisman capable of deceiving ordinary mortals. However, it would be transparent to any cultivator employing spiritual sight. With a graceful leap, Wu Fan entered the courtyard and stealthily proceeded inward. Upon reaching a grand pavilion, he sensed the presence of a cultivator. Wu Fan felt no apprehension about being discovered, for he alone understood the formidable nature of his Tiangui Lianqi technique. As long as the cultivator did not employ spiritual sight, his figure would remain undetected. Peering through a crack in the window, he observed two individuals inside. One was clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, wearing a hat that obscured his features. His voice suggested he was a middle-aged man and a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The other was an ordinary mortal, over 60 years old, adorned in fine garments and exuding an air of authority, clearly a man of high standing. However, at that moment, the elder's face was etched with worry as he bowed deeply to the man in black, beads of sweat forming on his brow, which he dared not wipe away. The elder spoke with a bitter tone, "My lord, may I inquire how many more individuals your esteemed master requires? I truly cannot withstand this pressure. If word of this leaks, my entire family would face execution, even if we had 9 lives. I implore you to intercede on our behalf with your master and spare my family. I would prefer to return home with my kin." Chapter 78, Interrogation. Upon hearing the elder's plea, the man in black displayed visible impatience, coldly retorting, "Why do you utter such superfluous words? It is a stroke of fortune that your master chose you for this task. If you can please him, he will not treat you poorly. He has promised that if you execute your duties well, you will receive elixirs that will cure all ailments and extend your life by 10 years. You need only keep this matter under wraps and prevent the mortals from disseminating information about it. Should the Qingshan Sect discover this, neither you nor I will escape unscathed. Just endure for a few more days. Your master's grand endeavor is nearing completion." Upon hearing about the elixirs, the elder's eyes brightened momentarily. But soon the shadows of despair returned. He had caused too many deaths, over 10,000 lives lost. Would he not face retribution for this? Yet he felt powerless to refuse, knowing his family was at the mercy of this powerful man. Ultimately, he could only say, "I shall do my utmost to serve you, my lord." Now that is more like it. Do not worry, after the task is completed, you will be rewarded. You only need to hold on for 3 more days. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The man in black turned to exit. "Farewell, my lord." The elder quickly bowed in respect to his departing figure. Once outside the city lord's manor, the black-clad man scanned his surroundings and, finding no one, produced a talisman and pressed it to himself. Becoming indistinguishable like Wu Fan had moments before, he then swiftly departed, flying away from the city. Over 200 miles away, above a mountain range, the man suddenly halted mid-flight, glancing back with a cold demeanor. "Your concealment technique is indeed remarkable. If not for your mismanagement of the wind speed during your flight, I would have been unaware of your pursuit. May I inquire about your intentions?" From the space he gazed into, a distortion emerged, revealing a middle-aged man holding a talisman. as if he had just drawn it from his person. The man chuckled. "Ah, I have some inquiries for you. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Provided you have the time?" "Oh, what do you wish to know? We are strangers, and why should I answer you?" The man in black's expression hardened, his tone turning icy. "I merely wish to ask where the more than 10,000 missing mortals have gone. Additionally, who are you? Which sect do you belong to? And who is the master you speak of? What is his cultivation level, and why capture these mortals?" The middle-aged man's voice grew increasingly cold. "Your questions are indeed numerous, yet I have no intention of divulging anything. What can you do about it?" The man in black scoffed. "Such a pity. You need not face death. However, since you are intent on seeking it, I cannot be blamed," the middle-aged man replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure flickered, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, not far from the man in black, the space twisted again, revealing the previously vanished middle-aged man. Upon his reappearance, he grinned mischievously. And suddenly, his body radiated a golden light that expanded 10 zhang outward, enveloping the black-clad man. The moment the black-clad man came into contact with the golden light, he felt an immense gravitational force, as though a mountain had descended upon him. At that moment, the middle-aged man abruptly swung his arm, launching a rope that shot straight toward the black-clad man. Due to the proximity and the latter's struggle against the golden light, the rope encountered no resistance as it ensnared him, causing the black-clad man to feel his internal energy come to a halt, unable to muster even a trace of power. Terror flickered in his eyes, and in that moment of shock, the middle-aged man was already at his side, grinning before swiftly pulling him away. From the moment the middle-aged man struck until he carried the black-clad man away, only a few breaths had passed, a speed that left onlookers astounded. More than 100 miles away, atop a low mountain peak amidst a cluster of debris, the black-clad man found himself bound by a rope, staring wide-eyed at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. "May I now have your responses to my inquiries?" the middle-aged man casually inquired. "I do not comprehend your words. I advise you to release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences," the black-clad man threatened. "Ah, as I mentioned earlier, your death is unnecessary, yet you remain obstinate. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the middle-aged man declared. With a swift motion, a long sword materialized in his hand. He swung his arm, and a flash of crimson sword light surged forth, followed by a piercing scream. The black-clad man found himself missing an arm, blood gushing from the severed stump, the wail of pain echoing around them. "Will you speak?" the middle-aged man demanded, his eyes gleaming with menace. "You may kill me, yet I shall not utter a word. You might as well relinquish any hope," the man in black exclaimed, his visage contorted as if he were enduring immense agony. The middle-aged man, however, remained silent, stepping directly beside the black-clad figure and raising his sword. In an instant, the man's remaining arm fell to the ground. "Ah, I will speak, I will speak. I beg you spare me," the black-clad man croaked. The middle-aged man lowered his sword and remarked, "Had you spoken sooner, you would have avoided this suffering. Now, reveal all that you know." The black-clad man, his face etched with pain, began, "Those mortals were captured at my master's behest. I am." At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the man's head shattered, splattering red and white matter everywhere. He did not finish his sentence before he perished. The middle-aged man, now with a darkened expression, gazed at the corpse and muttered softly, "I did not foresee that this person's primordial spirit was ensnared by a high-level cultivator's restriction. Thus, I have gleaned nothing. What a pity. With this lead severed, I must return to the lord of the city and seek the elder." This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Fan. He had trailed the black-clad figure since he left the city lord's estate, but despite his efforts, he had uncovered no clues. Wu Fan waved his arm, and the storage bag from the black-clad man flew into his grasp. Then, with a single hand gesture, he conjured a fireball the size of a fist, incinerating the black-clad man to ashes before releasing his flying sword into the sky. Chapter 79, The Governor of Leongha. While soaring through the air, Wu Fan inspected the contents of the black-clad man's storage bag, discovering several thousand spirit stones, 3 high-level magical artifacts, along with a few vials of elixirs and some miscellaneous items. There was nothing left that could identify the man. Upon returning to the city lord's estate, it was already midnight. He paused before the previous pavilion and observed the elder seated in the hall, seemingly lost in thought. The corners of Wu Fan's mouth lifted slightly, and then his features began to distort, his height and weight shifting. In mere moments, he transformed into the likeness of the black-clad man. He retrieved the storage bag and donned a complete set of black attire, including a hat, before stepping into the room. Wu Fan had no other choice but to take this extra measure. The elder was merely a mortal. Should Wu Fan employ the soul-searching technique on him, the fragile body would surely perish instantly. The earlier black-clad man was also impervious to such a technique. Although Wu Fan had learned the soul-searching method, it was restricted. Only high-level cultivators could utilize it on those of lower levels. If Wu Fan were at the foundation building stage, he would not have faced such complications. However, the black-clad man's primordial spirit was bound, and even if Wu Fan were at the foundation building stage, he would be powerless against him. Attempting to use the soul-searching technique would merely hasten the man's demise. Wu Fan approached the door without hesitation and pushed it open. The elder, startled by the sudden entrance, immediately thought that this person must be a cultivator. Otherwise, with the estate's stringent defenses, an ordinary person could not gain entry. Upon entering, the elder was taken aback, wondering why the superior official had returned so soon. Not daring to be dismissive, he hurried forward, bowing deeply. Might I inquire if the superior official has forgotten to relay any instructions? Wu Fan, disguised as the black-clad man, replied. I have returned to confirm that your tasks have not encountered any errors. I have discovered that someone has leaked the information. This is impossible. The individuals I assigned are all my trusted confidants. They could not have disclosed anything. Superior official, what shall we do? The elder's face turned pale at the thought of the information leaking. If it were true, not only would the master not spare him, but even the court would implicate his entire family. Wu Fan's gaze shifted, and he continued, You should be well aware of the gravity of this situation. I shall not elaborate further. If it is indeed your incompetence that led to this, prepare to face the master's wrath. The elder, nearly collapsing from fear, stammered, Superior official. What should I do? I beseech you to save me. What else is there to do? Hurry and take me to your trusted confidants to investigate this matter. Wu Fan exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. Yes, I shall escort the superior official to my confidants at once. The elder exclaimed, hastily leading the way outside. Wu Fan followed closely, observing the elder's trembling figure, his lips curling upward slightly. As they walked, Wu Fan noted the elder's evident trepidation. He stumbled nearly 5 times over a distance of less than 100 paces. The city lord's estate was vast, divided into inner and outer courtyards. Upon exiting the inner courtyard, despite the late hour, pairs of guards patrolled with weapons in hand. As one pair passed by, they immediately knelt and exclaimed, We pay our respects to the governor. Rise, the elder commanded, attempting to maintain composure. Upon hearing the elder's response, the guards stood, and a leader stepped forward, asking, Governor, is there any task that requires our assistance? Take me to the Wujuan camp, the elder replied nonchalantly. Understood, I shall see to it. The leader instructed his subordinates. Move out, to the Wujuan camp. Gang, prepare the horses and carriage. Yes, one of the soldiers replied, promptly dashing off. Wu Fan followed the group as they made their way out of the estate. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Fan and the elder were seated in the carriage, heading towards the city outskirts. Half an hour into their journey, the elder gradually regained his composure, his gaze sharpening. He cautiously inquired, Superior official, may I ask how you became aware of the information leak? That is of no concern to you. I have my methods, Wu Fan replied tersely. Yes. My apologies, the elder stammered, feeling the weight of fear. He then tentatively asked, Superior official, if you know the location of the Wujuan camp, why require my presence? Wu Fan, taken aback by the question, maintained an impassive facade. There is a reason for your presence. Do not waste words. The elder felt a sudden pang of anxiety, but chose to remain silent. Wu Fan scrutinized the elder's expression, his gaze turning cold as he suddenly inquired. How did you discover this? Upon hearing the question, the elder's body nearly collapsed within the carriage, but he struggled to straighten up, clasping his hands and stammering, Spare me. Esteemed one, spare me. I demand to know how you discovered it. Wu Fan's tone turned icy. The elder, recognizing the gravity of Wu Fan's anger, confessed, Esteemed one, I was merely testing you. You truly know not the location of the Wujuan camp. Wu Fan, perceiving the elder's fear, urged, Since you have discerned my true identity, reveal all that you know, or face dire consequences. The elder's complexion paled, yet he implored, Esteemed one, I cannot speak. My family is in the hands of that superior official. Even if you kill me, I cannot divulge anything. Wu Fan understood the elder's predicament. However, he was loath to harm him. The elder was merely a mortal, a victim in this entanglement. Wu Fan was not a malevolent being, unwilling to commit senseless slaughter. Yet, he could not employ the soul-searching technique. Contemplating this, Wu Fan finally said, The superior official you speak of has been slain. The elder froze, his expression shifting dramatically. And he exclaimed, What? The superior official is dead? What shall we do? My entire family, 26 members, are all in the hands of that official. The elder spoke, and suddenly tears streamed down his face. Wu Fan, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of compassion and sighed before saying, I will find a way to rescue your family. All I require is that you tell me the truth of what has transpired. The elder continued to weep, and after a while, he managed to compose himself and, with a determined look in his eyes, turned to Wu Fan and declared, "I will speak. I will reveal everything, as long as the immortal can save my family." A smile appeared on Wu Fan's face, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 80, Blood Pool. At that moment, the elder's eyes glinted with hatred as he said to Wu Fan, "The matter is as follows. 6 months ago, while I was working in my study, that official suddenly appeared before me, threatening me to carry out some unspeakable acts." As he spoke, anguish filled his eyes, and he broke down again, sobbing loudly. After a considerable time, he steadied his emotions and continued, "They were all ordinary folk, and their lives were extinguished just like that. Yet I could only watch helplessly as I was compelled to commit such heinous acts. I had no choice. That official had taken my family hostage to coerce me into obedience." Half an hour later, the elder, now hoarse from crying, had finished recounting his tale. Wu Fan's eyes were slightly red as he murmured to himself, "The practitioners of the demonic path in the Leongha region are intertwined with the DMO sect. If my conjecture is correct, this must be the doing of the DMO sect." Wu Fan gazed at the elder, his mind racing. And suddenly his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "When we arrive at the Wujun camp, arrange for me to join the convoy transporting the captives, and then." 2 hours later, Wu Fan, clad in armor and accompanied by a legion of several hundred individuals, marched onward. Among this lengthy procession were nearly 100 horse-drawn carts, each covered with a layer of straw that concealed the contents within. However, one could frequently hear muffled cries emanating from within those wooden cages. The convoy continued its journey until dawn, finally halting at the base of a desolate mountain, a secluded spot rarely graced by human presence. At the foot of the mountain stood 3 men, all in their 30s or 40s. One of them spoke, "Why has the transport not returned yet? Is something amiss?" Another replied, "Hu Lao-san, do not fret. And Lao-si has the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refinement, unless a foundation-building practitioner intervenes. Who could possibly harm him?" The man who initially voiced his concern retorted, "Zhang Ergu, within Lao-si's level. Even an ordinary qi refinement master could easily dispatch him." At that moment, the previously silent man exhibited signs of impatience and bellowed, "Enough of your squabbling. Hurry and arrange for someone to escort the medicinal ingredients inside." Upon hearing the command from the man, known as Feng Laoda, Zhang Er and Hu Lao-san ceased their argument and clasped their fists, responding, "We shall attend to it immediately." The two hurried to the convoy and shouted to the hundreds of soldiers, "Organize 100 men to escort these medicinal ingredients to the cave." The soldiers, evidently accustomed to such tasks, swiftly removed the straw from the cages, revealing the contents within, a multitude of elderly, women, children, and strong youths, all bound and gagged. Their eyes filled with terror as they emitted muffled cries. The youngest among them was merely a few years old, while the eldest had surpassed 70. Some timid children bore tear-streaked faces, appearing utterly helpless. Even the soldiers, despite their hardened demeanor, displayed signs of compassion. Nevertheless, they complied with the orders of Zhang Er and Hu Lao-san, forcibly escorting the captives towards Feng Laoda. At this moment, Wu Fan was among the escorting contingent, donned in armor and a sword at his waist. He gazed upon the elderly and children, his fists clenched until they turned white, his body trembling as he fought to suppress his overwhelming rage. He then turned his attention to the 3 men, noting that one possessed the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refinement, another the 11th, while the furthest away was a master of consummate qi refinement. Even upon seeing these 3, Wu Fan refrained from acting rashly, not out of fear, but because he suspected that the true mastermind the elder had mentioned was not among them. He believed the real puppet master lurked within the cave. Thus he intended to investigate further. If his suspicions held true, he could later inform his sect of this matter. As the procession advanced towards the cave called Feng Laoda, Zhang Er and Hu Lao-san lingered at the rear. Upon reaching Feng Laoda, he glanced at the crowd and commanded, "Follow me." He then proceeded into the cave, with the others trailing closely behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they emerged into a vast cavern. Upon entering this immense cave, Wu Fan was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench. As he moved deeper, his expression shifted from astonishment to fury, his eyes glinting with cold malice. His fists tightened as an uncontrollable surge of energy pulsed within him, for the scene before him was horrifying. The cavern spanned over 1,000 acres, surrounded by vast blood pools, within which dismembered limbs floated grotesquely. The sheer sight of this spectacle ignited a fire of rage within Wu Fan, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, he recalled the words of his 4th senior sister before his departure, finally grasping the depths of cruelty and bloodlust possessed by the practitioners of the demonic path. At the center of the blood pools lay an expanse of open ground, where a man of 60 or 70 sat cross-legged, clad in black. with darkened skin and an exceedingly grotesque appearance. He had his eyes shut tight, fingers forming arcane seals. Before him rested a dark alchemical furnace, adorned with engravings of myriad beasts. Wu Fan recognized that this furnace was far more precious than his own black dragon furnace. The elder's cultivation was inscrutable, beyond Wu Fan's ability to gauge, while beneath the furnace, a complex formation glimmered with faint black light, extending towards the blood pools. Wisps of blood mist swirled toward the furnace, gradually entering its depths. At that moment, Zhang Er and Hu Lao San approached the front, joining Feng Laoda. Zhang Er inquired, "Did you sense a surge of spiritual energy just now?" "Indeed. It could be that our master is on the verge of successfully refining the Wan Shui Dan, which is why we felt the energy fluctuation emanating from the beast furnace. If the Wan Shui Dan is successfully concocted, our master will likely ascend to the false Dan realm, and our status within the sect will surely rise accordingly." Hu Lao San chuckled with excitement as he spoke. At this moment, Feng Laoda furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "Something is amiss. Master previously mentioned that the Wan Shui Dan requires 3 more days to be successfully refined. Yet, I just sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy originated from our vicinity." As soon as Feng Laoda uttered these words, Zhang Lauer and Hu Laosan immediately placed their hands on their waist storage pouches, their gazes sharpening with intensity. Upon hearing their conversation, Wu Fan was suddenly startled, realizing that his earlier emotional lapse had led these 3 to suspect the presence of a cultivator. Fortunately, he had only momentarily failed to control the mana within him, which allowed him to remain undetected for now. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. The elderly figure seated cross-legged in the clearing abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Wu Fan. Alarmed, Wu Fan quickly placed his hand on his waist. But at that moment, the elder snorted coldly, raising his arm and striking out towards Wu Fan with an open palm. In an instant, a massive black palm imprint erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards Wu Fan. Witnessing the elder's attack, Wu Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly struck his storage pouch, unleashing the Hunyuan Jingang shield to shield himself, while simultaneously drawing the Jifeng sword and leaping onto it. Just then, the black palm imprint reached him, crashing violently against the Hunyuan Jingang shield with a resounding boom, shattering it into dozens of fragments. Wu Fan was horrified to see his prized artifact, the Hunyuan Jingang shield, obliterated by a single strike from the elder. His companions were also severely affected by the attack, and he could not ascertain how many had perished in the chaos. Yet, the black palm imprint retained its force and continued its relentless pursuit towards Wu Fan. The speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to flee. With a loud thud, Wu Fan was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into the mountainside. As he fell to the ground, his face flushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly scrambled to his feet and soared towards the cave entrance atop the Jifeng sword. The elder, realizing Wu Fan had survived, understood that it was the prized artifact shield that had saved his life. With a grim expression, he shouted at Feng Laoda and the others, "Pursue him. Ensure that he is killed. I must keep my eyes on the Dan furnace and cannot leave this place." Without needing further instruction from the elder, Feng Laoda and the others had already begun their chase after Wu Fan. During his flight, Wu Fan coughed up another mouthful of blood. After this, his complexion improved slightly. He quickly assessed his injuries and realized they were grave. He needed to find a place to heal urgently. He lifted his clothing to inspect the golden thread armor beneath, discovering it had also been shattered. Thankfully, the Hunyuan Jingang shield and the golden thread armor had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have perished from the elder's earlier strike. Unfortunately, the sect-issued robe he had received was still in his storage pouch, as he needed to disguise himself as a mortal and had not donned it. Had he worn it earlier, his injuries would not have been as severe. Now gravely wounded, Wu Fan found his flight speed on the Jifeng sword lacking. The cave entrance was too narrow to release the Yunwu boat, so he had to wait until he burst out of the cave before deploying it. He hoped desperately that he would not be caught by the pursuers in the meantime. However, circumstances often take a turn for the worse. The 3 pursuers possessed peak Qi refinement levels, with one having already reached the pinnacle of that realm. Unlike Wu Fan, who was injured, their flying speed was far superior. Just as Wu Fan burst forth from the cave entrance, before he could release the Yunwu boat, Feng Laoda had already closed in on him, unleashing a silver flying sword towards him. Wu Fan glanced back at the flying sword, realizing it was a top-tier artifact. Wu Fan wished to avoid entanglement with these 3, needing to find a place to heal swiftly. Yet, they remained too far for him to employ his Jin Yuan Chongguang technique, compelling him to devise a lethal strike against them. Otherwise, if he delayed, his injuries would worsen, and he would inevitably lose his combat capability, rendering him vulnerable. With this in mind, Wu Fan struck his storage pouch, summoning the Liang sword. which surged forth to intercept Feng Laoda's flying sword. With a thunderous crash, the Liang sword was deflected, revealing a visible crack on its blade, while Feng Laoda's flying sword merely trembled slightly. Undeterred, Wu Fan continued to direct the Liang sword towards the flying sword. After several exchanges, the Liang sword shattered in response, marking the loss of two treasured artifacts that had accompanied him for years. At that moment, Jiang Lauer and Hu Laosan also approached, simultaneously launching their own assaults. One released a devilish blade while the other unleashed a short spear, both hurtling towards Wu Fan. However, these two artifacts were merely high tier. And with the Liang sword no longer restraining him, Feng Laoda's top-tier flying sword sped towards Wu Fan. Realizing the imminent danger of three artifacts converging upon him, Wu Fan acted without hesitation. He struck his storage pouch, and a massive black net erupted forth, ensnaring the three artifacts. This enormous black net had been acquired when Wu Fan defeated two adversaries outside Qianxiafans. As the black net was released, Wu Fan propelled himself forward on the Jifeng sword, charging directly towards the three, seemingly ready to throw himself into a trap. In truth, he had been prepared to rush forward when he saw the other two approach. The vast black net enveloped the three artifacts, but regrettably, it could only withstand for a brief 3 breaths before being torn to shreds by their power. Nevertheless, the black net had afforded Wu Fan precious time. At this moment, he had closed the distance to his adversaries and, with a sudden flash, vanished from sight, reappearing within 10 zhang of them. The three were momentarily stunned by Wu Fan's sudden appearance. Did this boy truly seek death? Instead of fleeing after deploying the black net, he dared to approach them. Did he possess some hidden trump card? Chapter 82. Return. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's abrupt disappearance and sudden reappearance before them, the three realized he wielded a formidable movement technique. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily directed their artifacts towards him. Just then, Wu Fan trembled, releasing a burst of golden light that swiftly expanded, enveloping the three and their artifacts in its radiance. The trio staggered, nearly losing their footing, their expressions turning frantic as they hurriedly circulated their internal energy to stabilize themselves. Simultaneously, their artifacts wavered, threatening to fall, but through quick hand seals, they managed to regain control and continued their pursuit of Wu Fan, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. The three had not anticipated Wu Fan possessed such a terrifying ability. Given their current situation, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Just as they steadied themselves and contemplated their next move, Wu Fan launched his attack. Without pausing after unleashing the Jin Yuan Chongguang, Wu Fan opened his mouth and expelled a fireball the size of a fist, the Tianluo Jihua. As the Tianluo Jihua shot forth, it hurtled directly towards Feng Laoda. Following this, Wu Fan swiftly released the Xian needle, directing it towards Jiang Lauer. Enveloped in the golden light, the two had no means to evade the assault. Feng Laoda was instantly consumed by the Tianluo Jihua, vanishing into nothingness, leaving only a storage pouch to fall to the ground. Jiang Lauer, too, fared little better, as the Xian needle punctured his skull in an instant. His eyes widened, and the hues within them gradually dulled, ultimately causing his body to collapse onto the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Laosan's eyes filled with terror. In a panic, he patted his storage bag, summoning a massive shield to protect himself, and swiftly propelled himself downward. However, at that moment, the Tianluo Jihua had already reached him, swiftly transforming his shield into molten iron. The Tianluo Jihua then pursued Hu Laosan, and within a breath, the battle concluded, leaving him reduced to ashes, much like his elder brother. Wu Fan, having traversed within 10 zhang of these three individuals, eliminated them in less than 5 breaths, achieving a swift resolution to the conflict. Casting a glance at the ground, Wu Fan waved his arm, causing the storage bags and magical artifacts of the three to soar toward him, which he promptly collected. Subsequently, he commanded the Tianluo Jihua to incinerate Jiang Lauer's corpse to ashes before soaring away on his Jifeng Jian. Wu Fan was apprehensive about the formidable cultivator within the cave at the late Foundation establishment stage emerging. Even if he had 100 lives, they would not suffice against such an adversary. After flying over 100 miles with his heavily injured body, he could fly no further. Reluctantly, he descended the sword light toward a mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, Wu Fan swiftly set up the Mi Tian Duan Shin array and then entered the small space. Once in the bedroom of the space, he sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieved a vial of healing elixir, swiftly poured a pill into his mouth, and commenced his healing process. This elixir was the Shuetian Dan, a healing pill bestowed upon him by his master when he became an apprentice. Indeed, this was a superior elixir. As soon as Wu Fan swallowed it, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, rapidly mending his internal injuries. After 10 days in the small space, Wu Fan's injuries had completely healed, and he finally had the time to contemplate matters. He had already perused the storage bags of the three and discovered their identity tokens, confirming them as disciples of the DMO men. Moreover, within the storage bag of one named Feng Laoda, he stumbled upon another identity token, presumably belonging to the individual he had slain earlier, the one called in Lao Si. This cultivator had displayed cleverness by handing over his identity token to Feng Laoda to avoid exposure while attending to business outside. Wu Fan also unearthed over 20,000 spirit stones, a number of elixirs, and several magical artifacts among the three's possessions. Of these, only one was a top-tier magical artifact, the Fei Jian previously wielded by Feng Laoda. This flying sword gleamed with silver light, inscribed with the characters Yin indicating its name was likely Yin Jian. Upon seeing this sword, a smile graced Wu Fan's face. Although he had lost the Hun Yuan Jin Gang shield, the Lai Yang Jian, and the Black Net, acquiring the Yin Jian made him feel somewhat compensated. Now that Wu Fan had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he was indeed capable of utilizing top-tier magical artifacts, albeit at a slightly higher consumption of internal energy, which did not significantly detract from his combat prowess. It suddenly dawned on Wu Fan that Feng Laoda had mentioned his master required 3 days to refine the Wan Shui Dan, which would aid him in breaking through to the Jiao Dan realm. This realization startled Wu Fan. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered a cultivator at the Jiao Dan stage, a mere step away from the Golden Core ancestors. Fortunately, the elder had yet to achieve this breakthrough. Otherwise, Wu Fan would have perished with that earlier strike. Wu Fan recalled that the old man had stated he could not leave, hence sending his 3 disciples to pursue him. It seemed the elder was in a critical period of alchemical refinement, unable to extricate himself. Now, a day had passed in the outside world, and in 2 days, the elder would complete his alchemical work. Once he finished refining the elixir, he would undoubtedly return to the DMO men. If Wu Fan reported this matter to the sect and awaited the dispatch of a Foundation establishment elder, it would clearly be too late. With this in mind, Wu Fan resolved to return. He could not allow the elder to escape from Leongha, thinking he could simply walk away after committing such atrocities. Wu Fan felt a profound sense of responsibility, recalling the innocent old, weak, women, and children, which caused a pang of pain in his heart. The sight of the blood pool within the cave filled him with deep resentment. Wu Fan understood that as a cultivator, one must sever emotional attachments. Yet he found himself incapable of such coldness. Wu Fan believed that as a cultivator, he remained human, and humans possess emotions. For him, those who posed a threat could be eliminated, and those who sought to harm him must also be dealt with. However, if there were those in need of protection, he would charge forth recklessly to defend them. Only by adhering to this principle could Wu Fan maintain a clear conscience and achieve tranquility of heart, thus avoiding the emergence of inner demons, enabling him to ascend to higher realms. Having made the decision to return, Wu Fan wasted no time, retrieving the Yin Jian and beginning its gradual refinement. 5 days later, he successfully refined the Yin Jian and returned to the outside world, making his way straight toward the desolate mountain. He was not an impulsive individual. This return was undertaken with confidence in his ability to detain the elder. Should the situation become unmanageable, he would not foolishly risk his life. Moments ago, he could have returned to Qingfeng Men, leaving this matter behind. Yet Wu Fan possessed the Mi Tian Duan Shen Array and the Tian Gui Lianqi Shu, allowing him to set the formation silently and undetected upon the desolate mountain. Furthermore, he did not believe the elder would emerge immediately, as he was likely in a critical phase of alchemical refinement, utterly incapable of abandoning his work to pursue him. Upon returning to the desolate mountain, Wu Fan employed the Tian Gui Lianqi Shu to suppress his energy to the utmost, and then began to silently arrange the formation. Once the formation was complete, he exhaled deeply and entered the innermost defensive layer of the array. Here, he would be in an invulnerable position. Wu Fan was well aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of this formation, impervious to cultivators below the Golden Core stage. With an ample supply of spirit stones, he doubted the elder could escape. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, he sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the elder's emergence. 2 days later, within the depths of the desolate mountain cave, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and beckoned with a hand. A blood-red pill soared from the black alchemical furnace before him and landed in the elder's grasp. After scrutinizing the pill for a moment, a glint of brilliance appeared in his eyes, followed by the gradual emergence of a smile that expanded into hearty laughter, causing the black furnace to tremble with the resonance of his delight. After a moment, the elder ceased his laughter, carefully placed the pill into a Dan bottle, and secured it within his storage bag. He murmured to himself, "I have finally succeeded in refining the Wan Shui Dan. Once I return to the DMO men, I shall immediately enter seclusion to break through to the Jiao Dan stage. With this Wan Shui Dan to assist me, I have a 60% chance of success." Though consuming this pill means I shall never ascend to the golden core stage, it matters not. At the very least, I have extended my lifespan by several hundred years. Had I not refined this one Shui Dan, with the mere 30 years of life remaining, breaking through to the Jiao Dan stage would have been impossible. In that case, I would have only 30 years left to live. Since I can extend my life by several hundred years through this pill, then the deaths of those thousands of mortals will not have been in vain. Haha. After a brief moment of laughter, the elder extended his hand, summoning the black cauldron that swiftly approached him, gradually shrinking in size until it transformed into an object no larger than his palm, resting comfortably in his grasp. A smile crept across the elder's face as he regarded the cauldron, before shifting his gaze to the spot where it had once been, now occupied by a swirling mass of black flames. This fire, roughly the size of a human head, radiated an ominous heat, possessing a terrifying power that seemed to surpass even that of Wu Fan's Tianluo extreme fire. With another gesture, the elder directed the black flames to his other hand, where they settled. As he observed the flames, his smile widened further. He glanced back and forth between the black cauldron and the flames, nodding in satisfaction before swallowing the flames whole and stowing the cauldron in his storage pouch. Murmuring to himself, he reflected on his success in concocting the Wanshua Dan, attributing his fortune to both the Wanshou Ding and his own black wind flame. He mused that perhaps the heavens wished for him to live a few more centuries, granting him the possession of such precious treasures. However, after a moment of mirth, the elder's expression darkened. He began to ponder the fate of his 4 disciples, questioning why they had not returned after 3 days. He wondered if they had encountered misfortune, as they were all at the pinnacle of qi refinement and should not have been bested by a mere boy at the 9th level of qi refinement. Could it be that this boy possessed some means of escape, and his disciples had pursued him? Dismissing the thought, he decided it was prudent to leave the area. Being discovered by the Qingfeng sect would spell trouble for him. Rising, the elder made his way toward the cave entrance. Upon stepping outside, he was suddenly enveloped in a thick white mist, obscuring his vision completely. Alarmed, he realized he had been ensnared in an array. His countenance darkened as he contemplated the implications. It seemed his disciples had perished, and he was uncertain whether this array had been set by the boy or if he had enlisted help. Regardless, he concluded that even if the boy had allies, they could not be at the golden core stage. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such elaborate arrangements. With this thought, he felt a measure of relief. As long as he was not confronted by a golden core ancestor, he need not fear. His primary objective was to break the array and locate its creator to eliminate them. With a swift motion, he retrieved a black flying sword from his storage pouch, sending it forth with a rush. However, after flying a considerable distance, the sword encountered no obstacles. Realizing that continuing to direct it forward would surpass his spiritual senses' range, severing his connection, the elder redirected the sword in other directions, only to receive the same result. It dawned upon him that this array was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, after the elder exited the cave, Wu Fan had already taken notice of him. Observing the elder's futile attempts to break the array with the flying sword, a smirk appeared on Wu Fan's lips, for the sword merely circled in place, failing to travel in a straight line. He decided to observe for a while longer. The elder, having attempted several times to no avail, contemplated returning to the cave, yet found himself unable to do so. Desperate, he called out, asking which friend had ensnared him in this predicament and what their intentions were, hoping for a response. After a lengthy silence without an answer, he resumed his attempts to break the array, employing various methods, using talismans, magical discs, spells, and even attempting to set his own array, yet all proved fruitless. His expression darkened as he continued to devise a way to escape until, a day later, he sat on the ground, his face ashen, preparing to restore his energy. Just as he settled, a surge of golden flames rushed toward him. As the flames neared, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and expelled a jet of black flames from his mouth, which was significantly larger than the golden flames. The two fiery forces collided, with the golden flames being forcefully repelled. To the elder's astonishment, his black wind flame had failed to extinguish the opposing flames, indicating that they too were a type of heavenly spirit flame. The golden flames surged toward him once more, compelling the elder to engage in combat with his black wind flame, wary of deploying any other magical artifacts, knowing that the adversary's flames were formidable enough to threaten his treasured possessions. Thus, the two flames clashed for half an hour. A keen observer would notice that the black flames gradually diminished while the golden flames grew larger. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered the nature of the opposing spirit flame that could consume his black wind flame. His expression darkened as he swiftly formed a seal with one hand, conjuring a massive ice spear aimed at the golden fireball. With a whoosh, upon impact, the golden sphere was knocked back a full yard while the ice spear vaporized instantaneously. Seeing this tactic was effective, He continued to launch ice spears at the golden flames to prevent them from devouring his black wind flame. Yet, with the passage of time, despite the golden flames being repeatedly repelled, they returned each time, albeit at a slower pace, to continue their onslaught. The elder dared not retract his black wind flame, knowing that if he did, the golden flames would surely advance upon him, complicating matters further. Days turned into 10, and the black wind flame was entirely consumed by the golden flames, which had swelled from the size of a fist to that of a human head. The elder continued to wield ice spears in a desperate attempt to halt the golden flames, yet his magical energy dwindled, and the golden flames relentlessly pursued him, offering him no respite. Over these 10 days, the elder exhausted every conceivable plan, even losing several precious artifacts in the process. He had attempted to plead for mercy and had even tried to escape into the sky on his flying sword, but he could not break free from the array, with the golden flames perpetually on his tail. Just as he felt utterly drained, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. At that moment, a small white fox burst forth beside him, its eyes glowing with a fierce light. He felt momentarily dazed, and when he regained his senses, a green needle had already darted before his eyes, moving with such speed that he could do nothing but watch as it pierced through his skull, until his last breath. The elder could hardly fathom that he, a distinguished cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage, had met such a dismal end without even laying eyes on his foe. Wu Fan gazed at the elder's lifeless body for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. After 10 long days, he had finally slain the elder, who had proven to be a formidable opponent, managing to endure 10 days trapped in the array. Without the Tianluo extreme fire, Wu Fan believed it would have been a Herculean task to defeat him. He extended his hand, summoning the Tianluo extreme fire, which floated into his palm. Now the size of a human head, although it had yet to completely refine the black wind flame. Within the core of the extreme fire, a substantial mass of black flames remained. Once the extreme fire fully consumed the black wind flame, its power would surely increase exponentially. Wu Fan observed the extreme fire intently before parting his lips, allowing the Tianluo extreme fire to soar into his mouth, gradually shrinking until it disappeared within him. Wu Fan lowered his head and softly spoke to the little white fox. "Thank you, little white fox. I owe it all to you." Upon hearing her master praise her, the little white fox joyfully darted around Wu Fan in a few ecstatic circles, barking with delight. Seeing the little white fox so happy, Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle heartily. He then retrieved the old man's storage bag and set the old man ablaze, reducing him to ashes. Before he began to inspect the contents of the storage bag, after examining it for a while, Wu Fan burst into laughter again. The distinction between a foundational stage cultivator and one in the Qi refining stage was stark, not to mention the nearly 200,000 spirit stones contained within the bag. What delighted Wu Fan even more was that among these spirit stones, over 1,000 were of medium grade. Wu Fan understood that it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a single medium-grade stone. Typically, only foundational stage cultivators would utilize medium-grade spirit stones, as the spiritual energy contained within them was significantly greater, making them far superior for both array formations and personal cultivation compared to low-grade stones. Even more precious than medium-grade stones were the high-grade ones, which were quite rare, with a conversion rate of 100 medium-grade stones for a single high-grade stone. However, few would exchange them due to their scarcity. Acquiring a high-grade spirit stone would often require more than 100 medium-grade stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Wu Fan also discovered a flying sword, the black sword previously wielded by the old man. Upon seeing it, excitement washed over Wu Fan. For this sword was of spiritual weapon quality, akin to his Yunwu Zhou, both classified as spiritual instruments. It is important to note that only foundational stage cultivators employ spiritual weapons, which differ significantly from magical artifacts. The disparity between a top-tier magical artifact and a low-tier spiritual weapon is immense, rendering any comparison futile. Spiritual weapons are expensive and challenging to forge, with their materials being exceedingly rare. Generally, foundational stage cultivators have yet to acquire spiritual weapons, while this particular flying sword was a mid-tier spiritual weapon, whereas Wu Fan's Yunwu Zhou was a high-tier one. One can only imagine Wu Fan's elation. This black flying sword bore the inscription Haimo, suggesting its name was the Haimo sword. Unfortunately, due to Wu Fan's current cultivation level, he couldn't utilize it. He would have to wait until he advanced to the peak of the Qi refining stage before he could use it with any proficiency. Even then, a Qi refining cultivator would only be able to harness a fraction of the sword's true potential. Wu Fan also found a shield within the storage bag. A silver shield that shimmered brightly, also a spiritual weapon, albeit a low-tier one. This silver shield, known as the Yingguang shield, brought joy to Wu Fan's eyes. Although his Hunyuan Jinggang shield had shattered, he now possessed something superior. Among the items in the storage bag Wu Fan's most exhilarating find was the Black Wanshou Ding, a top-tier spiritual weapon-grade alchemical furnace. It is easy to imagine just how precious this Wanshou Ding was. Even with spirit stones, acquiring one would be a challenge, as high-tier alchemical furnaces are rare and sought after, especially one of top-tier quality. Wu Fan gazed at the Wanshou Ding in his hands, his smile unwavering. This alchemical furnace was exceedingly rare, ensuring that he would no longer have to worry about such matters once he advanced to the foundational stage. Wu Fan was aware that even his master, Li Ning, used only a mid-tier alchemical furnace, while he had obtained a top-tier one. The storage bag also contained several alchemical formulas and a tome of alchemical insights, indicating that the old man was likely an alchemist himself. After perusing the insights for a time, Wu Fan placed them in his own storage bag, deciding to review them in greater detail later. He then examined some of the alchemical formulae, discovering a few related to demonic cultivators, which held little relevance for him, though he was quite pleased with several others. Unfortunately, he was not yet capable of crafting them, as they consisted of first to third grade medicinal formulas. Wu Fan even stumbled upon 2 fourth-grade formulas, specifically for enhancing cultivation. Upon discovering these, Wu Fan was overjoyed, as he welcomed any additional formulas for cultivation enhancement, believing that more was indeed better. Among these formulas, Wu Fan found 2 particularly astonishing ones. One was called the Xiandan, a potion that could preserve a cultivator's youthful appearance indefinitely, ensuring that once consumed, one would never change their appearance or age. This was truly remarkable. After all, no one desires to lose their youthful visage, especially female cultivators. If they knew that someone was selling the Xiandan, they would not hesitate to spend their fortunes to acquire it, dreaming of eternal beauty. The other formula was known as the Xianxiaaudiobooks, and upon seeing it, Wu Fan was taken aback for quite some time. This elixir possessed a miraculous effect. It could extend one's lifespan. Consuming it would grant an additional 10 years of life. Although one could only take this elixir once in a lifetime, it was still an extraordinary boon, not to mention how precious 10 years could be, especially for cultivators who often face the limits of their lifespans. Wu Fan was even more delighted to find the Xianxiaaudiobooks formula than the Xiandan. Not because he wished to consume it himself, he was still young and did not require it, but because he wanted to craft Xianxiaaudiobooks for his parents. It had been 7 or 8 years since he last visited Qingshan city, and he decided that once he found the necessary spiritual herbs, he would immediately concoct the Xianxiaaudiobooks and return to give it to his parents and his master, Lu Lao. Wu Fan then rummaged through the storage bag and uncovered several bottles of medicinal pills, encompassing healing potions, breakthrough elixirs, and cultivation enhancement pills. The variety was astounding, a testament to the old man's prowess as an alchemist. Most gratifying for Wu Fan was a bottle of Xiandan containing 6 pills. He held the bottle and laughed heartily for quite some time. After his laughter subsided, he immediately popped one into his mouth and carefully placed the bottle into his storage bag. He hurriedly began searching for the Xianxiaaudiobooks, but was met with disappointment. Having found none after thoroughly inspecting the entire storage bag, with a sigh, he accepted that he would have to concoct it himself in the future. He had already reviewed the formula and understood that the herbs required for crafting Xianxiaaudiobooks were exceedingly rare, so it was not surprising that the old man had not created it. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the old man had painstakingly crafted just 1 pill, which he consumed himself due to his dwindling lifespan, fearing he would not advance to the fake Dan stage within 30 years and would ultimately perish. Had he possessed 100 years of life, he would not have risked slaughtering over 10,000 people to create the Wanxiaaudiobooks. Finally, Wu Fan pulled out a particularly valuable pill bottle, which undoubtedly contained exceptionally rare medicinal pills. Upon opening it and taking a whiff, his expression turned grave. He recognized the contents. It was a freshly forged pill with a hint of a bloody scent, undoubtedly the Wanxiaaudiobooks concocted by the old man. Wu Fan had previously read about this pill's description, which boasted a high success rate for advancing to the fake Dan stage. While it sounded remarkable, the pill had a significant flaw. Consuming it would permanently restrict one to the fake Dan stage, rendering any further advancement to the golden Dan stage impossible. Wu Fan had no intention of consuming the Wanxiaaudiobooks, not only because it was crafted from the lives of over 10,000 people, but also due to the psychological burden he felt in taking such a pill. The primary reason Wu Fan hesitated to ingest the elixir was his unwavering belief in the pursuit of immortality, which he had diligently strived for. He poured out the elixir and toyed with it when, suddenly, his little white fox sprang to life and devoured the Wanxiaaudiobooks in one swift motion. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback and then inquired of the white fox, "Xiao Bai Hu, does this Wanxiaaudiobooks hold any value for you?" The fox gazed at him with its ruby-like eyes and nodded, emitting a few joyful cries. Soon after, it appeared drowsy, its eyelids fluttering as if it were struggling to stay awake, until it finally lay down and drifted into slumber. Kneeling beside the fox, Wu Fan examined it and found it unharmed, likely needing rest to gradually refine the elixir's effects. He pondered whether it would ascend to the third tier of beastly prowess upon awakening. Carefully, he placed Xiao Baihu into his spirit beast pouch and subsequently dismantled the Mixianduan Shenzhen formation before venturing deeper into the cave. Upon re-entering the cavern, the ghastly pools of blood reignited his fury. It took him some time to regain his composure before he continued onward. At the innermost recesses of the cavern, he discovered several cages previously used to confine mortals. Inspecting each cage revealed them all empty, including those who had accompanied him, now victims of that elder's alchemical practices. After thoroughly searching and finding no sign of the governor's family, he took to the skies, heading towards Leongha. He had promised the elder to seek out his kin, and although they were all deceased, Wu Fan felt compelled to convey this truth. His sentiments towards the elder were conflicted. He harbored both anger and pity. The elder's actions, though coerced, could not alter the reality of his choices. The loss of his family could be seen as his just deserts. Yet, Wu Fan recognized that the elder's heart was not entirely wicked, as evidenced by his heartfelt lamentations. If he were in the elder's position, he might have made similar choices. With such thoughts, Wu Fan sighed deeply. Upon returning to Liangsheng, he made haste to the governor's residence. When he encountered the elder again, the latter lay bedridden. His complexion pale and gaunt, eyes devoid of life. Yet, upon seeing Wu Fan, a flicker of hope ignited in his gaze as he struggled to rise. Clasping his trembling hands in greeting, the old man pays his respects to the immortal. I seek news of my family. Before the elder could finish, Wu Fan interjected, alas, the members of the DMO sect have been slain, thus avenging you. Upon hearing this, the elder's face turned even more ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. After a quarter of an hour, devoid of spirit, he slowly rose to approach the wall where a long sword hung. Grasping the blade, he drew it with a swift motion across his throat, blood spraying in all directions as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Wu Fan observed the elder until his last breath. He could have intervened, but deemed it unnecessary. For the elder, death was a form of release. After struggling for 6 months without retrieving his family, he would have lived with the burden of guilt. Better to find peace in death than to endure a life of torment. Wu Fan exhaled a resigned sigh and vanished from the spot. Half an hour later, he materialized over 100 miles outside Liangsheng, releasing his cloud vessel and setting course for Qingfengmen. The mission had reached its conclusion, and he had secured 1,200 contribution points. However, the experience left a profound impression on him. He now grasped the brutal reality of the cultivation world and the bloodthirsty nature of those within the demonic sections. As his fourth sister had said, the realm of cultivation thrived on the principle of the strong devouring the weak. Many cultivators would commit unspeakable acts in their quest for power. Since entering the cultivation world, he had faced pursuit and ambush twice, and this incident served as a stark warning. 10 days later, upon returning to Qingfengmen, he made his way to the affairs hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he proceeded to the rear and entered a room where an elder, appearing over 60, sat behind a desk. His hair was a mix of black and white, with a prominent nose and narrow eyes, exuding an impression of stern impartiality. The elder looked up from his scroll upon hearing Wu Fan's entrance and exclaimed, "You are Wu Fan? Greetings, Elder Fan." Wu Fan bowed respectfully. Elder Fan scrutinized him further before remarking, "Indeed, I remember you well. 2 years ago, during the outer sect competition, I wished to accept you as my disciple, but alas, you were taken by Li Ning." Wu Fan offered an awkward smile, aware that the elder's words were merely pleasantries, as he had previously expressed his desire to ascend to Danding Peak. "Ah, splendid. You have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. It won't be long before you advance to the pinnacle of that stage. You have promising prospects for foundation establishment," Elder Fan continued with a jovial demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Fan," Wu Fan replied, beaming with gratitude. "Have you come to me regarding the completion of a task?" Elder Fan inquired, finally addressing the matter at hand. "Indeed, I have just concluded a mission in Liangzhou and wish to exchange my contribution points," Wu Fan stated, presenting his identity token. Elder Fan accepted the token and, with a flick of his wrist, performed a spell. Characters appeared on the token, and he murmured, "Liangzhou. Over 10,000 mortals missing within Liangsheng." After perusing the details, he lifted his gaze to Wu Fan and asked, "Wu Fan, tell me what transpired in detail." Wu Fan clasped his hands and recounted the events that had unfolded. However, he omitted the incidents involving the elder in the late foundation establishment stage, as he doubted Elder Fan would believe him and preferred to keep his trump card hidden. Instead, he spoke of the threats posed by the disciples of the DMO sect and handed Elder Fan the identity tokens of the 4 individuals involved. Upon examining the tokens, Elder Fan confirmed their affiliation with the DMO sect and accepted Wu Fan's account, having witnessed Wu Fan's prowess during the competition. These DMO sect ruffians are indeed brazen, daring to commit murder within the territory of King Fengman. I shall report this matter to the sect leader. Elder Fan declared with a frown. Well done, Wu Fan. This task is deemed complete. I will dispatch someone to verify the situation. With that, Elder Fan produced a token and touched it to Wu Fan's identity token, adding 1,200 contribution points to it. Wu Fan gratefully accepted the token, bowing deeply. Thank you. Elder Fan. Very well. You may leave if there is nothing else. Elder Fan replied with a smile. Understood. Wu Fan responded before exiting the affairs hall. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan returned to the cave dwelling. Initially, he intended to accept another task, but upon reflection, he realized that his master was about to refine pills in the upcoming days, an event he could not afford to miss. Wu Fan also planned to pay a visit to Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen, as it had been quite some time since he last saw them, and he was curious about their lives in the inner sect. Qingfengmen, Xiaoxia Peak, is the mountain with the highest population of inner sect disciples. This is because the disciples here engage in self-cultivation and have not successfully taken on a master. However, the spiritual energy on Xiaoxia Peak is quite abundant, and there is a transmission room established here, where foundation building practitioners frequently come to discuss cultivation challenges with the disciples. At the top of Xiaoxia Peak, in front of a courtyard, there was a small grove. At that moment, a group of over 10 cultivators stood within this grove. Among them, 2 individuals were together, while the remaining 11 formed another group. One of the 11 stepped forward, a young man around 25 or 26, at the 9th level of Qi refining, with a sharp, angular face. He shouted, Bai Xiaowen, I advise you to keep your distance from Fairy Yan'an. Our leader has already designated her as his dual cultivation partner, and Fairy Yan'an has developed feelings for him as well. If you continue to cling to her, don't blame us for being ruthless, just wait and see. One of the 2 individuals replied with anger, You speak nonsense. Yan'an has told me she has never liked Xiao Hui. Yan'an and I share mutual affection. Where does your claim of entanglement come from? The sharp-faced man retorted, Hee, Bai Xiaowen, there's no need for your clever arguments. Let me be clear. If you cease your pursuit of Fairy Yan'an, we will consider this matter as if it never happened, and we will not trouble you again. Otherwise, hee. As soon as he finished speaking, several voices of agreement arose from his companions. Bai Xiaowen, don't be foolish. Our leader has his sights set on her, and you are not worthy of her. Yes, if you continue to pursue Fairy Yan'an, do not blame us for being heartless. While this group was threatening, the other of the 2 stepped forward. His face darkened. He glanced at the group and said, My brother has already stated that he and Fairy Yan'an share mutual feelings. Do not go too far. Moreover, Qingfengmen has rules against harming fellow disciples. What do you intend to do? At that moment, another figure emerged from the opposing group, wearing a mocking expression. Zhou Yu, are you trying to stand up for Bai Xiaowen? Humph, let me tell you, you are not qualified. Another person from the group stepped forward, stating, Zhou Yu, while the sect indeed forbids harm among disciples, there is no rule against fighting outside the sect. If you are wise, I suggest you stay out of this matter. At this point, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining stepped forward, declaring, Humph, Zhou Yu, if you are unwilling to back down, we can settle this with a match at Dozhan Peak. Do you dare? Hearing this, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were both infuriated. Zhou Yu remained silent upon hearing the challenge, as the opponent was a level stronger than him, and he lacked confidence in defeating him. Just then, a woman hurriedly approached from a distance, dressed in a flowing white gauze dress. She was quite beautiful and appeared anxious as she reached Bai Xiaowen's side. In a soft voice, she urged, Bai Xixiang, we must leave quickly. We cannot afford to provoke Xiao Hui. We should not engage in a dispute because of me. Xiao Hui is a disciple under Elder Wei of Tsangjian Peak and possesses a cultivation level of 11 in Qi refining. He is not someone we can offend. Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaowen felt a pang of anguish in his heart, his expression darkening. He had not expected that after finally encountering a woman he liked in the inner sect, he lacked the strength to protect her. He lamented his situation of having no master or backing in the inner sect and his low cultivation level, especially considering Xiao Hui's formidable status as a disciple of Tsangjian Peak and a student of Elder Wei. Realizing this, Bai Xiaowen gazed affectionately at the woman and said, Yan'an, we need not fear them. I refuse to believe they can truly harm me. At that moment, a man from the opposing group stepped forward, exuding an air of confidence. Clad in a moon-white robe, his eyes sparkled with intensity, and he carried a long sword on his back. He turned to Yan'an and said, Yan'an, why must you keep me at arm's length? You know my heartfelt intentions towards you. I truly care for you. Rest assured, if you agree to cultivate with me, I will treat you well and provide you with ample resources for your training. What do you think? The woman, Yan'an, turned to him with a look of vulnerability and softly replied, Xiao Xixiang, I appreciate your kindness, but matters of the heart must be sincere. My affections lie with Bai Shixiao. I hope you can understand. After speaking, Yan'an offered a slight bow to Xiao Hui. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Hui's expression turned icy, shedding the previous warmth in his demeanor. His voice grew cold as he remarked, Yan'an, I fail to see what that guy possesses that is worthy of your affection. Not only is he at the 7th level of Qi refining, but he is also just an ordinary disciple of the inner sect. What future can you have with him? What can he give you? Yan'an's displeasure was evident upon hearing Xiao Hui's remarks. She disliked hearing anyone speak ill of Bai Shixiao. Without responding to Xiao Hui, her gaze turned to Bai Xiaowan, and as she looked at him, a smile of happiness spread across her face. Suddenly, she turned to Xiao Hui and declared, Though Bai Shixiao may not have your level of cultivation or a prestigious master, I am genuinely happy when I am with him. He has a wonderful sense of humor and treats me exceptionally well. I do not require anything from him. I simply enjoy being with him. Bai Xiaowan felt a wave of happiness wash over him upon hearing Yan'an's words. His eyes softened with affection as he gently grasped her delicate hand. Lost in her presence, as if she were the only one in his world. Xiao Hui's expression darkened with fury upon hearing her declaration. He seethed, Very well. Since that is how you feel, do not blame me for being uncivil. Xiao Hui then turned to Bai Xiaowan, his voice chilling as he challenged, Bai Xiaowan, do you dare to meet me at Dozhan Peak? I know you are at a disadvantage, so I will not take advantage of you. You can bring Zhou Yu along. How about it? Do you dare? Bai Xiaowan, upon hearing this, released Yan'an's hand and stepped forward, ready to accept the challenge in anger. However, Zhou Yu quickly restrained him, shaking his head gently. At the same time, Yan'an gripped Bai Xiaowan's arm, also shaking her head in disapproval. Bai Xiaowan understood that even with Zhou Yu's help, they could not defeat Xiao Hui. Yet he found it hard to swallow his pride. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Hui realized they were reluctant to fight, and he mockingly taunted, What? Are you afraid? You two are cowards, unwilling to duel for the woman you love. What future do you have? You might as well abandon your cultivation and withdraw from this world. The faces of the 3 opponents turned ashen at his words. They had never been subjected to such humiliation. Even Zhou Yu, usually so composed, felt the urge to retort. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. Since this esteemed senior is so inclined, why not engage in a spar with me? A handsome young man approached, his eyes sparkling with vitality and intelligence. Clad in a moon-white robe that indicated a high rank, his noble appearance was amplified by the attire. Upon hearing this voice, the entire group turned to look. When Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowan recognized the young man, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed, Wu Shidi, what brings you here? The person approaching was indeed Wu Fan. In truth, he had arrived quite some time ago, but he had utilized the Tian Gui Lianqi technique to remain concealed. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowan were faring so poorly within the inner sect. He had overheard their conversation and understood that the situation was not Bai Xiaowan's fault. It was entirely due to Xiao Hui, who, feeling overconfident in his profound cultivation and supported by a master, had brought along several individuals to trouble Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowan. Upon learning the details, Wu Fan could not remain indifferent. Since entering the Qingfeng men, he had made few friends, and Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowan were among his closest companions, having taken good care of him over the years. Hearing Xiao Hui's words, Wu Fan's expression darkened, for Xiao Hui was indeed being excessively domineering. Regardless of his high cultivation, the lady had clearly stated her unwillingness to become his dual cultivation partner, so why must he be so aggressive? The 11 individuals facing him glared at Wu Fan, their faces contorted with anger upon realizing that he had come to support Bai Xiaowan. When they discovered that Wu Fan was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, mockery gleamed in their eyes. To them, this young man seemed foolish. With such low cultivation, he dared to challenge Xiao Hui, a practitioner at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Was he seeking punishment? Xiao Hui also displayed a cruel smile as he looked at Wu Fan and mockingly said, Junior brother, are you certain you wish to spar with me? You must understand that during the duel on the Dozhan Peak, one can be ruthless. As long as I do not take your life, the elders will not intervene. If I were to accidentally cripple you or break your limbs, do not hold it against me, haha. After Xiao Hui's words, those around him burst into laughter, saying various things such as, Are you tired of living? A mere 9th level Qi practitioner dares to duel with Xiao Hui? Has your brain stopped functioning? Haha, I can't wait to see how Xiao Hui will beat him to the ground. Xiao Hui, hearing the flattery from his companions, wore a smile, preparing to teach this young man a lesson and aiming to conclude the fight swiftly before he could concede. Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowan, Enya and wore expressions of concern, fearing that Wu Fan would suffer harm. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowan were aware of Wu Fan's strength. After all, he had been the champion of the outer sect competition. However, Xiao Hui's cultivation was far too advanced, and they were uncertain if Wu Fan could prevail. Just as Bai Xiaowan prepared to dissuade Wu Fan from agreeing to the duel, one of the male practitioners among the 11 who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, expressed his doubt, saying, "Doesn't he look a lot like Wu Fan? Could he be the same Wu Fan who was the champion of the Outer Sect competition?" Upon hearing this, 3 male practitioners scrutinized Wu Fan more closely and immediately recognized him, as they had entered the Inner Sect in the same cohort. Wu Fan had indeed left a deep impression on them. "It is Wu Fan for sure. I remember him. During the Outer Sect competition, he displayed a remarkable technique." Yes, and he secured first place in the competition, even becoming a disciple of Elder Li from the Danding Peak. Xiao Hui's expression darkened upon hearing this last remark. He thought to himself, so this Wu Fan is a disciple of the Danding Peak, and a disciple of Elder Li at that. This complicates things. I cannot afford to hold back against him. His status is no less than mine, perhaps even higher. Who in Qing Feng Min would dare to offend someone from the Danding Peak so easily? That would be courting disaster. If I offend them, how could I ever show my face again when seeking their alchemy services? However, having already spoken so boldly, he could not back down now, especially with so many witnesses present. If he were to show fear now, how could he maintain his standing in the sect? At this moment, Wu Fan arrived beside Zhou Yu and the others, smiling as he said, "If this Xiao Shixiang can indeed cripple my cultivation or break my limbs, then it is merely a reflection of my inadequate skills, and I shall not hold it against him." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Xiao Hui realized that the duel was unavoidable. He coldly snorted and replied, "Then let us head to the Dozhan Peak, shall we? But first, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind." Wu Fan cast a reassuring glance at Bai Xiao when before continuing. "What does Xiao Shixiang intend to do about my friend Bai Xiaowen's matter? And what are the consequences of losing the duel? What if one wins?" Xiao Hui coldly snorted again, saying, "If you lose, Bai Xiaowen must keep his distance from Yan'an and no longer pursue her. If you win, then the grievances between Bai Xiaowen and me will be settled, and I shall no longer pursue Yan'an. What do you think, Wu Shidi?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan smiled broadly and replied, "I am quite satisfied with Xiao Shixiang's response. However, I have one more request, which can also be considered a wager. Whoever loses must give the victor 1,000 contribution points. What say you, Xiao Shixiang?" Xiao Hui's expression wavered upon hearing Wu Fan's proposal. He pondered, does this young man have some hidden trump card? Why is he so confident of victory? He knows I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement, yet he still dares to propose a wager. This suggests he must have some reliance. However, I have already spoken so forcefully, I have no choice but to agree. Nevertheless, with my 11th level cultivation and being a sword practitioner, I find it hard to believe that he, at the 9th level, can defeat me. Having thought this, Xiao Hui coldly snorted. "Very well, I accept your wager." "Haha. Splendid. Let us proceed, Shixiang," Wu Fan replied with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, the group of over 10 individuals soared towards the Dozhan Peak. During their flight, Yan'an appeared somewhat distracted. After contemplating, she quietly asked Bai Xiaowen, "Bai Shixiang, I would like to inquire about something." Bai Xiaowen, noticing her expression, understood immediately and said, "You wish to ask about Wu Shidi, don't you? Rest assured, since Wu Shidi has agreed to the duel, he must have a way to win. You see, Wu Shidi is quite formidable. Not only did he secure first place in the last competition, but he is also a disciple under Elder Li of the Danding Peak and a close friend of mine. I know him well, so you can have confidence, Xiaonan." Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's reassuring words, Yan'an finally relaxed her anxious heart. Chapter 89, The Victory. A quarter of an hour later, on the Dozhan Peak, 3 figures stood on the arena, Wu Fan, Xiao Hui, and an elder. The elder spoke, "Are you both prepared?" "We are ready." Wu Fan and Xiao Hui replied in unison. The elder continued, "Very well, I shall not reiterate the rules of the match. I trust you are aware. During the duel, I will not intervene unless there is a life-threatening crisis. If one party concedes, the match will end. Also, each of you must submit 100 spirit stones." Both Wu Fan and Xiao Hui retrieved 100 spirit stones from their storage bags and presented them to the elder with a bow. The elder accepted the spirit stones and descended from the arena. As he stepped off the stage, he turned and declared, "The duel begins." As soon as the elder's words fell, Wu Fan and Xiao Hui instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Xiao Hui drew his long sword with a swift motion. Grinning at Wu Fan, "Wu Shidi, my flying sword is a top-tier magical artifact. Let us see how you intend to win against me." Wu Fan smiled faintly without uttering a word. Suddenly, he clapped his storage bag, and with a whoosh, a silver light shot forth, revealing his exquisite magical artifact, the Fei Jian Inu Jian. Upon seeing the Inu Jian, Xiao Hui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent also possessed a top-tier magical artifact. With a dark expression, he let out a cold snort and immediately unleashed his own flying sword, directing it towards Wu Fan. In response, Wu Fan deftly maneuvered the Inu Jian to intercept Xiao Hui's flying sword. With a thunderous clash, the two swords collided and were sent flying apart simultaneously. Wu Fan was acutely aware that, given his cultivation level, he could not sustain this confrontation for long. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. With that thought, he suddenly twisted in place and vanished from sight. At the same moment, a ripple in the space appeared not far in front of Xiao Hui, and in an instant, Wu Fan's figure materialized before him. Employing the technique of rapid phantom, he arrived beside Xiao Hui, and in a swift motion, a burst of golden light erupted from his body, expanding to a radius of 10 zhang and enveloping Xiao Hui within its golden embrace. Without pausing, Wu Fan formed a hand sign, conjuring a massive ice spear that hurtled straight towards Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, startled by Wu Fan's sudden appearance, was further dismayed as the golden light enveloped him, feeling as though a mountain bore down upon him, causing his body to tremble and nearly buckle under the pressure. In a state of shock, he realized that his opponent wielded an unexpectedly mysterious power. Without time to ponder, he hastily attempted to stabilize himself, but at that moment, the enormous ice spear was already upon him, moving too swiftly for him to react. With a resounding thud, Xiao Hui was knocked backward, spewing blood into the air as he soared through the sky, crashing to the ground moments later. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed ahead, only to find a gleaming silver flying sword hovering mere inches from him. He realized he had lost, and so quickly at that. In just one exchange, he had been grievously wounded and defeated. It dawned on him why his opponent had been so confident, even raising the stakes. The thought of the 1,000 contribution points struck him painfully. That was a significant loss, nearly all of his accumulated merit, which he had intended to save for a powerful cultivation technique. As this realization settled in, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Wu Fan retracted the flying sword. The entire duel had lasted less than 3 breaths, effectively concluding before it had truly begun. He descended from the arena and approached by Xiao Wen and the others, who, along with Zhou Yu and Yan'an, stood there in stunned silence, gazing at the scene in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how a distinguished 11th layer Qi refinement cultivator, a renowned sword practitioner armed with a top-tier magical artifact, could be so swiftly defeated and left bloodied. It was simply inconceivable. After all, they knew Xiao Hui's formidable strength, and the fact that he lost so quickly could only be attributed to the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. Initially, the elder from the Foundation establishment stage was surprised, but then he recalled that this was none other than Wu Fan, the champion from 2 years ago, and thus, he felt a sense of understanding. Among those present, the most elated were undoubtedly by Xiao Wen and Yan'an, who embraced each other joyfully, giggling with delight. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu couldn't help but join in their laughter. At this moment, the 10 individuals who had accompanied Xiao Hui finally remembered him and rushed to the stage to assist him. The Foundation establishment elder approached Xiao Hui and remarked, "Since you have lost, promptly transfer the 1,000 contribution points to Wu Fan." Upon hearing the elder's words, Wu Fan quickly approached and presented his identity token to the elder, while Xiao Hui, with a begrudging expression, handed over his token as well. The elder took both tokens and executed a hand sign, touching the tokens. In a flash of white light, Wu Fan's token instantly transformed from 1,200 to 2,200. Wu Fan received his token, feeling elated. This 1,000 contribution points had come far too easily, far quicker than completing tasks. The last time he had gone to Leongha for a mission, it had taken him nearly a month to earn 1,200 contribution points. Yet this time he had gained 1,000 points in less than an hour. To claim he was not pleased would be disingenuous. At that moment, Wu Fan turned to Xiao Hui and reminded him of their previous agreement. "Rest assured, I shall honor my word. From now on, I will no longer pursue Yan'an, and my grievances with Bai Xiao Wen are hereby resolved." Xiao Hui, his face ashen, replied curtly. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Hui then called to those around him, "Let us depart." Once everyone had left, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, Bai Xiao Wen, and Yan'an soared towards Xiaoxia Peak. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at Bai Xiao Wen's cave dwelling. Haha, I must say, Washidi, today was incredibly satisfying and exhilarating. "I owe it all to you," Zhou Yu exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. At that moment, Yan'an approached, somewhat shyly bowing to Wu Fan with a grateful expression. "Shimmy Yan'an, I sincerely thank you for your assistance." "Wu Shixiao. Why thank him? He is my brother," Bai Xiao Wen interjected, grasping Yan'an's delicate hand and playfully punching Wu Fan's chest, though his eyes clearly reflected gratitude. Chapter 90, Gift of Pills. Hearing this, Wu Fan and Zhou Yu burst into laughter, and even Yan'an blushed, giggling along. After they settled down, Zhou Yu turned to Wu Fan and asked, "Wu Shidi, how have you fared at Danding Peak? Have you learned the art of alchemy?" "Yes, Shidi has been very well at Danding Peak. My master and senior brothers and sisters treat me as family." For the past 2 years, I have not ceased my studies in alchemy, and I am now capable of refining high-tier pills. Should you or Bai Shixiang require any, feel free to come to me, Wu Fan replied with a smile. A look of happiness illuminating his face as he spoke of his master and seniors. Is that true? That is simply splendid. I am truly fortunate to have you as a brother. Bai Shaowen laughed heartily, his joy unmistakable, as his smile had not faded since returning from Dozhan Peak. Of course, if either of you needs anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Wu Fan added, producing several bottles of pills from his storage bag and handing each of them 6 bottles. One of these bottles is for breaking through bottlenecks, while the remaining 5 are for enhancing cultivation. Please accept them, both of you, as well as you, Fairy Yan'an. Upon hearing that she was included, Yan'an was momentarily flustered, repeatedly waving her hands. Wu Shixiang, this is too much. I cannot possibly accept such valuable gifts. Please take them back. Yan'an was aware that these were high-tier pills, each costing nearly 200 spirit stones, totaling over 1,000 spirit stones, which was indeed exorbitant. Zhou Yu too appeared somewhat uncomfortable, as he genuinely needed these pills for his upcoming breakthrough, but felt embarrassed to accept such costly items. At that moment, Bai Shaowen chimed in. Haha, Xiaonan, accept what my brother has given you. We must not refuse such generosity. After all, he is my brother and a skilled alchemist. Hearing Bai Shixiang's words brought a smile to Wu Fan's face, and he quickly added, Haha, Bai Shixiang is right. You can rest assured and accept them. These pills are merely what I casually refined, and I have plenty more. Yan'an gazed at the elixir bottle in her hand, her complexion slightly flushed. She then rose and respectfully bowed to Wu Fan, softly uttering, I express my gratitude to you, Wu Shixiao. Zhou Yu, with a gleam of delight in his eyes, added, Thank you, Wu Shidi. I shall not be modest. Bai Xiaowen, known for his carefree nature, said nothing and directly placed the elixir into his storage bag. Although gratitude was evident in his gaze when he looked at Wu Fan. Haha, do not be so courteous. Should you require my assistance in alchemy in the future, feel free to seek me at Danding Peak, Wu Fan responded dismissively. Thus, the group continued their conversation late into the night until Wu Fan finally stood to take his leave. A quarter of an hour later, at the outer Sect Affairs office, a beam of sword light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the office. Wu Fan sheathed his Ji-Feng sword and stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man conversing with 2 young disciples. When the middle-aged man caught sight of Wu Fan, his eyes brightened instantly, and he hurried over, exclaiming, Huh? Wu Shidi, it has been a long time. I heard you won first place in the grand competition and became a disciple under Elder Li of Danding Peak. I was truly delighted to hear this. The middle-aged man was visibly thrilled to see Wu Fan. He quickly approached and patted Wu Fan's shoulder, exuding warmth, forgetting momentarily that there were 2 others present. The 2 young men, while not closely acquainted with Wu Fan, recognized him, having participated in the Outer Sect Grand Competition 2 years prior. They were astonished to encounter Wu Fan here. Haha, Wang Shixiao, it has been too long. I came to visit you this time. How have you been lately? Wu Fan laughed heartily. In truth, Wang Shixiao had been a great help to him when he first entered the world of cultivation, patiently answering numerous questions he had. Additionally, it was Wang Shixiao who had provided Wu Fan with his residence in the Outer Sect. Apart from his master, Wang Shixiao was Wu Fan's second benefactor in his journey into the realm of cultivation. Alas, just as before, I am perpetually entangled in the trivial affairs of the office, leaving me with hardly any time to cultivate. However, I have no choice. To earn spirit stones, I cannot abandon my duties here. Moreover, I have already surpassed 30 years of age. It is unlikely I will ever enter the Inner Sect. As an Outer Sect disciple, I lack the authority to visit you in the Inner Sect. Regrettably, I could not even attend to see you during your grand competition. What a pity that is. As Wang Shixiao spoke, his expression grew somber, losing the earlier joy he had displayed. Wu Fan felt a pang of melancholy for Wang Shixiao's plight. However, the sect's rules were unyielding, and nothing could be changed. Wang Shixiao, already over 40 years old, had only reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. His hopes of entering the foundation establishment stage seemed bleak. Yet, Wang Shixiao continued to strive for it. Wang Shixiao, I have joined Danding Peak and learned the art of alchemy. If you require any assistance, I would be glad to help. Here are 6 bottles of elixirs. I kindly ask you to accept them, for I have always been grateful to you, Wu Fan declared as he handed over 6 bottles of elixirs to Wang Shixiao. This is too much. It is far too precious. Please take it back, Shidi. Wang Shixiao stammered, looking bewildered at the bottles in his arms. Wu Fan, resolute, refused to take them back, stating, I possess an abundance of elixirs, and there is no need for you to be so polite. Please accept them. Very well. Then I shall graciously accept them. Thank you, Shidi. Wang Shixiao's eyes sparkled with joy. The other 2 disciples glanced at Wang Shixiao with envy. thinking how fortunate he was to befriend a disciple from Danding Peak. After conversing with Wang Shixiang a while longer, Wu Fan took his leave. 3 days later, over 100 miles from Qingfeng Gate, Wu Fan released his Yunwu boat, soaring towards the horizon. 5 days later, at Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan landed atop a peak and gazed down, muttering to himself, "Where shall I begin my search?" The task only provided a vague location. Alas, I can only search slowly. Wu Fan had halted at the Sect for merely 3 days before heading to the affairs hall to select a task. The task noted that 7 days prior, 5 outer Sect disciples had ventured deep into the Xianyu mountain range to gather herbs and were likely in peril. The Sect had only received a single sound transmission talisman, indicating urgency and little information, merely stating they encountered danger in the Xianyu mountain range and requested immediate rescue. Chapter 91, Crisis in the Cave. By coincidence, as Wu Fan arrived at the affairs hall, this task had just been posted. Due to the urgency of the situation, the contribution points awarded were substantial, amounting to 1,500 points. Upon noticing the task, Wu Fan did not hesitate to accept it. By the time other top-tier cultivators realized its existence, it was already too late, and they regretted not discovering it sooner, allowing Wu Fan to seize the opportunity. Upon arriving at the Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan found himself uncertain where to begin his search. With no other option, he began to search methodically. He tapped his storage bag, and the Ji-Feng sword flew out. Wu Fan leaped onto it, transforming into a streak of silver light as he ventured deeper, simultaneously extending his divine sense to its maximum range, hoping to swiftly uncover clues about the missing individuals. Meanwhile, deep within the Xianyu mountain range, in a vast cave, 3 cultivators found themselves in a perilous situation. To evade danger, they were hiding in a crevice of the cave wall, the entrance blocked by a massive stone. Outside the stone, 2 corpses lay visible, 1 male and 1 female, both fellow cultivators, their deaths gruesome as if their blood had been drained by some malevolent force. Their faces pale and their bodies emaciated. Inside the crevice, the 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female, boasted cultivation levels of the 5th and 6th layers of qi refinement. Their faces were ashen with fear, each adorned with a talisman. The female cultivator, panicking, exclaimed, "Kong Shixiao, Yin Shixiao, when will the Sect send someone? Are we destined to perish here? If we wait any longer, the 2 white-haired zombies will emerge again. What shall we do?" One of the men, attempting to appear composed, reassured her, "Lin Shimi, do not worry. I sent out a sound transmission talisman earlier. The Sect should be dispatching someone soon. We must hold on a bit longer." The other male, trembling, stuttered, "We should never have pursued that first-stage demon beast into this cave. Now look, we Haven T captured the demon beast. And Yang Shixiang and Shin Shimi are dead." The previously composed man frowned. "Yin Shidi, you agreed to enter as well. What good does it do to lament now? The 2 white-haired zombies are just outside the cave, and we cannot escape. We can only wait for rescue. Thankfully, I have a few breath-holding talismans, otherwise we would share the same fate as Yang Shixiang and Shin Shimi, drained of our blood by those zombies." Lin Shimi, her eyes filled with dread, added, "Kong Shixiao, I heard a strange cry from deep within the cave yesterday. It must not be the 2 white-haired zombies near the entrance. I fear there may be an even more powerful zombie deeper inside." Yin Shixiang quickly concurred, "Yes, Lin Shimi is right. I heard that terrifying cry as well. That zombie must be much stronger, possibly a green-haired zombie." Kong Shixiang's expression turned grim as he said, "Do not frighten yourselves. Green-haired zombies do not simply come into existence. If there truly were such a creature, we would not survive to see another day. I can only hope the Sect sends someone to rescue us soon. Alas, how unfortunate it is." At that moment, the situation was dire, and I failed to convey the circumstances in the audio talisman. I was unaware of the cultivation levels of the Sect members who would arrive. Had a peak refining qi practitioner come, we might have managed to confront those 2 white-furred zombies. However, if only a high-level practitioner were to arrive, it would surely spell danger for us. Brother Yin and Sister Lin could only lament silently, their lips sealed. As half a day passed, a sudden roar echoed through the cave, a terrifying and chilling sound. Upon hearing this, the 3 practitioners trembled, and Sister Lin, overwhelmed with fear, even lost control of her bladder in the narrow crevice. It was not her fault for being timid. She was merely at the 5th level of refining qi, only 18 years old, and had never encountered such a horrifying zombie. The gruesome sight of Brother Yang and Sister Shun's demise had nearly caused her to faint. Sister Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shifted to the side, while Brother Kong and Brother Yin had no time to concern themselves with her. In that moment, the massive boulder at the cave's entrance suddenly shifted, causing Sister Lin to scream in fright. Brother Kong and Brother Yin exchanged glances, sensing the impending doom. Sure enough, as Sister Lin's cry faded, the boulder began to shake violently and showed signs of being moved. Brother Kong's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad." He swiftly drew a long sword from his storage bag. Brother Yan shot a glare at Sister Lin before also retrieving his sword. Realizing her mistake, Sister Lin's face turned crimson, then pale with fear. At that moment, the massive stone shifted aside, revealing the scene outside. There stood a humanoid creature covered in white fur. With white eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and over an inch-long dark purple claws, its visage was undeniably terrifying. Upon seeing the three of them, the creature let out a chilling roar and lunged toward them. Brother Kong, with a grim countenance, shouted, "Sister Lin, use the fireball technique to attack the white-furred zombie. Brother Yan, put up a shield in front of us." Without hesitation, Brother Kong propelled his flying sword toward the zombie, only for it to stagger back slightly, showing no significant injury. Though his sword was merely a mid-grade magical artifact, it was evident just how formidable the zombie's flesh was. Brother Yan, in a state of panic, conjured a shield to protect the three of them and unleashed his flying sword at the white-furred zombie as well. Meanwhile, Sister Lin's performance faltered. Fear had rendered her body trembling, her expression frantic. Despite her efforts to form the necessary hand seals, she failed to produce even a single fireball. Just then, another white-furred zombie appeared at the cave entrance, identical to the first, with its own set of fangs, lunging toward the trio with a menacing screech. The trio's faces drained of color at the sight of yet another white-furred zombie. They knew they were destined to meet the same fate as Brother Yang and Sister Shun. Sister Lin, now sitting on the ground, began to wail in despair, having given up all hope of resistance. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. "Oh, two white-furred zombies. How rare indeed." Upon hearing this voice, the three practitioners' eyes lit up. Sister Lin ceased her crying, and joy spread across Brother Kong and Brother Yan's faces. Their first thought was that help had arrived from the sect. Chapter 92. Rescue in the cave. At that moment, within the vast cave stood a figure clad in a moon-white robe, with a fair complexion, eyes gleaming with brilliance, and thin lips, strikingly handsome. This person was none other than Wu Fan, who had been searching through the depths of the mountain for half a day. He had spotted the cave and intended to fly directly inside, but upon sensing a surge of spiritual energy at the entrance, he hastily entered. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, he was confronted by the two white-furred zombies, a sight he had never before witnessed. Although he had come across descriptions of such creatures in jade slips, he understood that these white-furred zombies possessed the strength equivalent to a peak refining chi practitioner. Their bodies exceptionally resilient and difficult to slay. Lacking emotions and intellect, they were mere animated corpses, drawn to the taste of human blood. Their creation, however, was no simple task, requiring individuals born in the Een year, Een month, and Een hour, dying on a Een day, and buried in a place of extreme Een for decades, or even centuries. While the white-furred zombies were manageable, a transformation into green-furred zombies would necessitate the strength of a Foundation establishment practitioner to combat. Green-furred zombies wielded terrifying power akin to that of Foundation establishment cultivators. And there were even more formidable variants like flying corpses, demonic corpses, and fierce corpses. In the sects of the Xia Kingdom, the refining corpse sect specialized in the crafting of corpses, with each disciple required to create a refined corpse for themselves, which served as a potent ally in battle. Upon encountering the two white-furred zombies, Wu Fan couldn't help but smile, confident that vanquishing them would be a simple task. A mere invocation of the Tianluo extreme fire would reduce them to ashes. However, he was curious to test the durability of their flesh. With a swift motion, he summoned his silver moon sword, directing it toward one of the white-furred zombies. With a resounding crash, the zombie was sent flying, yet upon inspection, Wu Fan noted only a shallow inch-deep wound on its chest. This revelation astonished him. His silver moon sword was a premium-grade flying sword, and the fact that it only inflicted minor damage underscored the zombie's formidable resilience. At that moment, a female voice echoed from behind the two white-furred zombies. "Brother, save me." Upon hearing her cry for help, Wu Fan resolved to end the encounter swiftly, prioritizing the elimination of the two white-furred zombies. He had sensed the presence of individuals within the small cave upon his arrival and had seen the corpses outside, realizing these were the people he had been searching for. Wu Fan opened his mouth, releasing a ball of flame that swiftly transformed into a head-sized inferno, the Tianluo extreme fire. This time, however, the fire exhibited a noticeable transformation. While its exterior remained golden yellow, its interior was now predominantly purple, a change resulting from the Tianluo extreme fire absorbing the Haifeng flame, significantly amplifying its power. The Tianluo extreme fire surged forth from Wu Fan's mouth, racing toward the two white-furred zombies. At that moment, the three individuals inside the cave were both astonished and elated. Upon hearing sounds from outside, they realized that someone had come to rescue them. Soon after, they witnessed a glistening silver sword darting through the air. injuring one of the white-haired zombies. They understood that their rescuer must be an extraordinary figure. The Lin surname woman, overwhelmed with emotion, called out for her senior brother to save her. Just as she finished her plea, they were astounded to see a burst of golden and purple flames soar towards them, instantly incinerating another white-haired zombie to ashes. It was noteworthy that this zombie was equivalent to a top-tier refining chi practitioner, and their savior had effortlessly vanquished it, leaving them in awe. After annihilating that zombie, the flames surged towards yet another white-haired creature, producing a similar outcome. This last zombie too was reduced to cinders. They realized they had been saved, and an overwhelming urge to weep with joy surged within them. After being trapped for a full 7 days, enduring terror throughout, they were finally liberated, and the prospect of survival filled them with relief. As they stepped out of the small cave into the vast cavern beyond, they caught sight of their rescuer. The three hurried to his side, bowing deeply in gratitude, expressing their profound indebtedness for his life-saving intervention. Wu Fan regarded the trio with a smile, saying, "There is no need for formalities, fellow disciples. I too have come here on a mission from our sect. Now that you have been rescued, it is imperative you return to the sect post-haste. It is regrettable, however, that 2 of your companions could not be saved." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the distant corpses. The 3 followed his gaze, their expressions reflecting sorrow. At that moment, the elder brother named Kong addressed Wu Fan, bowing respectfully, "I am Kong Ming, and these are my companions, Yin Jun and Lin Xiaoer. We are eternally grateful for your rescue, and should you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Yin Jun and Lin Xiaoer nodded in agreement. Wu Fan nodded in return and introduced himself. "I am Wu Fan, a disciple of the inner sect's Dan Ding Peak. Fellow disciples, you should leave this place quickly. I wish to explore deeper into this cave." Upon hearing Wu Fan's introduction, the trio's faces lit up with astonishment. Yin Jun exclaimed, "Wu Fan? You are indeed the famed Wu Fan, the champion of the Outer Sect competition 2 years ago. I cannot believe we were saved by you." The other 2 nodded enthusiastically, and Lin Xiaoer giggled, "Senior brother Wu, I have long wished to meet you. I must boast to my friends about your heroics once I return to the Outer Sect." However, after the initial excitement, Kong Ming's expression turned to one of concern as he cautioned Wu Fan, "Senior brother, you should refrain from venturing deeper into the cave. We heard strange noises emanating from within, suggesting that even more formidable zombies may be lurking there." Yin Jun and Lin Xiaoer nodded in agreement, with Lin Xiaoer adding, "Indeed. Senior brother, the sounds were truly terrifying, far beyond what these 2 white-haired zombies could produce." Wu Fan pondered their words, uncertain. His desire to investigate the cave stemmed from the rarity of the white-haired zombies, and he sensed something unusual about the cave's depths. Yet, the warnings suggested that there might be more powerful creatures within. The thought of missing a potential opportunity weighed heavily on him, leading him to resolve to explore the depths, albeit with caution and preparations to ensure his safety. "Thank you for your concern, fellow disciples," Wu Fan replied. "I am aware of the risks and have my own means of protecting myself." Kong Ming, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Since you are so determined, we shall not dissuade you further, but we urge you to exercise caution. We will return to the sect now." With that, the 3 departed, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades before leaving the cave. Once they were gone, Wu Fan lingered for a moment, contemplating his next steps. He then ventured deeper into the cave, utilizing the Tian Gui Lian Qi technique to conceal his presence. He affixed a talisman to himself, and as it took effect, he became nearly imperceptible. Upon reaching a vast clearing, he retrieved the Mie Tian Duan Shin formation from his storage bag and began to arrange it. With everything set, a subtle smile graced his lips as he progressed further into the cave. As he moved cautiously, a monstrous roar suddenly erupted from ahead, more terrifying than the previous 2 white-haired zombies. Wu Fan's body trembled at the sound, instinctively preparing for battle. However, after a brief wait, the creature did not emerge, prompting him to continue deeper. After traversing about 100 feet, the path narrowed and veered to the right. Wu Fan approached the corner and peered around, only to discover 4 white-haired zombies wandering at the end of the passage, with an entrance behind them leading to another colossal cavern. As he observed, a monstrous roar erupted from within the cave, causing the 4 zombies to shudder as if something within instilled fear in them. Wu Fan cautiously withdrew his head, his expression a mix of uncertainty. He deliberated whether to proceed with his investigation, recognizing that approaching the 4 zombies would not be easy. While he deemed it feasible to defeat them, the potential risk of provoking an even more formidable creature from within loomed large in his mind. After a moment's reflection, Wu Fan's eyes brightened as he retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. This particular talisman was a simple lure, designed to attract creatures of lesser intelligence. Wu Fan had initially acquired it based on his second brother's advice, who utilized such talismans to capture spirit beasts. Prior to each capture, He would set up a formation at a designated spot and use the lure to draw the beasts into the trap, a method both efficient and effective. Wu Fan cast the lure forward, and it transformed into a beam of white light, heading toward the 4 white-haired zombies. Just as it was about to reach them, it made a sharp turn and flew back. The zombies, upon seeing the light, began to howl and pursued it, quickly disappearing from sight. A smirk appeared on Wu Fan's face as he continued toward the cave entrance. When he reached it and looked inside, he was struck dumb by the sight that awaited him, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. Within the cavern, 2 green-haired zombies were distinctly visible. It is noteworthy that green-haired zombies possess strength equivalent to that of foundational stage practitioners. However, this was not the source of Wu Fan's terror. The true object of his fear was another zombie. This particular creature was entirely covered in red fur, with a blue face and sharp fangs. Its claws measuring over 3 inches in length. It was, in fact, a red-haired zombie, a formidable monster on par with golden core stage practitioners. Should this creature escape, it would unleash a wave of bloodshed upon the entire Xia kingdom, undoubtedly attracting the attention of several venerable golden core ancestors. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Fan initially intended to flee at once. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the red-haired zombie appeared to be in a deep slumber, seated in a meditative posture. Its eyes tightly shut and utterly motionless. However, Wu Fan noticed a black crystal hovering above the head of the red-haired zombie, emanating a faint black light, exuding an aura of mystery. It was evident that this black crystal was an exceptionally rare treasure. Meanwhile, the 2 green-haired zombies were moving about the cavern, occasionally letting out roars. The earlier sounds Wu Fan had heard were likely emitted by them. Remarkably, despite their restless movements, the green-haired zombies did not dare approach the vicinity of the red-haired zombie, indicating their palpable fear of the creature. Wu Fan's gaze was fixated on the black crystal, a glimmer of greed surfacing in his eyes. He contemplated whether to risk retrieving the crystal. He understood that it was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, and the thought of leaving without it stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled his resolve, narrowing his eyes in determination. For fortune favors the bold. He decided to take the gamble. Observing that the red-haired zombie remained as still as a statue, akin to a figure in a temple, he found a measure of confidence. With this thought, Wu Fan swiftly reached into his storage bag, producing a guiding talisman, which he cast forth. The talisman transformed into a beam of white light, flickering briefly before speeding away into the depths of the cavern. Wu Fan quickly concealed himself in a corner, employing his Tian Gui Lianxi technique, ensuring that the green-haired zombies would not perceive him if they did not see him directly. As anticipated, upon spotting the white light, the 2 green-haired zombies howled in a frenzy and dashed after it, quickly vanishing from sight. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Fan charged into the cavern. When he found himself still at a considerable distance from the red-haired zombie, he halted abruptly. With a single hand, he performed a hand seal and pointed towards the black crystal. The crystal quivered and suddenly shot towards him at an astonishing speed, landing in his palm. Without a moment's delay, Wu Fan glanced at the crystal and swiftly made his way back towards the cave's exit.